I know, guys, it's very tough to be a baller these days. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to cause so much damage. I mean, it's so easy. I mean, you give it to us. I mean, you got so many holes in your model. I mean, you're giving us presents. So, thanks. You can cry a few tears, Stark Otter, but I mean, it is what it is, bro.
What's the surface of the top of a hole?
What?
Well, normally a hole's flat, right? The surface of a hole where the hole presents itself is flat, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. What hole?
Well, the hole that is the flat Earth.
Yeah. You see, you need a lot of imagination to imagine your fantasy, right? Where I just look at reality. It's not hard.
You're not a very good judge of reality then, I'm just saying, but...
Well, look, this is an example of reality. You claim, well, your model claims we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour now. I claim rubbish. I claim we're not moving. Who's right?
That's irrelevant to the reality that we're in now. That speed has nothing to do with what we're living with now. We see the sunrise and sunset. It doesn't get closer and go further away. It comes up and goes down. It doesn't get bigger and smaller. The sun doesn't speed up and slow down on the same day in different parts of the northern and southern hemisphere to create the seasons. What reality are you in?
Okay, let me give you a bit of your reality that you just said. You said the seasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me tell you in your fantasy what reality means, okay?
You should stop saying my fantasy, because it's also your fantasy that you think that the Earth's flat, because you're presupposing that as well, which is what you claim me of doing. So just...
No, I never claimed shape. Never. I've been here for a while. I've never claimed shape. The only thing that I say, and that's what my name is, SE, right? Stationary Earth. That's the only claim I've ever made. That's it.
Okay, cool.
I don't know the shape. I don't know the shape, bro, but in your model, let me tell you what happens for the seasons, right? You envision this. You envision a ball, okay, with two frozen poles at either end, and in the center, it's hot. So now I've been saying this for a year, I challenge you, I challenge anybody. Get a frozen turkey, right? Put it on a spit, right? Produce a heat source, and I want you to melt just the center of the turkey. I want you to keep the feet frozen, and I want you to keep the top part frozen. You think you can do that?
No, because on our model, half of the turkey, either the lower or top half, would cook before the opposite end.
We allowed to microwave
just the
it?
middle would cook. Just the middle would cook. The two ends, the feet.
Just the middle would cook, just like the equator, how they have no real season. It's summer at the equator all the time in between the tropics. It's below the tropics on either side that are either hotter or cooler depending on the season.
Right.
Add some seasoning in there. So if you put a turkey at an angle over a spit, one hemisphere or hemiplane of that turkey would cook the equator of the turkey would be just nice and good, but the summer side of the turkey would be, it'd be nice and warm, but it might need a little bit more cooking. But the opposite side, you don't want to eat that, or you're going to be sick for months.
But hold a minute, isn't the Earth spinning? Like the turkey would be spinning?
Yeah, so instead of putting your turkey through the noose and out the neck, why don't you put it through one leg and out a shoulder and see what happens?
Okay, you think you can reproduce that?
I'm guessing you could. Why don't you give it a try? I don't need to try because I'm not paranoid to think that everyone's lying to me, but you could give it a shot.
I'm going to give it a shot. No, of course not. The most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I've barbecued many times, and I know for a fact, that this cannot be done. Only in your fantasy model
That's
can
because
you cook a turkey only in the center, but not at the feet and at the head. You see, when you say it like that, you see how ridiculous it sounds?
that's because you're cooking a turkey on a spit vertically above a heat source that is not angled to the heat source. Try it. I've never tried it. I'm just imagining that stick the I don't even know what you call them. You know, the bar that goes through the turkey, above the left thigh and out the right shoulder. So it's
Okay,
on an
so you
angle.
think,
And
you
see
can
if
do
it cooks
whatever.
evenly.
Yeah. You can turn it, twist it, make it into any angle you want. You think you can make that happen?
Well, of course you can make it happen. You want to cook the thing properly. I'm saying as an experiment, cook it like that and see how many times you have to twist and turn it to make your reality become true. Because
It's
it works
never going to
perfectly fine.
happen. I suggest to you that it's never going to happen. I've been asking for a long time.
Try it.
Right? You can't do it. How can you do it?
No, I'm saying you could test it with a turkey.
Okay, go ahead. Go on and try it.
No, I don't have to do it. I'm saying you could. I don't have to do it because I'm not paranoid enough to think that everyone's lying to me.
Bro, I've worked in restaurants before. I've cooked stuff.
That's
right?
got nothing to do with it,
I
bro.
know for a fact, bro, you cannot roast a turkey and cook just the center of it, and the ends will remain frozen. That is an impossibility in our world, bro. Do you understand that?
I do understand that because you're at room temperature and you're in a hot kitchen. So, of course, the poles of the turkey aren't going to remain frozen over a uniform heat source. What I'm saying is, if you angle the turkey, stick that bar through the upper right thigh and out the left-hand shoulder, and you will, I guarantee you, I don't guarantee you, but I do guarantee you that turkey will not cook evenly. That's why when you cook a turkey with a spit, the bar goes through the anus and out the neck.
Okay, so you think you can recreate this somehow? Go ahead. I mean,
I just
give it a
told you how
go.
you can. I'm not doing it because I'm not paranoid.
Bro, you think you can cook a turkey only in the center over a spit? That's not paranoia. That's delusion. Really?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm using the turkey and the axial tilt of the earth because I said about seasons and then you bring up seasons. And I'm saying, why don't you try and cook a turkey on an angle over a spit, over a heat source,
Bro,
and see what
ridiculous.
happens. See if the northern hemisphere of the turkey cooks more. The center will cook because it's the equator, just like
You
on
must
Earth.
be,
And
joking.
and the northern hemisphere of the turkey will cook more than the southern hemisphere of the turkey.
Oh boy.
Give it a shot, I dare. But you can't.
This is too good to be true. Yeah. I guess the people that are listening will be the judge of that. Because to me, you sound totally unreasonable. You know that this cannot happen, right? Physically, you know you can't cook a turkey only in the middle over
It's
fire.
not
Just
about
the
cooking
notion
the
of that.
turkey. This is not what you're getting. I said seasons. You brought up seasons again, and how they work on a flat Earth or thereabouts, stationary Earth. So I said, you said cooking a turkey on a spit. I said, well, how about instead of putting the spit up the anus and out the neck so it's even over a heat source, why don't you angle that and see how effectively that cooks the turkey? That's all I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with the Earth. It's got nothing to do with fucking can you cook a turkey in a hot kitchen? Of course, the ass and the neck of the turkey aren't going to remain frozen.
Okay,
All I'm
so
saying is I guarantee you there will be a massive temperature difference between what end is closest to the fire for the most amount of time to what end is not. Just like the Earth.
Yeah, but do you think that the turkey's extremities will remain frozen?
I just said
Over
that
time?
they wouldn't.
Okay, so how is the Earth then doing it?
It's just an example for you to cook a turkey on an angle. The end of the turkey that is closest to the heat source will cook more. The middle of the turkey / the equator will be an even temperature. The end of the turkey, whatever it is, ass, neck, doesn't matter. Whatever end of the turkey that is closest in the neck or the ass of the turkey that's closest to the heat source will be more cooked than the opposite end that is not. Just like the Earth, that's how we have our seasons. And no, the fucking Earth's not on a spit. Jesus fuck.
That's some good stuff. Those are some good memes, bro. Those are gonna leave marks. I mean, it's ridiculous just for you entertaining that thought, man. It's if you really believe that, there's a problem, bro. Like if you're trolling, okay, but if you really believe this,
No,
that's a problem.
I'm not trolling. It's a problem that you don't understand that and you think that I am.
Bro, you're convinced that you can cook a turkey without the ends of it unfreezing, bro.
Did you
That's
not? I just said
sorry.
this
Then
fucking 5 times, man.
My bad. Yes, I'll retract that. You admit now that it's impossible, right, to cook a turkey without the extremities not freezing, but yet somehow you think that the Earth can do that.
I just said for the 6th or 7th time now, of course, they will cook. What I said for the 8th or 9th time is if you cook the turkey on an angle, so instead of up the anus and out the neck in a uniform way, that the thing's rolling around over an open flame or a fucking gas or whatever, if you cook it on an angle, the neck or the ass that's facing the fire longer will cook more than the opposite end. So it won't cook uniformly as it would if you would cook it normally on a spit. Just like the Earth. I said that, of course, the ass and the neck aren't going to remain frozen like the poles do on the Earth. Of course they're not. You'd have to be fucking retarded to even say that. You're in a fucking hot kitchen.
But it is that way on Earth. So if it's retarded,
is the kitchen in a hot Earth? Is the kitchen in a hot Earth with other meals being cooked and gas fires and shit?
There's only one fire, the sun. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, and the radiation's different, which is what I'm trying to explain to you by cooking the turkey on a diagonal instead of up the anus and out the neck as everyone does it. But do you know why they do that? So it cooks uniformly. It's not science and rockets, bro.
I don't know. I still don't think you fully understand the situation, bro.
You don't understand. I mean, I don't understand you, and you don't understand me. So
no, but I'm trying to imagine this special fire that you can make, and you think because if you can like skew the turkey at an angle, you think it's not going to cook, but then you say, but eventually it will cook, all of it. So even if you skew it at an angle, you still admit that eventually the whole turkey would cook, right?
Okay, so let's look at the turkey in a what do you call it? Not a plan view, a side-on view, right? So the wings are one wing's on our side, one wing's on the other side. There's the noose to the right and the neck to the left. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, so we normally, I'm not a chef, but normally you'd put the rotisserie spike thing fair up the noose and out the neck and put it on the rotisserie and it will spin round, right? And with the fire underneath or the gas or whatever you got your heat source.
I got to take a call. I'll be back.
All good.
What's going on, guys? Good morning.
Did anyone fucking just get what I was saying, or should I just check myself in?
Nah, I think you might have been on mute, dude. I don't know. I've been sitting here. Nobody said anything.
I was just talking to someone that was here. I can't remember his name. I recognize his voice, but I think he left.
Sorry, had to take a call.
All good, man.
Where were we?
Well, we are still on the rotisseries bit, explaining the axial rotation. Well, not the
So did you figure it out? Did you figure it out? What you're gonna do for that?
You know, I gave you an experiment which you could do. Because you're a chef, so you could easily test it out.
I'm not a chef.
Just as an example, I thought you said you're a cook or a chef or something.
Negative.
Okay, I'm sure you said that, but well, I mean, you could even get a just a balloon and blow it up halfway and put a bit of duct tape on the end and on the top of the balloon. You can tell where the antipode of the ear hole is, because you know you see the darker bit of rubber up there. And I think what's the old trick? If you put get a kebab stick and poke it higher on the ear blown end and a degree above on the opposite side of the top of the balloon, and then make the kebab stick horizontal and then rotate it and see which end of the axis gets more action to the ground.
Are you suggesting we barbecue a balloon?
No, just because you didn't understand the one that you could actually check the temperature of my other example, you could actually visually see this instead of having infrared eyes to check the temperature of a fucking turkey over a fire.
Yes, I've got you, Essie. You've got a rotisserie cooker, like a rotisserie oven that sits on the counter, right?
Right.
Except it's refrigerated, okay? It's actually a refrigerated unit, okay?
Okay.
So that's like, now your heating element is the size of a quarter or a half a dollar. That's all the heating element you got at the top. And you turn the thing on and let it cook. What kind of pattern do you think that's going to make on that chicken?
I don't know, bro. I got to think this one out. I don't know what that's.
Yeah. I mean, that would be, yeah, that would be more analogous to the situation with the Earth and the Sun than to stick a chicken in the oven and expect it not to thaw out.
Not an oven. not an oven,
Well, or a
a
spit
spit
barbecue.
fire.
Yeah.
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 I'm trying to
No.
envision this contraption of yours now. It's going to be quite a tall order. You're going to have the ends of the turkey in a freezer.
No,
No.
well, no, no, no. The road. You've seen these? They're like toaster ovens. They sit on your countertop, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Seen those? Yeah. Except it's refrigerated, so it's cold inside there, and then your heating element is the size of, say, a $50, and you turn it on and let it go. What do you think you'd end up with?
Interesting. I can't envision it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what. I think eventually the heat will overpower it over time.
But that
Or
would be closer to just throwing a chicken on the spit and expecting the ends not to fall out, though. And there are other.
I think you
No,
broke up there.
Left, I was trying to say, because we got talking about the seasons, and then we weren't talking about rotation, but the tilt of the Earth, which causes the seasons. And I was trying to tell him, instead of putting the rotisserie up the anus and out the neck of the rooster or your chicken or whatever, the closer to the axis is closer to the heat source, which will be a different temperature to the arse end, and this middle of the equator of the chicken will be cooked just nice.
And I think left lane's apparatus is better than yours, bro. At least there's some hope there. But yours, there's no cold at all. It's going to get roasted. With left lane, maybe.
No, you're not understanding. Okay, here's the best way to do it, you see. Get a chicken, just get a wee one so it won't cost you too much, and just put a wee light fire sauce under it, under a rotisserie. Get one, right? Chuck the rotisserie up its anus and out its neck like a traditional rotisserie chicken, and then get another one and put one above the thigh of the chicken, above the wing, and then come out just slightly below its spinal cord, if you like. And then lay that horizontal, lay the rotisserie horizontal on the rotisserie, and then set it going.
Will it be level? Will it be level, the rotisserie?
The rotisserie will be.
Okay.
But the chicken won't
Well, and
be.
horizontal. Gotcha.
The chicken won't be. It'll be offset by 23.4 degrees like the Earth is. And the end, the neck, because it's only 1 degree off the spinal cord, will be effectively like summer because it will be hot, closer to the heat source. And its temperature, the middle of the chicken, the breast, all the middle of the chicken, all the good bits will be fucking ready to go. But you'll have to put the arse end of the chicken in for some longer because it's winter down that end because it's got an axial tilt. And I could be wrong. I'm just theorizing. But
All
try
right.
it out.
Blue seems to be in on it too. Blue is heat transfer. What are you saying, Blue? Feel free to jump in, Blue.
I could be wrong, Blue, but I'm completely just pulling this shit literally out of my anus.
I would have never guessed that.
Well, I mean, I'm just using logic, but I could be completely wrong. Please break me down if I am.
You're using globjig. Not logic, globjig. In other words, you're thinking of the globe and then proceeding from there. Your starting point is this globe, and you're going from there.
But you see, this is where the this is where the argument comes in both senses of the form, because you guys say we're assuming the globe, but you guys are going, oh, the globe's a lie, everyone's a fucking liar, so you're assuming it's flat.
No, I don't assume a shape. I told you before. I don't assume a shape. I go
take that
epohe
back.
on that. You know what epohe means? That means I reserve judgment on the shape.
You were the first. I will declare you a sane non-flat earther then, because you're the first non-flat earther to claim that you don't claim a shape.
I've never claimed a shape.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I commend you for that.
Okay, fair enough.
Hold on a second. Are we assuming that flat is a shape?
That's what they assume. Yes. Thank you for clearing that up. Flat is not a shape.
Of a shape. Yeah. The flatness is an attribute, all right, of something. It's not the all-encompassing shape. It's an attribute thereof.
Very good point. Exactly that. Yep.
Well, it's definitely not a shape. But if we're gonna say that something's flat, then we have to have a uniform method of determining that something's flat. Do we not?
Yeah, we're not talking about the little indifferences across the surface. We're talking about the overall totality of the surface. So on any surface, right, you're going to have peaks, valleys, and troughs, but we're talking about the overall consistency of the surface. So don't get held up on the small minutiae.
Okay, well, that's a good point, because every single point upon a bowling ball, except the finger holds, every single individual point is flat.
No.
Yes, it is.
What's the definition of flat?
Does a bowling ball, when you put it down and you hold it as still as you can, does it roll away?
I don't know. I don't play with bowling balls too often.
I don't either. Any ball, does it? You put it down and you hold it as still as you can. You try not to breathe on it on a flat surface, and if you hold it there, does it roll away?
I mean, it has to have force applied to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is why I just said, if you don't breathe on it, you're doing your best not to fucking move it. You're doing your best. You could do experiments to hold it there, and it doesn't roll away. Meaning that every single individual point upon that bowling ball is flat. Just like locally, every point locally on the Earth can be measured as flat within a very short distance, or a long distance, but because the Earth's so big,
right? Yeah, I don't have a
every
problem
local
with that.
distance is flat.
Hold on. Did you hear what he just said?
The whole Earth flat.
Hold on. You just said every surface, every point of a ball is flat. Did you not just say that?
As an example, I just said every point of a bowling ball as an example, because a bowling ball is smooth as fuck.
Let me steel man you. SE, he's not talking about level, meaning, both ends.
Well, no, I am.
Not higher than the other. He's talking about a characteristic of the surface. I could agree that it's flat in that regard, but when we're talking about shape, not just characteristics, now you have to understand that you can never have a level plumb bowling ball or ball period.
Well, no, what I was saying was, and I'm not going to be a flat earther and make you concede, because that's just makes me a paranoid, ignorant, narcissistic arsehole, which I'm not. So I won't do that. What I'm saying is that every point that's flat on a bowling ball is level to this, perpendicular to the center of that bowling ball. That's what level is.
Bro, there's no flat on a bowling ball. Do you understand that? There's no flat surface on a bowling ball.
Every single individual little point on that bowling ball is flat. Like
he's talking about the smoothness, SE. He's not talking about the shape. He's talking about the surface.
No, he's talking shape, bro.
No, I am talking shape, but I'm talking every single individual little point, like a spoke of a wheel that goes from the surface at a tangent to the center of that bowling ball. Every single teeny tiny little point
Well,
is
what shape
flat.
is a point? What shape is a point?
It's flat. It's flat. That's why
No,
you guys.
no, I'm not talking about the bowling ball. I'm talking about the points on the bowling ball. What shape is the point?
I'm using scale. This is maybe what you don't understand. This is why I
Okay.
said the spokes of a wheel and the bowling ball. Every single tiny little point is flat on that bowling ball. That's why it doesn't roll away when you do everything in your power. Don't breathe on it. Make sure there's not an earthquake. Fucking everything. The bowling ball sits on your fucking marble table because that point on your marble table is also flat in respect to the center of the earth. So, if you can extrapolate from a bowling ball, I've scaled it down, each single little point, each single little tiny little nanometer point that is in contact with a marble table, that it's in contact with, as long as those 2 points are in have a spoke, if you like, from the top of a wheel to the center of the earth, as long as those two points are in contact with that spoke to the center of the earth, they won't move. If they were off, they'd move.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of lost in the sauce here. SE, are you catching on to anything he's putting down?
I don't expect
Bro,
that
it's
from you.
this is the new term, right? That we gotta familiarize ourselves with, because this is where we brought them to. And make no mistake, we made them do this, right? It's called single point geometry.
It's not
This is
science
where
and
they're
rockets,
at.
guys.
Yeah, they have level at one point. They have horizontal at one point. They have gravitational direction at one point. This is where we brought them at,
Well,
guys. 1 point.
Hang on. Do you guys know how that they come up with the term thousands of years ago with the horizon? Do you actually know that?
Tell us.
Because 1,000 years ago plus, I don't know, I wasn't there. You guys weren't either. They were up on high ground for the first time, the Greeks. And they saw bison, the big cow bull things in the
Bison in
distance.
Greece? Bison in Greece?
Bison, and they were on high ground, and they saw the bison coming in the distance for the first time, and that's when they said horizon, high bison.
I could be wrong, but I don't believe there were bison in Greece. Could be wrong.
I don't know about that. I think bison are like a plains animal, and I believe Greece isn't it an island or something?
No, Greece is not an island. There's many islands in Greece.
My bad.
Greece is an island, but they explored, and this is before. I don't even know how you guys don't know this history. The Greeks were in fucking Northern America where the bison were well before the fucking Spanish and the French and the English, and that's when they were on the high ground and saw the bison from the high ground, and they went high horizon, high bison.
So before then, the Greeks had no clue what the horizon was before they ventured to the Americas.
They thought the Earth was flat. And then it was that they were right on the coast, actually, off San Diego in the mountains off California, and saw the Spanish actually letting the bison off the ships, and they were running up the hills towards them. and it was the first time they saw the real horizon, but that's how they come up with the name for it. Was they were on high ground, and the bison off the Spanish ships were running up the hills towards them, and they went, horizon, Like,
I
get the
thought they had a
fuck out of the
sextant,
way.
and they were looking at the bison with the sextant, and that's how they got bisexual.
Yeah, well, some of them did have a sextant, and they didn't get out of the way in time, and they were lost to the horizon, the bison. At least they died happy.
Had to resort to trolling because he knows there's no way out of this.
I've got to admit, I did just totally make that up.
I would have never guessed. I thought you were being serious.
No, never. No, I am normally serious, but I did just make that up. Sorry.
Well, since my buddy Blue is here, hey Blue, I'm wondering, did you have a chance to check out the LEMS windows that we were discussing last time? You told me you'd have a look and give me the paperwork of what they did after the LEMS windows exploded in the vacuum test.
Well, a window blew out.
A window, yes.
And what did they do? Well, they cleaned the limb out and got all the glass out of it, and they replaced the window, and that's what they did. But I don't have the report yet. I'll find it for you.
Okay. All right. I'm interested because as far as I know, they didn't do any testing. They didn't refix the window. They just slapped another window on and made the launch.
I think that's probably pretty accurate, Odysee.
Well, how smart do you think that is, Blue? How smart do you think that is? After a test, you do a pressure test to test the windows. One of the windows fails dramatically, shattering, and then they just a couple of months later they just put the same not the same window, same designed window, and just call it a go.
Well, you presume that the failure was a result of a design flaw. What was the design flaw?
Yeah. Now, would you put if you agreed that there was a design flaw which made the window fail?
No, I didn't agree. No. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't agree with you. I said you assume it is.
Well, what was it?
I take it there was a defect in the window of some sort. There was something else that they could attribute it to.
You take it, but we're not sure, right?
Okay.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on, Blue. Sorry.
It would not be normal if you could identify a design flaw just to ignore it and keep going.
I'm a window guy. Can you tell me the scenario and what happened?
Well, just before the Apollo Moon mission, the first launch, they did a pressure test on the LEM to see if if the windows and everything was intact for the pressure, right? And when they did the pressure test, one of the windows broke, catastrophically failed. So I'm wondering, because what I read was they didn't fix the window. They just slapped on another window with the same design and just called it a go. They didn't test the window. They didn't check to see, what improvements they could make. They didn't redesign it. They just put the same design window on the LEM and send it onto the moon, apparently.
Do you have any specifics on the window? Like, is it glass? Is it just?
I don't have the specifics, but I'm sure it's tempered and bulletproof and all that stuff, right? But still, whatever they did, whatever the specs were, it failed. That's the main point.
Well, the reason I ask is because when you're dealing with like really thick glass, stuff that's, like you said, bulletproof and stuff like that, typically all that stuff is quality controlled before it ever gets sent off. So I don't understand what could have failed within the window versus maybe the installation of the window. So that's if it was glass that broke, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was one of the big faults that I found. Like how the heck they just no reports, no, they just let it doesn't make sense.
Right.
So Blue said he was going to look into it, and I guess he didn't have time or he didn't find anything. I don't know. It's just like the ISS O-ring, right? A hole
I mean,
that.
I would assume they have to have some special coating on that window to prevent the radiation from entering into the capsule and you know, fucking with everyone in there.
That's a good point as well. Yeah. But there should be some report, right? Like there's a report on the test. I read it, you know, but there should be a report where, okay, we found a failure and we did A, B, C, and D to correct it, right? That should exist. There can't be, okay, we found a failure in this window design and then we just put another window of the same make and we called it a go. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, all this stuff is like heavily gone over, you know, with inspection, like before ever even installing. So if there was a flaw, then that should have been spotted. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the many holes like that I find constantly, you know. I mean, then there's the spacesuit. There's the spacesuit.
Well, the report, yeah, the report says it's a defect in the body of the glass, is what the report says.
That's
Okay,
glass
it was
failure.
glass.
The glass itself. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty damning, right? If you have a failure in the glass and you don't fix it or you don't repair it and you just put the same design, it's like you're committing suicide, really.
Well, there's speculation as to that glass possibly being scratched somehow. You know, like when you cut glass, you just do one single pass with a glass cutter just to etch, and then you know it fractures right there.
Right. Yeah, I've cut plenty of glass. I know what you're talking about. You score it and then you can create a run in the glass to finish off the molecular break off. But the thing is, you know, when you're dealing with very thick glass, like I'm assuming that glass had to have been very thick, you're not gonna just have the same situation where you score the glass and it just breaks. Like maybe there was like a small, what they call a glass seed, which is a some sort of a debris that got into the glass when they were tempering it. But
Manufacturing error.
Yeah, manufacturing error. But like I said, I mean, all this stuff is like gone over literally like with a freaking fine tooth comb and a magnifying glass. Like I don't understand how they wouldn't have spotted that.
Irregardless, right? They could have made a mistake. We're all human, right? But my beef is, okay, you made a mistake, fine. Now, what did you do after that? What did you do to correct the mistake? Because you're going to the moon, man, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to Hawaii here.
On this one, they subsequently, Grumman subsequently planned a pressure test all them windows at 17.2 newtons or 25 pound per square inch. And this is related to the operating pressure of 4 newtons or 5.8 psi. So they're doing like a 5-time safety level test. They pressurize it at 5 times its operating pressure.
25 pounds per square inch? That's not a lot, dude.
That's nothing.
Yeah, there's not a lot. It's not subjected to a lot.
Yeah, but when you got something that's like, I'm assuming an inch thick glass, 25 pounds is nothing, even with a perfection or imperfection. Even if you scored that glass, 25 pounds is not going to cut it.
No. That's what they said they did.
Yeah, that's a little suspicious. Tempered glass, dude, is super strong. You could take a 1/4 inch thick piece of tempered glass and beat on it with a sledgehammer, and it's not gonna freaking break, dude. You have to hit it in the right spot. Usually
Yep.
it's on the
Bro,
corner.
I forgot my key once in back in the day in one of my cars, and it was inside, and I couldn't. I was stuck. So what did I do? I grabbed this big boulder, bro. I had to swing. It bounced off the window. I had to hit it like I think 5 times, and the last time I really got mad and I put like all force in it to break.
I
Like
had a
those
similar thing
windows
with a
are
friend.
tough, man.
Locked his keys in his car door, and he was throwing a brick at the window, and it was like you said, it was bouncing off. It almost hit him,
Yeah.
just hurt him.
But
all
yet
you,
with a spark plug thing, you can crack it like.
all you need is a spring-loaded
porcelain.
center punch, and you'll break it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But those windows are designed to break like that, right? They're designed to crack and fracture, so pieces of glass don't hit you like a knife and during an accident, right? That's a special glass. It has plastic in between, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's a laminate. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what's in the windshield.
Yeah.
Not necessarily side windows. Those are like safety glass.
Right.
They just shatter. A windshield
Oh.
won't just shatter in a bunch of little pieces.
Well,
So let
it
me
will.
ask
It
you
just
a question.
it'll
The
stay together
bulletproof
because
glass. The
Oh,
bulletproof
that's
glass. Can you shatter
yeah,
it like
that's
with a spark plug or not? Or
that's
it's
not
that different?
glass. Yeah, that's different. That's not glass. That's usually like plexiglass or some type of acrylic, really thick acrylic, and then they even
Okay.
make a laminate with that.
So that can't shatter, right? Like the window of a
No,
car? Okay.
not from a bullet, not from a single point impact. No.
So you would think that a LEM window would be made of such a strong glass, right? Not a regular glass, right?
Yeah, I would assume it would be something similar to like what they put on submarines, where it's like really thick, small and thick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not real sure they put windows in submarines.
Really? Yeah, they do.
The Russians do.
Really?
Yeah, it actually. The deeper they go, the stronger the design gets because of the external pressures acting upon the cylindrical structure, that round shape. It actually keeps everything tight. If you had a missing screws, you wouldn't have any leaks because everything is just pressed together with the pressure. That's why I say it seems like an engineering flaw that you would take that cylindrical shape to space where the inverse pressure is abundant, and it would just rip that thing apart, in my opinion.
Yeah, concerning the submarines, I don't think American submarines have windows. As a matter of fact, just 2 days ago, I saw a thing on that. The Russians do have a sub where on the top part they have windows, I think for maneuvering and. But what happens is when they when they submerge, right? The cavity that they're in fills with water, so the pressure stabilizes. I saw that
Makes
just a couple of
sense.
days ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
What inverse pressure, Dicelo?
Yeah, so instead of having external pressure pressing in, you have internal pressure pressing out because it's a vacuum.
5.8 psi differential.
Regardless, it's a consistent pulling apart, right?
It's only 5.8 psi though. It's not. Your Coke can will withstand 95 psi. You know, it's not anything much.
Yeah, I mean that's negligible, I guess, but I was just talking about the pressure, not allowing the structure to be stronger yet weaker.
Same as an airplane window, but not as much pressure.
Yeah, this window thing, man, it's a big problem for you guys.
No, it's not a problem at all, is it?
How so?
It's not a problem at all. You got a defective part that failed. You put a non-defective part back in place of it, and you don't have a problem.
You're assuming this.
Well, wait a
without
minute. I
having-
thought it was only 5 psi. Like, why would it fail? It's not enough pressure to do anything. You just said it yourself.
I think Left Lane just said it. There was a defect in the body of the glass.
Again, 5 pounds of pressure is not going to cause that defect to be exploited and fail.
Depends on how
But they
big the
test-
window is now, doesn't it?
Yeah, they tested it at 25 pound per
And
square
it
inch.
didn't fail at 5
Yeah,
pounds.
25 pounds is nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah, it's quite a bit in the volume of air. Yeah, it can have a pretty good amount of force to it. 25 pound per square inch. You multiply that by 12 inch by 12 inch is, that would be a square foot. That's quite a bit of pressure.
That's 3 times what a commercial airliner experiences at most, and about 5 times what the LEM was going to see.
What do you mean? We got all kinds of things going on with airplanes. What's that stuff where the plane starts violently shaking? I forget, like drawing a blank on it. Turbulence. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be stronger than the test they did, the pressurizing test. That would be a stronger force.
You'd think they have all the info. This was the failure. We did this, this, and that, and we fixed it, and we're good to go. But no, it appears this is not there.
It appears
Just like-
that they had a defective window SC, and they replaced it. What? I don't see the
Okay,
problem.
show me the paperwork, Blue. Show me the paperwork. You said you'd find it.
Well, I've had a few other things on my mind other than screwing around with your goofy ideas about LEM windows, to be honest.
I understand. I'm a patient man. I'm a patient guy. Take your time.
Hey, look, if I find everything you're asking for, you're still just going to hand wave it and go off on some other tangent, SC. So what's the fucking point?
Blue, come on now. You're doing
No,
a
we're here-
field to
I'm not-
future
I'm
policy.
not coming on. Jesus Christ. SC, we know how you are. We know exactly
do?
how you are. Yes, we do.
Show me one time when you showed me something as a fact and I didn't accept it. Go on.
I just did. I showed you the difference between conduction, convection, and radiation, and you still don't even want to talk about that, do you?
Sure I do. You never asked me. We're talking about windows. We can talk about turkeys if you want. No problem. I'm not running away. I'm here. You want to talk about the turkey? How your mythical ball freezes at either end and stays cooked in the middle? We can do that.
Who says it stays
Okay.
cooked in the middle? What do you mean cooked in the middle?
Well, you have a ball, right? A ball Earth spinning in space,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so you have seasons.
Where's the flat Earth exactly?
What?
Where's the flat Earth at? If space doesn't exist, where's the flat Earth at?
We're talking about the turkey, dude. What's going on here?
No,
Yeah,
I want to know where the
keep
flat
up,
Earth
Leo,
exists if
keep up.
space doesn't exist.
Well, you're kind
We
of
never
jumping in
said
the
that.
middle of conversation. Let's let
I
these
know
guys.
I'm jumping in the middle, but you're making fun of the ball Earth being in space. Where
but
does
it's
the flat
irrelevant.
Earth exist if space does not exist?
Leo, please try to keep up. Nobody said space doesn't exist.
I
We're
am
talking
keeping
about
You said the ball Earth in space, and
You're
you're
funny,
making
man.
fun of that. Where does the flat Earth exist if space does not exist?
I repeat once again. First of all, you're interrupting a conversation with Blue. Second, nobody ever said space doesn't exist, Leo.
No, the way in which you worded that, your ball Earth in space, you're making fun of both the ball Earth and space. That's how you're coming across.
All right,
So
man. Settle down.
I'm going one step further and saying, where's your flat Earth located if space is such a far off idea?
That's a point, Lil. We'll address it after Blue and SE hash out their turkey.
Yeah, so Blue, where were we? We got a ball in space. Either end is frozen, while the middle is very, very hot indeed. So how does that work?
Tell
You
me
think
about
you can?
Yeah, tell me about heat transfer, SE. How is heat transferred?
Well, you have your 3 forms of heat transfer. Blue, you want to go over them?
Yeah, please.
Okay, we have the first one where you touch it, right? We have the second one where it could be either through air or liquid. I believe that's called convection. And then we have radiation, Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Go on.
I'll go along with that. That's close enough. How does the Earth receive its heat from the sun? How is the heat transferred?
I believe through radiation.
And only through radiation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, your point?
How is the heat transferred from the barbecue grill to the chicken?
That would be convection, I believe.
There'll be some radiation there too. It'll be a combination.
Must be a little bit, yeah.
Well, sure. You can.
Okay, look, Blue. I'll give you this. You can recreate. Forget the fire, right? You want to go convection, radiation, and all that. No problem. I'll give you any form you can use, any mechanisms you want on Earth, right here where we're at, and I want you to replicate that scenario. I want a ball. I want it frozen on both sides, and I want it hot in the middle. You can use any equipment you want.
So
I will not put any limitations on you.
So you want an actual replication of the Earth-Sun system here on Earth.
No.
To
What I want is
heat transfer and how it works.
No, what I want is what I want to show is the ridiculousness of the model that claims there could be a ball with a heat source and you can only heat the middle of it and keep the 2 poles frozen. That's what I want to show
Who
to
says
people.
you're only heating the middle of it? My God, see.
Well, that's how the Earth is.
What is the temperature of the poles?
Not 100 degrees balmy like in the equator. They're frozen. It's minus 80 at the South Pole, Blue, sometimes. Minus 80.
Could be minus 80 at the South Pole. Could be plus 100 at the equator. Okay, gotcha. 180 degrees. It's still not zero at the poles, SE.
Yeah, but they're frozen, Blue. Frozen, while the middle is hot.
I SE. Okay, you want to, geez. You can't understand how radiated heat is differing from convected heat or conducted heat.
I just explained you the 3 different types. I think I understand them.
You explained me the types, but you haven't accepted the fact that you've got 2 different thermodynamic systems. You've got one.
I agree. I accept that. And I told you when you brought that up, what did I say? I said, you can use any equipment you want. You can use thermal heat. You can use whatever kind of heat you want. Convection, conduction, anything you want.
I'm a big fan of thermal heat, actually. I'll use some of that.
Okay. Get you a big turkey, right? And show us how it's done.
No, I will not. How it's done is quite obvious, SE.
Blue, it's nice and warm in Tennessee
the
right
Earth
now.
The Earth is receiving its heat from the sun strictly through radiation. And the more surface area a unit of that radiation has to fall on, the lower the less heat transfer per area you'll have. It's just that simple. There's nothing more to it than that.
Can you cook a turkey all the way through with the blowtorch? What he was trying to say.
This is too good.
Yeah, it's actually is, Essie.
This is the turkey paradox. I mean, this is a good one.
Everything's a paradox, isn't it, Essie? I bet you got a
Not
left.
everything.
You probably got left shoe paradoxes and hiding around some place or the other.
Come on, Blue. You got to
Everything
admit
you
this
is
is
a
a good one.
paradox.
Come on.
No,
Seriously.
No, it isn't. It's ridiculous.
But you see, that's how your model is. It's ridiculous. I'm
No, it
sorry.
isn't.
Blue, you said
No,
it.
it didn't. No, it didn't. SC. You ever been to a place that's got just radiant heat, like a open garage type place where they do your tires and stuff like that, and in the wintertime they've got those radiant heaters up in the ceiling,
Uh-huh.
right? And you feel the heat, right? The air is colder than hell, but you're feeling the heat, the radiant heat. That's how the sun is transferring heat to the earth that way. And the side of something facing that radiant heat will be warmed up, but the side opposite will have nothing.
Are you sure, Blue, if that thing
Absolutely.
is spinning? It's spinning, Blue.
Yeah, it is at 15 degrees per hour.
Do you understand how induction works, Blue?
Do I understand how induction works?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about electrical induction? Yes.
Or how about solar induction?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I mean, if you understand induction, you should understand what I'm saying. I'll just put one word in front of it, i.e. the sun, solar induction. Do you have to have a medium to induce current?
What current are we talking about?
Whether it's electrical, as you stated, or anything other.
What about when you induce a cow? Is that the same thing? It's some
No.
type of induction, isn't it? No, it's still induction. I just put a word in.
No, he was fine with his electrical induction. I'm just asking him a specific question. Do you have to have a medium to have electrical induction?
Do you have a medium to have electrical induction? No, you don't.
Okay. So then why couldn't we have solar induction?
Go ahead. Keep going.
I'm just wondering, because you only stated 3 ways that heat can transfer, and I'm just wondering why we didn't talk about this one. You there, Blue?
Yeah, I'm sitting here.
That's not really a transfer of heat, is it? Because one surface is not hot, and the other and it makes this other surface hot in one way. If the sun weren't as hot or hot like you think, and all it's doing is electrically inducting, then there's no heat transfer. There's just a transfer of energy of one of which you can make a kettle boil, but you're not inducing the kettle, but you're making one hot and the other from something that's not.
You never heard of a hot cathode, cold anode? Anyway, sorry to interrupt your conversation. Go ahead, SE.
No, bro, it's all good. We're all in on this. It's not just me.
It's hard to carry a conversation when 2 parties aren't understood.
Well, yeah, they're in fantasy. We want to see proof, right? We're telling them the window cracked. They agree, and then they're saying, "Well, they must have done this. They must have done that." But there is no record of it up until the fact we're cracked. I mean, to me, that's sus. So, and these guys want to say, "Yeah, well, they must have done this. They must have done that." Like the same thing with the O-rings. There must be a procedure to change them, but it doesn't exist. So.
What doesn't exist?
The procedure of which they have changed the O-rings in the ISS window and the cupola. I've been asking for years to show me a maintenance record of this.
You're assuming they had to be changed.
Oh, I know for sure. I know for sure. I know for sure they wouldn't function even once, right?
Show
How
me.
do you know for
But-
sure
Show
if
me
you
report
haven't
that
looked
says
at
that
any
then,
records?
Where's your evidence of that?
No, I don't need
I
to
don't-
have evidence.
I
I
don't
need
see any
you to
reason
show
for it.
me the maintenance record of these O-rings.
I don't.
Because I know for
There
a
won't be
fact.
one.
Sorry?
I don't think there's going to be one. I don't think it's required.
So you're an engineer, Blue, and we have
Yeah.
rubber O-rings.
Yeah.
And you know about outgassing, right? You know about outgassing?
Yeah, I know all about outgassing. Yes.
You know about expansion and contraction? You know about that?
So I probably forgot more about it than you're ever going to know. So keep going.
Probably. So there you go. So you should know what I'm talking about then, Blue, right? Better than me, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I know the O-rings I put on those ground switch penetrations and the transformers I designed in 1980 are still in there, and they're still working, and they've never been changed.
Right. Are they under the same conditions? Are those dynamic O-rings that you installed, Blue?
Dynamic O-rings? What?
What?
What are you talking about? Is it dynamic?
You know what dynamic means? Dynamic.
Yeah, I know what dynamic means, SC, but I don't know where to buy a dynamic O-ring. Let me Google that. Hang on.
I didn't say dynamic
Hang on.
O-rings.
That's
I
what
said
you said.
Yes,
Let me
you did.
Google that. Dynamic O-ring.
Blow a dynamic system. If I said dynamic,
You said
O-ring,
dynamic
I
O-ring.
misspoke.
Dynamic O-ring. Let's see what it says.
You see where it's going at? You see where? Because he knows I got him by the short hairs, right?
No,
He's
you
gonna
said
make fun
dynamic
of
O-ring.
me.
That's what he's looking up.
Blue, I got you by the short hairs.
You ain't got anything. You got your dick in your hand. That's all you got.
So we
Very
got a
easy.
dynamic system. We got 7 holes in the ISS cupola, 7, which turn. That's what dynamic means. The dynamic system means the O-rings are touching and they're turning. Now they've been doing this for 20 years, Blue, while outgassing, while expanding and contracting in the atmosphere of space, Blue. Now this is a big problem. Now, if you're an engineer and you can't comprehend that, I believe you wasted all your money in schooling, Blue. Sorry.
How do you feel about that, Blue? You wasted all your money.
Don't they generally use copper for O-rings to do with water, to do with injectors on engines? Aren't they actually like made out of a metal as opposed to a rubber?
Who is this man speaking now?
Oh, it's
Realm.
your friend Realm. Yeah, I know. I was just
Realm.
Yeah.
Realm, let me congratulate you, sir. In 5 years that I've been asking this question, sir, you are the only one, and I repeat, you are the only one that has found the answer. 5 years, bro. You get the prize.
Fuck me. Oh, mate, I'm honoured, mate. I'm honoured to accept it all, mate. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
You're very welcome, sir. You're very welcome.
Yeah, cool, man.
Did you guys hear what he said?
So
Did
you
any
think
of you catch
copper?
what he just said?
You think copper O-rings would provide an airtight seal on metal to copper or metal to metal?
I don't think anything. What I want you to do, now that you have a little bit more of information, I want you guys, and especially Blue, the engineer, to check up on that. He said,
Why can't you
copper
do it? You're the
O-ring.
one
Follow
claiming
up
you
on that.
should provide the evidence.
I'm going to tell you guys nothing, man, because this is a 5-year thing I've been doing now. 5
Well, why don't you
years,
provide
bro.
the evidence, then?
And one man called Realm came up with the answer in 5 years.
Yeah, but you're claiming it. Why don't you provide the evidence that you're claiming instead of making us do your homework?
You just heard something, understood nothing, and it's going to keep on going. And I love it. This is beautiful for me. You have been given the
Yes,
answer
this is what
by a
flat earthers
man
do.
named Realm.
They claim
What you're
something
going to
and then
continue
expect
to
us
do.
do the work.
No, I don't care what you do. This is not for you. This is for the audience. To me, you guys are useless. The only thing you guys are good for is for these conversations so the regular people could understand what's going on.
See, what little experience that I have had in mechanical stuff, like pressure washers, where you've got valve cups that hold the check valves in place on pressure washers that develop immense pressures, 2,000 psi. If the valve didn't fail, that I would have to like take the cap off, that O-ring would never fail. I don't think it would. It might 100 years down the road or something crazy like that. But yeah, O-rings are subjected to great forces in like hydraulic cylinders and high temperatures, and they're made out of multiple different things. Like silicone, it doesn't outgas. It's got an infinite shelf life. I just don't. The argument is just no. I don't think it means anything.
Silicone doesn't outgas?
No, it's got an
Are you
infinite
sure?
shelf life. Yes.
Wow. You got to do some research, bro. You got to do some more research before you talk.
That's where I found that. I did some research on it. I know that we sold multiple different types of material for O-rings for different applications, and they had shelf life listed as one of the characteristics, and silicone O-rings had an infinite shelf life.
Everything outgases. Every plastic, every silicone made by man outgases, without exception.
Nothing has an infinite shelf life, Left Lane, just so you know.
Correct.
Even gold itself breaks down and degrades. Did you know that, Essie? Or sorry, Skylane?
Yeah, it's the least reactive element, I think. But you know, it doesn't contribute to the fact that it wouldn't be a problem to use an O-ring on a vessel that's experiencing a 5 or 6 psi differential to function over a period of 20 or 30 years. Not an issue.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go over all the variables, because it's not just 5 psi that it's exposed to. It's the extreme harsh conditions.
When you say gold breaks down, how long does it take gold to break down?
The half-life
That's a good
of
question.
gold.
Yeah, I don't know what. Go ahead.
Yeah, you could look up the half-life of gold, and it'll probably give you a number.
But he's making the claim that everything breaks down, and I'm not disagreeing, but he needs to provide, when he says something like that, he needs to provide how long it takes. Because if it's like 5,000 years, then in your lifetime you will never see gold break down. So what's your point
you're right.
in bringing it up?
You're right. So what's the point?
Yeah, if it takes 5,000 years for gold to break down, and I'm not saying that's how long, then what's your point in saying stuff breaks down?
He said
in your lifetime, gold will never break down.
He said silicone has an indefinite shelf life, and I'm just showcasing the fact that nothing lasts forever, including silicone.
Yeah, but indefinite could be a space of time. It doesn't have to be infinite. Okay. And if the shelf life of silicon is 5,000 years, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just throwing the number out there, then in your lifetime it will never break down.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
I'm not
what is your
disagreeing
point?
or agreeing.
What is your point?
I'm pointing out the fact that nothing lasts forever, as I've already stated multiple times.
Yeah, but if it never breaks down in your lifetime, then in essence it will last forever.
No, I wouldn't say that to be true.
According to your life, it will last forever.
But that's not how we define the term.
Yes, it is. Why not? Why not define it that way?
Well, you need to provide citation for how you're defining the term.
Why not define it that way? Forever is a lifetime. If something does not break down in your lifetime, that is forever.
I don't agree with that. You need citation to support that.
I don't care if you don't agree with it. Prove me wrong.
Well, it says here, it can be, it can be objected that elements do not have half-lives, only isotopes. Gold only has one single stable isotope, 197 AU gold. So far as is known, the half-life of gold is infinite.
Yeah. Well, you already agreed with, but now you're gonna go back. You read something. That's fine.
No, I indicated a degree of ignorance in my statement. I'm not sure. I don't know. You know, even if it did have, you know, it was kind of a wishy-washy answer. I will give this
Right.
definite answer of this little piece of research that I did, Half-Life of Gold, and I found this answer. It's on Quora, and I don't know who the gentleman is that said that, but we could look at another source and see what they say, and you know, come up with some idea. Yeah, maybe this might be a thing.
All right, I'm game for that.
You
But
got to
even if-
research
Even if
outgassing.
it's not infinite, left lane, it's like, let's say, 300 years. If I hand him a piece of gold, it's not going to degrade in his lifetime. So, in essence, it is still infinite because it will still be around after he's dead.
We're not talking about gold here, guys. Let's get back to reality. You see the picture I just posted?
We're
That's
talking
the
about stuff
Italian.
breaking down.
Listen, Leo. You see the last picture I just posted?
Yes. We're talking about stuff breaking down.
That's the cupola. Listen, Leo.
Awesome.
Please don't interrupt me, Leo. That's the cupola. That's the Italian astronaut turning the lever of one of the windows. Now, that lever is a metal rod completely penetrating the skin of the ISS. Do you understand? And there's two tiny little O-rings that have been turning around for 20 years. Do you understand that?
Great.
There's no way in hell that that could be so.
How do you feel about that?
I
I could
disagree.
care less. That's
Yeah, it is.
Odyssee's plane.
I don't think it's an issue.
I think it's a major issue. I think it's a major issue. I think when Napalm came on yesterday talking about his 1960 record player that he's trying to refurbish and having a lot of difficulties because the degradation of the parts breaking down over time. I mean, is a extreme example that even terrestrial things, right, are subjected to failure and to never be resolved. Yet you got something that you can never really get to work on, flawlessly working, right, without any failure over 20 years. A small little rubber O-ring seems highly suspicious.
Left lane, I posted something for you, and you too, Leo. You gotta learn your model, bro, before you support it, or you're gonna look ridiculous. And this,
what about your model? You don't have one, so how can you support it?
Read what I just posted, Leo, please.
What model do you use for your piece of shaped Earth? What do you use? What model?
I don't have a model. I never claimed it's a piece of
and
shape.
You can't claim the shape of any Earth because you don't have a model support your claim.
Correct. I don't claim a shape. You're right.
But to not claim a shape, you have to. If it's not a sphere, you have to support your claim that it's not a sphere.
Well, why? All you have to do is say it's not a sphere. You don't have to say a shape. You could just say what it isn't. What's the problem?
Yeah, he has to support that claim.
Well, on Essie's little meme he posted there, I mean, and I've sold rubber radiator hoses. I've said they came out with, you know, about 20 years ago, silicone radiator hose for big industrial applications, diesel engines. I got silicone hoses on my truck, and you know, over the years, if you had a sheet of silicone laying next to a piece of rubber, just laying on the shelf, you know, you could go back to that in 10 years, and that butyl or nitrile rubber could, you know, would probably be stiff, maybe even slightly cracking around the edges.
Yeah,
But the sheet of silicone will be just as pliable and flexible as it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but did you put it under the conditions of so-called space? Did you heat
Oh,
it up
it's
and cool it off? Hold on. Did you
yeah.
cool it off and heat it up every 90 minutes by 300-400 degrees Fahrenheit? Did you subject
Well,
it to radiation? Did you
well,
subject it to pressure? No.
you go to the tables. You can look this stuff up. You look at the temperature. One thing about silicone is it's got a wide range of operating temperatures, and you know it's I think it's like 1,000 degrees or some crazy like that. It's you can look at this. You can look this stuff up and come to your own conclusion. And I'm thinking you're drawing your conclusions that aren't quite right. I just, you know, all these. I don't think it would be a problem for a silicone O-ring to operate in a spacecraft for 20 years. I really don't.
Fair enough. And this thing that you say you do, right? The rings, the seals. How often are like? Is it a dynamic system? Are they rubbing against each other, or it's just a press seal?
Yeah, usually
Yeah.
I've tried. Let me think of any instance that I operated on anything that had like a shaft moving in and out. Well, I mean, it's usually cups, what they call a cup, rather than a just a round O-ring. Your brake cylinders, your slave cylinders, all your hydraulic components of your vehicle have got rubber cups. They're sort of
Oh yeah.
like a
Yeah.
modified
We're
version
aware
of
of
an
that, bro.
O-ring.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about the
and
Yeah. I
condition.
got a story about
kind of.
that.
I mean, you got to think about the conditions that those things operate in under the immense pressures. Some of them significant temperatures, and how they work, and they work. You know.
So get this. Get this. I left my Jeep parked for a few months without driving it. I go to get in it, and all of a sudden I'm having brake issues. Come to
Yep.
find out, the O-rings inside that master cylinder dried out and cracked. Why? Because they did not have lubricant being applied to them due to the fact that the vehicle was sitting for an extended period of time. It failed. So certain O-rings require continuous lubrication, right?
Certain O-rings.
Certain O-rings.
Yeah,
Correct.
certain. Certain is a key word there. Just
Right.
because
No, I'm
yours
not.
did doesn't mean all do.
Right. Yeah. I'm not applying that towards everything. I'm just saying that depending on the circumstance or the requirement for that O-ring, you know, it's going to have certain conditions it's exposed to. Now, if it's like what SE said, just a press fit, right? Then there's going to be no rotation. There's going to be no movement. It's going to be sitting still. But in this case, I'm assuming that there's some sort of a movement involved with this O-ring. Am I wrong, SE?
Yeah, there's movement. Exactly. That's the main thing here, that there's movement. Not only is it going under
Right.
intensive pressure, heat, cold, it's
So
dynamic. It's turning.
so let
Yeah.
me let me further explain something. Anytime you have movement upon two materials, there's going to be a breakdown. And I'm going to point to a piston ring and a cylinder wall, which these two things don't last forever, right? Like you're going to have wearing down due to the friction and other various things. And that's metal. Now we're
Yeah,
talking
but
about a piece of rubber.
yeah, this is the turning of a handle to operate the window, the cover of the window. It's not like a reciprocating piston, or it's just turning the handle to open the
Okay.
shade. I think something like that.
Hey,
Oh,
left
okay.
lane.
All right.
Hey, left lane.
Yeah, man.
You did a little bit of research on Cora.
Yeah.
Hold on. There are 10 peer-reviewed papers on how gold does not break down.
We
Okay.
don't care about gold, bro. Forget about gold.
Well,
I just
I
posted some.
can provide the same.
We don't care about
O-ring.
gold. We're talking
What if I
about
can provide
rubber
the same for
seals,
O-rings?
Dale. Rubber. We couldn't care less about your gold, bro. Rubber seals. That is the topic.
What if I could provide the same for your claim that it should break down in the temperatures that it does?
I just posted ample evidence how rubber breaks down. I posted old VCRs. Any repairman will tell you the first thing they check when they repair one of these things is the rubber. That's the first thing that fails on these things.
Yeah, they're most rubbers. God, what's the word I'm looking for? Petrol based, right? It's like
All of it
yeah,
is, yeah.
yeah. So I don't think silicone is though. Is it? I could be wrong.
I'm not sure about that, but I'm not sure.
But this isn't silicone, right? This is just the regular rubber O-ring.
These O-rings on the ISS, I believe there's a mixture of stuff. They claim that they're special and blah blah blah, but it doesn't matter. There is no special rubber that doesn't outgas. Nothing. It doesn't exist in this world. Everything made of rubber, silicone, it all outgases. Everything. There's
Interesting.
no way
So
around
what
this.
you're saying, is you can speed up the degradation of that rubber by putting it in extreme conditions like a vacuum, where if it was just in normal ambient conditions, let's just hypothetically assume it would last 5 years, and then you stick it in this vacuum and now it's going to last, let's just say, half the time. Is that like what you're insinuating?
Absolutely, and in this case, it could even fail after the first attempt. I think, yeah, the first
Gotcha.
turn, gone, no more cupola. But certainly after 20 years, certainly there's no chance in hell that they'll last 20 years.
I'm
Prove
wondering
me
if they
wrong,
created
ballers. Prove me wrong.
I'm wondering if they created the O-ring in a vacuum, if that would have any effect on how long it lasted.
I don't
If it's
think they'd
even
be able to
possible.
in a vacuum. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
think
even
it's
know.
possible.
Well, like if they did that, it would be, unless it was like some kind of super fast curing method, it would be curing through different solar cycles. Right. It's like can get hot and cold and not.
Yeah, all rubber, left lane, all silicone, anything based like that degrades over time. It's called outgassing. It's a well-known thing. There's nothing that you can do to not make that happen. It's just not possible, bro. It's not possible. It's like saying you're gonna live forever.
Can you produce a source that says that silicone, gives the shelf life of silicone rubber?
Well,
The shelf life under what conditions?
It just give you shelf life, and
I
you
think
can
we
look at
could
the
Google
timber.
that easily.
You could look at the characteristics of silicone O-rings. It'll give you temperature operating ranges. It'll give you shelf life. It'll give you all the pressure, different things. I guess.
like,
Have you done it?
Yeah,
And
it's
what did
been
you
a
get?
while, but yeah, I got a wide operating range. I think it was like -200 to +600 Fahrenheit, and then it was something. The shelf life was infinite, and then the PSIs would depend on its application and how it was encapsulated.
Well, I heard a guy that tests. I think it was wafer chips. I'll try to find the video and post it. And he made a vacuum from scratch, and he explains all the stuff that is required. And he talks about the O-rings. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised on this, and it's going to shock a lot of you guys, because up till now nobody has looked into this. I'm shocked. Like Realm is the first guy in 5 years that actually came up with an answer. How
Yeah,
is that
copper.
possible?
Well, copper. We used copper gaskets, like your brake lines on your calipers. They use copper gaskets to seal that banjo fitting, because the brake fluid flows through the bolt, and it's kind of an odd setup that they call it a banjo fitting. They use copper, as gaskets for that. I've seen copper in packings as part of a gland packing on hydraulics, but that's incorporated with some fibrous and rubber, and it's kind of a multi-stage packing apparatus. The copper is primarily for support of those softer sealing components. Yeah, I've seen it around. I wouldn't use a copper ring in the application that this is operating in, as far as like turning a lever, through a bulkhead feeding or gland packing. I wouldn't use copper for that. No.
Yeah.
It's awesome they
Like I
don't
said.
use copper.
Obviously, I've had to do the Glover's job for them and find the evidence that SE's wanted for years. But I've found something saying it's made by, some of the O-ring uses on the ISS have come from a company called Apple Rubber, and it requires an ISO 9100 rating for very high and low temperatures.
Word. I was trying to say, like,
Now,
if
did
you've ever
you
like
find
looked at damn.
I was just gonna say, did you find the maintenance records by any chance, Eggshells?
No, I just found some company boasting that they make products for the ISS. The fake.
Okay, thank you. That's
ISS.
more than anybody has ever produced in 5 years. So thank you for that.
Yeah, because it's interesting. How many Googles have you done on it?
0.
Hundreds over years. Never once did I find
Yeah, he took 5 seconds and he
of
found
the
it.
ISS.
So obviously you're not looking for
Interrupt
the
me
right
right
thing.
through my sentence, right? No, I'm gonna get it out. I've been searching for years. I haven't found one maintenance record of the ISS O-rings replacement. Been searching for years, Eggshell.
And yet you spent
I don't
5
know
minutes
anything
and
about the
found some.
replacement, just what material it's used is used.
Did you hear what I said? 5 years, I repeat. 5 years I've been searching for records of the replacement of the ISS O-rings on the cupola. I haven't found any yet. Have you?
That's because you're assuming, you're presupposing, you're guessing that they had to be replaced.
Oh, I know for a fact they would have to be replaced. I know for a
Now,
fact they wouldn't work.
How?
Yeah.
The evidence that I've found in my research, my cursory research, my very shallow research indicates to me that that's not necessary.
Show me. Show me.
We have it. We've been
No,
talking
you have
about it
not.
for 30 minutes. Yeah.
No, you have not. You just
Your
said some
personal
words.
experience and information that you can find on various types of O-rings. It's right there in the print. Yeah, I would probably use silicone O-rings is what I would do if I was going to build that thing. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
and
it's
you
just,
would.
They don't use
Go
that.
on,
They don't
sir.
use like your bathroom hardware store caulking. You know what I mean, to do this. Like, anyway, the types of materials that are manufactured specifically for like aerospace, like this like level of shit is it's ungodly expensive stuff. Like a little syringe of this stuff will cost you like $3,500 or something like that. It would be they're highly engineered like agents. You know what I mean, chemically. So I don't know, man.
It's funny that
Yeah, we should have
it's
records
funny-
of this, right?
we
have this.
It's funny that this guy spent 5 minutes on the internet today looking for what you have taken 5 years to look for. Why did it take him 5 minutes to find information that it's taken you 5 years? Are you looking for the right thing?
Oh,
Well,
I think that's the
obviously, you
question.
missed the whole conversation as usual. You have no clue what you're talking about.
I do
That is
know.
not
He
what I
spent
asked.
5
Leo.
minutes. He spent 5 minutes, found information on it. You spent the last 5 years looking and found nothing. What type of
What
search were you
information,
doing?
Leo? Do you have wax in your ears? What information did I ask for? Go.
The maintenance record.
And where did he post that?
Information, that last post is information on the O-rings.
Is it the maintenance record of the O-rings, Leo, that I asked for?
Yes.
No. Ask the guy that posted it. Set him straight, please, because I'm tired of this dude. That's right, Leo. No, negative. He didn't post that. So please keep up with the convo.
I am.
I just want to know why the Globers haven't produced it for SE earlier.
Because they can't, bro. They cannot.
The worst. Like, what's wrong with them? What are you
don't know.
Globers here to do if it's not to do our Googling for us?
They just gotta believe, eggshells. They just gotta believe.
I'm wondering why we have to do all your work. I mean, you could search more. Why do we have to do it?
You don't have to do anything. This is not for you.
Claim.
This is not for you. I repeat, this is not for Lael, eggshells, or any one of you guys. This is for the audience, for the regular people that use discernment and use logic. I'm not attempting to convince you guys of anything because I know it's futile. When shown irrefutable, I don't want to say proof, but irrefutable stuff showing you how it's impossible to work.
You haven't shown us anything. You just claimed.
No maintenance record, but you guys
have not shown us anything you've done.
Is you interrupt me first of all, and second, you just auto believe. That's all you do. You have nothing.
I never said I auto believe, but you're claiming stuff that you've looked for, you haven't found, but you're not providing any evidence that you've actually looked.
Lael, you're not intellectually capable of keeping up with this conversation.
Yes, I am.
Sorry. You're not.
You're asking us to provide you information, but you haven't provided us anything.
If SC says they have to be replaced, then they have to be replaced. We just need to find out who does it.
That's his positive claim. Isn't that a positive claim? They have to be replaced? Then he has to find the
let's
evidence
turn it into a negative.
Sorry.
Right, let's turn it into a negative claim.
No,
they
can't. They
can't be there. They can't be there forever.
He claims they have to be replaced. That is a positive claim. He has to provide evidence for that positive claim. I don't care if they have to be replaced every year. It's still a positive claim.
Try learning about outgassing, Lael, and you might be a little bit in this conversation.
Try providing evidence for your claim that they have to replace, whether it's 1 year, 10 years, 15 years, I don't care. But it's your evidence that they have to be replaced, so provide evidence for that.
It's called outgassing.
But you claim they need to be repaired or exchanged. That's a positive claim. Provide evidence for that.
It's called outgassing. I provided the evidence. I showed you the man who made it.
You said a word. You didn't provide evidence.
You can just keep believing, bro. You can just keep believing. Don't do any research at all.
You didn't provide any evidence.
Just keep believing in what you and keep cutting me off at every time I talk. That's going to help your case a lot, Lael.
Saying a word does not provide evidence.
Lael, I once again, you are not intellectually capable of keeping up.
I am. I'm holding your feet to the fire. You made a claim, provide evidence, and saying a word is not providing the evidence. The sun exists.
I did. I showed you. I did. I posted. I posted stuff showing you
picture. That's not showing me evidence. That's just showing me evidence that the cupola exists. So what?
Okay, try not interrupting me. I showed you evidence of the O-rings, and I posted you that all material made of the O-rings, they outgas. Now, if you can't understand that, like I said, you're not intellectually capable of keeping up this conversation, Lael.
You claimed that they outgas. Provide evidence for that particular claim of the ISS O-rings outgassing.
I repeat, every single rubber made in the world, every silicone, everything outgasses, Lael.
Perfect. Now provide evidence that the ones on
there's no evidence to be provided. All you have to do is check and see.
That's a claim.
Cursory check.
You're making evidence. You made a positive claim about the ISS O-rings. You provide the evidence that claim is true.
Once again, I repeat, all rubber outgasses, Lael.
Perfect.
Not to mention, SE, that they couldn't test anything below 10 to the negative 5 torr because there's no such fucking at the time they didn't have any instruments, any gauges that could withstand that pressure. They're
Good point. They
acting like
couldn't even get it to
like
that.
the most
That's right.
pressure. They're acting like the most pressure you could have is 14.7. From 14.7 to 0. That's crazy, dude. Them gauges
Nothing
withstand
zero.
like 1,000 pounds per square inch. Like them.
Ryan,
Yeah.
nothing is zero.
I repeat,
Yeah, I
all
agree.
rubber outgases. Every piece of rubber that man has ever created, silicone or otherwise, all of it will fail. It all outgases. There's nothing you can say or do that will change that, Leo. Nothing.
But provide your evidence that this on the ISS, the O-rings outgas. Provide that
He
evidence.
has zero intellectual thought. That's all he's going to say this all day long. That's all he's going to say.
Because you
He's
cannot
not going
provide
to
You're
look
saying
evidence
into
that
it.
that's
you're saying
true.
that they're made of rubber and that all rubber outgases. So therefore, this is just like a logic of some sort, right? So if you could agree that things outgas, then you could understand that.
I agree
indeed
that he made a positive claim, and he needs to support his claim that the O-rings on the ISS
are made of rubber.
have a shelf life.
That's all he's going to say all day long. No matter
no,
what
all we
you
need to
tell him,
prove is
that's,
because
I
you aren't
guarantee
providing
you,
all
that's all he's going to say. I know this guy.
The only condition necessary is that you prove that they're made of rubber, and then I think
Even if I can prove, I mean,
That
I'll
makes
post
sense.
something real quick for Leo. I'll post something to show him that they couldn't even test the materials past like about the equivalent of about 100 miles. They couldn't even test it. They didn't have the fucking gauges strong enough. I'll post that. And it's got the off gas and all that shit, all in one video.
There you go. NASA document, low outgassing, masterbond.com, where they test materials, cells, and rubber-based products for outgassing characteristics. It's
Here's
got
the
links in there that'll give you details about each material and component.
Which is the one that doesn't outgas specifically?
Oh, how
I mean, it requires some in-depth research in that document I just posted to probably answer your question.
Probably
Sounds
answered. Well, let
mighty
me tell you.
convenient,
Let me tell you, Left Lane. Before I read the document, you know what you're going to find in this document? That every rubber made by human outgases. How much you want to bet? I bet you $100 now to your favorite charity, me and you. How much you want to bet?
I did read something that talked about silicone outgas, and that could be minimized something in the curing process that would give it an infinite shelf. That'll give it an infinite shelf life.
Negative. I'm still willing to bet.
Yeah, that's positive. That's positive. That's what I just reciting to you what I read, and it's not negative. I positively read what I just said.
I just posted all the NASA misinformation. It's about the vacuum, and it's all the documentation they had out.
If it's misinformation, why do you trust it, Brian?
Well,
that's a good video, Brian.
Check it out, Leo.
If it's misinformation, why are you trusting it?
It doesn't hold true, bro. They couldn't even test. Bro, I just told you the main factor I thought I'd bring to your attention is they couldn't even test the shit.
Stop over talking, Leo. I don't want to have to mute you, Leo.
Yeah, I wasn't done, bro. I'm trying to say the main point that I brought up, Leo, was the fact they couldn't even test the fucking the vacuum state even to the ISS, much less the moon. They didn't even have the instruments capable of testing that low of a vacuum, and it's all in the video. Check it out. Before you go bitching about it, just check it out. This is all the NASA information.
How about this? If NASA's lying, then why do you trust this?
My God, man.
This is why I don't trust
here.
NASA.
Why do you trust something that's a lie? If
This
NASA's
is why
lying,
I don't trust them, Leo. This is why I don't. This is one of the reasons why.
So could they have tested
if
it,
NASA
Brian?
is explaining this, then why do you
rather
believe what
than
NASA
testing?
says?
Could they have tested it, Brian? Like, obviously, it's all lie and stuff, but could they have tested it by just increasing the internal pressure, so you don't need to get a really, really, big vacuum on one side because you have like 4 atmospheres on the inside. So if you've gone to 4 bar on the inside, then the differential is greater than you would have gotten in that vacuum anyway.
They didn't claim they did that, but I suppose that's possible. Like to just, without the gauge, you still know you got lower pressure, even without the gauge. I mean, technically possible, but I don't see where they did that. I mean, anyway, these are documentations from the from some of their subcontractors and stuff that tested shit, and they went way beyond the limits of you gotta at least watch that. But if you ever watch any videos, watch this one. It's real specific on the topic, and trust me, your confidence in NASA will not go up. But if you want to know the truth,
I think they're Nazis brought to us by the devil. So I don't think my trust for them could get any lower. I'm just wondering if their answer might be we increase the internal pressure to simulate being in a more rarefied vacuum.
No, that can't be an answer. No,
by the devil. Is that what you say? Brought to you by the devil?
Yeah,
he's
devil
trolling.
Nazis, satanic Nazis.
I'll tell you what, dude. The top tier at the time, that'd probably be the closest thing you could compare to the devil. But I don't feel like everybody in NASA is bad people, bro. I just figure there's some people who feel responsible, like they're sitting on the bogus information. The few people left, whatever. They're having to deal with it. They know it's bogus.
I think their eyes might glow. That's how evil they might get. You know how people get so evil that their eyes glow?
It's not evil, eggshells. You know what it is? It's Stockholm syndrome, man.
Yeah, you're not going to think you're evil, right?
Like, for example, we're showing them these O-rings, right? They don't get it. Then you show them a zipper on the spacesuit, right? A zipper, man. Okay? On a spacesuit that has to be pressurized. And they still don't get it. Zippers on a spacesuit. And they still fight for it. A spacesuit that's been sewn by hand by ladies in the factory.
They won't even look at the evidence then. So I present the evidence, they probably won't even look at it then.
No, they won't, Brian. It's a waste. Once you've been hypnotized, right, to the extent of these guys, you can tell them anything, bro.
Well, at least they can't keep saying, show me the evidence, show me the evidence. Look, there's the evidence. If y'all don't want to see it, that's fine. But quit saying, denying what everybody's saying, show me the evidence. The evidence is right there. And I'm sure them people nobody thinks they're evil. They think they're doing it for the good of mankind. They think that, dude, everybody justifies their horse shit, dude. I guess some people are real with themselves and shit, but most people, they justify their horse shit, man. And
Brian,
even the anti-flat earthers think they're, it's okay to lie because we know that there's a glow in your mind. You think you're ultimately standing behind the truth, even enough to lie and justify your lies.
But if they could be deceived into sort of accidentally lying, that would mean we as flat earthers could have been deceived into accidentally lying, and that's just not possible.
Change your act, bro. Come on, it's getting tiresome. Eggshells. Seriously, bro.
There's your report, SC. Read it.
On what?
They're going to show you a 2018 report or some shit like that, man. In the evidence, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I assume they're going to show is some modern shit. I'm showing the evidence from the time and the evidence and the reports NASA put in their files, from the recommendeds and all the other shit. It goes way in depth.
Let's see what Blue got. What do you got here, Blue? Give us. I will read it, but give us a rundown if you don't mind.
Fuck you. I found it. You read it.
Oh, man. What's up, Blue? F you? Wow. That's unlike you. I must have really touched the nerve today, huh?
Well, you're constantly demanding proof. I'm giving you proof. It's up to you to read it. I'm not going to read it to you.
I gave a breakdown of what I posted. You can't give a little breakdown, bro?
No, I will not give a little breakdown. Read it yourself.
Because it's probably from modern times and not the material from the day.
1973 sound like modern times to you? Read the first page of the damn report, Brian.
You don't got to say it like you're fucking wanting to kill me along with it, bro.
Read the first page of the damn report. I posted a link to it. Pull it
until
up
you give me a
and look
summary.
at it.
I refuse until you give me a summary.
Well, there you go.
You see how
I
serious they take
refuse
this?
the
As if
evidence
we're-
until you give me the summary. That's the answer.
No, as if we're attacking you guys personally. We're not attacking you guys personally, man. This is not on you guys.
The hell,
I don't know
No,
why.
I think
Yes, they
it
do
stems to the constant demand for evidence. We provide evidence. It gets hand
No.
waved.
It
We
ain't
do the
evidence
work.
until
We
he's.
do the work. We do the work. I'm talking. We do the work. We provide these documents. It's got the information directly related to what we're talking about. Blah 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 blah, and it just constantly gets hand waved. And
No, if he
and
can't summarize it, Howard, he didn't read it. I summarized it to show that I
Okay.
went through all this stuff, and that's why I
I
gave a
guarantee-
summary. I'm not just posting random shit. If he can't summarize it, he didn't fucking read it.
I guarantee you, he read it before he posted it.
I promise you that if he fucking is competent as he's acting, he'd have no trouble at all giving a summary like I did. He don't got to explain every little thing. He could give a summary and a conclusion, like a little opinionated conclusion, abstract or something. He's reading it right now, probably.
Well, I'd like to thank my buddy Blue, even though he cussed me out. I know it's stressful. He gets very stressed when we question the moon landing for some reason. Thank you, buddy. So let's see. What does it say here?
And one other thing I'd like to point out here is he actually posted a link instead of just a screenshot to the picture, and you expect us to be able to see the link and type it all in. At least he posted a direct link to the article.
that's page 11 of the report, in case you're wondering.
Well, thank you there, buddy.
Kumbaya.
What's the point of
Kumbaya.
giving us food if you're not going to cut it up for us? Maybe pre-chew it a bit.
What did you guys do to eggshells, man? Did you guys ban him or something? Blue, did you ban him or what's going on? He's acting mighty strange lately.
Just didn't see any space planes.
Brian, I'm interested. You said something about finding 2018 information about something or something. If I was going to look for relevant information, I would probably look at the most recent investigation,
I've
which
got
maybe
it.
would
I mean, if you want to
incorporate
know,
new stuff, you know.
Sure. Hold on. But if you want to hear their claims and what they tested and all that, you know, it's in that video, man. All their documentation, and if you want to take a deep dive into the arguments, and
How about me just going to their website and looking for information instead of watching a 30-minute video on it?
well, this will save you the time of trying to gather all the documents. These people have did an extensive research. They're not flat earthers, okay? They did extensive research in the documents. These are, you know, I'm not sure if they're all engineers, but I know they have an engineer, and they have, you know, the people that NASA subbed, the recommendations, all that stuff. It's all consolidated in this one topic, and it's a good video to watch if you want to argue for or against it. You need to know the claims, and there they are in one video.
Yeah, their claims is we didn't go to the moon. So they're trying to find fault with stuff that they shouldn't need to find fault with.
Yeah, their claim is that, and this is their evidence. So NASA's claim would be that they did go, and these people's claims would be that they didn't. So here's the evidence. So you look at it, and you tell me what you think. I know you won't look at it because you don't want to scuff your image of NASA.
I've been listening from YouTube, and one thing that I always trip out on is I guess this video that you posted, Brian, was people pointing out like what's wrong, like things that don't add up. Is that correct?
People or professionals?
Regardless, just professionals, people. I don't care if it's fucking kangaroos doing it. I'm just saying someone's pointing out like these things that aren't making sense. But it's interesting to me that the first thing they will do is go back to the same source that's being discredited and questioned, and they're like, "But look at here, it is right here." Like they don't get what the fuck is going on. Like,
yeah, we got to know the claims, right? We got to know the claims. They say it's harder to fake it than to do the real thing. So we got to take all NASA's claims and these people have dove in deep, not just looking at the pictures, which they have done that too. They've had photographic forensic specialists. They've had vacuum specialists. They've dove into each subject and talked to the specialists, and you make up your own mind, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like so you do all your due diligence, and then you have trolls that come in Discord and like, these guys willful ignorance and not kind of like making a mockery of the people here that are just like just sharing the information that has been found with these guys that don't believe this information, I guess, because this information points out how their information that they've been loyal to and following and believing in is wrong or incorrect.
That's all they can do, and it also shows where they changed a couple things and deleted some of their information. Luckily, they saved it so they could show where they changed and deleted information, like with the film. And even luckier than that, they come across a professional to show that the Mylar was the same outgassing as the film itself. They found a match.
Right.
They found a match to the outgassing, so they're fucked on the film, even though they fucking lied, scrubbed information, and then later on tried to claim special shit. And even still, that special shit matches the outgassing of Mylar, so that it's like the devil's always in the detail, man. And when you look at the detail, they're full of shit, dude.
Yeah,
right?
and I guess and I guess the problem though that like the people that want to come here daily and argue their side of their story, their belief, by the way, which are beliefs we all once had. The difference is we now look at them and like, oh shit, we were lied to, and we can accept that. We're we're humble enough to be like, all right, you fucking got us. But these guys are like, no, they're telling us the truth. Like they wouldn't lie to me. My government and my NASA, they don't lie to me.
We all
Nobody's
fought it.
ever said that.
We all fought it to a certain extent, man. We all came up with ideas as we were watching the evidence. We all looked in deeper. Some probably more than others, but we all looked into it, and it just hits a point where you're just overwhelmed with horse shittery, dude. Where you just can't deny it no more. It's right in front of your face.
Right.
Okay, so if NASA's lying, then how do you trust anything on their website at all as being true?
It's the people high up, man.
No, I'm talking about you, Brian. I'm talking about you. If NASA is lying, how do you trust anything on their website at all?
I check it. Some of it I can't, but I can refer to people who can. All their claims, I try and check into them or reference people who can if I can't. So each claim, I'm not saying every single thing they say is a lie. I'm just saying they're full of shit in general. So I'm going to question everything they say.
In general,
or refer to somebody who has the potential to do that.
So like
it's kind of like a borderline all or nothing fallacy when you say that, Lil. When you're like, well, if NASA lies, then how can you trust anything on their website, right?
Well, when you don't define what you mean by NASA lies, it makes it sound like everything they say is a lie.
Okay, look at. So once upon a time, layout. Look at. Your mom lied to you. She told you Santa Claus was real. She told you Easter Bunny
Right.
lays chocolate eggs. But that doesn't make your mom like a liar about everything. Like there's a lot of truths your mom told you, but there's also a lot of lies your mom told. She told you were smart, shit like that. She was lying to you. But eventually you're like you grew older and then you're like, oh shit, like my mom or dad, I don't know, maybe both of them, they lied to me. But that doesn't mean like everything they said was lies. So like NASA,
I guess your parents lied to you when they said you were smart too.
So NASA, they've come out with all this nonsense and telling you that we're landing rovers on Mars and we're driving, little drone helicopters on Mars and we're landing on the moon and we're going back to it. Those are lies, but there is a lot of things that they do and have done, like in the real science of things, and that
Name
they
one.
a lot of the technologies that they have
stole a lot of patents. They've stole a shitload of patents and sold them back to the public. So the patents that the people bought and paid for, like the Jaws of Life, they just reinvented a version of it. Like water filters, they patented their own version of it, sold it back to proprietors to sell back to the public. So patents we paid for, we're now paying for again. It's a goddamn joke, man. Why are you defending these people, Lil? I mean, is it not fair to question their claims?
Lil, I think the better
I've never
question would
invented
be
anything, so I've never paid for any patents.
Lil, I think the
didn't
better
either.
question would be if you think that they're telling the truth and that they're not lying about anything, then how do you sit here and pick and choose once a flat earther uses them as a hostile witness and brings up the stuff that they say? How do you selectively dismiss certain parts of it but claim that they're always telling the truth?
Did I ever say I selectively dismiss things?
So
No,
you agree with
I did
everything? So
not.
do you think NASA always tells the truth?
Better question is, does NASA have any classified material?
So
And I would say
you
yes,
can't
they
answer.
probably have classified material. Can they tell us the complete truth on that? No, but that
I
doesn't
did
mean
that
they're
for a long
liars.
time, man. I did that for a long time in my head. I said, dude, they got bases on the moon and shit. They just can't tell us about it. I did that for a long time, dude.
No, that's not really the point, though. The point is
do
that
they
it's a
have
tactic.
classified information about stuff they do, like maybe the maintenance record on the O-rings could be classified, possibly, and they don't want to give that information out. I don't know why, but
okay.
Well, I mean, hold on, guys. This is a perfect example. This morning, I've posted a couple of documents. Blue's posted a document, provided, just basic information in support of our position. And Brian's posted a video posted by people that don't believe we went to the moon to prove that we didn't go to the moon. This is the roundabout that we go through every day.
Yeah, but man, check out their check out their all their documents and shit. Why have they scrubbed everything they've got caught on? They've scrubbed, but the point is we still got record of their fucking documents, bro. You can't just believe all the modern posts and shit, dude. You need to start getting more and more suspicious, especially if we point out things they've changed right in front of our faces, bro. I mean, that's not fair, dude. You got to at least look at their original claims and put them to the test, and then look at their modified claims and shit, man.
If something was scrubbed, how did you get it?
Because it was documented.
There beforehand. Oh my God. This is
So they scrubbed it after you got a hold of it.
That doesn't raise a red flag. That doesn't raise a red flag to you, bro. Like honestly, like man to man, like that doesn't raise like it's almost like imagine a police station is like burning evidence that would help you in your case. Like that wouldn't raise a red flag to you personally as a human being here.
Well, provide a document you claim has been scrubbed so that I can go see if that's
we
a fact.
pointed out a couple. The fucking Jupiter, they changed their website where they fucking claimed that it was the Kissimmee fucking 2014 or the 2016 flyby of Jupiter to show the fucking to show the damn auroras on the North Pole. We proved that was old. They changed their website. They scrubbed their old shit. Okay, another one is we watched them scrub. I mean, this ain't even NASA, I don't think, but this is just other people on the internet scrub the fact that the way Picard reported seeing it flat with upturned edges as far as he could see, and they changed his quote to saying that he's the first person to recognize or to verify the ball Earth. Like I don't know exactly, but what the fuck is that? They're changing people's quotes. But we gave also other NASA.
Wait, no, SpaceX literally changed their live stream when they had a glitch with the 2 landing platforms for their rockets. But the point is that, well, like, this is the bigger point. It's a talking point that whenever we bring up NASA to show you guys a contradiction in their own story or going against what you guys say, then you say, why do you believe in NASA? I thought you didn't believe in NASA. Why are you invoking NASA as a tactic to avoid the actual point? And then that's why I asked, why do you guys selectively choose what you believe in NASA when you guys claim they always tell the truth?
I never claimed that, so quit straw manning me. What I just claimed is that they most likely have documents that are classified, and yes, I don't have access to those, so I know they're not telling the complete truth, but that doesn't mean they're lying about what they are saying.
Non sequitur. So we're talking about.
No, it's not. I'm talking directly about what you just said.
No, you're not. I'm talking
yes,
about
I am.
I'm talking about whenever a flat earther brings something up from NASA and you guys don't like that it contradicts your talking points, you guys always resort to, I thought you didn't believe in NASA. Why are you bringing up NASA? It's just a tactic to dismiss the specifics of the conversation. Do you guys think that we don't know it's a tactic?
Yeah, and I'm answering your concern about NASA and your claim that I trust everything in NASA.
Yeah, but if you're appealing to classified shit, then you can't use any.
I'm not appealing to classified. I'm saying it's possible that they could have classified material.
Why though? It's going to be a scientific.
So basically, hold on, Austin, real quick. So Leo, you're saying that we've showed that it.
Can I finish?
No, yeah, you did. I'm trying to respond real quick before I lose my point, bro. Before I lose my point.
Brian.
No, I didn't, man. Let me respond before I lose my point, bro. You're a dick, dude.
You were in the middle of talk. I was in the middle of talking, and you started talking over me. So, yes, it is possible that NASA has classified material. If they don't give me that classified material, yes, it's true that they're not telling me the complete truth, but that doesn't mean they're lying about what they are telling me.
But that's kind of the point. Go ahead, say your point, though, Brian, before you lose it.
Yeah, I was just trying to say, so you're agreeing that we've falsified their original claims.
No.
And then you're, okay, so wait, so that's not honest. So if you're appealing to classified, like, okay, well, maybe it's classified, then is that a concession that they have thoroughly debunked the fucking original claims? Because they have thoroughly debunked a lot of the original claims. That's all we can debunk is the shit they tell us, the claims they make. That's all we can debunk, bro. If you're appealing to classified, unknown shit, then we can't fucking debunk. That's like saying Santa's fucking got a machine that he can stop time or something. We can't fucking judge by that. All we can judge by is the fact that Santa delivers presents to every child in the world and look at time and see if it's possible shit. We can't debunk some classified claim.
Sorry. Why did they change a live stream? Like, let's boil it down to specific questions. That's the only way you're going to. Why did they change a live stream after it glitched out and it messed up when it came to their landing platforms? Why did they go back post live stream and edit it out?
Cameras aren't perfect. People aren't perfect. That's all I can say. I don't know what live stream you're talking about. And I don't have evidence that what you're saying is actually true.
If it's just a camera thing, why would you change it? Because it's against the rules on YouTube to do a live stream and then go back and edit the middle of it. That's against the rules. But NASA and SpaceX
show me that rule.
Oh, okay, easily. I actually live stream on YouTube. I know for a fact you can't do that. Anyone that knows anything about you,
I don't care you claiming that. I want
dude. That's Lael's cop out. This is why I posted
Yeah,
that
but I'm
video to
not
begin
playing the
with.
game with Will, because what happens, he asks for a citation, then you give him a citation, and then he completely ignores it.
Right, but at least he
always
quit
You
saying,
need a citation of YouTube themselves saying you can't edit live streams.
Simply, bro, simply. This is why I posted that video, because he was just going to keep telling SC Montreal, show me a citation, show me the evidence and shit like that. That's all he'll say over and over like a broken dumbass record, dude. So I
Because you
posted
never
the
show
video,
it.
and now he starts talking about classified. Maybe it's classified. He's got it out in his mind. No matter what we present him, you could show, anybody could show where that's part of the fucking the rules and regulations of YouTube, bro. And you're just copping out, acting like it's falsified and hoping nobody will go back, and you'll just keep saying, show me. You know, bro, get with the fucking conversation and be honest, bro.
All you can do on a live stream on YouTube is you can like chop off the end or the beginning. You can chop off from the end or the beginning, but you can't go to the middle and change anything. You can't do that. It's not even an option.
Show me in the YouTube records that they say you can't edit live streams.
It's not an option, Leo.
Not even an option.
Show me that they say in their rules
Oh
you
my
can't
God,
do that.
Glober, step in and check the other Glober for once.
Hold on.
Just for once in your little lives, step in and check the other Glober. Why do you guys let them drag us through the mud with things that everyone in this room knows is true? Is it because you enjoy watching the person run us in circles? Why don't you step in and say, Lel, yes,
No,
that's
I
true.
want you made a
Shut up,
positive
Lel.
claim.
Shut
I
up,
want
Lel.
you to provide
I'm
evidence
talking,
for that
Lel.
claim.
I'm in the middle of talking. Why didn't the Globers jump in and say, Lel, yes, that's true. You can only edit live streams by trimming from the beginning or end. You cannot go in and change the middle of a live stream on YouTube. It's not an option. Why can't
Show
a
me where
Glober
YouTube
finally
says that,
correct
though.
the other Glober?
It's
Show
no
me
longer
where
a
the
live
YouTube
stream,
rules
Leo.
say that.
It's not an option for me with live streams to edit out stuff from the middle.
Thank you.
How do you feel
But
about
show me in
weird.
the
It's a
YouTube
waste of
rules
time.
where they say you can't do that.
It's
They
not an
say it doesn't
option.
fall. They say it doesn't fall under the category of live stream. Once you edit the middle, it's no longer live, and it falls outside
Show
of
me
their
where they say
definition
that.
of live stream. Oh my god, dude.
All right, we'll just move on. So, and this is the better question is, why would they have to do that though, right? Like an honest person would be like, yo, if you had some glitch with your cameras or something messed up, who cares? Like that's life. You know, you're going to space. Stuff happens.
It gets
Like
worse than that, Austin. It gets worse than that because me and Leo first had this discussion over on Jose's, one of his good friends, and Jose showed where he couldn't edit a stream and call it live. He's stuck. And he even verified that if he changed it, then it would no longer be live. It no longer falls under definition. We looked at it, and even Jose questioned this part. And even though his good friend did that, he's like you said, he's just running us around in circles. And thanks for stepping up, Shell. At least, you know, maybe a couple other Globers might. And even though his good buddy, he doesn't trust him.
Dude, I correct flat earthers all the time. When flat earthers are just like running people in circles and clearly just avoiding the conclusion, I correct them all the time. So I think that there's a huge lack of that on the globe side. It's like, it's just a waste of time. The question is, why would you have to change the live stream, bro? That's suspect. Any honest person would say, yes, that is pretty suspect.
That is pretty suspect.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
this live stream. I've heard people mention it before, but I haven't seen the evidence for it. Does anybody make a video that's not 45 minutes long?
Jaren did a good video on it. He points it out. He shows it. On Jaren.
Why is Jaren a source of truth?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see evidence. I wouldn't want to see evidence produced by a biased individual. I would just like to see the video from NASA.
Howard, you know that Jose also covered it.
Well, there
Okay.
you go. So Leo, how do you feel about what Eggshells just stated from an unbiased perspective? Are you going to be honest and like concede to that, or are you just going to like still play this game?
Yeah, no, he's just not going to respond.
I don't get why you're bringing me up. I didn't say
What
anything.
do you mean, why am I bringing you up? You're the one who had the issue with what they addressed, and Egg came in and cleared the air, and here you are. So what do you say?
Yeah, and yet I haven't seen any evidence that YouTube themselves say you can't edit live streams.
It's not, bro. You're not.
Holy cannoli. Leo, you're dense.
This is a baller, like in a nutshell, right here.
Wow.
Hey, in an eggshell. Just kidding, eggshells. You're better than this guy.
But there's
Way
way
better.
more people in here that are
I'm the
Glovers,
best.
right? That's all I'm saying. All the
Best flat
Glovers
earther
in
that
here, like,
exists.
you should be like, Lel, this is not the ground, the hill to die on, my man. Like,
Yeah, I was
this is
just gonna
super.
say that. I was gonna say, don't die on this hill, Al. You're gonna. It's not. It's the wrong one, bro. Wrong battle.
Another good one Brian brought up though is when I was with Jaron when this happened, and you're like, we're covering this like picture they claim was from NASA of Jupiter's northern lights, effectively, and they're like, brand new picture just released, just brought back to us by blah 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 blah. And then Jaron realized it was identical to the same type of picture they claimed they got like years before that. It was the exact same picture, a CGI picture of Jupiter. It wasn't a new, just released and received picture. It was years
That is
old.
proof. That's proof of
Dude,
two
they can't.
things. Check this out real quick.
Wait,
Go
just
ahead.
in a couple days, they end up changing the caption and changing the website to remove the claim that it was new and say this is actually a picture that's older from 2000 and whatever.
Exactly. So that's proof they are listening to us. And that is proof that they are changing or burning books, basically. They are changing documentation. They're changing their website. The only way to find their shit nowadays. And that's proof that they're watching us and acting on us and changing shit.
How's that not suspect to like a Glover? Like, why would they be watching me and Jaron talk about some picture on their website and then changing stuff based on what we found?
Yeah,
just a coincidence.
That should raise flags for anybody. Like
Another example is when they when they first showed the damn footage, they never said that it was photoshopped and they put a moon on the Earthrise video and shit, but they did like years later. They weren't as quick back then, but they still would get it and change shit to where they claim now that it's for they changed their whole entire claim. They never originally said that they pasted in the Earth, okay, until we caught them and seen the box around the Earth and proved it was edited in, and then they said that it was for for special effects or for artistic
aesthetic purposes. Yeah,
I can keep going on with examples. I've just gave a few. We gave a handful of them, and please acknowledge that, guys. Glovers.
Well, they can't, because once they do, then that's conceding to the fact that you're actually speaking the truth, and they don't come here for the truth. They come here to defend the lies.
No, I think a lot of them believe it's the truth, but this is the thing. I know tons of people that think the Earth's a globe, that think NASA's full of shit, bro. Like, you know how many people I know in my real life, dude? Like, my best friend was like atheist, thinks the Earth's a globe for years of me being a flat earther, right? And he would never just like defend NASA, right? Like if we sat down and like smoked and I showed him like the video, I used to show him ISS stuff, he'd be like, whoa, that's kind of weird. If I showed him NASA changing their story, he'd be like, that's sketchy, but the government, I mean, it's the government, bro, right? So like, of course they're lying.
True.
But like you guys defend NASA, and then when we point out the problem, you can believe the Earth's a globe without having to bend over backwards to defend everything they do.
Well, they like upholding the point that they, like McToon said, you got to lie to flurf. They take a lie as us saying like we don't know, or we're still trying to figure this out, we're still working on it, as a lie, when they are blatantly fucking following liars. Like that puts them in the lying category, and that's why I say you got to lie to Globe. You got to basically you got to ignore, either lie to yourself and just ignore the shit that we're pointing out, because we have painstakingly, meticulously looked over all their shit, all their documents, all their slow mode, all their footage, and pointed out problems. Even if you could explain some of them, we pointed out enough of them. The bubbles alone, we painstakingly point out, and that doesn't mean nothing to them. They're going to defend NASA for no reason at all that I could see, unless they work for them, which I don't believe they do.
Well, you can believe the Earth's a globe without NASA, but this is the problem. They know, logically speaking, that if NASA's faking anything about space or changing their stories or anything like that, you really can't trust them as a credible source regarding any of the other claims. if you remove NASA from this conversation, you don't even have a picture of the globe. You really don't have anything.
Right.
So like that's why they defend it, right? I don't think they really care. Everyone in this room knows that the government lies incessantly. It's like in their job description. The government by definition has to lie. Like literally, right? Like compartmentalization is in the job description of the government. So they know the government lies, but NASA has to be the exception because without them, the globe really doesn't have anything, other than making up claims from the Earth, and that's where it should be. But anyway, you get it.
Can I point something out real quick? Has
There
anybody
is an
noticed
interesting take on
that?
it.
Apparently,
I'm just gonna jump right in. See, I've been in this discussion quite long, and I remember quite clearly in many instances, for example, someone takes a picture that they say that is from NASA and shows that the moon has been edited in. But then when you actually look at it, it's not actually even from NASA because it doesn't fit the format that NASA took.
Red herring.
That's wrong.
Bullshit.
Yes, or a second case where
You
let's
haven't
say
been in the
you
discussion
take
long
a
enough,
picture
bro.
that's from NASA, but it's a JPEG and it's not the original picture, and then you show some artifacts, but well, it's not actually in the original picture, but it's the JPEG compression doing the problem.
So,
Red herring.
We can do a
Real fast.
thing
There
about
could be a
Let him
from
million.
finish,
NASA
guys.
that we can do. Hold on, guys. I'm not talking. So we can take, let's say we take one of these flat Earth like images that show no curvature, but for example, like there's the dog cam and there's the I don't even remember the names, but when it has been edited to remove the fisheye lens, and after that it shows the flat horizon, except that the flat earther who did this didn't take into account what the camera type was, but instead put it more and more and more until it matched what he wanted instead of
Okay,
we got it, Leo. We got it.
So and you can address this now, but I will make my point. My point is
you made your point.
Since the guys arguing against NASA and against the globe are known to be liars based on these kinds of examples, I kind of have to suspect anything that you have to say about NASA and bubbles and stuff.
Hold on, drop the examples you're referring to. Otherwise, it's just words.
This is what's weird.
The blue marble. The blue marble talks about it being edited in 2008. So how have they changed what they said?
What are you talking about?
How about we showed you the footage?
How about this?
We showed
we were talking about the blue marble.
The blue marble itself, the original blue marble itself was that we showed how it was took and showed you the exact blue marble through a capsule that was fucking probably maybe 100,000 feet, if that. But besides that, no, somebody else go ahead, man. I ain't even got nothing to say about it.
Website claiming they edited in specific the blue marble. When I found articles in the Wayback Machine from 2008 talking about the same exact thing they talk about today.
Stitched together, fucking composite.
Yeah, in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011.
Yeah, you're talking about the 2004 NASA blue marble, bro. Edited. That's a different argument. You're changing the subject, bro.
No,
typical.
I'm talking about them editing articles and changing. For the past,
why did we have to question Ron
years,
Simmons, bro?
The article about the blue moon or the blue marble stayed exactly the same.
Why did we have to? Why did we have to question Ron Simmons, bro? Why did we have to dig deep and dive into the detail to find out that it wasn't a picture of Earth?
No, that is not a good example. It was published the whole time.
The information
up red herring
on NASA right now matches the same information that's been on NASA for the past 15 years.
God,
hey, just real
irrelevant.
quick. Hey, Witsit,
no, it's
just
not.
real quick.
It's the same information.
Hey, just real quick. Hey, what's it?
15 years.
So can we just let Napalm say what he was going to say earlier before Lori came in and derailed it? Because even Lori's admitting in the chat, he's saying got him going, and then Leal derailed. Nice teamwork, man. Can both y'all just fuck the fuck off and let real things be talked about?
But I made a point and then Lail derailed. So
Nah,
how
just
is it
shut
my
up.
fault?
Hey, Napalm, go ahead, Napalm.
If you
Go
don't
ahead,
want
Napalm.
to address
Hey,
it, then
hey,
don't
Napalm.
address it.
Lori, that wasn't an invitation for you to start talking, Lori.
Hey, Napalm. Hey, Napalm, go
I'm
ahead,
trying to
Napalm.
moderate. I'm trying to moderate. Can I moderate? Okay. So Napalm was trying to get in, so was Eggshells. So we'll just you can't monologue red herrings. It's stupid. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Before we went down that freaking rabbit hole, I was gonna say, we were talking about NASA's possible lies and all that kind of stuff, editing, all that. One thing I have noticed just casually, right, over the years is that with the increase in this conversation has also been the increase in the amount of merchandising that's going out and being marketed to not only, adults, but children alike. The amount of people that are wearing like NASA clothes, NASA t-shirts, like I wouldn't be surprised if, 25% of the US population owns at least one article of NASA clothing or has it within their household. So to say that when we're talking in conversations like this and people have a hard time comprehending, or when they start looking into stuff, even having something that you might wear on a regular basis, like my brother-in-law wears a NASA t-shirt weekly. So to talk about NASA and show and start to expose things, having that kind of mentality where you support this organization insofar as wearing a t-shirt, it's like wearing a t-shirt for McDonald's and then getting into arguments with people about what's the best fast food and trying to claim that you're unbiased and you're looking unbiasedly at a situation. But what the point I was trying to make is that people have to make a conscious and or subconscious decision when they start to see these lies, these things being changed, NASA having to go back and redact things and make changes based on what the flat earthers are saying. The average person has to come to grips with, oh man, I've been wearing a NASA t-shirt for the past 4 years. What does this really mean? Do I get rid of this clothing? Do I stop supporting that? Or do I just say, why would they lie and continue on with my life? Like, it's a much harder decision for them to consciously make an unbiased assessment of what's being put forth, especially when they've been marketed to in the way that they have. And to try to say that NASA hasn't just completely thrown their marketing out there as if they're like some sort of for-profit organization that's trying to sell a product would be ridiculous to claim, because I can't go anywhere these days without bumping into somebody that's wearing NASA paraphernalia.
How about
Yeah,
Eru
but
made
most people
videos?
just wear it.
Eru made
Most people
videos, and
just
I stressed them out. I stressed them out and put just pick up the fucking hammer. And I've been talking about them not being able to pick up the hammer and shit. And now all of a sudden, like a couple months ago or whatever, when they came out with their spacesuit, they do a demonstration. They do like 2 demonstrations, and one of them is them going all the way down to the ground and grabbing something. Like, bro, they're definitely watching people, bro. They are watching, and we're pretty much damage control, bro. They watch us for the best free damage control, man. Because none of these guys are bitching about them fucking and laughing about them not being able to pick up a hammer.
Hey,
Who cares
Lael,
who cares what the gravity is? Reach down and pick up the fucking hammer. It might take you an extra second. But we're the only ones fucking pointing that shit out, not them.
Hey, Lael, do you have a NASA t-shirt?
Nope.
Do you own any NASA paraphernalia?
Nope.
That sucks. You're one of the rare exceptions.
Leo's wearing a NASA t-shirt right now. He's wearing a NASA headband as we speak, man. Leo will say
I'm wearing
anything
a
to not lose an argument.
Nope,
But see,
I'm
I've
actually
noticed.
not, Ryan. You're just saying that so you can try to win an argument when you don't
That
know
was a
for a fact
joke.
about anything.
I'm just
Glovers
fucking with you,
can't
Leo,
be
man.
funny, man. This is why truth is coming out, because you guys can't meme either. You just can't be funny. That's why you're losing the meme wars.
Yep, you're right, because Flat Earth is a meme. That's all.
Good one. You thought that was the funny? That was your flat back.
Nope, I thought that was a fact.
Oh,
Okay,
ironically, Robert Simmons made your meme.
I just want to point out that like most people that wear NASA, like, dude, they don't care about NASA, bro. They just wear a shirt. Like, if you go to
I
TJ
would agree with
Maxx,
that.
like that's
'Cause
where I get clothes.
it's
I go
the
to
cool
TJ
thing.
Maxx. Well, it's just like it's kind of cool looking clothes. Like an astronaut looks cool, dude. Like I've seen some cool NASA stuff, you know, and like I think NASA's evil, you know, but like I've seen like cool NASA gear. They've updated their logo and bring out different vibrant colors. And there's like 50 different types of NASA shirts every time I go to TJ Maxx. So like that's where I usually get clothes.
Yep.
So
Shout
it's
out,
just like
shout
people
out
are just
to
like, oh, this is cool. People think it makes them look smart to wear it. People think it's cool to show an astronaut that's like smoking a joint and it says NASA on it, or whatever it is, right? So people don't actually intellectualize that gear, bro. It's like just it's like a cheap, like kind of cool shirt.
shout out to the new NASA logo, going nowhere since 1958. Hell yeah.
Hey, Whitson, I
You
would
can't
agree
even
with
use their logo though. They'll copyright you.
Hey,
So if you're like a flat earther, they will not let you use NASA for anything. But if you just promote NASA, then they'll let you use it.
Supposed to be public domain, like they use taxpayer money, and they got the fucking audacity to fucking copyright shit, dude. That is
I think
fucked
their
up.
images. I think their images, like their pictures, I think might be public domain, but like their logos and stuff, they do have. They don't take money for it. Like they don't have a trademark to where you have to pay for like licensure, but you have to be like approved to be able to produce NASA clothing. So you can use all their logos as long as they approve that you do it, but NASA doesn't actually get a kickback.
Well, they're never gonna approve the flat earther, right? Like, what's so funny? Another thing is like, you'll never really hear Globers talk a lot about this. They'll always try to do like that. What he did, change the subject, or they won't talk about it. They'll say, "What's it matter?" or whatever. Because this stuff just sucks for them to have to face. Like whenever we tried to get, flat earthers actually want to know the truth. We're not scared of it. We're not trying to like defend NASA from having to answer questions. We're not scared of asking questions where they might be able to prove flat earth wrong. We don't care about any of that. We want to see the truth, right? We have like some balls and we're like, show us the proof that what you're saying is true. So then we go to NASA. We're like, yo, we want the footage from the ISS walk. This ISS walk seems sketchy to us. You cut out a bunch of stuff. Send us the pictures, send us the cameras. And like, here's a FOIA request. We want the footage from the ISS walk. Look, okay, it's going to cost like $1,200. And we're like, okay, we'll pay it. Or it was like $1,500. It's like, okay, $1,500. We'll pay it, $1,500. Like, okay, it's going to take 5 or 6 months. They get the $1,500. They wait like 6 months. They don't even tell them it's going to take 6 months. It just takes 6 months. And then they send a bunch of footage that's completely blank and just black.
Yeah, instead of nowadays, I can understand back in the day they had to go file cabinets and make copies and all that shit, and it should have still been that much. But now, and maybe make photocopies of certain things. Now it's just a file click, send. It's a file click send, and we're not trying to dodge shit. We're fucking attacking it head on. And we invite y'all to do the same thing with us because we could very well run into information damning to our cause, bro. We're not scared of that, bro. We do want the fucking truth. And we invite y'all to fucking attack it head on with us.
That's why I did NASA audits. Like, it's obvious that I want to know what the truth is. I'm not scared of them giving me some home run. Like, dude, why would they charge us $1,500, make us wait 6 months, and then just send us videos that are black screens and have nothing on it with no audio?
I think this is part of the reason why they brought in the Muppet puppet Elon Musk to start running SpaceX, because then you can't necessarily get a Freedom of Information Act for anything that's taking place in space if SpaceX is involved. I think that's
technically
main
you should
reason.
still be able to get a lot of it, right? Because they're contracted through them. But So like if the government contracts a company, they're technically considered a public company, like a public entity at that whatever they do in that agency. Like whenever I went to the Statue of Liberty, they take you on a boat that's technically a private company's boat, but it's obviously contracted by the government, so it's subject to all public rules. But what I'm trying to say though is like when we FOIA, we still don't get the info. Like, so what are the ballers? This is what I'm saying. A baller will literally say excuses as to why it took 6 months, cost $1,600 and $1,500, and then we didn't get anything. Like they'll actually make excuses for that.
I'll give SpaceX this, dude. Their rockets from where I'm at, I'm like about, a little less than 100 miles away from where they launch. And SpaceX rockets appear a lot higher than NASA's, man. Like they look higher. They look like they're about maybe 20 miles. They're going way
over here.
up there. They're going way
I
up
see
there.
them over here. I see them over here in Tampa Bay, bro. Like I can see them from this side.
Yeah, NASA looks like they're going about maybe 12, maybe 50, maybe I don't know what it looks like. It looks like maybe a little higher than the airplanes. SpaceX looks like they're going up fucking 20 miles, dude. They're fucking doing something. They're going way the fuck up there.
But like, can any of the Globers tell me what you think about that? Like, can you at least disavow that NASA took 6 months to give us like ISS footage of spacewalk footage? It cost us $1,500, and they just sent us black blank screens. What's up with that? This really happened. I want to know what's going on with your heroes over here at NASA. Can any of the Globers help me out?
Yeah, and next we're gonna attack fucking National Geographic.
This is why they don't like that I'm launching that out of NASA, because of stuff like this, right? It's like they want us to leave NASA alone. Stop harassing NASA.
No, I like NASA audit. I want you to pursue that.
That's good, bro. Hopefully you can spread the word, because that's a good thing, man. We'll get disclosure one way or another, even if we just learn outside of the classified shit, Lale. If we get a little bit of disclosure about what the fuck's really going on, man, or we get the truth. It's fucking good for everybody. So thanks, Howard.
Amen.
And then you look in the text, and it's like, it's not just NASA, so therefore anything you say is null and void, because there's other countries that have space agencies. People are just so like, ugh.
Yeah, show me one not affiliated with NASA. Just show me one of them agencies affiliated with NASA, and show me their footage. We'll talk about it. They won't, because we'll fucking bring it up. We'll look at it together as we fucking laugh it off the screen, dude. And if they could even find one not affiliated with NASA.
Yeah, if you notice, like, space is just like Antarctica, right? The whole world can come together in agreement as to what we're doing in these areas and how we're all going to get along, and everything's going to be nice and copacetic between all the countries in space and in Antarctica.
That's what
and
I'm
then
doing,
they sell you this idea that on the inner portions, right, the portions that we can actually go to and freely explore, oh, that's where we need to be at war with one another, and we're bitter enemies, right? It's like they play both sides of that. It's pretty obvious what they're doing.
Did any ballers answer the question as to what's going on when we pay $1,500 and wait 6 months to get completely blank footage? Did
any ballers think there should be a refund?
Yeah, like at the least, right?
Oh, we sent you the wrong files, bro. Sorry.
That's like Jeremy was. Remember, Jeremy was saying, man, if you're listening, I'll come work for y'all and do damage control, because he's pointing out so much shit and we're doing it over at Brandon's. I said, Jeremy, we're doing that shit for free collectively, bro. They're not going to fucking hire you when they could listen to you and every damn one of us, bro, and do damage control. And sure enough, they prove our points, man. that they're editing shit. It ain't every day, but there's some solid shit we've caught them on editing. Where else are they hearing this shit from? They're not hearing it from mainstream. They're not hearing it from the 6 o'clock news, and they're not hearing it from the Globers. They're hearing that shit from us.
Well, it's obviously going to get to where you can't catch them doing anything, right? So this is the part about it. Like, technology is getting so good that you can literally live stream virtual reality now, where it looks like you're literally in a 3D environment, and you're just in a green screen room. So the technology is getting so good that it runs through a computer program before it even renders the image, where all defects are guaranteed to be eliminated. So that's really all the Globers have to do is like hold off, when I ask this question, get really quiet, not answer, wait a few years until the technology becomes so good that we can't catch them faking it, and then they can pretend they're dunking on us. Right? It's like, and like that would be another thing. Can the Globers admit that obviously if they were faking it, technology is going to get so good that you wouldn't be able to tell? Can you guys admit that?
They already
Nope.
showed that
They're
shit,
they're
bro. They showed augmented reality, bro. They showed that stuffed animal. Like, what's fucked up is
they're
they presented
crickets.
that. They presented that to the elementary school class of the stuffed animal, and they're like, "Dude, that's not supposed to be real." I'm like, "That's the point, people. They're showing the augmented reality and how they're doing it. We show you that a guy's, and then I'll show you a video where a stuffed animal just disappears. They didn't tell that the kindergarten class or the first grade class that it was augmented reality. They made it look like that fucking shit, like it was freaking whatever you want to call it, teleporting. And she's grabbing it. We know it's not there. We know it's augmented reality. We know that that's one of their methods.
You know the Glober response to that is
What?
they told you in the video that it was computer generated the way that they were doing it.
They didn't though, but they did say they say it was for children. They're like NASA admits it was for children, and so I don't know. That might be a truth or trap, honestly, where like they did say it was for children, and they act like they make it noticeably fake so that everyone jumps on it. Like that wouldn't surprise me. I don't know, but like probably not. It's just damage control.
That's just it, Austin. They tried that with me, and I said that's not my point. My point
Right.
was this. My point is we've been telling you that they're using augmented fucking reality, and that's what that is augmented reality. So we know that's not supposed to be real, and we know that was for kids. But that's not,
That's like
backfired on them, bro.
Yeah.
They put it out there, and they say that this is augmented reality that they're using for this live stream. This was a portion of a live stream that was going out to little kids, right? So they say that they used augmented reality to be able to do that. Like they admit that, but it's like them admitting that they're doing that for some reason in the Glober's mind is like, yeah, they admit that they're doing that and they're doing it for kids. What's your point? They're admitting it. And it's like, yes, they have the technology to fucking do exactly what you
right.
They is them on the ISS. Look, they're using water. They're using paddles to bat water back and forth. There's no way that they can fake that. There's no way that they can fake that. And then they show you how they fake it. They tell you that they're faking it. And then for some reason, since they tell you that they're using augmented reality and they put it out there, somehow people just think, oh, well, since they admitted this one, it doesn't mean that all the other shit that they used augmented reality for is actually taking place.
Bro,
Yeah, exactly.
That's damage control, bro.
Well, that's the argument for sure, right? It's like, so this was a live stream. They show that they can use augmented reality in a live stream on the alleged ISS to make stuff look like it's there when it's not. So you guys can admit that they can use augmented reality on live stream and that they've already practiced it enough that they can pull it off during a live stream.
That's my point, dude. It's damage control because we've already pointed out the fucking augmented reality with the guy grabbing at nothing and a couple other examples, and then they show some shit to kids with the fucking augmented reality. It's just damage control. It's just another example of how they're basically watching and listening to us.
But I want to see how many consecutive crickets we can get from the Globers, though. Can the Globers admit that NASA's obviously practiced augmented reality so much that they're able to use it during a live stream?
Very good.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's what is that, like 5 in a row?
Yeah, and that's you're making a good point, right? Like this technology is coming out where like any YouTuber with a green screen in their freaking house can start to use augmented reality to kind of look like they're in a 3-dimensional space as they're live streaming. How do you think that technology got perfected? It's governmental agencies like DARPA and shit like that develop all this shit. They make sure that it's perfect before it gets rolled out to the public. The problem is they've been using it for decades on us, and a lot of people think that it's just reality, and then they roll it out to the public for public use. Same with like Chat GPT. You don't think that shit's been in use for almost 10 years? That kind of technology, it 100% has.
In both cases, it's like the dumbed down version, in my opinion, right? Like the Chat GPT and augmented reality that we have is not even near as good as what DARPA's developed. That's like the beginner version of what they developed, because then they can saturate the market
Right.
over time, you know.
Yeah, no, like the stuff that's NASA is using, has been using for the last 20 years. It's probably still going to be 10 years before you have the quality that they had 30 years ago in your house.
Yeah, because that'll be only after they update what they use, so much so that what we get is long outdated. I don't and then they can say stuff like they didn't have augmented reality in 2005. And they do the same thing with Photoshop, right? They did that in the debate on Jaren's channel. They're like, Photoshop didn't even exist yet. They just repeat stupid scripts. It's like, dude, people were doing Photoshop, quote unquote, in freaking 1800s. So I don't know. You guys get it. It just works for the dumbed down masses. But I'm wanting Globers to be honest. This is, like, can you guys just be honest? Obviously, NASA has not only the ability to use augmented reality, but able to use augmented reality in live time, according to their own narrative. And that means they had to practice it so much that they knew they could pull it off effectively in live time, which requires them having practiced it beforehand.
Not only that, that means that what you saw was scripted. Her hand going up, her hand coming down, all that was scripted and practiced many, many times in order for that to happen live.
And that's not even talking about her hair. That's a whole nother subject, bro. Her fucking hair, really?
What you saw was a scripted choreographic dance involving her, the ball, and the puppet. No way around.
Well, think about how ironic. Think about the blind spot here. They're like, yeah, but that was for kids. It's like, yeah, they do the same thing for you, dude. They treat you like a kid. They give you cartoons for adults, and then they tell you that this is someone really in space, and they do the same thing you did to the kids, and you think it's real. They're literally doing the same thing to you.
I'd be impressed if they could land a remote control anything on even Antarctica. They could land a remote control fucking river in Antarctica and move it around. I'd be very impressed. They probably might be able to do that. But that's all they're doing, bro. There's no helicopters on fucking Mars. We fucked with them about the parachutes, and then they changed their shit to helicopters, and then we showed them the helicopters, and afterwards they come up with a script and talk about the RPMs and stuff. Man, it's just watching us, listening to us, and damage control. That's all they get's the damage control. And then by the time we get the arguments to them, most of the anti-flat earthers, they've already heard the damage control shit, and so they just defend it, and their minds just shut down.
This is weird to me. It's weird to me that, like, what's going through your mind if during these types of combos you're like, oh, I can't talk today on Discord because I can't respond to this stuff, so I'll just stay quiet. What's going through your mind when you're in the chat, you get destroyed in an argument, so you just stop responding? You're in the VC, you get destroyed in an argument, you just stop talking. Whenever we bring up these questions, you can't answer them because the honest answer would not look good for your side, so just crickets. What goes through your mind?
Or insults are coming soon.
Just weird to me.
beautiful silence. The Earth is very flat.
Globers have been getting destroyed recently. I mean, shit. The other night, what happened with it? We got basically Ruhif to basically rage quit and leave the fucking VC.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger buildup. You see, before my good friend Blue, when I asked him to read out the thing that he thought he found proof of the window that blew out, he answered me with "F you" out of nowhere. They have built-in anger. They can't handle this. Like, they have to defend nonsense, and it drives them mad.
Similar to when the Torah was brought up.
I mean, you show them irrefutable stuff, O-rings, zippers, all kinds of stuff that just can't happen, right? Outgassing, and they fight it. They fight it, but they can't, because you cannot fight. You cannot fight nature. There is no substance that does not outgas, therefore rendering their ISS gone, finished, with just 2 little O-rings.
Dude, what's killing them now is the optics argument, right? It's literally destroying their perspective of the world, exposing how the whole entire thing came to fruition from the base foundation of how they could start to manipulate people and give them the deception of the globe. They're losing that battle big time.
Yeah, they're losing all the battles. We have them on all fronts, it seems. I mean, all they have is just belief, I think, from here on in.
I'm about to be exposing their fucking celestial navigation, how they're using flat circles on a globe. We all know that they're using flat circles and bringing it down to the center. So no matter where you're at on the globe, they bring you down to the center on a flat plane. Then they use the sine and cosine, and it's basically 80 is the same sine as fucking is 100. It just starts going negative. Basically, it's basically the same shit. I'm gonna break it all down, but and then like you got your LHAs and some of their methods. Like the LHA of 90 is 0. So what does that make you, a ghost on the fucking map? If I'm in certain spots,
LHA of 90 is 0.
No, I mean the tangent of 90 is 0, right?
The tangent of 90 is infinity. The tangent of 0 is 0.
So that puts them a ghost on the map then, right? If that's where they line up and if they subtract it, what does that make them a ghost?
Why?
How are you going to do the math to line up your position if your tangent is in the equation a couple times and it's infinity? Why would you ask why? I mean, you could say you could go to the nearest degree or something like that.
Why are you using tangent of LHA?
That's the ABC method, bro. It's in a lot of their tables.
Right.
Remember, I sent it to you the other day, bro. We talked about it and how what they showed was wrong. Because they were going by the table.
I think you're dividing by the 10, right? Of the LHA.
What if the LHA was 90?
Yeah, so if you're dividing by the 10 of 90, you're dividing by infinity. It just gives you 0.
Just saying, dude. That puts him a ghost. Just saying.
What?
But that's not my main. That's not even my main point. My main point is, you would agree that this triangulation being done is for horizontal triangles, right? For spots based all around the azimuth, right? So it's not globe Earth freaking dependent as far as doing the math a little different. Yeah, it's going to be a little different, but we're talking about horizontal triangles, right?
You mean in computing the azimuth?
Any of it.
Oh,
The
you gotta see
GHA,
how those.
the LHA.
You gotta.
Hold on. The GHA, the SHA, the LHA, the azimuth.
The LHA is not computed. It's just a difference in longitude.
It's horizontal though,
But
right? It's
A
horizontal.
to the motherfucking K, homeboy.
No, the LHA isn't horizontal.
When you compute it, it's part of the horizontal triangle, right?
Horizontal triangle.
Now,
I mean,
why
if
you
you're, I think you're getting things wrong because you're not making sense.
Okay,
Like
we take our position on the globe, okay? We bring it down to the celestial equator, which is a plane, right? A plane, okay? So these triangles aren't like going off into space, right? We take the zenith and we bring them down to the ground, starting with the GP, right? Our general position is a point on the ground. And then we take the co-latitudes. These are triangles on the ground with
what
globe or
triangle are you
flat.
referring to?
Any triangle, bro.
That doesn't help.
Oh man, dude, you make it impossible to talk to you sometimes, Bacon. What do you mean?
No, I'm just.
What triangles, bro? Show me a triangle that ain't on the fucking celestial equator with the math. Please.
Well, I've used triangles that are not in the celestial equator.
All right. Well, I'd like to see. You know, I'm not talking about the Haber sign. I'm talking about all the celestial computations. I'm talking about all the positions of the stars. They're all based on the circles around Polaris, right?
They're
And the
based on where we see them overhead.
Do you think the azimuths to Polaris match the azimuths down to the South Pole?
I think the azimuths all match.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that if I draw a line to an azimuth, like if I'm above the, let's say I'm in between Cancer and the equator, and I've got a sun angle that is below the equator, let's say over Capricorn, you think the sun's tangent, you think the sun's azimuth is going to match to the North Pole the same as it is to the South Pole from my angle?
You mean if you'd get the same azimuth in both hemispheres?
Yes.
No.
No, you won't. So why are they all based to the north? Why are all the azimuths drawn to the north,
just a
even
standard.
below the equator?
It's just standard.
Yeah, it's standard, but it's different. That's my point. You know, in fact, all these things I'm throwing at you, I'm not even trying to put you on the spot, but look into them. Like, I drew the lines, and
It's
I'm like, hold on,
symmetrical.
this is different. This is different. Like if I drew the tangent from the GP to the sun to the North Pole, this is a different azimuth than what they have stated. They have the angle measured to the North Pole, and with a horizontal triangle. I'm throwing in.
That's just standard.
It's different to the South Pole. Like, why aren't they going to the South Pole in the south and the North Pole in the north? Don't it seem like that's how they do it?
Sometimes they do both. Like it really depends on what you're doing. And if you use south as your zero for the azimuth, and the sun is in the opposite declination, you'd get the same angle. It's not different. It's completely symmetrical.
You just said it's different. Now you're saying it's the same. How could
I'm
it
saying
be the
it's
same?
symmetrical. No,
Okay.
I said that. But you didn't hear what I said.
Let me give you an example. This is a very, very extreme example, but this is just so you'll understand. What if I'm by the equator and the star I'm observing is right by the South Pole, almost directly overhead the South Pole, but just a couple degrees off, okay?
Like Polaris.
Then the South Pole.
Okay.
The South Pole. And I know they're hitting one, and I know there's no stars that low down and all that. But what if it is? Okay, then it's right there. Then the azimuth is not going to be the same as if I draw it all the way to the North Pole. It's going to be a small little angle right there, as long as it's on this side of the, or it'll be a big angle actually, if it's on this side of the South Pole. Then if I draw it to the North Pole, it's going to be a different angle. You can't get the same angle. point being, there's some things to look into that are beyond the math. Like look past some of this math. Like it's a different system. I think them arms. I'm looking more and more into them arms
Yeah,
that were on the.
I never used their math. I never used their math. All I use is things that are derived myself.
That's why I like talking to you, man, about it. That's why you're my go-to guy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you overthink shit a little bit too much. Like just now, you're admitting that the angle, if it's below the south, if it's over Capricorn, and I'm close to Cancer, and it's going to be a different azimuth angle. Then, but here's the point. Okay, all the azimuths are calculated to the north, and they're all based on doing circles around Polaris. And then a lot of these, like these SHAs, these GHAs, people need to know that these were just calculated. All these tables that are in the almanac, they're not based on a globe. I mean, you can say that some of it's based on, but as far as where they're at,
I agree. The SHA doesn't have to be tied to the globe. I agree.
Yeah, you can never prove any of that. When you go negative with the sine and cosine, that's what I was getting to earlier. Like you can't see it. You're just giving it a position, but it's still based on a circle around a globe. So there's no proving it. It's all based on the circles of the stars. It's funny because the other day I was talking about it and trying to get to a point, and Xenix's like, Brian thinks the stars do circles, like they do the same circles around Polaris. I'm like, dude, it's all like that shows you how much he's just trying to mess with me, and because that's exactly what it is. It's all based on the same circles, year after year. It's just the Aries moving. You even taught me that a while back. Like Aries is not, in fact, it is a constellation, but it's basically the point of the vernal equinox where it falls on the equator during the year. It's basically a point that moves around, and everything.
Both the Aries point and the constellation have the same name, but they're different things. I don't know why they decided to call that Aries, but it's not the constellation.
It is confusing because Aries is a fucking constellation right by the equator, dude.
Yeah,
I got that one wrong. But and it's like I don't think I should have to go past. I think it's 68 or 69, whatever. That's like the lowest. As far as the map even goes, like I'm gonna do an explanation within the system itself, so I don't have to go past like 60 whatever degrees, which if you really look into this stuff, Bacon, and you look at the speeds and the times of these races and what they're claiming, you're going to come up with the same shit I did, dude. And if you look at the size, like I could equally throw out like a 500-mile radius on the North Pole, but I'm not even going to do that. But that brings that draws it in quite a bit too, but it comes out to around 50,000 miles around 65 south latitude. And you look at them races and you look at the times they take and the speeds that they claim, they're not consistent with the speeds in the north. The records are right there by land. So if they did have to fudge the distances, it'd be out in the middle of the oceans. It's like, it's too perfect, bro. If you just coordinate all this stuff, and the fact that the lack of stars for navigating in the last 21 degrees, like it's all too convenient for me, man. If you look into all this stuff, you'll raise an eyebrow, man, unless you're just trying to defend it.
Okay, I feel the need to bite on that one. What does the lack of stars for navigation mean?
It means there is none down there south of. I thought it was 63, but I found one south of that. I think it's 68 or 69. But beyond that, there are no stars charted.
So there's no.
You mean the almanac? You mean the nautical almanac?
Right, in the 57 or whatever it is, stars.
Yeah, I mean the almanac gathers like the 59. Not just the more visible, but also the most recognizable stars.
Yeah, and
there's not a lot of.
Good.
Sorry. Yeah, half of them are in the southern hemisphere.
No, it ain't half. It's not half, bro. There's it's more than a third, but it's not half. But they
No,
cut off.
no. I checked it. If you I'll check it again, but I'm pretty sure. I think there's even one more than in the northern hemisphere.
You're wrong, bro. Check it right now. You are
I'll
dead
check
ass.
it, but I remember have looked
And
into
now that you just put your memory on trial, now I'm stepping up to the plate now. But first, just verify that. In fact, just
Right.
grunt when you come back when you realize you're wrong. Just grunt. Just go. I'm just joking with you, man. There's a lot to look into, man, and there's a lot to it. And I'm just looking into the fact that the AE map, you got to use a different system. You got to use radians. You got to use the radians.
I use radians.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things. And you see the like that was his hint, the way he drew that triangle.
Doesn't change anything.
Not for
If
you.
you use
There's a lot you're just overlooking, man. You'll have to
No,
catch
no,
it. Not gonna give too much away, bro.
No, I've written like the libraries are used for trigonometry. Are ones that
You're supposed to be counting stars right now, man.
just like I'm not sure if you saw it, but I sent you a screenshot of how I compute the azimuths, and I can flip that between radians and degrees, and it doesn't change the result.
No, not with globe-based navigation. Okay, the AE map, okay, that Gleason's made is literally a longitude calculator, literally a time calculator and a longitude calculator. I should have noticed that before, bro. I would have already did this, but I don't want to give too much away. But I want to just say that it's a different system. I think it's way more legit, but I understand the Glober's problem with it.
Yeah, there are more stars in the southern hemisphere than in the south.
No,
on the almanac. I just counted.
In the north, you mean, right?
No, in the south. There's one more in the south.
You know the ones that say negative are in the south, right?
Yeah, I just counted. There are 30 of them and 29 of the positive ones.
Out of the 57, there's 59?
There's 59. 30 of them are in the southern hemisphere and 29.
All right, I'm gonna post it.
See, I remember counting this. I already saw it before.
Bro, I want to see what you're looking at. I'm gonna post what I'm looking at, and
maybe
maybe I'll be the one grunting. But I just counted them. I just counted them yesterday, dude. Hold on.
Oh, maybe they heard it and they switched it.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll post in the live stream text. I always thought it was the 59 brightest stars, but it isn't. At least not according to Hipparchus catalog. But Brian, it's much harder to make sense out of things if you go straight to the math. The math is reflecting what you're trying to do. So you should look first what you're trying to do, and then how you get the math out of it, how you derive the math based on what you're trying to do. That's much easier to understand what the math is doing than going straight to the math.
So that's it. You guys gave up. A couple of O-rings, a turkey, and some pictures. That's it.
Brian's looking for his data that shows there are more navigational stars in the almanac for the northern hemisphere.
Of course, you had to go to the lights in the sky. Of course, you couldn't handle regular cargo. Of
Brian
course.
brought it up actually.
Thanks, Brian.
Did you read the report I gave you, SC?
Yes, I did. Page 11. Yes.
Yeah, I'm grunting. Like I'm sitting here. I just counted it 3 times and got a different count all 3 times. So I had to grab glasses. And there appears to be 30 and 28. 30 in the south. And I had to go to a whole nother screen before I was counting them all. But yeah, I was wrong. But still, you just said, and I got to clear this up. You just admitted that the azimuth will be different to the North Pole than it will to the South Pole, and then you said it would be the same. So I'd like
No,
to get
you
clarity
asked if the sun was in the Tropic of Capricorn, and you have both a person in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere measured the azimuth to the sun. That's what I understood from your question. In that case, the
anyway.
angle is different. But if you flip the situation, you put the sun now in the Tropic of Cancer, and you want to use the southern pole for your azimuths, you're going to get the same angles. Symmetrical.
But it's different from the north than in the south.
Right.
Yeah, at any given
Here's my point.
if the sun is in the southern hemisphere, of course you're going to get a different reading from the north and from the south.
Why are they giving
But if it
azimuths
does-
Why are they giving azimuths to the North Pole on a globe?
Because it doesn't matter. You could do the same thing using the South Pole.
My question is why are they so in other words, they're all circling around Polaris.
They're circling both poles. You could use the South Pole as a 0 for azimuth.
I want you to
Works
give me an example of that. Can you give me an example of how you're going to do it to the South Pole? Because let's remember, there's no Polaris south of the equator. So you got the whole rest of the world. So show me how you're going to mark, how you're going to double check the azimuths, how you're going to do any of that. How are you even going to confirm any of them? What are you going to use it against?
Oh, if you want an azimuth, if you want to have a reference for an azimuth, you could just pick any body, get the point where it rises and the point where it sets, and in the point in between is going to be either north or south, right?
I'm telling you that hole in the middle of the south ain't just like a 1 degree hole. That's a big ass hole. So pardon the pun, but no, that's a big spot, man, with no really visible stars to the eye.
Yeah, but what's the issue with that?
How are you confirming anything? How are you going to confirm any of that?
You don't need to confirm it.
No, you don't, because it's all based around Polaris. That's why you don't.
No.
But how
it's
did they
not because
confirm
of
it in the
that.
first place?
No, you don't even you don't need Polaris to get a true azimuth. You can use any star. You just, for example, wait until it reaches the highest point. That's north. If it's a star from the northern hemisphere, you can do the same for the south. You don't need Polaris.
Very good. Tell me how you're going to get an azimuth with Polaris as the one of the points of that azimuth being the central point from a star. And are you saying like a star right overhead or something?
No.
Okay, so you're looking off to a star. How you get the azimuth? Let's say it's 45 degrees. And you don't know really. Well, no, you know that it's.
What's 45 though? You mean the elevation?
Right above the
azimuth?
equator. Let's say it's right above the equator.
I'm right above the equator?
No, the star is.
Okay.
It's got a declination of like like 89 or something.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's, the closer it is to the highest it gets in the sky, the worse it would be. It would be the hardest to determine. Where it's true north if you're using a star that goes overhead. So don't use one that goes overhead.
My point is this: if your observation point ain't at the same latitude on a globe, then it's going to be a different angle to the south or north pole, unless it's on the equator. If it's on the equator, you're going to get the same angle. What am I missing?
I think I'm missing.
I think I might something, man.
Pretty sure I'm the one missing here.
But to me, the so if I'm gonna make a Gleason's did it. I mean, pretty much the best it could be done. Like I see why they brought the celestial sphere down to and made the ground a sphere to make all this shit manageable. I think Gleason cracked that code, and that's what I'm pretty much. I think I know how he did it. I think there's about 2 ways to do it, and I'm gonna show them both. Okay, but he in other words, if you're using a celestial sphere, you can't make a map. You can't bring a celestial sphere, whether it's optical, whether it's refraction, whether it's an actual dome. You can't map that on a flat map. You can't get all the distances the same on a flat map if you're mapping a sphere. So let's say there's a dome above us. You can't get the distances right, the arc distances on a flat map. It's not possible. Okay. It's not saying that the earth ain't flat. It's telling you that you gotta, you gotta work it different. Because you can't put an arc on a flat surface and map and all the distances be right. So he did them to the central point. I think the whole reason for his thing was for celestial navigation. And I think that information got lost because it makes it way easier getting your position to stars with an AE map. It's it's a longitude calculator and a time calculator. When people ask about time zones and shit like that, it's like, bro, it's 1,000 times easier on an AE map. That's what it's made for, is a time calculator and a longitude calculator. The latitudes are fucking easy. The latitudes are all told to you based on declinations to Polaris or from the celestial equator. Latitudes are a given. You don't have to calculate the latitudes at all on either map, on either model. Latitudes are given, pretty much, and it's calculating the longitudes, and that's what the Gleason's map is a longitude calculator, and I think that's been lost, and that's what I'm trying to put together. I want to get a little ahead of myself, so when I do the first volume, I'm probably gonna do like 5. But I want to be a little ways into it, and I want to study a little bit more. But I'm close to having the first one, and I got some information on the second one. But I want to do them in order, and I want to be ahead of myself so I don't have to wait a month to come out with the next one. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of fucking information, dude. And trying to convert this shit, man, it's proven pretty difficult. But when you see how it's done, it's like, dude, that is so easy. Like, why didn't we see this sooner? Like, it's so much easier with this thing. We should have noticed this before. But there's a couple things I'm keeping to myself for right now. I'll probably run them by you, Bacon, after I do a little cross-referencing and double-checking and triple-checking. I'll run them by you before I put them out there. So I expect you to have an open mind and don't look for ways it won't work. You look at the method and with an honest opinion, and anything you might have to add to it too, because there could be things I'm even missing. but I'll give you the base data, the base information, what we have, what we know, what this map tells us, and we go from there. So just think of it from scratch with a blank mind, and that's what I had to do from the get-go. What information is given to us, and what do we know about this map, and what can we do with it? I think you'll be surprised, man. It's more valuable than you think.
Yeah, I'll definitely be surprised if it turns out that you can do something like that. I'll be surprised.
I think, Brian, you're wasting your time, bro. Anything to do with the lights in the sky, they're just gonna just run you around in circles, bro, until there's no ending. You're never gonna prove anything with the lights in the sky, bro. Never.
Doesn't matter, bro. I'm just going to show them how easy it is on a map and how much easier it is than on a globe. I'm going to show the globe methods and the flat methods. It's fucking night and day, bro. Night and day. That's one of the things I'm holding back at the moment. But trust me, it's way easier. Just the basics of it. Way fucking easier.
Hey, let's see what you got. Maybe you came up with something somebody else didn't, but lights in the
I'll
sky,
tell you,
bro.
Gleason come up with this shit, not me. Like, I'm just figuring out what they've held from us. There's a reason them arms were on there. You know what I'm saying? And there's a reason he put a longitude calculator and time calculator. That's all celestial navigation is calculating longitude and time. Like I said, the latitudes are given. They've always been able to figure out latitudes.
Said the longitude before.
No. The latitudes are given. They've always been able to calculate latitudes based on fucking Polaris. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, that makes sense. I think you misspoke before because you did say the longitudes were given.
I meant to say latitudes.
But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Latitudes are given. This map is a longitude calculator. That was the trick. That's the code that they were trying to crack when the Queen offered the big ass prize for the first person who can do it, and they gave it to the guy who made the clock or whatever. I think there's more to it, in my opinion. And I think that it pretty much lines up with about the time Gleason made his fucking map. There might be a couple things we might be surprised about, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But I know it's fairly close.
It was very interesting how the necessity for navigation pushed like the development of clocks.
I think it was more like pushing time zones and shit like that, bro. And I think they used a map exactly for all that shit and then converted it over. I think all these things were converted over to a globe by using Gleason's map, because even the maps before him were pretty damn similar. He just, mapped it out to the exact longitudes and latitudes. And what's a map good for? Directions. To me, the worthless information is distances, bro. You're gonna know about how far you are just by looking at the angle to the stars and shit. You're gonna know about how far you are, and to me, what's important are the directions. Like I said, I'm not gonna crash up on rocks if it takes me longer to get there because I'm further away. It's gonna
the directions. Actually, the A map is not good for directions. It's only good for the north. The other directions are.
Do you know what azimuthal equidistant means?
Yeah, it's azimuthal equidistant, but it's centered at a point. What's
that mean? What's that mean though?
That is mapped azimuthally. So you start with a point.
No, I'm asking you. Don't redefine the word. I mean, don't restate the word. What is azimuthal? What's equidistant? What do they mean by equidistant azimuths?
That it preserves the distance to that point.
So what else does it preserve? If it preserves distances to a central point, what else does it by necessity have to preserve? The angles.
Yeah, but from that point, which is the North Pole. Like if you're on a different point, and you try to get azimuths using that, they're going to be off.
Because you don't know how to use the map, bro. Just saying. You'll see, man. I'm not gonna say nothing else, but you'll see.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't preserve azimuths. You'd have to
no, they preserve the angles, bro. And the angles are the directions.
The what? No, they preserve the directions from the North Pole, not from other points.
So are you guys done here? Wanna go at some with blue for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, I'm done. It's amazing how much friction I'm getting instead of support. Like, it's weird. Weird, dude.
No, well, let's
Interesting
see
is
what
that
you
you're
got,
still
Brian.
incorrect, even though people corrected you on this stuff
What is
thousands of
that?
times.
Hey, yeah, there's a horrible noise coming from your mic.
You sure that wasn't just his voice?
I don't think so.
Thinking if I know where the center is, and I know the exact angle from however far out the star is, or the sun, or multiple stars that I'm looking at, and I know where I'm at on that map. You can't put the two together. Like, you're not seeing what I'm getting at. If I know the exact angle from that star to the center, that's a wealth of information, bro.
I mean, like the longitude
I
of the
knowing
star?
the azimuth of every star and knowing the position where you're going, it's a wealth of information, bro. It should be given, dude. I feel like you're like intentionally giving friction on things that
No,
your mind should have
no,
easily worked out, bro.
I'm just
Your
trying to
mind,
make sense of what you're saying. Like, to get the azimuths to the stars, you have to compute them. They're not
they
giving
don't
you
even
right?
know. Actually, you don't. There's tables for all that too. But I'm not
Yeah,
even
you
going to
have to
show that
compute
in
it.
my videos. I'm not even going to
Tables
put
are
that in my
free.
videos. I'm going to show how to do it on the map. I mean, that's part of it. But you don't even have to do that. They're there. I found them. One more thing, SC. But Bacon, you don't think it's a little bit suspicious, man, that that original map was published with the two swiveling hands? I think one of them had a pivot on it too. That's my second way of doing this is if you put a pivot on the second arm. But even without that, you don't think that it's a little bit suspicious that the arms were tore off, and the version we get today, we've not even seen the one with the second arm period in a full first arm. You don't think that's a little bit kind of suspicious? Because that's a damn good map. USGS used it, all this shit, and we can't even find one in original condition. That, you don't think that's a little bit suspicious?
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. Hey,
Maybe.
Brian, take as much time as you need.
But I've seen pictures of the map with the arm, but I think it's the one with the only one pivot. I haven't seen it with two.
Yeah, it's broke. It's broke off like not even a third of the way. But if you look at it, it's not in latitude though. It's not saying 10 degrees, 15 degrees. It's in it's one long arm. And I think the second arm would have made my search a lot easier if I would have found it. Sure, I know what it is now, but it should have been information readily available, and this information would have already been out there.
So, Brian, you agree that really like the major like difference is going to come when you get closer to 55 degrees latitude or so, 50 or more?
Yeah, or distances beyond what you could see. Like, they could try and argue distances, but yeah, if let me say this: if we're gonna put the globe up against any map, then to do any tests, yeah, we got to go down to 50, 55.
Yeah,
My
because
opinion.
like, and like, this is what I think. Like, I don't see why people don't want to just figure out the truth about this. Like, when we see all these people that used the globular assumption for navigation, when you get further south, they were running into all kinds of problems consistently. You know, so that
But
seems
is
like
there
something.
any?
That was half my motivation. That was half my motivation, and seeing all the experienced captains and reporting all their problems and shit. I mean, he wants to say that azimuth's going to be the same to the north to south. That's not true. You could draw lines on a sphere. They're not going to be the same from the north to the south. I think everything else he said was pretty much on cue. I was wrong about the amount of stars in the south, but none of them go that low. You know, none of them go beyond the. I mean, none of them go nowhere near Antarctica, bro. We're gonna like what 12, 13, 1400 miles away. Like none of them go even near down there, and that to me is suspicious. Like everything about it's suspicious to me, man.
Yeah, yeah. And like Bacon, I sent you the book, right? Didn't I send you the book where there's a navigation section that cites the specific instances and like what? I mean, are you saying that you need a captain that you need?
Yeah,
Are you
dude,
saying
hold on.
you
If
need
you
someone
didn't
that
send it,
wrote
I
down?
need it. I think
Are
you
you
did.
needing
But...
some? Well,
I remember.
So,
Yeah, I remember seeing a book about that, but you can try to look for it.
I seen
on
where
the
you
chat.
showed it.
yeah. Does anyone else have it? Because I'm like driving, but it's called like his pronouncement. It's called his pronouncement. Anyway, there's different sections, but there's a navigation section.
Oh,
That's
one second,
one
dude.
of the.
Give me a minute.
Like, I'm not saying that we have dozens of people that wrote in a book and said the globe doesn't work in the south. What they say is that you know they navigated efficiently everywhere, and then they get further south, and all of a sudden they're off like by immense amounts every day.
Citation needed.
His pronouncement. Thanks for playing.
Imagine just not listening to the citation and then saying citation needed.
Austin,
Yeah,
please,
like-
hey, when you get where you're going, dude, I don't think you sent it to my DM. I know you did send it, but can you please, this is the only special favor I ever ask. I know you got a lot of people asking you for shit, but can you please DM me that one because it's good because I quote some of this stuff in my series.
The book?
Man. Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me see if I can just download it on my phone real fast.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, I'm back. So I think the book you're mentioning, I think Jesse took a look on that. Are you still here, Jesse? Jesse Gordon?
So basically, you're saying that someone else looked at it for you? Is that what you're saying?
Was Jesse tasked with that in the group meeting?
What?
To disseminate that information to you? Was that his homework?
No, I'm just asking because if he's here, if you want to comment on something, because I think he did look into that. I didn't. Just asking if he wants to comment on it.
Especially when they're talking about them islands, bro. When they're talking about them islands, like, bro, you could use something with the angles and say, hey, you know, that he messed up with this. But when you're talking about like a 1,200 mile isle, probably the biggest example, but you're talking about a bunch of stars that are going to be overhead. They're going to be overhead. If you're there on that island, you're not out anymore. You're going to be on the island, your head, and these are out in the middle of nowhere. So this is going to confine them in their. This is going to take their little. Their land masses where they have no margin of error. They have way greater margin of error, especially out in the middle of nowhere, and it's going to task them to points, going to hold them to task basically. When you're talking about islands down there, and that's where they had the most problems. You know, I give the big example, but I think that book tells a lot.
Well,
but
when was that? Well, when was that?
It was last week. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
It was a while
I
back.
mean, when
man.
those problems happened, because
we've
when
already
navigation started, when navigation started, there was no good way. That was the first time in which we had good ways to determine longitude. So before that, longitudes weren't that great in maps. So what?
Oh, so wait. So in 1920s.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying depending if it's when navigation started, which would be in the 1800s. So if you're talking about something in the 90s, then that's different. So that's why I'm saying it depends on when it comes from.
Oh, so why the longitudes work in the north?
They work in the south too.
But no, you just said Dude, you're saying the reason that they kept running into problems in the south was because of longitude. So why were they able to do it in the north?
Oh, they mapped the north much sooner and more accurately than they did with the south. There's much more people there.
Wait, why do they got to
Oh,
map anything? I thought we could just use it. We already had the stars. You're saying that they didn't map the stars? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like if most navigation was running on the
Are you
northern
saying the
hemisphere.
azimuths are different? Are you saying the azimuths are different in the south or something? I mean, what
No,
exactly
I'm
are
not.
you saying?
No, dude, no. I'm saying
This
if
is a terrible
there's
argument.
locations where people go less, right? Before we had
That's
a good way
irrelevant.
to determine longitudes, it's much easier for the maps to be wrong.
No, that's irrelevant, dude. If you
How's that
understand how it
relevant?
works, which I'm trying to tell you. So, like, obviously, you have like the same ratio of longitude and latitude above and below the equator. All you have to do is take angles, and you immediately should know where you are on a globe. It's just the same ratio. You just take an angle, and then you know where you
Yeah,
are
but
on the
the
globe. It's
longitude.
symmetrical.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not saying that the mapping of the south is just worse because there's no way to determine longitude, right? That's one of the things that can put maps off. So your longitudes might not be that accurate. If it's somewhere in the south where people don't navigate that much, then I wouldn't expect the maps for those locations to be that accurate.
They were
Even that
using
doesn't help you, bro.
This is crazy, bro. You guys just
Even that wouldn't help you because they used to use the reckoning. They used to use the dead reckoning or the method where they just stayed on a latitude before the longitudes. They'd stick to a latitude. So all they'd have to do is know the latitude. It might be a little further, closer, but they'd know that they were going to hit a specific island, bro. Even in the south, that's not an excuse, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, how's that related to what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying you wouldn't be able to navigate without it. I'm
This
just
predates
pointing out that before having an accurate way to determine longitude, it's much easier for the maps to be off. Mainly if it's somewhere where you don't navigate as often as you go, like if in the north.
Okay, so it's not a mathematical construct then, right? It's all based on empirical evidence. Not
If what is a
mathematical,
mathematical?
right? Well, if it's
what is-
mathematical, and Eratosthenes knew the fucking radio, I mean, admit that it's not mathematical because
There's the book. There's the book.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, but basically, Bacon, you're refuting your own position because you're saying that you guys love to say just knowing the Earth's a sphere and then knowing from north to the equator to then back to the south, just using the mathematical relationship, you can figure out where you are and you can do celestial navigation. So if we can just use this mathematical construct and their symmetry, their spherical symmetry, then that's all you need. Who cares what they did mapped out in the south? What does that have to do with anything?
Because before they started doing celestial navigation, they didn't have time, so they wouldn't be able to determine longitude accurately. So they could get maps wrong when they were mapping longitude.
That's
Give me a roundabout date.
So because
Sorry?
you claim they just take the angle measurements to the sky.
Yeah. So let me say
And
this.
the
Let me
time.
pin you down, Bacon. Give me a roundabout date. I'm not pinning you down to the year. Just give me a decade or two of when you think that it was reliable. You know, you said that it, the chronometer, whatever was made in I think it was like 18. I think it was like early 1800s, whatever. But so
Yeah,
give me
early.
a approximate time of when you could hold them to task per decade or two. When are you going to hold them to saying, hey, wait a minute, like 1800, 1900, 1850, what?
That they had clocks? Still tracking?
Did they had the shit fucking reliable?
Yeah, once they
Dude,
had
we're
clocks
talking about
reliable, they had
events in the
navigation reliable. What I'm
We're
challenging
talking
is
about
the
events in
maps.
the 1920s, dude. So this is the problem, right? Like you're
Right,
just.
so let's look into the example of the 1920s.
I already dropped it, dude.
No, I know, but no, I understand. I didn't say you didn't drop it.
Here's the
I
real
just
question.
want
Are
to
you
look
gonna
at the.
Go
Just
ahead.
wanted to look into the thing you're mentioning, right?
Oh, okay. Would you like to answer his question? What year, since your cop out is vaguely saying that whenever they first started, they didn't have longitude, which means now you should never be talking about how they've done this for a long time then. You should never, ever again, all the Globers should stop saying, oh, well, we've been using the sphere to celestial navigate for centuries. You should stop saying that, because
Why?
now we can't bring up anything from even the 1800s because they didn't have the South mapped out yet.
You can. I'm just saying it might not be that accurate.
Oh, so you can
That's
pick
why
and
I'm.
choose, and okay, so you can use celestial navigation from back in the day if you think it supports your position, but if not, we can throw it away because they didn't have the South mapped out. So you can say, "Oh, we've been
No, I'm
celestial
just saying you have to
navigating."
consider that. I'm not
No,
even. I'm
dude,
not making any. I'm not making any of the statements you're quoting me on.
yeah, you guys always say we've been using celestial navigation for centuries,
It's true.
right? And you invoke that as evidence that the Earth's a sphere.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, we now navigate with GPS. So to really test the actual claim with
Which
any type of
match with.
repetitive example,
Yeah, which match with celestial navigation methods. They
you don't know
both
anything.
correspond
Dude,
to the same.
GPS isn't even open source, dude. It's
Yeah.
closed. So
There
stop
might be
making
there
claims.
might be closed ones, but there are open ones too, and that's the one we use.
No, none of them are intricately open with actual detail. The most accurate one is admittedly closed. Hey, dude, the GPS. This is what I don't get about Globers. This is what I
How
don't
does
get
it
about
matter
Globers.
though?
See if you can answer this question. Hey, say if you lived on a flat Earth, is it possible that you could take the data and then map it onto a globe? Could you take a flat Earth and map it onto a globe? Yes or no?
Map what exactly?
Could you
The
map
celestial
the
sphere.
Earth as a globe? No,
I can map.
the Earth.
I can map the ground positions.
Could it be a flat Earth and you map it as a globe?
Not with the current observational stars. I don't think so.
It'd be easier. It'd be easier to map it as a globe if you're going.
They can't answer this because so
I
even
just
Mattoon
answered.
admitted this. Even Mattoon admitted this, right? Even
Yeah.
Mattoon was like, yeah, of course, you could
Yeah.
just you could just close it down in the south, right? And then so you would just be throwing out some water, whatever you're doing, and because it's almost all water, and you could easily make it a globe.
The
You could take a flat
additional
Earth, you
question,
could make it a globe.
the
I
additional
don't.
question would be: would it be more accurate on a local level on a flat Earth? Like, even if it was on a sphere, if you just did it locally, would you be more accurate? And the answer has to be yes, because you have more towers to triangulate with. Doesn't take
But I'm
into
really just
account
trying to make the
spherical optics.
sorry. Well, I guess I'm just trying to make the point that the GPS argument is stupid. Everyone that says
But you brought it
GPS
up.
proves a globe, it's stupid. You could take
Yeah,
a
no one's
flat
making
Earth,
this point right now.
you could take a flat Earth, and then you could map a globe on it. Then you could create GPS based on the globe you made. And then if people just use the GPS, assuming that globe they made, and it matches the globe, that doesn't prove the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I don't think with open source receivers that would be possible.
The receivers don't matter, man. It's the source.
They
It's
did
the
the
code.
math
It's
for your
the
position.
it's the GPS code. The source code is so they could tell you anything they want.
You're right, but they
You
can't
can't
control.
verify any of that shit because it's closed code by the
Yeah, but
DoD.
you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to trust that the data is reliable. If it's there's going to be discrepancies if it's not
you
reliable.
don't get the data, Bacon. You don't get the data. The
You
source
get the
code.
data to get to the receivers, which is what
All
you
right,
use.
before we get lost in the weeds, what I just said's objective. People can take it or leave it. Okay, so Bacon, before we get lost here, so what year is it that we can invoke examples? Since you guys can invoke
You
centuries.
can always invoke his examples. I didn't say you couldn't.
No. If it's so long ago, every time it didn't work, you already have an excuse. So when did we get the longitudes mapped out? When did we get the longitudes mapped out?
I just said you have to take a look into that. I didn't say therefore you can't use it. I'm saying let's
So
just
you
take a
haven't
look
even
at that.
looked
If the
into it
map is can you stop strawmanning my position all the time? I haven't said you can't use those instances because it wasn't mapped correctly. Or
Yeah, but
I'm just saying you have to.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Maps have been improved from the past centuries to now, right? So if you're getting,
you claim my example was from too long ago, and that's why I asked for a roundabout time of when I could. I mean, in a roundabout way, yeah. So I'm asking.
What example?
Yeah, you've done that 5 times, dude. You did it yesterday too. Every time we bring up, you did literally your main argument, your main rebuttal, even yesterday, is though. When did this happen? Because those examples are for so long ago and we didn't even have the longitude and and it all mapped out right. So when did we have it mapped out right? Why can't you
I didn't
answer
say
that
that
question?
yesterday.
Yes, you did.
I didn't even talk about the subject yesterday. What are you talking about?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You and Tony and another dude were talking about it. I had to step away because of Aaliyah. So now you're just gonna make. What are you doing?
It wasn't. I didn't talk to Tony yesterday.
Oh my God! Do you remember us talking and me saying I have to step away for Aaliyah?
Was it 2 days ago? Was it 2 days
No, it
ago,
was yesterday.
Bacon?
Was it Tony V?
No, it was yesterday.
Was it PhD Tony in here or Tony V?
No, Tony V. And we were sitting here talking, and we were talking about the way that optics works, and then of course Bacon somehow makes it about celestial navigation. And we were specifically talking. What we were what we were talking about is how you guys have a double standard. If you think you can point out one thing that flat earth doesn't know a definitive answer to, it debunks flat earth. But then whenever the globe can't answer 1,000 questions, that's just how science works. And then you brought up celestial navigation, that you didn't know about the core, you don't know about space. That stuff doesn't matter, though, because of the stars. And whenever we take positions and ground position, you brought it back to celestial navigation. I said, you always bring up celestial navigation.
Oh,
no
in
matter what
that
we're
instance
talking
I
about.
did, but you did too.
Hey, did that happen yesterday?
Oh, that yes, but not what you accused me now of saying yesterday, which is talking
did
about
you-
the fact that it was too long ago we can use. I didn't say that yesterday.
Actually, yes, you did. You and Tony and the other guy started talking about that specifically. You brought up that long ago they didn't have the longitudes worked out. And then Tony was like, yo, why would we be talking about so long ago when we have stuff right now? Because it was still playing and I could hear it when I walked away to grab Aaliyah. Okay, anyway.
I don't remember saying that.
So, okay, well, I don't lie. So the important
Yes, you
part
do.
here. Okay, name one time.
Oh, I remember yesterday you did. I won't be able to point out exactly which one was.
Oh, that's convenient.
But,
So anyway,
yeah, but you do lie, bro.
yeah, you guys can never name a time.
Yesterday.
Name once, Bacon. Come on, name once when he's lied.
Oh, I have to go to the yesterday live stream and because I remember saying out loud, "You are lying." I have to find exactly what the spot is. If I find it, it would be very easy to demonstrate why you're lying. But I have to watch
So
the
you
whole
have
live
no
stream
examples.
yesterday.
You have no examples. Yeah. Okay. So anyway,
say
back
so.
to the point though. Even yesterday, you brought this up. You brought up that like when it's so long ago that we didn't have longitude mapped out. You brought it up yesterday. So my only point is that this is your primary rebuttal. So now that you keep saying that, I'm asking specifically. Okay. So if you keep saying that, when did we get it mapped out?
Well, let's look at the cases. Like we know when maps got updated. So we just have like if in these instances it disagree with the map, and this map is from that time, and it later got updated to this other map. We can just take a look at that. Like maps didn't get all updated. Maps, of course not. I didn't say that I knew when every map was dated from. All I said is you have to take a look into the when this happened and see how accurate was the map at that time. That's all I said.
Why do you do this? No.
Because it's obviously relevant.
What you actually said was specifically that they didn't have longitude work. There wasn't a good way to work out longitude back in the 1800s, and they didn't have the south mapped out. You said in the 1800s.
I said they could. Yeah, I'm saying it could very well be a problem of establishing the longitude correctly.
So you're just making it up?
No, they could. They didn't have any method an accurate method to determine longitude before they could.
When did they get an accurate method?
Sorry.
So when did they get the accurate method?
In the 1800s when they got clocks.
Okay, so anything in the 1800s, then we're good.
No, not just because they got clocks now. They instantly mapped the whole Earth at the moment they got clocks. Maps were updated from that time to now, and you have to take a look into when they were updated.
You just baselessly say things, right? So whenever the evidence goes against you, yes. So whenever I point out that in the South they have all kinds of discrepancies, I'd love to see this. So then I start to go get them, and then you're like, well, those are old, and they couldn't even map it out right. It's just sophistry.
I actually didn't dismiss it. That's a straw man. I didn't dismiss saying no, you can't use it because they're old. That's like the 5th time you straw man me saying I said that. I didn't say you can't use it. I just said you have to. Let me finish. No.
Oh,
Dude, let me finish.
You interrupted me.
What do you
Let
mean
you
interrupted?
finish.
Yeah, I'm responding to you. If you allow me to
I was in the
respond
middle
to
of
you,
Back it all
and
up,
you
bro,
don't get
because
to
I
then
just got the
interrupt me.
information, y'all. I looked it up. It was 1761. It was John Harrison, and that was the first year that they came out with the ephemeris for celestial navigation. I think in the almanac. Don't quote me on that part of it, but it was 1761, and that's when they printed the like right behind that. I think 1767. They printed the ephemeris for the celestial navigation. So this is way before 1800, and all the examples that are in that book are well after 1767.
That's right. Right. The earliest one it brings up is 1865, I think. That's not even the point, though. The point is that you keep interrupting me and then saying that I need to let you finish. Okay?
Yeah, if I
So I'm
try to
going to make
respond
the
to you.
point. Okay.
If-
Yeah, no, please, by all means, keep interrupting.
Yeah, if I try to respond to you and you allow me to respond to you, then you allow me to respond to you. So now if you interrupt me, you're interrupting me.
No, I was in the middle. You mean that if I have cordial respect and I yield the floor when someone interrupts me so it's not a shit show, that gives you the right to consistently interrupt me?
If you don't want to concede, then don't concede. I'll shut up. Like I try to respond in between sentences. Like you finish the sentence, I want to respond to that. I'll try to respond to that. If you keep speaking, I would just shut up and let you continue speaking.
Okay,
But
cool,
you
then shut
didn't.
up.
Well, so continue speaking. If you stop speaking, I'll
I
understand
tried
as you
to,
allowing
and
me,
you just,
as you giving me
I
the floor
tried
to
to,
respond.
and then
Okay,
you,
these
He can't
instances,
do
for
it. He
example,
can't do
I
it. He
haven't.
can't shut up like all of them. You
Yeah,
interrupted
because I was
everybody.
speaking and I didn't give him the floor.
You're still
Oh
talking.
my god, dude.
Yeah, I was
Dude,
still
I
talking.
literally, Bacon,
Still
I
Guys,
literally
all
talking.
right.
jumped in and
Well,
I
okay,
literally
hold
jumped
on.
in and said, this is getting on my fucking
What's it
nerves, dude.
go?
Every day the Glovers
Hold
are
then
on,
allowed
just
to
stick to
do
Bacon's
the
it.
gonna
topic.
respond. Can you guys hear me? Witted's gonna go and then Bacon's gonna respond. Everyone else shut the fuck up, please. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, you said that you keep saying that they didn't have longitude or the south mapped out. We're asking for specific times, and then when it comes down to it, I don't know. We have to look into it. So you're just making a baseless claim to try to dismiss it. And we're talking specifically well after they already had the south mapped out in your own paradigm. So I asked for specifics because I know you made it up, and then you can't give us specifics. So if you want to get into the specifics of your claim or just admit you don't actually know, then we can get to the actual point, which is that the people that were navigating in the South were consistently running into errors using the symmetrical assumption of the globe.
Right. I didn't say they didn't have it mapped out. The accuracy of the mapping was different, right? Because maps did get updated in the past centuries. You can get any map of any location. Don't have the same maps now as you have a century ago that were different than the century before. So maps are updating. The current ones are the most accurate ones. So I didn't say they weren't mapped out before 1800s. They just didn't have an accurate way to determine longitude before the 1800s. So if you're relying on maps that comes before the 1800s, we have to compare them to today's map and see if they were still accurate, right? Because they can be very well be in the wrong longitude. And all I'm saying is that they can be off in the same longitude. I'm completely open to look at each individual case and see whether or not they are actually off, because they might not be. I'm just saying that's something you have to look at.
You say
So
1800s,
stop
but I
fucking
just showed
strawmanning
you.
me.
No. I'm not strawman.
No,
I
not
just
you.
want to make
It's
a quick point. It was 1767 or 1766. I just tried to print it, but it wouldn't. For some reason, my screenshots won't show. But it was John Carpenter with the marine chronometer in 61. So it was like 6 or 7 years later that they come out with the accurate the ephemeris for the almanac for longitude, bro. And this was like 30 something years before the 1800s, bro. Your table is off in your head by about
Yeah, there you go.
2
So
or 3 decades.
respond specifically to that, please. You keep on saying until after the 1800s. I asked you what evidence you have of that. You said we'll have to look into it, and then he gave you a specific date. Can you rebut it specifically, please?
But that's the date in which they got the clocks.
He just
61.
gave you yeah.
61 was the invention of the marine chronometer. 6 or
All right.
67 was the ephemeris in the celestial navigation in the almanac
All right.
for longitude.
Why would I have to rebut that?
Well, because you keep on saying that until the 1800s, so you just made that up.
Yeah, that's the end of the 1700s. That's when they got the
The
clocks.
mid
It wasn't around.
1700s.
Sorry.
Yeah, the mid 1700s. So anything after 1761, we can invoke, right?
No, it's not like
varying degrees.
You can invoke from whenever you want to. You just have to take a look at the accuracy of the maps before you use them to validate navigation. That's
Okay,
all
anyway.
I'm saying. For the 6th or 7th time that you keep storming what my argument is.
Oh,
So when was
your
the first
point's
accurate globe?
Your point's just irrelevant. Okay, duly noted. So now these are actually examples from 1865 all the way to the 1920s.
God, what a punk.
His point is irrelevant. So the Globers love to say that.
Yeah, let's
You don't even know his point. You said until the 1800s, blah, blah, blah. You didn't even know what he said.
Ed, why are you even talking, bro? I'm defending the fact that the examples I gave, he said they didn't have longitude then. That's wrong. We're trying to get him to concede one fucking thing. He won't.
I didn't say they didn't have longitude. I said it.
Called you a punk.
Yes, no,
no,
was
yeah, no.
For doing that.
Yeah, but it's just funny because like three Globers incessantly interrupted, and then it's just so normal. It just happens so often that we just let it go. You guys,
I'm gonna start muting people. I'm gonna start muting people for interrupting right now. Go ahead, guys. Morning.
Okay,
Mornings.
can I
How
just
about
say?
that?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would love to not
Everyone's
have to do
muted.
that.
I don't care who
guys
does it. I don't care if another mod does it. No more interruptions.
Okay, perfect. So the point is that the Globers always bring up, we've been doing celestial navigation with the sphere accurately for centuries. We know the Earth's a globe. Celestial navigation proves it. So then when we start bringing up examples much more recent than centuries ago, then it doesn't count because it's too long ago. So it's just another example of a double standard. So we have examples of very veterans, mariners, and navigators from different militaries and different government agencies, all describing that they had huge discrepancies in the South navigating using the spherical navigation system.
Hey, I think I know what Bacon means, y'all. I think what he means is until they invented like in 1882 or like 1882. I'm not exactly sure, but toward the late 1800s, then that's when they got it down pat. Is that what you mean, Bacon?
Right? Say that again.
When they invented the Gleason's map, when Gleason mapped there, that's when they got it down pat, right? The late 1800s.
I think so.
I'm just joking, but bro, you do concede your earlier statement about the examples that I gave where they were off and how if they were over land, it'd be obvious to get a star overhead. And you do concede that the time argument is not valid. We at least concede that saying it was so long ago that they didn't have longitude, that no longer stands, right?
If they had the clocks when they were mapping to get the longitude, extend the longitudes are certainly accurate. But I don't know. You have to see what maps you're
He asked if you
invoking.
conceded, not if you were conceded.
Yeah, I'm clarifying.
So both you and Winston interrupted Jeremy. Good job.
No, we didn't.
What's up? My mic wasn't even open.
We didn't interrupt.
Oh, Dyslow started speaking before
I didn't even talk.
Call an interruption.
All right, Bacon, you're interrupting Jeremy now.
No,
I try to give Bacon an
no,
out.
I heard Jeremy
Bacon an
saying
out, man. I wasn't trying to let him reform his fucking point. I at least getting him to concede to the point he made earlier.
Oh, the point that I made earlier is not that at the moment you get clocks, then every map's going to be accurate, and before it's not, because that seems to be what you're responding to. It would be a valid response if that's what my point was, which wasn't.
Okay.
When was the first accurate globe?
The first accurate globe?
Yeah.
Depends on the minimum level of accuracy. I don't know. The whole thing has been changing all the time. Where would I put the line?
And by the way, let me clarify. Obviously, what Bacon does do is he says something, he pauses for 3 or 4 seconds, and then keeps going. So that's
3 or
obviously
4
not
seconds?
Okay,
no fucking way, dude. Yeah, very.
All right.
You don't know how to keep
half
time.
a second.
Okay, so when someone makes a point and then concludes, it's pretty instinctive that people go to respond. So the point is, what we found out here, you're never going to get a straight answer.
Did you
Never,
just pause?
ever get a straight answer.
Yeah, if you're asking convoluted questions, then yeah.
You just now figuring that out, Witsit? You will never get a straight answer.
I think he gave a straight answer. I think he gave a straight answer. It's he has to see the maps to see what their accuracy was. Does anybody get lost using a sextant today in the ocean? And anybody who's competent at it?
Yeah,
anywhere on
absolutely.
Earth.
Even in the race that the Globers love to bring up, if you actually track the boats, they're going way off track all the time.
They tack.
Wait. What do you mean off track?
They tack. They have to. That's how you sail. You don't sail in a straight line.
Oh my god, dude. So you first of all, even in those races, they're not very far south. And they go way up in the northern hemisphere. And I don't care if it's about wind, none of that matters. We're talking about, can you assume the Earth's a globe, use celestial navigation, go far south, and it worked? Well, we have not Discord pretend to navigate people. We have the most experienced mariners and navigators on the Earth at the time that had been celestially navigating for decades, saying that when they went, they had no problems in the north. They have it all documented. They had no problems around the equator. They start getting further south, and they started consistently being off by dozens of miles, a dozen miles a day, 16 miles a day, hundreds of miles a week. And it's well documented. And these are some of the most revered and professional navigators on the earth. And this is from the mid 1800s to the early 1900s.
And does it still happen?
Kool-Aid could do it, man.
The question is, does it still happen?
And we've already explained.
Contrary to your little claim about the race, they are not lost when they are making those maneuvers.
If we have that all documented, the proportions in between how often people get off in their fix on the south and compared to north, they'll be. Sorry.
He never said lost. I don't know. Someone just said that we claimed that they were lost. He never said that.
No,
getting their
saying that
fix
they're
wrong.
substantially off.
Yeah,
meaning that they don't know where they are.
Different from being lost.
Did I say
that
lost?
is lost? I said lost, and it is lost if you are significantly off from where you're supposed to be.
Well, if you were never lost, could you be
Saying
found?
two things that aren't necessarily like if you're off, that doesn't mean that you're lost. And Witsit didn't claim that, so why are you strawmanning him?
Yeah,
if they're hundreds of miles off from where they're supposed to be, they are fucking lost.
Now
they know they're still in the same hemisphere. They know their approximate location, but they are lost. They don't know where they are.
Now he just added,
and in fact, they do.
Now he just conflated the actual documentation from the mid 1800s to like the 1920s, where they're off hundreds of miles, to me rebutting the claim of modern times. I never said anything about hundreds of miles. I never said the word lost. You intentionally are strawmanning and conflating the whole thing.
Oh, so there
again. And again, we already pointed out the problem with saying, what about now? The conversation started by me exposing that, and we navigate with GPS now, which assumes the globe. People don't go out just using a sextant, using celestial navigation to navigate the Southern Ocean. So if we can go back to when they actually did that, the time period that you guys claim proved the globe, because they've been using celestial navigation on a globe for centuries and we know it works and proves the globe, then we can actually get to the real discussion. And as soon as we boil it down, you guys go back to modern times. So can we talk about the actual fact that the people were hundreds of miles off in the south? Can we talk about that?
Yeah,
well, we tried talking about that, but you
the details of it.
Yeah, we tried to talk about that, but you kept on caterwauling about the fact that, or not, trying to avoid the fact that you don't have maps that we can verify to see if those maps were accurate.
Wow.
Were they hundreds of miles off, or were they in the wrong? Were they using the map that was from before the chronometer was made?
So now Globers are saying that the most well-trained mariners in the world in 1865 to 1922, we're not using maps that worked because we didn't have an accurate map.
1922, I'd have to see that. That sounds like a load of horse shit.
Oh, okay. So can anyone address the actual point, which is that these navigators consistently navigated effectively until they got to the southern hemisphere, even in the 1900s?
Did you post the 1922 failure to navigate?
Yes.
Okay. When about? Hours
few
ago
minutes.
or minutes ago?
A few minutes ago.
Yeah, could you try talking about Ernest Shackelford?
There's many different ones. I don't know.
How about him? Because he managed to celestially navigate from Elephant Island to South Georgia Island in the 19 teens or 20s. Not a problem.
Funny how you just completely changed the subject. Personally, I'm absolutely shocked that a Glober has completely changed the subject with the red herring. But can anyone address the
You
actual?
were talking about people not being able to navigate in the Southern Ocean. I'm giving you an example of the guy that did it. How's that changing?
Good example. What's it? Everywhere.
How's that changing the subject, sir?
Oh, the
Well,
subject
it's not
like
addressing
every
his
single time
specific.
it's not going to work.
It's not specifically addressing his incompetent sailors that he's citing.
Wow. So now, go ahead.
I was going to say, are we going to address the lies that you told earlier, or are you just going to skip over those? Oh, we're just going to skip over them. Okay, carry on then. What's it?
We have no idea who we're fucking talking to more.
You.
Oh, what lies did I specifically say?
Oh, well, you used the word lost, you used the words hundreds of miles, you then conflated and then put all of those words in Witsit's mouth. I was wondering if you could admit to any of that.
Oh, yeah, you have to realize that the way he gish gallops and the implications of what he's saying is...
so you're not doing it.
I think I was talking, wasn't I?
You're not going to do it. That's
you could hear that, right? You could hear
Yeah, but you had just interrupted
the moderators won't take care of him. Fucking
No, I'm moderating right now. You had just interrupted him, and he had to talk through you. So, yeah, then he jumped back in on you. So why would you call to moderation after you initiated the interruption?
Well, since you can't listen, you're probably a little bit screwed up there.
Yeah, there you go.
You only hear it one way.
Do you want to bet $500 that you interrupted first?
What a surprise. Yeah, Bitsy, carry on.
It's so funny.
There's no value to come from this. I think everyone knows that.
How's he able to mock the way someone laughs?
Yeah, it's all good. Let's just okay. We're just gonna rise back up to the actual conversation. I dropped the book for you. It cites many specific examples, and this resulted in tons of money being lost, tons of damage, all kinds of shipwrecks, right? And it was always the problems always arised in the South, and they were like just using the charts, using the maps, and this is in the 1900s, dude. That when they would be far in the South, they would end up being off 12, 15 miles a day.
How do they
There
know
are
that?
many different examples.
They adjusted now. What's it over time? I mean, before GPS, did they adjust being that far off, or you think those individual sailors were that far off? You understand
what's your question?
Well, the sailors of the day, right? I've read some of the articles too, even probably before I was in this argument, that they were off in the South. And I'm wondering if they adjusted their charts and the way they use celestial navigation in those areas to be more accurate by accounting for those being off.
Well, they match today's measurements, so I mean, I don't know how that would be. Basically, XYZ coordinate falls at XYZ distance from the next coordinate. That's not exactly something that could be corrected.
No, like again, this is
plotted down to a point.
Rakia, this is the important part. Okay, they use GPS now. Okay, and almost no navigation goes over immense distances in the deep Southern Ocean, like almost nothing. But all modern navigation uses GPS. So bringing up right now doesn't mean anything. GPS, if anyone can be honest, obviously doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, because you could take a flat Earth, make a globe map, integrate that into GPS, assuming that globe, and then navigate to specific areas, and it would work until you get really far. It would take longer to travel distances, and then they have an excuse for that. They say that the winds are worse in the south, the weather's worse in the south, GPS isn't as accurate in the south, so therefore, yeah, of course we consistently go. It takes way longer to get where we're trying to go in the south, but it's because of weather. Okay, so
Nope.
that's the modern excuse.
Nobody on Earth says that GPS is more inaccurate in the south.
Hey, do they say that it takes longer to travel in the south because of weather?
Only sailors. If you go to container ships and cargo ships and what do you call it? Pleasure vessels. What do you call those? Cruise liners? No. When you have to sail and go up and down and left and right in order to make progress, called tacking, yes, you are not going to follow any straight line. However, you will know where you are in that straight line. Now, with what do you call it? With sextant navigation, you take fixes every so often. You don't take them on a constant basis. And so you go sextant navigation, you identify your position, and then you pick a bearing to go off of. If you do that, and you also are using a compass bearing in the south, in olden days, before declination, you would be off from your location. Would be part of my guess is where they're having problems.
What would you consider to be accurate? Like, how many miles within that location would you consider navigation by the stars accurate?
I guess it really depends on your fix, but isn't it 10 miles is considered to be a reasonable, the achievable goal? Okay,
10 miles or less, you would think would be accurate?
Yeah, but except for the fact that, like I said, if you spent the past 8 hours 10 degrees off from your course, you're going to be miles off from where you're supposed to be because you were using the compass.
No. Once you plot down, once you move and you readjust, you recalculate, and you get a point on a chart. How many miles are you off that current point?
I would say typically probably be something like 10 miles or less.
Okay, I'll give you 10. So you agree that GPS today is way more accurate, right?
Irrelevant.
No, it's a simple question. I can ask anybody. I would say yes. I'm not scared.
Hey, if you broke out your bubble level and you stopped, measuring things down by the horizon and all that stuff, and you got what do you call it? Surveying gear. You started measuring your angles. You'd be able to find your position within inches of where you're supposed to be. And so the method works. You can compare GPS anywhere on Earth to celestial navigation. You will get very similar answers, especially if you're using a non-sea bearing sextant.
Here's something.
So why are we 10 miles off or more?
Because you're on a bouncy, wiggly surface, recording numbers and trying to transpose that chronometers, which are very good today. I don't even know what today's accuracy is.
Hang on. I have one last question. This is the whole point of asking all the other questions. Same guy, same tools, doing the same celestial navigation is more or less accurate in the northern hemisphere. If so, why?
It's the same.
Well, I just one suggestion was that the magnetic declination is insane down in the south. That is, I think, verified by everybody I've heard. So you would have all that time in between where you got off from your destination, and you would consider yourself to be off 15 miles if your route had you going 360 degrees and you were going 275.
Look,
the precision. That's your best answer. That's all. I mean, of course, the boats are still moving around and people are making errors and all that. So you would think it would be the magnetic declination is the main reason?
I think that's one possible thing. I mean, I'm no expert on this. I'm just saying that I know that there's that flaw, and I know that the way they did navigation was take a fix, put it on the map, pick a bearing, follow that bearing. 10 hours later, do it again.
Yeah.
Do you have current GPS on your boat?
I have GPS because I have a cell phone. I use that.
Even your cell phone, though. Why are you off of the current route of your GPS route?
Oh, I'm not. That would be bad driving.
Sure you are. Sure you are. You're always off. You're never exactly on that line.
Oh, you talk about the the sub 10-foot error?
Okay, what's that error?
That's part and parcel with the system.
Okay, that's fine. 10-foot
Timing
system error.
delays, atmosphere, whatever else.
Yeah, tool error. I agree. So, any other reasons you would be off that line? Using the current GPS system.
No, I mean you might have momentary lapses, where you can only get a 2D fix or something like that. It does some rough guesstimation of where you are based on where you were the last time. We see that all the time, where all of a sudden you'll jump 100 yards on your navigation system.
I think there's also
there would be wind and current and all that too, right?
Here, hang on a second, Rucky. I think also since the military developed the GPS system in general, I think the actual precise, right down to probably the centimeter is classified. So there's probably a built-in error to keep it from being exactly precise for keeping it, that level being classified. So I think that's probably part of it. What's that?
That is correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, if you look into like Ron Hatch, who had to fix the problems with GPS, and then they don't actually even fully declassify that fix or how it worked. And then they have people on the internet saying it's because of time dilation, when actually Ron Hatch was brought in because relativistic time dilation didn't work, and he had to use an etheric model from Lorentz to try to make it work. And it was an individual correction for each situation. And then they have the most precise or accurate GPS admittedly classified. And the Globers just say, oh, well, it's because it's the military. And of course, they classify it because they need to be able to update all kinds of different things for missiles and stuff. And so they don't open it to the public. So they've given themselves this error margin that they can just basically massage into the GPS that we're allowed to see. And people just think it automatically proves the Earth's a globe. So I don't even know why anyone with competence would claim GPS proves the Earth's a globe, but they will.
Well, if you think that the military precision of centimeter versus our precision of, let's call it 10 meters, is of any relevance whatsoever to this argument, you're insane.
I think it's relevant. No. I think it's relevant from a military standpoint purely, and I'm not arguing either way at this point. But I mean, if you're having a targeting system, it's better to be off when you're declassifying than to be precise. So just from that state alone, because if they could use your phone GPS to target you, which anybody can use that would be suspect to me. It'd be national security.
Oh, it has value. Oh yeah, no, it has absolute value. I'm saying that to this argument, it has no bearing whatsoever.
I just posted Ron Hatch a little clip of him talking, just a couple-minute clip, and him showing how the SAGNAC has nothing to do with it. It's during his speech where he had to correct for GPS, and so he can only tell us so much. But yeah, he had to fix the problems, and he shows where Sagnac effect is not due to Earth rotation. And the video.
I'm sure what y'all are talking about the cell phone. It's very accurate. It'll show you inside of a certain building in a certain section. If you bomb that section, your cell phone is dead.
Yeah,
it might now, but it didn't before he got a hold of it.
We were astonished.
No, that was not a Ron Hatch fix. As far as that goes, that was specifically targeted inaccuracy. They gave selective availability, and I don't remember the other thing, but there was two basic functions that they did where they wouldn't allow you to connect to more than X number of sites, satellites, and also that I actually don't remember what the second one was, but yes.
Yeah, so no, have you ever even read Ron Hatch explaining what he did?
No, that I'm not disagreeing with what Ron Hatch did. I'm saying that the problem with navigation back in the 80s and 90s was that they had selective availability turned on. That was intentionally messing up the system. I don't know when Reagan, I think, opened it up. I think he opened it up to full access. Essentially, when they finally came up with the base stations that help correct for the errors, it became sort of pointless to introduce the error any longer.
Okay, so here we go. we were astonished, the crews of the Carnegie, we were astonished as the Carnegie proceeded south toward the region of Queen Maryland to find the chart errors and declination consistently increasing until, in the region of latitude 60 degrees south, longitude 110 degrees east, they reached a maximum of 12 degrees for the U.S. and British charts and of 16 for the, so I guess that's, I can't see for arc seconds, for the German charts. It is conspicuous fact that although these errors result in terrible disasters, there is little activity as to investigations, and there's an apparent attempt to discourage efforts to solve the mystery. Such a state of affairs naturally gives rise to such questions as, why 11 to 18 mile errors in estimates every time? Why the apparent secrecy? So this is like, what is this, 1900s? This is the 1900s, I think. So why
to
are
support
they,
my theory.
when they get to the region of 60 degrees south latitude, why is the error consistently increasing as they go further south?
Isn't that because it's the pole, the magnetic pole is off the coast of Antarctica and not at the South Pole by 1,000 miles? So as you get closer and closer to it, the angle to it will increase.
So the charts were wrong in the early 1900s for navigators in the South.
Sounds like it. If you're reading that correct.
The charts were not made by a star like that. They were made by actual.
Wait, Rakia, give him that, because that legitimizes my whole argument with the cell nav. Now they're just switching to say that now they're switching to magnetic declination. They just switch back and forth, dude. This fucking bullshit.
I've been saying magnetic declination the whole time, but okay.
Charts were made by mapping, like going along the coast, traveling from point A to point B, and charting what your knots and your apparent location and what was around you, if possible. That's how charts were made. And when people came from different places at different angles, at different whatever, they put the charts together and made them right. And then they matched the sky, right, and the time of year and all that with plotting down on that chart.
So are you saying that they didn't use compasses during this process?
It's not what I said, dude. You're the worst.
Okay.
But anyway,
are you saying that they did?
That was a question. If you can actually tell.
Are you saying they use compasses and not the star locations? Because that's my whole fucking argument the other day.
Wait, do you think their declination is they're talking about magnetic declination?
What do you think they're talking about?
Yeah, that's what he said was the worst thing that would throw you off in the South was the magnetic declination.
Okay, so why would it so you're saying that the magnetic declination is what threw them off in the South, and so it consistently became more and more off as you went further south because of that?
That would make sense.
So then you guys can never invoke anything from before the early 1900s as to celestial navigation proving a sphere.
Why not?
Because it didn't work.
Are those errors great enough?
Every direction we have to now debate it over the magnetic declination, which was my point to begin with, bro, and you just validated it. Thank you.
I'm not in the South. I'm not in the South, and my compass is often way different. I say way because it is over distance, different than my GPS setting. But my phone and my GPS or give the same location. The only thing with the phone is it takes more time, right? It doesn't instantly do it. It might have a little lag or whatever, but it's very accurate. If you sit still long enough for a couple seconds, that phone will tell you your location and the GPS is the same. Now, what's that based on? I can't tell you.
Well, basically, there's two things you said there. Like the compass and the phone takes longer to get a fix because the phone actually is taking a series of measurements and averaging them together to come up with your direction of travel.
Let me correct you a little bit. The compass I said won't be correct. Like the compass and the GPS settings are always off and different than each other. Sometimes it's the GPS. We have to go out and go in circles and reset the compass that hooks to the autopilot or whatever. But the compass itself is different times of the year.
Yeah, you also have there's a couple of ways. Like my Garmin Plus 45 was just a dumb GPS. It didn't have a Fluxgate compass on it. Almost all phones have Fluxgate compasses on it as well. And you'll see that like sometimes you'll be driving down the road and your car will be sitting sideways to your track. I'm
Right.
sure you've seen that before, right?
Well, until you
That's
move.
because your Fluxgate compass is all fucked up.
Hey, so let's let's actually get back to the facts here. So in October 1922, the ship was consistently off in the south. In 1919, Northern Pacific was consistently off in the south. In 1919, the George Washington was consistently off in the south. And then the cruise of the Carnegie was consistently off in the south. It explains that using the charts that there were errors in declination, to find the chart errors in declination constantly increasing until in the region of latitude 60 degrees south, and that they reached a maximum of 12 degrees. And then it's explaining the mystery which surrounds these figures, 11 to 18 miles. So the point is that in all these situations, it was a consistent 11 to 18 mile error every time. So to claim that it's incompetence, which was your first rebuttal, is wrong. So now you've changed it to the charts were wrong. So now the Globers have completely done a 180. And now, in the early 1900s, the celestial navigation charts were incorrect in the south because they were consistently off by the same distances, and it increased in error as they went further and further south towards the 60th south latitude.
The problem is that you're testing a broad range of time, and some of those questions are being answered in different ways. Because when you're talking about the 1800s, when the charts may have been more inaccurate, how old was the chart that they were comparing? Was it a modern chart?
No interruptions, man. Why are you
I
interrupting
thought it
him?
was done. I was trying to come in at the end. Sorry, bro.
In the middle of what I'm saying at the end, you don't have to tell an
I
end.
just modded him, dude.
I know. I'm just yelling at him. So I mean, basically, what the chart that they're using down there? What's the date of the chart that they're using? The when was it updated?
Well, that's a good question. These are all 1919, 1919, 1922. So I would imagine that
Voyages.
I would imagine that some of these are government voyages, dude.
When were
So
the
you think
maps
the
updated? I don't care if the government did. The government didn't go down there every year and update the maps. So when was the map made? Was it one of the Cook's maps? Was it one of the they used the charts that they have. In fact, even when you look at maps today, you'll see that there's datums in there, or there's sections of a map that'll say 1960.
Well, you can look it up, right? You can literally just, because you guys claim there's been no update, right? So you can look up, these are both the US and the British charts, two different charts, the US and the British chart. And you can look them up. What were they using in 1922? Obviously, the governments are using the most up-to-date charts, and you guys claim they constantly update them. So based on the stars, right? So then if they're obviously the governments of both the US and Britain are using the most up-to-date charts for that time period, and both the US and British charts in 1919 to 1922 being used to navigate were showing a consistent error that progressed as they went south. So you guys can admit that the initial rebuttal of it just being incompetence of the seller is wrong.
I said that hyperbolically. I don't know what the reason was. It could be incompetence of the sailor. It could be the conditions that they're dealing with. Do you have something to say?
Someone say hyperbolic?
Yeah,
go ahead.
He's saying he was being exaggerative, dude. Do you not know what the word means?
Yeah, no, go ahead. No, let him speak. He has something profound to say.
No. I'm sorry. I was just, the hyperbolic's been.
You were just interrupting.
No, people can do that occasionally. It's not a big deal. Come on.
The first time you talked,
he just blew his lid when he got interrupted before. Now that Zanuck does it, it's okay. Go ahead, let him talk, bud.
Well, I think he was being tongue in cheek, though. He's like, he has something profound to say, and he was being sarcastic because you just interrupted in the middle of him to correct a word he used properly. So thank you for derailing the conversation.
Yes, he did use it properly.
That was great. That was great.
Yes, I mean, I don't know the reason. Yeah. I'm saying that we don't know the reason, and you're jumping to the conclusion that we can't navigate down there, and we can. Using conventional means, conventional charts today, you can whip out a sextant, and you can get within, a couple of miles of where you're supposed to be.
Just because you say so. Hey, where's Bacon at, right?
Because that would not be any different over a flat plane.
You wanted to hear this. But where'd Bacon go? Bacon, you wanted to hear the specifics. You said that you didn't believe this claim, and I'm giving you specifics from the U.S. and British governments navigating using their most up-to-date charts in
He's
the
on
early
Devon.
1900s. Oh, how convenient. How convenient that for days now, Bacon's been saying, I can't back this claim up and he'd love to see it. Then I go through the time.
Well, he's not
while
here
I'm
to
in a
defend himself, so maybe you can save it for when he returns.
Hey,
Why
guess
are you
what?
interrupting, dude?
Next time you interrupt, you're getting a warning.
Of course.
How about that? No, it's not of course. It's like accidental interruptions is one thing, right? You're intentionally doing it. So anyway, I'm just making a point. Like, there's obviously flat earthers aren't just insane people that don't understand that sellers mess up sometimes. There's a very specific factual recollection of history that as recent as the 1920s, when people were using their navigational charts, they worked fine until they got further south, and then they progressively showed a consistent error all around the world by different experienced navigators the closer they got to the 60th south latitude.
Cool story. Any source for this?
I already dropped the source.
And what do you surmise as the cause of this error in their navigational efforts?
The Earth's not a ball. But hey, before we get into that, can you guys admit that the whole talking point that it works all the time, it's been working for centuries, they use the globe to navigate, it works perfectly, it proves the Earth's a globe, and that anytime there was an error, it was just because of the incompetence of the seller, that's all bullshit? Can you just admit that no, there was a consistently documented error that progressively went towards the south by different governmental agencies?
Governmental agencies you're referring to are one FE guy, and he was saying it didn't work with his map, which is correct. They were off compared to his map because he was using the Gleason standard map.
Wow, this guy says the agencies I'm talking about is a flat earther,
No,
one flat earther.
I'm talking about the citation you dropped. Would you like me to
These aren't
post it?
The citation I dropped.
I'll post your citation, no problem. I got you with it.
Okay.
I understand it's hard
now
for you.
Do you want a warning too?
Why? Because I called you. I have your citation and I'm willing to post it.
No, because
No
you're
problem.
interrupting. No, it's because you're interrupting.
How is he interrupting? Why didn't you
mean?
post
How
the
is he
citation?
interrupting? I was in the middle of a sentence.
It's okay, guys. Witsit just nervous. Just let him rant for a while.
Yeah, that's what it is for sure. So anyway, it is not one flat earth or anything. He's literally citing the British and U.S. documentation from their governments saying using their charts, they documented that it was wrong. Has nothing to do with a flat earther forcing it on a Gleason map.
Hey, either way, wait. So if he's saying that, then he's saying they used the Gleason's map to navigate. So is that what?
A flat earth sailor? How does a flat earth sailor navigate? I guess he's
No, what he's trying to say is that the flat earther wrote the book and then took their documents, tried to put it on a flat earth and said it didn't work. He just made that up, a blatant lie. It's just incredibly incorrect.
Okay,
and dishonest.
no problem. No problem. I will drop the documentation that you dropped to me.
You didn't have to interrupt to say that again.
Well,
dropped it.
I just want to point out that Witsit is telling a bold-faced lie. We're used to that, right?
Let me address that, please. Hey, guy. Speaking of the Cook's logs that you said you had in a safe, and then changed to a PDF on your computer. Can you drop that PDF, please, that you have on your computer?
Not at a computer, and I never said I had his logs in a safe.
Yes, you did. You said you had them in a family safe. That's why you couldn't produce them. And then a year later, you told me you had them on a PDF on a computer. Yes, I remember it explicitly. That's why I brought it up.
And are you saying they used Gleason's maps to navigate back then? Is that what the U.S. and England used? Was Gleason's maps?
Nobody uses Gleason map for anything.
No,
except for
no one used the Gleason map except for the
He just said that they were using Gleason's map.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You want to let me answer the question, or you want to go ahead and continue and interrupt? No one used Gleason maps to. Go ahead with it. You want to interrupt now? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. You please proceed to make shit up. I'm going to embarrass you shortly.
No one used the Gleason map to navigate. The flat earther who wrote the book says they're off because they have to be according to the Gleason map he used. That's all it is. That's all your citation shows. Would you like?
Now we're.
Okay, I'll go ahead and drop it because we all know
Please
that
just post it.
we all know that Witset's real good about posting citations. Oh my God! You can't stop interrupting me. You're such a triggered little bitch.
Did you hear in his quotes? He said charts, bro. He didn't say map. He said charts.
I quoted the official report of the cruise of the Carnegie, which is from the British governmental agency. It has nothing to do with the flat earther. And it says in their official report that they were consistently off, and the discrepancy was progressive the closer they got to the 60th south latitude, based on their nautical charts. It has nothing to do with the flat earther. And we don't call names either.
We could get a mod to take care of that.
The error that they're talking about is declination. So essentially, as far as I'm concerned, that their waypoints, their actual their navigation points that they took, I'd have to see that those were inaccurate.
Okay,
so can this guy admit that what he said is wrong? No, you're gonna no.
Versus magnetic declination.
What he said, the dude is gonna admit that what he said was a lie. That's what's gonna happen.
Was it a lie, or is he referencing another document put out there?
No, he's referencing the same document. That's what I'm saying. So basically what he's using is like a genetic fallacy that because a flat earther wrote a book and compiled the documents that somehow he can make up a narrative that he took the documents that worked perfect on a globe and tried to force it on a flat earth. This is what he's trying to say, that they used a globe and it works perfect. But then this flat earther wrote a book, took their documents that worked perfect on a globe, tried to shove it on a flat earth, and then show that it didn't work.
Which kills half of their other arguments too. But can't they determine where if there's a 1,200-mile island or a coastline? Can't they determine the stars overhead? So if they didn't line up to the stars overhead in that entire stretch, and they couldn't line up even one of them for sailors to go back and not be able to find it,
This guy needs to admit he was lying, please.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. You would need to know the exact time offset. So you'd still need a chronometer, even on land-based measurements like for Australia. You'd still need to know exactly where it was in reference to other things in order to use that. So I think that you still have a problem.
The citation is in chat. Anybody who is actually willing to look at it, feel free. You can easily read it. It's only about 100 pages long.
So can you show me a Gleason's chart?
Wait, no, real fast. Brian, please, just a second. This dude needs to admit he's lying. So I already dropped this citation for the entire room before you got in here. Okay?
I admit you're lying with it. No problem.
It's page 45 and 46. Everyone can read along to see how much this dude's lying, and he's going to keep doubling down. Page 45.
I admit.
45. Shut up. Page 45. It says that this is what comes from the cruise of the Carnegie documentation from the British authorities. Has nothing to do with the flat earther, and this is what it says. We were astonished as the Carnegie proceeded south towards the region of Queen Maryland to find that the chart errors and declination constantly increasing until constantly increasing until in the region of the latitude 60 degrees south latitude. Bro.
Somebody's hot micing on purpose. Somebody's hot micing on purpose, man.
That's Rakia. I think Rakia was wrong.
Can you repeat that after the hot mic, Austin?
Can someone move Rakia to hot mic room? Can someone move Rakia to hot mic room?
Rakia,
aren't you a mod? What's it?
Rakia live.
He's not hearing you.
All I can do is mute him on my phone.
There are a lot of mods here.
All I can do is mute him. So anyway, again, to clarify, okay? Kool-Aid says that this just when I say that when I say different governmental
Austin,
agencies,
somebody else is hot micing, bro. What Rakia?
It's still Rakia. He's not muted. You muted him for yourself only. You need to serve him.
Yeah, they're all as loud as Rakia.
There we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So to make sure everyone understands what's going on, Drink of Kool-Aid says that when I pointed out that the different governmental agencies documented a consistent error going south, that what I really meant was that one flat earther said it didn't work on his map, and he took the different charts and the different documentation, crammed it onto a Gleason map, showed the difference, and claimed that that was the error. Okay, and in reality, what he did was provide direct citations from these governmental entities, and exactly what they said happened has nothing to do with him changing it to a different map. And I just quoted what it was, right? And it's about the cruise of the Carnegie, and it says, we were astonished as the Carnegie proceeded south toward the region of Queen Maryland to find the chart errors and declination constantly increasing until in the region of 60 degrees south latitude and 100 degrees east longitude, they reached a maximum of 12 degrees for the U.S. and British charts and of 16 seconds for the German charts. Okay. So what does that have to do with the flat earther cramming it onto a flat earth map?
You're a bold-faced liar, even though it's bald-faced liar. Right, Kool-Aid? Come on, bro.
Yeah, he just read the quote. So Austin reading a
Right.
quote is lying.
If you read the rest of that article or the rest of the page, it actually talks about how he got that information. You know, if you read more than the cherry-picked line that Whitsitt chose, you might actually get a full understanding of what's going on. But hey, you know,
Just
cherry-picked
admit
might have
you
win.
lied, bro. Bro, admit
Yeah,
you were
I
wrong
admit.
and lied.
I admit Whitsitt is lying to you. Not a problem, dude.
Oh my God! Everyone can read it, by the way, page 45. So what he's doing is showing different documentation from different governments. You have 1922, and then you have 1919, the Northern Pacific, 1919, George Washington, and then it comes down and it says the mystery which surrounds these figures, 11 to 18, because it was consistently around the same error, receives further emphasis by the report of the cruise of the Carnegie. By the report of the cruise of the Carnegie. That's the actual citation. When you say you can read further and see where he got it, no, actually, before the quote, he says where he got it. I've said it 3 times now. It's from the report on the cruise of the Carnegie, quote unquote. It says that they
Why don't you read?
proceeded south.
Why don't you read where he says where he got his information from? Because that's not what it says. But hey, if you want to not be truthful about your own citations, I guess that's on you.
Dude, and this is what's funny. Your real identity is not known, is it? So you can just blatantly lie. What do you have to lose? So I'll just read it again. He said that I'm lying, and that's not what it says. I'm gonna read it verbatim. It says
my identity is known. Hold on, I'm going to respond to what you said. My identity is known, and my location has been doxed. I gave a 3-star fix to my coordinates. I could give you the same 3-star fix. Could you make it? Could you find out where I am?
I couldn't care less about you, dude.
Oh,
so
you couldn't do a 3-star fix.
The mystery with he just blatantly said that I made up where he got it. Wow, this is what it says.
Well, no, I said you missed. I did not say you made it up. I said you misstate what he claims, because when he claims it is not in that page. He talks about it earlier in the book. It's almost like you didn't read this book. It's written by a flat earther. I don't know why you wouldn't read it.
It says the mystery which surrounds these figures, 11 to 18, receives further emphasis by the report of the cruise of the Carnegie.
So where's the report from the Carnegie? That would be the next thing, rather than a flat earther with a religious position, as detailed in the first 2 chapters of this book. I would be interested in seeing that report.
Okay, so now you've changed
Does it
your
exist?
argument. Now you've changed your argument from just stop interrupting me. Now you've changed your argument from he made it up and wait, stop interrupting me. Now you change it from he made it up and he says in his own book right here on this page that I'm intentionally leaving out to be deceptive, that he actually made it up and that it wasn't from anywhere else. And then I read it.
That's what he does.
Then I read it and it specifically cites a location that he got the documentation and directly quotes it. So now you've switched your claim over to, he didn't claim that he got it from somewhere else.
He
that's
switched it
not
twice,
correct.
bro. He switched his argument twice, bro.
That's not correct. What I have said
Hey, if the Earth's
is
Wait,
if
no,
you.
no. What is Austin
Hey, why are
lying
you guys
about? Hold on,
interrupting
hold
me?
on.
You want to bitch
What?
and moan about somebody interrupting you? Well,
No,
fuck
you
off. Let
interrupted
me
me,
get a
bro. I'm
fucking
trying to get a
sentence
word
out.
in. What is Austin
Well, you're not
lying
in this
about?
conversation, Rakia. This
Whoa,
conversation
whoa.
is fucking between me and Witsit. Now, pull your head out of your ass and be a real human for a change.
Okay, what's he lying about?
First time in your life, you goddamn piece of shit.
Shut up, Kool-Aid. You just interrupted Witsit 5 times in one sentence. Chill.
It's pretty funny though. Like,
Specifically, what is Austin lying about? Specifically, please.
Specifically, Austin is cherry picking and not telling the truth about what his citation is claiming. His citation is claiming that based on the religious position, there must be a change in the documentation. There is no reported change in the documentation by any other source other than this document.
So,
see,
that's
this is
what
why
he's
he'll
claiming.
never.
reading a quote is lying.
Yeah, he'll never specifically
Reading,
say it.
yes,
Right?
when you cherry pick a quote and use it out of context, it is lying.
Now watch this. I'm gonna set him up to lie again, and he's gonna do it. Watch.
It's
So
fine,
have
you're-
you read? Watch this. Watch this. Wait. So have you went and looked at the documentation of the cruise of the Carnegie and seen if the quote is correct?
No. Have you?
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's incorrect, but you have no
Yes.
idea. So
Wow,
you
Kool-Aid.
Have you seen the actual source documentation?
I don't remember if I looked this one up specifically.
Yeah, you didn't, because I've looked for it. I was unable to find it. Have you even you don't
God,
even
he's
look.
such a fucking liar, dude. Wow.
Seriously, how many times
You're
can I
worse
get
than
interrupted? Seriously, I'm gonna fucking get a sentence out of this room, you children. With it, you don't even look at the citations you generate with ChatGPT. You did not look at the source of this documentation. Please don't make this a thing. Just say
So
I didn't look for them.
Now I get to expose you further. So you just repeated what McToole said. You
No,
know, like
I repeated
stop
wrong. I repeated
interrupting
what
me.
you said. I repeated what you said over at Shane's. You said I asked ChatGPT to give me the citations. You asked ChatGPT to fabricate citations. You didn't even bother checking.
No,
Done
that's not
interruption?
what happened. That's not what happened.
That's
and you're
what.
gonna have to
Oh,
interrupt me 'cause
then
I'm
you're
gonna expose
okay.
you.
That's fine. You
Shut
can
up!
continue to lie. Unreal.
Shut up! You've been caught lying this whole time.
Yes,
So
you
what
are lying.
actually
I understand. I understand. You
What
have to lie.
Oh my God. What actually happened, right, was that I had different names of articles that I had written down a couple years ago. Someone else told me they found a list of like 5 or 7 or something like that, different articles about thunderstorm activity with a gravimeter. He sent me the names of the articles. I couldn't find them. I put them in ChatGPT and said, can you help me find these? And then it gave me a specific citation of it, well, more specific than just the name. And the guy still doesn't respond to me and told me where he got them. It doesn't matter. Then I said, okay, I can't find these. Can you give me direct links to them? It provided me dead links. And then I said, these aren't even real links. It said, well, I only have access to databases up to June 2021. So it's possible that they changed the links or removed the articles or they're from private databases. So then I reached out to Bryant Myers. I sent him the articles, asked him if he could help me find them. Then he sent them to McToon. Then McToon claimed that I invoked them as if I had read them and knew that they were real, but didn't even look at them. So didn't realize that the links were dead. When in fact, I asked Brian if he could use his institutional access as a former professor to help me track down the articles that I couldn't find. Wow, easy to expose you once again.
You got the links from ChatGPT because ChatGPT fabricated links for you? Is that basically what you said?
No, what I said was I
Because
asked ChatGPT to help.
ChatGPT fabricated links for you because you couldn't find these documents on your own.
I couldn't find the documents on the internet, so I asked ChatGPT if it could find it, and then it was giving me dead links. So it wasn't real
It fabricated,
links. So
it fabricated links because the papers don't exist.
Kool-Aid, you're a
Okay.
psychopath.
I know. It's so easy to expose them. And he's just going to keep saying it because McToon put it all on his website and made a whole video of it. And that's like his daddy, right? So he has to defend his daddy until he dies.
No, I'm listening to what you said, what you yourself said. So if you are a liar and make yourself into a liar, that's not my issue. But
I'm not lying about anything.
You said, I got these links from ChatGPT.
Did he say that ChatGPT fabricated them?
Why are you dodging your first lie? You called him a liar after he quoted
he is a liar.
book.
He's a known liar.
All right, let's.
Dude, you are parroting a liar, bro. You are parroting MC Toon.
You're right. I am parroting a liar. No, that is completely correct. I am parroting a liar when I repeat what Austin said. You are completely correct.
MC Toon said he could make a fucking map with a. You're gonna interrupt me, bro. You can't help it. But MC Toon said he could take a flat ground, a flat world, and map it to a globe. Okay, so everything you say after that, I'm gonna quote you right back to MC Toon saying he could map a flat world into a globe. Okay, with mathematics. Okay, so what do you have to say about that?
I don't know why you keep bringing up MC Toon. We're talking about Witset's words and Witset's citations.
We all know who you're parroting, bro.
Oh my God! I'm going to get a sentence out, children. Children, I'm quiet when you talk. You quiet when I talk. Children, shut the fuck up.
Kool-Aid, you're not going to talk in this room for a week, dude. Because you've interrupted incessantly the whole time. Now you're lying about me, and as I go to respond, you keep talking over me. Okay? So yes, you are repeating McToon. McToon published a video that was lying because I reached out to Bryant Myers. I said, I've only been able to track down some of them. Can you help me track these? I don't know if they're behind a paywall or they require institutional access. I can't find them. Can you help me find them? Because he said he used to be a professor. I did not say, look, these articles debunk you. Ha, ha, ha. I said, I can't find these. Can you help me get access to these? He then forwarded them to McToon. Then McToon showed them and made a claim that I didn't even read my own citations and claimed that they were real. But actually, I made ChatGPT create out of thin air different articles to try to deceive people. It's all a lie. All of that's a lie. Okay, and now we're going to get back to the point before you diverted away, which is that you claim that this wasn't a real report. You claim that the flat earther made it up. You claim that the flat earther admitted in his paper that he made it up himself and that he tried to force it onto a Gleason map, that it came from nowhere. And if I would stop taking out of context and deceiving everyone, they could read it themselves and see that the flat earther said that he made it up. But when you actually read it in context, he specifically cites the Carnegie report. He specifically cites it word for word via a quote coming from the report. And then he tries to assess what he thinks that would mean in terms of flat earth. He does not in any way do what you're saying he did. It comes from a governmental agency using their nautical and navigational charts showing that when they went south in their official report, they document that it consistently and progressively showed error the further they went south.
All right,
Okay,
I'm gonna
glad we got
unmute.
it.
Hold on, I'm gonna unmute Kool-Aid to let him respond. Kool-Aid, please don't do all the personal attacks and stuff. Please, if you have anything to respond to, make it with actual content, something of information. If you do personal attacks, I'm just gonna remute. So just go ahead, man. Go ahead and respond.
The first two chapters of that book that Witsit is referencing detail out how his religious position requires a flat earth. Everything past that is based on the premise of the first two chapters of his book.
Okay, so completely irrelevant to whenever I was bringing up specific instances to the globe earthers, showing them that this claim that navigation works on a globe for centuries and proves it isn't true. We have documentation as recent as like the 1920s showing that when they used their most up-to-date navigational charts, even with the governments, the British and U.S. navigational charts, they were off when they went south. I brought this book up because he cites them all together so you can have a bunch of instances all together. Nothing to do with his religious position. That means nothing. You claim that he made up the citations. You claim that he took them and forced them on a flat earth map. Everything you said was wrong.
Let me ask Kool-Aid a question real quick. Kool-Aid, let me ask a neutral
respond. No, I'm going to respond. Okay, maybe 100 years ago, the maps might have been inaccurate. I'm not even going to argue that. That's not a big deal. It was 100 years ago. We've moved on.
So you were lying. Okay.
Can I finish what I'm saying without a rakia, please?
Yeah,
you know what?
That was Brian. I muted Brian. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Interrupted. Go ahead.
So maybe they might have got some of the land masses and the islands wrong 100 years ago. Whatever. But I think that we take the entire document in its entirety into context when we look at things. We don't pull out quotes that we like. So if you're going to use the quotes and say this is primary source documentation, I'm going to use the quote where he says, this is my religious position and it must be this way.
No, so he doesn't, his argument for flat earth is not that the Bible says so, right? He starts off by saying that, look, this is in contradiction to the Bible because it was a well-held belief at the time, including himself. That's irrelevant. The entire book is specific
empirical evidence that he cites that's contradictory to the heliocentric model. And then I
What
went to the
empirical
navigation. Stop.
what
I went to the
empirical evidence
navigation.
is what empirical evidence is located in the first 2 chapters where he's referencing the Bible?
Can you stop interrupting?
Yeah,
So
I just want to
that's
say, hold on, you
irrelevant.
guys. The chat right now, this panel is in a mode where there can't be any interruptions. Okay, whoever's speaking has to absolutely have the mic. Anyone that interrupts is going to be temporarily muted. Whenever they're done, wait for at least like 2 solid seconds, or say you're done, or whatever it is, to pass the mic. Okay, so I think Witsit, go ahead and finish.
Okay, yeah. So, like, first, cherry picking is if I take something and if you go read it in context, it actually says something different than that. And that's not what this is at all. This is from the navigation section of the book, and it specifically cites different official documentation from the U.S. and British authorities showing that when they went south, it had nothing to do with land masses or where the ice was. It was that when they navigated south, there was a progressive and consistent error, and the amount that it was off was matched by all these different independent sources. There was a certain amount that the nautical charts were off as they went further south to the south latitude. I'm invoking the empirical evidence from the U.S. and British nautical charts and their documentation of their navigation, nothing to do with this guy's religious belief.
Do you have any?
one question,
no,
please?
No. Do you have the source documentations from that rather than believing what this guy clearly claims is a religious belief?
Okay, well, I don't have them on me. I'm at Home Depot, but just like you even admitted yourself, you haven't even looked into it or looked for it. So first you claim that it wasn't. First you claim that he admitted.
That's not what I.
First you claim that that he admitted he made them up and that he was saying he was the source. Then I called that out and read it, and now you're changing it to, oh, well, where is the actual documentation? I asked you if you had verified that it isn't in there, and you said no. So no, I don't currently have that. I'm literally walking through a store. I'm not looking it up.
He said that guy referenced the Gleason map, man. I got to get this out. Kool-Aid, one thing I caught was he specifically said that guy said it was off because he was referencing the Gleason's flat earth map. Are you retracting that now, Kool-Aid? Was that honest?
The Gleason's map is what he references throughout other sections of that book. I'm not exactly sure if he's referencing that on the very small section that Witsit is taken out of context, but in context of the book, he is a Gleason's map believer.
Fair enough. Well, please in the future, don't say that he's lying, that the guy's referencing a Gleason's map, and that's why they were off. That's you cherry picking. I know you're getting aggressive, trying to fight back, but I'm trying to cool down with the accusations and all that. But thank you for retracting that. Thank you.
When he references it throughout the rest of the book, it's pretty safe to assume that's what he's referencing, but he doesn't straight come out and say it. So. Yeah.
Okay,
now,
so first of all,
if I can respond to Witsit now, no, I'm still not allowed to respond. Go ahead, Witsit. You need more mic room.
Well, actually, you had said something about me, and then Brian responded, and you responded to him, and then you stopped, and so yeah, now I'm going to respond to your initial accusation,
right?
Which was
because you can't let me actually respond. I got it.
Oh man. So, which is that I took something out of context, right? I didn't take anything out of context at all. The fact that dude thinks the Gleason map is a more accurate representation is irrelevant. We're talking about that when we use the globe model, looking at the different governmental agencies that were using the globe model, they themselves, the governments, documented that the globe model falls apart with their current navigational charts as they go further south.
Do you have the source documentation? I have looked and have been unable to find it.
Okay, well, I'll look up and find it. You just told me earlier you didn't look for it. I guess now you're saying you have, so we'll...
That's not what I said. What I said was I was unable to find it as I have looked.
But didn't you initially say that it isn't even in there and you know it's not actually in there and that he made it up?
Yes, because based on his claims, he would have had to make it up. Yeah.
So you're saying this guy fabricated a journey, fabricated a document, fabricated a quote from the document?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. We have no links to the original source navigation, and he does claim this book from a religious position, and we all know that religion lies.
Well, the 1897 or 1887 Gleason's map matches a globe as far as longitude and latitude goes. We can argue the distances. Okay, so you're saying that the globe charts were wrong, or what are you saying?
We're dealing with distances right now. That would be the important part, and the distances over the Gleason map are not accurate.
Did they use Gleason charts or globe charts?
I don't
Carnegie.
know.
You
I don't know.
if the Carnegie used globe charts.
I would assume they did, but I don't have source material on it. That's
Then
why I
drop
keep
your argument, bro.
I'm sorry, I almost got through a sentence there. I keep asking for source material rather than reading some religious position. But, as Whitsitt has said, he's never looked for them. I've looked for them, and I haven't been able to find them. So it is impossible for me to come up with a position on exactly what chart they were using.
But you lose either way, brother. You lose either way. Because if they were using the Gleason charts, which matched the fucking globe, excuse my language, back in the late early 1900s, then they were using a flat Earth map for one, or you're claiming that they were using a globe and it was wrong. Either way, we were basing everything on a flat Earth, or, which makes you wrong about 100 other arguments, or the globe was wrong. You're stuck, bro.
Or
Notice how the argument
we're talking about charts 100 years ago where things were not quite as accurate as they are today. You know, GPS and lasers didn't really exist 100 years ago. But nowadays, our charts are extremely accurate, and we have full bathymetric scans of most of the oceans.
Okay, wait, I got a question for Brian. I want to ask Brian a quick question. Brian, you're saying that they were navigating and assuming a globe, using globe projections, and they were finding their way. How were they wrong?
They were. I just explained how they were wrong.
If a star is overhead, bro, and if it's not overhead, at the end of the day, or after one day of navigation, if that star is not the right spot overhead, it's plain and simple, bro. But here's the point. The Gleason's map matches longitude and latitude. It's the distances that are wrong. So he's either saying they weren't using the stars, or they were using the Gleason's map, or the globe was wrong. He's stuck any way he goes. He's fucking in for it for me.
Yeah, but Left Lane, just so you understand the context, Left Lane. Okay, I brought up that back in the day when they were navigating, because we use GPS now, so if we want to test out the idea of using a sextant celestial and navigating in the south, we need to go back when people did that, not whenever people just make up stories about it. So when we go look at the most experienced mariners and navigators in the entire world, they consistently documented that when they get further south, closer and closer to the 60th south latitude, that they had a consistent error, that the nautical charts were wrong. Okay, so for one, this talking point that we've used celestial navigation successfully, assuming a sphere for centuries, is a lie. Secondly, the point is that what it shows from the U.S. and British authorities in their charts, right, they say that there was a consistent error that progressed as they went further south towards the 60 south latitude. So that's the context.
Where can I find that information?
So I dropped the book that cites them, and I am not currently in a position to look up the different sources, but you can verify them if you want. But yeah, it's in a book. It cites all the different different examples.
I was able to grab that book, Austin. You did drop it before for me, dude. I apologize. I actually already had it. I got it twice now. Thank you, man.
So celestial navigation is still used currently. In fact, one of my favorite races that is currently going on is celestial navigation and dead reckoning only. There are no active GPS units on board.
Dead reckoning in the southern hemisphere.
I'm sorry, both of you talked.
They are in the southern hemisphere below the 60th parallel or around.
Dead reckoning, the sound of it is misleading, though.
Also, for safety reasons, they would, yes, include some GPS somewhere for emergency use only. They wouldn't not have it on board.
Yes, the EPIRB system is on board, but until the water-soluble tablet dissolves, it does not give out any kind of position. It's not even powered on. And Left Lane, they are not currently in the southern latitudes as they are making their way back to France, but they did go around the continent of Antarctica.
Dead Reckoning is very reliable. I mean, it's kind of deceiving the way it sounds, but the Dead Reckoning was them following like a latitude. Okay, so you could argue that it's a long way around on either model, but it's not prone to error. If you're fucking at the same latitude and you're following the sun or the star and correcting every day for that latitude, you're gonna hit your fucking point. You're not gonna miss it. You know, as far as they've always had that down pat, even before the longitude, they've had Dead Reckoning down to a fucking pat. I'm telling you, they named it Dead Reckoning to make it sound like they're going by this and that and fucking it was off. No, that's solid as could be. If you're going to something where the sun's overhead this time of year or whatever, then you could be certain that if you dead reckon that fucking sun that same time of year, you're going to wind up at the same fucking place. I don't like the way they describe shit, the way they have even defined shit, named shit. Like it's all like kind of elusive. I'm picking all this apart as the more I research, man.
Well, yeah. So like that's another part of this section. It talks about when they use they were off their reckoning like significant amount. So you have like a 12 to 15 mile error a day in the South, and we're off hundreds of miles in a week. And the important part is that if you just were honest, if someone's using globe navigational charts and nautical charts and every different scenario, so all these different ships that actually went that far, as they went further and further south, they showed the same error. They were showing the same error for all these different people as they went further and further south towards the 60th south latitude. So,
sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. In the Spain of being honest, wouldn't you say that we should wait for primary source documentation before we make the claim about what they were using?
Let me take this one. Shouldn't you have been honest and claim
wait,
that?
Dude, that was for Witsit though.
All right, man.
No, yeah, I'm all for like verification via the primary documentation and trying to find it, but I think that you just saying that you know that he made it up is kind of insane.
No, he claims he made it up. That's literally what the first 2 chapters of his book are about. So I think we should wait for primary source documentation and actually look at what the onboard ships claimed, rather than what some dude with an obvious agenda, as described in the first 2 chapters of his book, says about it.
Kool-Aid, don't you remember when we were talking? Austin, since this wasn't directed specifically to you, Kool-Aid, don't you remember telling me that the Vandy Globe race went around the entire southern hemisphere, and you were dead certain and calling me an idiot that saying that it crossed the Indian Ocean? You said that it circumnavigated the globe around Antarctica without crossing the Indian Ocean. Without researching it, you lashed out at me and said they don't cross the Indian Ocean, stupid. You just went off on me. Don't you think it'd be fair to say for you to do the same research before you just go lashing out at people, bro?
I don't recall that at all.
Do you think you might have said that?
Probably. I might have said something like that, but yeah, the Vendée Globe does go through around the entire southern hemisphere, so
yeah,
I don't see a problem.
I map and showed you, and I made the point that since it's crossing every ocean around the 60th and 50th latitude, and I showed you by posting the globe or in the map that they had to go past the Indian Ocean. You remember that now?
And do you remember when you said that those sailboats without motors were moving at supersonic speeds? Yeah, that was really stupid, wasn't it?
So instead of just conceding and being fucking cool, you're saying that I claimed that sailboats without motors, do sailboats even have motors for one and move supersonic speeds, bro? Is any of that true? Did I claim any of that?
You did claim that the sailboats move faster than the known velocity and max velocity of these sailboats, yes.
Did I say they went any speed, or did I just post the speeds they went?
You actually said that they go faster than their max beam reach on your video. You think that they go faster than their max beam reach while doing an upwind tack, which is just not how sailing works.
Could you be lying right now, or maybe just
talking about the speed of
remembering
the
it wrong, or Can you post where I said any of the sort, please?
Yeah,
Brian,
it's in your video about the Vendée Globe, where you looked at the Aprova's their sea trials and their max beam reach speed. Then you increase that because they're under a race, so they'll be going
Did
faster.
I ever mention their max
and then
speed?
I almost got through a sentence, Brian.
Okay, good. Sorry.
Go ahead. Why don't you finish what I was going to say, because apparently you know it better than I do.
Well, so you retract the supersonic speed, you retract the motor part. Hold on. So you retract the supersonic speed part, you retract the motor part. Now you're saying that I claim the max speed of them boats? You want to retract that too and go 3 for 3? Did I ever make a claim of how fast a boat could go?
Yes.
Kool-Aid?
Yes, you did. It's in your video where you talk about the speeds of the Vendée Globe.
Did I say? Hold on, Brian. You did this hard topic change. I mean, was Witsit and Kool-Aid done with that? Because I think Witsit was going to respond directly to the last thing Kool-Aid had said. I think if we're going to do a topic change, we should make sure that the last people are kind of finished on what they were talking about, because it's not fair to just necessarily do a hard topic change. And now Witsit's just left in the dust without being able to respond to whatever the last part he was going to say.
Sorry, dude.
Brian understands he has to white knight. That's all it was.
Wow. So, no, in fact, you've kind of just continually said like fallacious things like that. In the beginning, he talks about his religious belief. Therefore, he must have faked and doctored everything else in the book, and everything else in the book you claim that he admitted he made up because of his religious belief. When actually, you said that under his own admission, he made it up himself. And that's a lie, because in the book, what it says.
When did I claim that?
That's what you keep claiming. You keep claiming that he. Yeah,
I said we lack primary source documentation, and making any decisions based on the word of a self-admitted religious person is silly.
Well, you're saying that now, 20 minutes later, after you've been dragged through your misrepresentations, right? And then you keep on kind of trying to wrap it up by reasserting your initial misrepresentation. So actually what you originally said was he himself admits that he made it up and that he took the data from the globe that works, then tried to put it on a Gleason map, showed the difference, and claimed that's why it didn't work. And that he himself admitted that he was making it up and that I was lying to the room and intentionally leaving out the context from the document so that no one would know that's what happened. Right.
You are intentionally leaving out the fact that this is a religious manifesto, as documented by the first chapters of the book. This is a religious manifesto. It is not a scientific manifesto. It is not based on reality. In the first chapter, he talks about this is the way things must be, meaning he is willing to falsify documentation so that it will work on his map.
No, first of all, that's a huge leap, and that's ridiculous. You mean like how, so if someone's an atheist and thinks, oh, we must have evolved from evolution, that anything they say, they automatically made it up. That's just a ridiculous line of logic. And again, you keep on not addressing specifically what I'm saying, which is that you originally claimed that he himself admitted that he made it up. He claimed to be the source. He took the globe documentation and then shoved it onto a flat map, showed the difference, and called it an error. When in fact, what he actually claims, right, is that this is a citation directly from the Carnegie report itself where they document the error. Then he proceeds to try to explain why he thinks they have the error, right? And so you misrepresented it. You claimed that I was lying to the room, and he admitted himself right before. You actually said right after the quote, explaining that he made it up. That's what you said. Yes,
you specifically said Gleason's map too. You specified the Gleason's map. Sorry.
Right. The Gleason's map is what he references in the first couple of chapters, where he talks about his religious belief and how that trumps everything. Or are we talking about different documents? Are we not talking about the document that you and I both posted in chat that has the first couple chapters being a religious manifesto?
Dude, that has nothing to... The fact that the book starts with him saying he has a religious belief has nothing to do with page 41 through 54, whatever, the navigation section, where he cites different navigational reports from different governmental agencies and the errors that they reported. I wasn't invoking his opinion. I wasn't invoking his religion. I wasn't invoking any of that. I was invoking the actual scenarios in which consistently different governments said that when we went further south, we showed a consistent and progressive error. And you consistently repeat the same red herring and straw man.
Once
Why
again,
do you keep doing? Just admit you lied. Just admit you lied. So we can move on.
Can I? Are you done talking yet? I'm sorry. You
I guess
stopped
now
that
that
sentence
you
like
clipped
four.
me
No.
4 times.
Okay.
Okay. So whatever. We can move on. Like, everyone heard it. It's all recorded. You claimed I lied and intentionally left out the following sentences where he explains he is making up the data, when in fact he says he's citing it straight from the Carnegie report from the British authorities. So, you know, if anyone wants to be honest, they can. If you want to believe what you're saying,
Do
if
we
you want
ha-
to believe what you're saying, they can.
Do we have a source documentation on his claims, or are his claims true because they agree with your pre-selected conclusion?
No, see, now we're back to the point, which is where I said I agree we should try to track down the primary documentation, but that's only after you changed your position and changed your claim after you got exposed for claiming that he
changed my. I haven't
Please
changed
let
my
this guy
claim,
keep
and
talking.
I
The
haven't
more you
finished.
talk, the more content you're giving me for dishonest ballers, bro. So please let this guy keep talking. Please let's shut up.
You know
and let
what?
him talk.
I'm over the conversation.
I'm
Everyone
going to
in the
go
room
ahead
heard
and
it.
leave
Everyone in the room heard
because
it.
I can't actually finish a sentence between the two
All
of
right,
them.
bye.
I appreciate Gio. Thanks for the unmute. With it, you're a bitch.
You're a dishonest fool.
Later. You interrupted
Really,
the whole
Kool-Aid?
time.
You're gonna leave with just an insult? That's pretty low, dude.
Well, I'm sorry.
I
He
mean,
is a bitch.
if
It's not
anyone
an
listened,
insult. It's a fact.
everyone heard it, right? Like, everyone heard that he came in and claimed that he claimed that first of all, he jumped in the middle of a conversation, didn't know the context. I was talking to the other Globers, right? And their rebuttal was that, oh, this is magnetic declination. They didn't know where the South Pole was yet, and that's why it was off, right? He jumped in and he said, when Witsit claims that different governments reported it, what he really means is one single flat earther took their
We
data.
don't need a book report, dude. Come on.
Especially when he's just
You guys
lying about
are
it. It's not
It's
even close to what
recorded.
happened.
Hold on, let him finish. Go ahead.
Dude, it's literally recorded. He jumped in and said what Witsit really means is that one flat earther tried to put it on his flat earth Gleason map and show that it didn't work on his flat earth map, so it must be wrong. And I said, no, that's not what happened at all. He's citing different governmental authorities and the errors that they reported. That's how the whole conversation started.
That's why I reiterated that, because his first claim was that that's according to the Gleason's map, it was off. He made it very clear, which I will go back and pull. That's why I so appreciate this channel, Gio, that everything is recorded. And we do get, I got muted. Yeah, if we get out of line, that's fine. Yeah, we got no problem with that and everything, trying to keep control with these passionate arguments. But when people come in and just say that the guy said it was off because he was comparing it to the Gleason's map, that's a bold-faced fucking whatever. That's bold-faced. And we can go back and check that because this stuff's recorded. And once again, that's why I really appreciate this fucking channel. Thank you, Gio.
At least the other Globers were being honest. So they were like, okay, well, yeah, that's interesting. And it looks like they're talking about declination, magnetic declination. So we didn't know exactly where the South Pole was because it's not in Antarctica, it's out in the ocean. And so that's why they would have been off. Now, if before it got derailed into this nonsense, like, we could have fact checked that, though. We can go look at the difference between assuming that it's at Antarctica and assuming its current position and see if that actually will cause the amount that they were off as they went south. And guess what? It won't. That doesn't answer it. Just simply moving the pole doesn't answer the discrepancies that they actually documented. So that's what's going to be very interesting. And then
How
when
can
you
you
look
look for
into
those sources if you're at Home Depot?
good one. And then when you look into the actual way they discovered the supposed current location of the geomagnetic South Pole, right? It's like completely all over the place. They change it every few years. They admit they don't know exactly where it is and that it constantly moves and they're not sure exactly where it is. So that's the real situation. And I only brought this all up because I'm talking so much. I brought this all up just in closing. In closing, I brought this all up just because the Globers keep claiming that celestial navigation, assuming a sphere, has worked perfectly for centuries and it proves that the Earth's a sphere. That's patently false. We've now gotten all the Globers to admit, oh, well, no, they couldn't do it in the South recently because of magnetic declination. So that was the whole point.
What does magnetic declination have to do with celestial navigation?
My thoughts exactly. When they were saying magnetic declination earlier, when I made that argument, they said that it's going by the stars, nothing to do with the compass, to do with the stars. And they shut me down. So when they brought that back up, I was like, that's interesting. So now we're diverting back to magnetic declinations. I thought it was just the stars and the GP, especially the overhead GP of the stars. But go ahead.
The declination that they were speaking about could be magnetic declination, but that doesn't have shit to do with celestial navigation.
But you reconcede, right? I'm making sure you was done. But you reconcede that, just so everybody's clear, that you did make the claim at first. You were being aggressive, maybe we were passionate, but you did make the claim that the guy was comparing the Carnegie being off compared to the flat Earth map, not compared to their logs, right?
Test.
One more time, I'm going to say, the guy makes a lot of claims. Unfortunately, I have been unable to find the source documentation to verify any of his claims. If you are at a computer, Brian, why don't you try to find the source documentation and we can actually figure out what's going on rather than listening to this religious person.
Okay, so you're just throwing that in there then. You're not sure if he was comparing them being off to the, either he lied, so you're saying now that maybe he wait, I'm almost done. Maybe he lied about it, or maybe he was comparing it to the Gleason's map. So either way, you're changing your claim, right? To maybe he was just making shit up, or maybe he was comparing it to his log.
I'm going to say this one more time, and then I'm really done having the exact same conversation, Brian. If you want to do that, go listen to the recording. So, throughout the entire book, he compares everything to the Gleason map. Given this fact, it is safe to assume that he was using the Gleason map to make his comparisons.
So the
However,
lied,
I
right?
almost got through it.
This is just so redundant and stupid, dude. I read the quote. I posted the quote. What he's saying is patently false. It has nothing to do with the Gleason map. I'm invoking the citation that he quotes from the freaking government. It doesn't matter what any Glober says about it. It's right there. Everyone can read it. At least most of the Globers in the room were honest. And they tried to address, if that's the case, this is why they think it would happen, not just to make up some narrative about religion. It's just boring at this point.
Okay. So,
Once again,
did you
we're
see
not
the screenshots Doofus posted with it? It seems you're missing those constantly.
You seems that I'm driving a vehicle and don't care that
Well,
you
you
guys.
have time to post other stuff and talk about it, quote it and read it, so you can read that one, right? No excuses.
I'm not quoting and reading either right now. I'm driving again. So.
Oh, that's a good excuse.
Oh, you think I'm not driving?
Traveling?
Dude, Ed, if
Maybe
you
you're
want
traveling.
if you want to ask him to look at it, but you can't attack him for driving. And I mean, yeah, definitely.
He has time to post things, Gio. Then he has time to look at those things.
Dude, it's important to not to drive safely. So we should always.
I did post a picture from my camera roll. It's not the same as like trying to read words while I'm driving.
Could somebody please tell me what magnetic declination has to do with celestial navigation?
That is what you
asked Moyak, man. He's the one that made the claim.
Yeah, that's what they made. Okay, and all I see for Doofus is saying, is it surprising that Witches used something absent the claim? So you're claiming that either he made that up. That's not what you said earlier, bro. I'm going to hold you to this, bro. Either he made it up and lied that the crew of the Carnegie never said that, or that they were using a flat Earth map. You said that he's judging it by a flat Earth map. So are you saying, when you was calling Austin a liar earlier, that's big words, bro. So I'm asking specifically, are you saying that Carnegie made that up, or is Austin lying?
Brian, one more time. I've said the exact same sentence 4 times. I'm not going to repeat it. Okay?
Okay, cool. So it says something to the effect of find the chart errors in declination, right? So whether that means that they're comparing the charts to what they were receiving with magnetic declination readings, or whether it's a different type of declination being referred to, remains open-ended.
Don't you think that's kind of important? Because magnetic declination has fucking fuckola to do with celestial navigation.
So do you
Okay,
think the
that's the
claim he
Glober
made that
that said
claim?
that.
Well, do you think
Glober
that
that
claim?
said that.
Well, wouldn't it be connected if you're using a compass at some point in your
When
process?
do you use a compass while you're using celestial navigation?
Well, you can.
He's saying that using the charts compare. It's either that it's magnetic declination, and they're saying that when they take the charts and compare it to their actual directions with magnetic declination, they were off, or it's talking about a different type of declination. If you're so informed on it, since it's the Glober who claimed it was magnetic declination, not the flat earthers, then you can enlighten us what it means in the screenshot when it says something to the effect of the charts being off progressively regarding declination. What does that mean?
Oh, I thought you couldn't read what Doofus posted.
I'm not reading anything.
Hmm.
What are you talking about? Doofus, no, Moyoc man said it in the chat. He said it in VC before you jumped in and just railroaded the conversation.
The same guy who called me a liar for saying that they went through the Indian Ocean. I mean, just so we know who we're dealing with.
Can anyone? I mean, okay. So if he's saying, what does it have to do with celestial? I mean, I'm interested in hearing what are they referring to when they say that there were chart errors in declination, and that it constantly increases going south. Because this makes sense in a flat Earth understanding. Like if you assume a globe, and then you have chart errors that are constantly increasing going south, that makes perfect sense for a flat Earth.
It would have to be distance, not declination, though.
It says declination.
Right. The distance would have to be the one in air, not the declination.
Okay, so the declination compared to the charts, like, no, that's what I'm trying to say is like, what are you saying? What do you think that it's saying when it says that it chart errors in declination constantly increasing south? What's it saying?
My guess, without reading it, would be that they didn't know where the southern magnetic pole was, and due to that, they were increasingly off. But it has fuck all to do with celestial navigation.
But it's saying that it's saying that the declination was off from the charts. Then you're saying that they were comparing.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hurry up. Yeah, it would be probably that they didn't know exactly where the South Pole was, and it'd be magnetic declination. And once again, have nothing, let me say this again, nothing to do with celestial navigation.
That's completely irrelevant.
You don't use a compass in celestial navigation.
That is completely irrelevant. We're talking about how the charts were wrong.
No, you were saying that celestial navigation in the southern hemisphere was wrong because of declination. Magnetic declination doesn't have shit to do. Magnetic declination doesn't have shit to do with celestial navigation.
This dude just makes stuff up. Like, really?
I know. It's like the
No, he did
baller
actually
said
say that
magnetic declination. All I said was when they were doing celestial navigation and they went south, their charts were wrong.
Yeah, but if they're going to mention declination in their source, the only thing that could possibly refer to is magnetic declination.
I agree.
Okay.
No. Whoa. Declination is the altitude, the angle from the star to the star from the celestial equator, not to be confused with altitude, which is commonly confused, which is your angle to the star. But declination is the angle to the star from the celestial equator. So
Dude, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say at the beginning. I'm like, you think they're talking about magnetic declination? And then all the Globers like ridiculed me. Like, what else would they be talking about?
The only one of two fucking charts.
Star.
They chart the GHA and the declination of every fucking celestial body. Not magnetic declination, not compass declination. The declination from the celestial equator.
Dun dun dun.
Okay, let's go over this one more time. If they're talking about the declinations compared to a chart, the only thing that would be charted regards to declination would be magnetic declination.
Did you not hear me?
The declination of a, let me be very clear on this point. They're not talking about declinations of individual stars when referring to charts. Because
every celestial body,
that
bro.
doesn't. Hold on, Brian. That doesn't make any fucking sense. What map would you have that has only declinations on it? Where would that
It
occur?
never said only declinations anyway. It says chart errors in declination.
There's only two things celestial navigation gives us. Only two things. And that is the declination of each celestial body, not each star. Every celestial body. We get the declination for every celestial body and the GHA. That's all celestial navigation is. Everything else is derived through the charts. There's no magnetic nothing in the fucking.
If you want to talk slow, then I'll talk slow to you too. Here we go. If they're talking about the chart and the declinations being off, they are not talking about celestial navigation. Notice how in Witsit's source, they don't mention celestial navigation in any way whatsoever. It's declinations on the chart which are deemed to be off.
Bacon, Kosho, or Blue, anybody who understands celestial navigation, please correct this motherfucker, please, for me. So I can
correct me. Yes, go ahead and correct me. Have somebody correct me right now.
Okay.
How do you know that for sure? Then?
Celestial navigation, bro. You obviously have never looked into it. If you did, you'd know that the only thing celestial nav gives us is the GHA and the declination. That is the.
Who has told you that they are using celestial navigation other than either with or yourself?
Good.
Right. Who has?
Are they talking about?
Who has told you?
Are they talking about charts?
Navigation?
Yeah, they're talking about charts. She says chart errors and declination constantly increasing south.
Right.
Where does that say
magnetic,
navigation?
magnetic declination.
Your declination is your latitude.
That is magnetic declination is what they're talking about.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. So with celestial navigation, declination
This was a non-magnetic ship that was doing a magnetic survey.
I cannot believe y'all came in and did not back me up. Declination refers to latitude in celestial navigation.
Brian, we're not talking about celestial navigation.
Read.
Yes, it is.
Read what the ship was doing. What was the voyage for? What were 7 voyages for? I posted it. Read what they're doing. Magnetic surveys.
Oh darn.
Okay, well then. Okay, so then the charts are off the further we go south, correct?
Magnetic declination is further off the further you go south. Yes, that is correct, Witsit. We've been saying that for ages.
Oh, very good. Very good. So they were navigating the south, fucking double checking the compass. So were they fucking off by the compass or were they off by the fucking stars? Declination means latitude, okay? Right. Negative 20 means you're at fucking 20 degrees in the south. Positive 20 means you're fucking 20 degrees latitude. There's the only two things that cell nav means, and declination is one of them. So y'all are here to tell me that they are double checking the fucking compass in the south, or are they complaining?
What was the purpose of the voyage, Brian? Read the paper I posted. What was the purpose of 7 voyages? It was a non-magnetic ship.
They were off by the compass, bro. If the stars are accurate, then the stars are accurate.
Where did they
wait?
use
Time out.
celestial navigation in this process?
Okay,
what was the ship doing?
Okay, for the ship was using celestial navigation charts to go to the south and then apparently try to map out the magnetic field. Okay, so if it was trying to compare,
no, that's not what the ship was doing. Read the paper I posted. Read the paper.
Driving a vehicle. Grow up.
Well, then shut the fuck up until you
get. Hold on, you guys. We're in the mode where there's no interruptions. So I believe Witsit, you were speaking, and Steel City, if you want to go next, go next. But let's not do any interruptions.
Okay, so what we found for sure is that they were celestially navigating using charts, and that when they went further south, they saw a constant and progressive error with declination. If it's talking about magnetic declination, then the current charts they used were consistently off. And the discrepancy was progressive as they went further south, correct?
Who said they were doing the celestial navigation as their primary navigation source? Was it
What
you
the-
or was it the source? Who was it?
How do you think they were navigating?
Was it you or was it the source?
Wait, how else would they
Where
be
does it
navigating?
say it?
How
Where
else
does
would
it
they be
say that in
navigating?
your source, Witsit? Who fucking
It
said
says
they
they
were
use.
using celestial navigation to figure out
No
magnetic?
one says it. It's
How
not
could
written in any of their voyages.
declination be
It's
off
not written
by?
in any of
How
the
can you say
reports.
that? Hold on. How can you say their declination is off by miles? You're saying the
Read the
compass is off.
fucking
You don't get.
report,
Hold on. You
Brian.
don't give a distance.
Hold on. There's interruptions. Hold on. I think let's give Steel City the mic. Go ahead, Steel City. Brian, you can go next, but you guys are going to
Read the paper before you make a determination. Read what they wrote, what their mission was. Don't assume anything.
Okay, I'm reading the paper as we speak. Okay, now, so how do you say declination is off? Do you say it's off in miles, or do you say it's off in degrees? Tell me, how do you specify? As I keep reading this paper, how do you specify declination is off? Tell me in what units would it be off, please?
The
Magnetic
I don't know. I
declination.
can't even go any further with this. It's just so
You
stupid. You
can't
guys don't
answer
even
that
stop to
because
read
you don't know what the
sources.
fuck you're talking about, bro.
Brian, magnetic
What was
declination.
the ship doing?
Okay, the ship. How was the ship navigating?
Oh dear. Okay, so Brian, to answer your question, magnetic declination is measured in degrees. How does that help your position?
How was the ship navigating?
Because that's what I wanted him to answer. Declination is off in degrees, whether it be compass, whether it be the stars, but he couldn't simply say that because he has no fucking clue.
Because
Hey,
with the source, it is unverified. It doesn't appear in any of the published reports. I'm not going to comment on Witz's source because it's bullshit.
So do they use a compass?
It's not confirmed in any published source.
Okay, here's the deal, my dude. So if there's a ship that's navigating using charts back in the day, how were they navigating?
It doesn't matter right now because your source doesn't give any details. We don't know what's going on, what they're doing. If they corrected, there's no details there. You can't base anything on your source.
Okay, he doesn't have an answer. Can any of the other Globers answer? Did they have some secret new technology they hid from the world, and they were navigating the Southern Oceans with a GPS before its time, or were they using charts to navigate in the South via celestial navigation? How were the ships navigating?
How do you suppose they sail a ship or fly an airplane? Which it,
Dude,
Which
what
they
the?
had gateways way
how
before.
do you suppose that goes on?
Right. And
How
if you're
was
doing
the ship
would you-
navigating in charts?
You're right.
Would you
They had
imagine-
GPS
would you
in the
imagine
1800s, dude. They had to have.
Witzit, he's asking you a question. Can you answer him, please?
No, I asked the question, buddy. I asked the question, and it won't be answered. We're not playing Quiz Austin time. I said, how were they using charts to navigate? If they were using charts to navigate, how was the ship navigating?
Right. And this goes all the way back to the fucking declination. I've been making an argument about magnetic declination and correcting routes, and y'all were so stern on saying that no, it's due to the stars. It's due to the stars. Magnetic declination ain't got nothing to do with it.
Even if they were celestial navigating, what was their purpose for being there?
So magnetic declination has everything to do with it, right?
Celestial navigation has only to do with getting a fix.
what?
It's only to do with
Why
finding
were they
your
there?
position
Don't
at-
change the subject.
Yeah, they were there to measure the magnetic declination. That was
So
their
now
entire
we've completely walked back the claim, right? So all the Globers said, prove that they were celestially navigating. This has nothing to do with celestial navigation, which is the dumbest thing I've heard all day. Stop interrupting me. They were using charts to navigate, and all the Globers in unison jumped in and said that they weren't celestially navigating. Now we've walked it back to, oh, who cares if they were celestially navigating? What were they doing?
They were guessing. Really
So
good guessing.
they made their map
Really good
based
guessing.
on
Hold on. I muted Left Lane for interrupting a little bit, but I think it wasn't like I don't think he meant to. But go ahead. You're next. Go ahead, Left Lane.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, what is the purpose of the document? And are they talking about how they were celestial navigating? Or are they talking about, like, marking and mapping the magnetic declination in the southern hemisphere.
Let me answer that. Based on my last debate, is that with Ruhif, the one before modern day debates, is that I told y'all that the declination, the magnetic declination, is a fix-all to say what direction we're really going. And I was told over and over, not just by Ruhif, by everybody, that has nothing to do with the stars and with celestial navigation. That magnetic declination is not a fix-all. And so now you're telling me that if I think I'm going in a direction, then the magnetic declination is highly dependent. So y'all are just saying whatever fits your argument, bro.
No,
and I'm
that's
sick
not
of
at
this
all.
shit, dude.
It's not at all. That's not at all what we're saying.
Yeah, what we're currently
Dude, you
saying
guys
is the
just said
magnetic
that it wasn't
declination that they
celestial
were
navigation.
surveying. No, Brian, what we're actually saying is that the magnetic declination that they were actively out there surveying was farther off than they expected than what their charts were telling them, right? The data that they had about magnetic declination at that time was stale. They were updating it because that's what they were sent out there to do.
Okay, so back to the point. When all the Globers said that they weren't celestially navigating, you guys all admit you were wrong.
What I said from the beginning was that the declination that they were referring to, okay, thanks for the laugh. What I said from the beginning is the declination they were referring to is magnetic declination, specifically because it makes no sense to have a chart where the declination is the only thing that's incorrect. It makes zero sense to apply that to celestial navigation. The context of the quote that was pulled out of the source, but the dude,
let him finish.
the context of the quote the dude pulled out of that source is about the magnetic survey. Magnetic declination is the only thing that they were referring to in that quote.
Okay, that's fine. This is the point, dude.
So I can make whatever map I want. Hold on, I can make whatever map.
Hold on, Brian, dude. Witsit was responding, man.
Since the beginning, I had no problem with if it was magnetic declination or a different type of declination because I said I didn't know. It doesn't matter, okay? That's not the point. You guys all just jumped in and said it has nothing to do with celestial navigation, okay? And obviously it does. They were using charts to celestially navigate, and they were showing that there was a consistent progressive error with their declination readings as they went further south. So that's obviously using celestial navigation charts, and you guys can't even just be intellectually honest and say you guys were wrong when you all.
But wait, I'm sorry. Let me ask you a simple question. Like you're going to get 3 fixes to get your circles of equal altitude and find where they intersect. Does that have anything to do with the heading?
Dude, I'm asking, what the fuck? Dude, admit you guys were wrong when you all jumped in and mocked me because you claimed it had nothing to do with celestial navigation.
It doesn't.
If you could show me a celestial... Is there anyone in this room who could show me a celestial navigation chart?
That's just it. If I can declinate my direction however I see fit, whatever doesn't work with my model, and I could just use magnetic declination, which is what I've been saying the whole time, then I can map the Earth however I want, and I can just declinate Polaris, which is not even seen in the southern hemisphere, to whatever I want. That's been my point for fucking 5 months. And now you're verifying
okay.
it. Thank you.
What I was responding to was Witsit saying they were using celestial navigation charts. I've never seen a celestial navigation chart. I was wondering if anyone could produce one.
Can you please? Yes, every chart.
Oh my God. So you're saying that the boats were using charts to navigate in the south, but it wasn't celestial navigation? I already asked specifically. This is what's so annoying. Is like you guys claim that had nothing to do with celestial navigation, and everyone knows that they were using celestial navigation in the south. But this is the important part because I have to get out of here. Like, if you guys are claiming that the reason that the error was so wrong was just because they were wrong about the pole location, then you should be able to show that the amount that they were off progressively as they went south matches the currently updated pole location, right?
Could you show me a celestial navigation
Your source is
chart?
valid, Witsit. Show your source is valid.
Okay, so if the source is valid, and it's like 5 different sources, by the way, that all show the same error. So if they're
we're talking about one in particular. Don't get
I
shallow.
was in the middle of talking. So I'm asking a question to see if you guys can answer just a hypothetical question. If this really happened and people were going south and it showed that their declination was off progressively as they went south, and you guys were claiming it's because they didn't know the actual pole location, which we now know, then you guys would agree that we could look at the error, the progressive error, and compare it to the updated pole location, and it should match, correct?
No, because you're already fully aware, and the reason why you're asking that question, that the magnetic north and magnetic south do move around. You know this, and that's why you
So
asked
what's that got to do with the stars, dude?
That's not why
That's
I'm
a good
asking.
question,
Doesn't have
Brian.
anything to do with the stars, Brian. That's what I've been saying this whole fucking time.
Perpendicular to the fucking celestial pole is perpendicular to the celestial pole. Are we going back to dead reckoning? Can Bacon or Kosho or somebody who knows anything about this join?
Brian, you're making a
I'm here.
point, man.
I think they were sailing, Brian. They were sailing by dead reckoning in those days. This predates even a gyro compass. They had nothing to rely on except a magnetic compass.
This was in the fucking 1900s, dude.
When do you think the fucking gyro compass came online, buddy?
Oh my God, dude. So now we're getting our heading by checking magnetic declination. Is that what you're telling me, Blue?
That is the only way they had to do it, Brian. That's what I'm telling you.
That's what I've been saying the whole fucking time, is that the compass is the only way to know where we're going. And if you're going to allow me to fix my chart by declinating it off of Polaris however I see fit, then I can make any map or chart I want. Now, my point is this, is there's only two specific in celestial navigation. That is declination and GHA, longitude and latitude. Declination is latitude.
Declination is latitude?
Yeah, he's
yes.
Equivalent would be on the surface of the Earth. However, Brian,
No, he's right.
Yeah, Brian, you forgot that the reason that they were there and where the quote was pulled from had to do with the magnetic survey. So the only thing that they were referring to in that quote when they said declination is magnetic declination. That's the context surrounding the quote that Whitsitt is referring
Yeah, Brian,
to.
I agree. I agree with them. That makes the most sense. If they're on a magnetic survey and they're talking about the error that they recorded with declination, it would be magnetic declination. But the point is
how
that
do they know, Whitsitt?
Oh my
How do they
God.
compare magnetic declination with the actual
I agree
direction?
too. And I could make any map I want and say it's off by this declination, and then that allows me to.
Do you
make
know how
any
they
map I
corroborate
want.
that, though, Brian?
They compared it to the charts.
How else?
That's how they did it. They were comparing their charts, dude.
Right, and they had stale data. They were updating it. That's why.
Bacon, will you verify that in celestial navigation declination is latitude, please, for me?
Also, the gyro
Yeah,
compass was invented in 1908, and in the U.S. used it in 1911 in World War One.
Yeah, the unit we use for the position of the stars in the celestial sphere, which is right ascension and declination, the declination corresponds to latitude.
Yep. He can be right.
Which is different than the other meaning of declination, which is the zenith angle. Sometimes you can refer to the zenith angle as declination, which is a different thing.
Would you also confirm there is no such thing? Would you also confirm there is no such thing as a celestial chart?
I don't know of such thing.
We say that there's globe charts. There's globe charts, and you know.
No, celestial navigation is done on plotting sheets.
Good, very good. So no charts based on a globe. Thanks. You're digging yourself a hole. Thanks.
Oh my God, Brian!
Not at all what
bullshit,
I just said,
bro.
Brian.
He's not just going to deny anything I say.
Unbelievable.
When I just say something on purpose, just to show y'all how stupid this motherfucker is. He just
He's
denied charts
stupid,
based
Brian.
on a globe.
You're the smart one in the room.
All right, hold on. You guys are going to get muted if you're going to go into insult mode, at least temporarily. Can't go there. All right.
So I didn't say there's no charts based on the globe. I said there is no celestial navigation charts. That's not a thing.
Is that true? I swear there's celestial navigation charts. Bacon, is that false?
Oh, there are charts. There are charts that are used in celestial navigation. If that's what you're saying, yes.
I just looked it up, and it says navigational star charts.
Yes, navigational star charts are a thing, but they're of the stars, not of the not of the water.
He's just trying to
Celestial
pin
navigation
Witsit
is.
down to the 3 words he said and to prove a point that Witsit is dumb. It's all.
I don't need to prove that point. It's been proven
Yeah,
every time
see,
Witz opens his mouth.
see, as he interrupts, he agrees that what I'm saying is true, that he's just trying to prove or say something that tries to prove that Witsit is dumb, but it's just pedant. It's just being pedantic.
Well, there was
Celestial
that thing about
charts
an
are
hour
known.
ago.
Charts
There
about the
was that thing
sky
about
are
an hour
known.
ago where Witsit said that if the magnetic declination is off, then we can't use any sources of celestial navigation prior to 1900. That was hilarious.
My question
So,
would be, how
so
would
you're,
they
you're
how
so
would
what are
they
you
know
saying
that
that the
the
sky is wrong? What he's saying about Witsit,
Oh,
and
it's
you're
definitely
right
wrong.
about what the part you're saying about Witsit, because you're talking about a total nother subject.
No, same subject.
No,
Celestial
something else
navigation and
Witsit
magnetic
said. Are
declination
you
is
agreeing
definitely the
that
subject
there's
we've
no
been talking about
celestial?
this whole time.
So you're agreeing there's no celestial sky charts? Yeah, why are you moaning and groaning? Why is
Because
Left
that's not what I
Lane
said.
moaning and groaning? Because
you're straw manning me. What I said was there was no.
you're strawmanning Witsit.
Seriously, this dude is
Yeah.
a child. He cannot stop interrupting.
All right, I'll moderate it. So yeah, please don't interrupt. Let someone respond to what Rucky said.
Yeah, maybe the child thing was a name call. I'm not sure. Maybe start there.
All right, does someone want to respond to what Rucky actually said without any?
Yeah, I think we're wasting time with
down
this discussion.
Yeah, I just have a general question about the whole thing in general. It seems like it's kind of a conflation of two different things, but my question would be if these boats went out in the early 1900s to test magnetic and electric effects across the Earth, which I guess was their objective.
Electric
And they were
effects?
doing these chartings. What were they comparing their magnetic readings to? Like, how are they getting a fix of their position
To the
if they
stars?
weren't using? If they
Thank
weren't
you.
using, never mind. Jesus.
No, thank you, dude. You pegged it, bro. And Zanuck jumped in. I had to follow. Thank you, bro. That's the whole point. When they say their declination is off, they're following latitudes, okay, and they're working their way down south. I just read this shit, and their declination is they're correcting their declination, meaning their latitude. They're correcting their charts according to the declination, man. And the magnetic declination, it just follows suit.
Does it change, Brian?
I can make
He
any
was
map I
in
want. This has been my whole
mid-sentence,
point the whole time, bro. I
guys.
can make any map I want.
Brian, he was in mid-sentence, bro. Mid-sentence. I mean, come
He asked me
on,
a
man.
question, bro. He asked me a question, bro. Go back and listen.
Yeah, but you didn't finish the sentence. You had to wait until people finish, Brian. And not only you, Zanuck.
What? I just said
No,
one word.
yeah, you're not supposed to say any word while somebody's actually speaking.
See, I'll cut you a break. You must have a delay, brother.
He says a bunch of words while everyone's
Sorry,
talking.
Brian, but we got to be fair, bro. Both sides. We can't interrupt them and then expect, the opposite. So let's be conscious of ourselves, man. We have all day. Calm down, guys.
I was almost done, bro, with my whole fucking little thing. I was damn near done.
But Brian, you cut him off, bro. He was in mid-sentence.
That's the thing, Brian. People let you finish. You don't let other people finish.
It's not just Brian. I'm not picking on Brian. I'm saying in general. We have all day, man. Let's be conscious. That's all I'm saying. Nothing against you, Brian.
Moving on.
Yeah, I literally opened my mic for the first time, but yeah, we can move on. Had 2 groans, 2 people interrupting, and let's just be different.
Okay, can I ask Brian a question? Is that your claim that you could manipulate the magnetic declination charts to get?
Sorry, I did interrupt that time.
You see, you did it again, Brian.
Yeah, I did that time. I'm sorry, but
Brian, just be quiet.
You gotta put the leash, bro.
Yeah, finish your question. I'm sorry, dude. I did.
See, yeah, just checking if that's your claim that you can manipulate the magnetic declination charts to get the whole thing working on the AMAP. Is that it?
to be whatever
And
you
I
want.
did that with napalm earlier. I was chomping at the bit, and then Xanax jumped, and I like I couldn't help it. We got the
What
point.
did I say?
Yeah,
I said star. Use the stars.
Yeah, I know, and then I jumped. I apologize. I do jump early.
I said
I'm
2 words. You've
totally
been
guilty of
talking
that.
for
But
half an hour.
my point is this, Bacon. My point is that if they're not going off the stars and they're just going off magnetic declination, I can map this shit however I want. I can map a flat Earth and get the angles from the Australian sunrise to work perfect just by adjusting the fucking declination. By them claiming that this magnetic declination shit is a cop out because I will make the flat Earth map work perfect.
Brian, does the declination change throughout the year?
Brian,
Does it change?
How does change, Brian? How does changing the magnetic declination on a chart change your actual position?
Because, man, if you adjust your magnetic declination to the South Pole, it's even worse than adjusting it to. Can I finish? Mitchell from Australia did a live reading where it was 11 degrees further north. The sun was, magnetic east or fucking due east was further. Yeah. Oh my God. You don't want me to finish. This is my strong fucking point. So you definitely don't want me to finish. He did a live reading of due east fucking equinox, and it was off 11 degrees, which helps the flat Earth. But then if you want to declinate it to the magnetic South Pole, it lines it up perfect.
Wait.
All I want to do is declinate my fucking position and say that due east is this direction, not this direction. I could make any map work by just saying magnetic declination. So are
Does
they
the
going
magnetic declination change, Brian?
Can I enter, Brian?
Go ahead.
Brian, moving the agonic lines around on a chart does not change the positions on that chart. It just changes the direction of indicated north or south on your compass to true north or south. That's all.
Meaning you haven't looked into it, because I did look into it. I charted magnetic north. Hold on. I charted magnetic north, and it is due north of Sydney. So if I was to correct to magnetic north, it would not change even one fucking bit. And if I changed it to magnetic south, it would work perfect on a flat Earth. Either way, you're fucked. You obviously haven't looked into this, Blue.
It changes throughout the year as well, Brian.
Well,
and I can make a fucking 4-dimensional map if you let me change it during the year. I can make you a 4D map.
It does change throughout the year.
The thing is that we to get the location, we don't use readings of azimuths. So to get the location, that wouldn't be affected by the declination. What would be affected by the declination is once you get the location, you want to get a heading, then it would be useful to know the correct declination. So it would only affect the headings of the boats, it wouldn't affect their locations. I think that's the point that Blue Marble.
And that's exactly what I've been trying to say.
To your model. You do agree that they fucking put a major weakness on your model when they start implying magnetic declination. If anybody thinks I'm wrong, just line up Sydney with magnetic north, okay? And what I found out from Ruif, who accidentally got honest, was that no, it's the declination declines all over the place. It doesn't have nothing to do with the magnetic north or the magnetic south. It took me fucking debating him to get the truth.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, so then he's lying.
Ridiculous.
No, he didn't say that.
He didn't say that, Brian.
He not only said that, he demonstrated it.
He said that the magnetic north and magnetic south poles have nothing to do with the geographic north and south poles.
The geographic north has nothing to do with magnetic, bro. You are just throwing that in there.
What I said. Jesus fucking Christ, Brian.
Why do you think they're not the same, Brian?
You can test it yourself, Brian. You're on a compass.
Once again, I'm going to challenge all the Globers in here right now. Go line up, go to Google Earth, take magnetic north and draw you a dot, okay? Then take Sydney, Australia. Check the declination of Australia. And then tell me what the declination from Australia is. And tell me, are they fixing it to the north? Are they fixing it to the south? Or are they just fixing it just randomly? And the answer is they're fixing it. And according to Ruhif 2 to back me up, if he's listening, please join and back me up. They fix it randomly. In the Southern Hemisphere, it is random and has nothing to do with the magnetic north or south pole. I swear to God, that's what he told me.
It's not what it's doing, Brian. It is not random.
Can I interject here for just a second. So if we're talking about celestial navigation, within celestial navigation, do you use azimuth readings to the celestial body? And if so, where are you taking those azimuths from? So azimuths are not involved in celestial navigation at all.
They are not readings. Like you don't take azimuth readings.
Yeah, they are. Every GHA
so when
is
you say
azimuth
azimuths are not involved at all,
Yeah, that was the
then they
second
are
question. That's
involved.
not. Yeah,
So you
first you
don't
asked
take-
Yeah, nobody
first-
said azimuths are not part
So let's
of it. What we're
clarify
saying
then.
is that
How is
the
the azimuth
celestial
involved
navigation-
in the process?
All right, I'll
impossible
go ahead.
without.
What we're saying is that azimuth is not directly read by the person doing celestial navigation. You don't read an azimuth when you're doing celestial navigation.
Yep.
So
Never.
so its application is based on, so we take, let's say we take 3-star readings. So we get 3 elevation angles to 3 stars.
Mhm.
How are we plotting those?
Yeah,
Do
we
we-
calculate the
From
azimuths.
their azimuth based off the Greenwich hour angle. They all have an azimuth, and it
Brian, I
works
think he's
out.
asking the Glovers.
Yeah, we calculate the directions based on the on a globe math. You can use the side
Based on
reduction
the
tables, or you
globe
can do it
math?
directly.
You
Yeah,
mean based
like
on
the way you
circles
get.
around Polaris, right? Breaking circles around Polaris. You meant?
No.
I mean, if I give you 2 spherical coordinates and I ask you what's the azimuth of coordinate B from the position of coordinate A, that's exactly what they're doing. That's how they get the azimuths.
Right. Their azimuths being their circles around Polaris, right?
No.
No.
It's a declination
So
from
the
north,
GHA
right?
of every star and every celestial body has nothing to do with their azimuth around Polaris.
It has to do, but that's not what azimuth is.
No,
Like
not
as-
even that. The GHA has nothing to do with azimuth.
Oh, as the GHA
All the-
changes, the azimuth also changes, so it kind of does in that sense. But yeah, that's not what the azimuth is. The azimuth is just the horizontal direction of the star, and you don't measure that. You compute that based on the location of the star in your dead reckoning location.
Right, and your azimuth at your location has nothing to do with the azimuth from Polaris. That makes
When-
makes 0 sense.
When you say your dead reckoning location, are you using a compass for this reading?
Your dead reckoning is your assumed position. Is your best guess on where you are. It's called dead reckoning
so
because
you and
that's
I
usually
are-
how you get it.
You and I are drugged and we wake up on a boat and we're sitting there and we have a compass, we have a sextant, we have a navigational almanac, and we have stars above us.
Right, then you wouldn't use.
Yeah,
a dead
that's
reckoning.
rarely the case. So
Yeah, you wouldn't use a dead
most.
reckoning.
I understand that's rarely the
Yeah,
case. What
you
I'm
would
trying
use
to
dead reckoning. That's all you'd be able to use is dead reckoning, and that's a star above your head to know the fucking latitude. This dude,
No, if you're unconscious when
second.
you get to a location, you don't have a dead reckoning assumption going into the measurement that you're making. There's no.
Yeah,
You need
there's
a
no dead
previous
reckoning-
position.
There's no
You
dead
don't need
reckoning
to.
available when you have not observed how you got to where you are.
Yeah, you need a previous position.
No, you don't. That's
Yeah,
just that just helps.
Napalm was in the middle of making a point when Brian.
I don't know why Doofus keeps coming in and whatever. Like, you're really low. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I didn't
But,
interrupt you on purpose.
No, it wasn't you. No, it wasn't you, Rick. Yeah, it was Brian and Rufus. But go ahead, Napalm. You were in a point of you were saying.
So yeah, my question is really: is your relationship to north relevant when you're doing these navigations?
It is when you want a heading. It's not if you just want the coordinates.
Right, but if we're sailing, we probably want to figure out a heading, right?
Sure, yeah.
So we would probably need to find our like we would probably be measuring azimuths from north, right?
Well, you don't measure azimuths. That's the thing.
Right, you already have your 3 stars as a source of information for where you are, and when you plot these circles of equal altitude or the lines of position in those as well, then you know the directions those stars are from you. So that's your source of information for which direction you're looking.
Okay, so when we're calculating that, that has absolutely nothing to do with like compass readings or anything like that.
You can do it absent a compass if you want to.
Yeah. Like you can use the try to use the compass if you don't want to do the calculation. But that's not as precise as doing the math for their azimuths.
So when you say you're doing the calculation, is this based off of charts?
Yeah, you can do that based off of charts. Yeah. Charts are tools that help you do that. It's not the only way, but yeah. Like when I do it, I don't use charts.
Were these charts established with? I guess my question would be, in the process of creating these charts, would they have needed to know, like a compass reading at all? Would that have been involved in the equation of creating the navigational charts that people use?
The charts you use for azimuths are just tables for you to compute spherical trigonometry, like with pen and paper.
Yeah, that's
so it's
calculating basically the position that you're reading, so that you're getting an angle to a star based on, or multiple stars, right? And you're doing some sort of like trilateration, triangulation, whatever the hell you want to call that. But that all those stars, right, need to have some sort of baseline direction in which you have like an orientation, and that's typically true north, right?
That's, you can base on, yeah, the math is based on true north, yeah.
Okay, so relation to north is pretty important when it comes to celestial navigation. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the coordinate system is pretty much based on the equator, the North Pole, the prime meridian. So all that is relevant if we're doing with coordinates.
If you're observing a celestial object like Brian was talking about with the sun in Australia or whatever, and if you're just trying to do that and you're looking at a compass reading and you're saying, oh man, I think I'm looking due west, but the sun looks like it's in this position. Why is that? Oh, but then I realize I have some sort of magnetic declination that I need to factor in, right? Because we have a magnetic anomaly, and then it gives me the idea that the sun might be in a different spot than it might actually be if I'm having to do a compass correction based on a declination. Meaning that if the declination that I'm calculating for is incorrect, then I would assume that that celestial object is in a different direction than it actually is.
What?
I think what he's asking, if the azimuth doesn't match magnetic north, then you'd call that declination. Is that it?
No, I'm just trying to figure out the magnetic declinations and their relation to how you may or may not be able to navigate in the south based on the stars.
Yeah, so the declination is useful once first you get your position. Until that point, there's no need for magnetic declination or for compass.
Sure. But the point is getting your position, right? How do we get our position without, we're going to have to figure out north, right?
Getting your position has nothing to do with magnetic declination. That's the main point they can.
We don't have to figure out north to get our position.
All right. If you want an aid in order to figure out which way you want to go from the point that you've established you're at, you can use a magnetic compass with the understanding that magnetic declination does exist.
The compass will come in when you figure out where you are and see where you want to go and head in that direction.
Yep.
Yes, then you're going to steer a magnetic heading. That's where declination comes in.
Gotcha. So while you're navigating in the south, if you have magnetic declination issues, right? Meaning you're having to make corrections due to magnetic anomalies. If you're navigating and you're having to make all these constant corrections, you could think that you're navigating on a specific route. even though you might actually be navigating, let's say there is 0 declination issues in the south, but I say that there's a bunch of magnetic declination issues in the south.
You can't
That would
arbitrarily.
send me in a route that would be all over the place.
You
right?
can't arbitrarily decide there is declination at any particular place. It's not a decision that you can make. You're directly measuring magnetic declination when you have something that you're sure is in a given direction, and you have a compass to compare it with. In addition,
Okay, so
in addition, you don't only have magnetic declination in the south. It exists in the northern hemisphere too. It's applicable
Yeah,
to everywhere on
I got
Earth.
it.
There's magnetic declination.
I got it. So the establishment of magnetic declination needs to have some sort of kind of baseline, right? Like we have known positions that we can say, okay, we're off on our compass heading because X, Y, and Z are known positions, right?
The more salient point is that you can directly measure magnetic declination. It's not an arbitrary decision.
Directly measure it against what?
Hold on a second. If you have view of the night sky for long enough, you can determine precisely in the southern hemisphere where the south celestial pole is. That's true south. You can then take out a compass, a magnetic compass. If it's magnetized straight with no declination, because they do that, they actually magnetize them with declination sometimes. If you have one that hasn't been magnetized with declination, you can compare your compass in your hand to where the south celestial pole is. It's a direct measurement.
So the establishment of that is based on the stars?
No.
That's one way you can do that. That's probably the best way.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the easy way in the
So
north.
somebody was mumbling no, but the answer is yes.
I guess I would like to know who said no.
Well, I see that if I could see the North Star and I aligned directly to the North Star, I could read my declination at that point. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Much harder to do in the south because the South Pole is really hard to see.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned having a longer
Yes.
view of the night sky, because you have to use other sources.
Yeah, you can
So my
get
question would
any
be on those boats that went out, right, that we were originally talking about, and they were measuring these magnetic declination issues. They said that the declinations were off based on what previous measurements of magnetic declination, and if they were off, were they saying that they were off based on their positions to the stars when they were in the south?
And they change yearly, by the way, too.
It's
Gotcha.
off based on the measurements that they were making at that time, because they were doing that survey at that time. The information that they were using to say that it was off was the stale information that they had that they were in the process of updating.
Yeah, one way you can do that is just like once you get your position, you can compute the azimuth of any other star and compare that to your compass reading. And there's an offset there. That offset would be a declination on the compass. Not sure if that's
All
what
right, cool.
anyone does,
That
but
was
that's
my only
how.
question. That was my only question. Really, I know it takes me a long way around to get it answered, but that was my question: was what was the baseline of the declination readings? Was it based off of known locations, or was it just based off of the stars in the sky? So you guys answered that. Thanks, appreciate it.
Well, you could do either. It's not like you're only going to have one option. You can do both. You can look in a direction and you know that town is in that direction. You know the azimuth from your location, and then use that to figure out what your magnetic declination is too. That's also a valid approach.
I know the Globers don't excel in research, but I just got home and it took me 1 minute to find the actual report. So there you go.
Steel City posted it, while you were driving or whatever, but okay.
Well, you guys, it'll still say they looked it up. And how about you actually try to find the real thing and So now maybe you guys can explain and answer the question. If they were this far off with declination based on the charts, do you agree that if we try to update the pole position from those charts, that the error should match the current position, or at least the position that it was supposedly off at that time, because they claim that it moves at a supposedly predictable rate?
I don't even know what you're asking.
What's the question? Can you say that again?
Yeah, what is the question?
So when they went south, they showed that the charts were significantly off, and progressively as they went further and further south. So do you agree that if we take their previous pole assumption and we compare it to where they claim that the pole actually is, that it should account for those errors?
If you had all the
You're
navigation
assuming that
data,
the
it might.
magnetic pole is moving at a uniform rate throughout those years. It's not a uniform rate. It does change positions at a nonlinear rate.
So you guys have no idea where it would have been back then?
No, that's not what I said. I know that's
I just
specific.
asked you.
In fact, the only reason I would be able to say that it's nonlinear is if I did know that it did move at a nonlinear rate.
Okay, so you shouldn't be able to know exactly where it was back then, right?
And that's not what I'm, for fuck's sake, Witsit. If I know for a fact that it is not moving in a nonlinear rate, that means that there is an amount of data built up that shows me where it was in the past. You can't tell me that I don't know where it is if I'm telling you specifically that I know where it
Calm
is.
down, dude.
That doesn't make any sense.
Your very simple answer should have been yes. We would be able to tell where it should have been in the past. We have the data. We have the updated declinations. They only move this much. They're a little bit irregular, but we can tell how irregular they are over the years. So we should be able to go back and say the pole would have been here because we have the data. Instead, you went on your little, I'm getting upset and throwing my toys across.
Here's the problem. It's not just the pole. It's the agonic lines. Those are what's moving, not just the pole.
Well, it was the Glover's claim, so.
Yeah. And I get that the equator must be higher due to some. I mean, you can get into all types of things. That's the whole point. It seems like they're just stretching it out.
The equator, not the error.
Moving things where they need to move it. I mean, to say you can directly measure declination is a little bit of a stretch. Also,
you
can.
Definitely,
I explained how.
Easily.
Yeah, you can measure true north. You can measure magnetic north. The difference.
Yeah, it's true. Look at the North Star. Look at a compass. There's your declination.
Everybody else got it.
You could have just let me finish that. But
super easy in the northern hemisphere. You can see Polaris.
So you guys admit that you have all kinds of errors in the south?
No, nobody admitted
that. Oh God.
You guys just wait till
nobody even implied that. But you had to come in here and
busy today. Hey, I just want to point something out. I'm busy today. I'm not doing this right now, but there are many different documented examples of the South. I'm going to go and track each one of them down. And it's funny because you guys were saying first the narrative was that this guy made this up. And it seems like this citation is exactly correct from the actual report. So maybe he didn't make this stuff up, and maybe these are from the actual authoritative positions. And then they say that we have consistent discrepancies navigating in the South.
Well, I would say there's definitely more errors and more things you have to adjust for in the South. What that means can be argued, and I'm sure it will be.
Well, when I've done in my backyard, it worked within a mile.
Okay, good for you, man.
That was my best fix, though. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's. I don't know if anyone's even denying that you can do that. Like, I think.
Oh,
people,
that's in the South.
Yeah, maybe in your area in the South. I mean, I don't know how far. I don't think you're anywhere. Are you past what? Anyway, I'm not even going to argue that point. I don't think anyone is. I think they're saying the more you go south, the more irregularities you have. The more local you take your measurements from, probably like you did your house. I think you can plot it down on a big sphere like y'all do, or a flat area, a plane like is also done, and they're very similar. Maybe, I don't know, in your area within a mile or so. How far off are you? I mean, you see my point.
Yeah, my best fix was a mile off.
Yeah,
But I
so
got
I
some
mean,
worse ones, but they were all within. I think the worst one was 8 miles.
Right. If
right.
you
So
have a fix
anything
that's off
within
by
10 or
10
18
nautical
miles.
miles, that's only an error of your readings by 1/6 of 1 degree, which is
Exactly.
really hard to do.
And it's really hard to determine the shape of anything within that degree. Would you agree?
No, 1/6 of 1 degree is a very good way to measure
So,
something.
so when he did his measurements to get his position of his house, and if he assumed a flat plane with elevation changes and angle changes due to how things appear in the sky and how the magnets seem to get moved around and blah blah blah. Well, how far would he be off?
Well, I have to see how those assumptions that you're giving me would work, so I can actually try it out. But I tried out on a flat plane using just the 6 nautical miles per degree relationship, and it put me at 1,200 miles off.
Yeah, you can't do that, right? I mean, by the
Yeah,
things we're
so tell me,
talking.
how should I do it then? I'll do it.
Well, you just change your assumptions. That's the whole point.
We don't
change
have
to
a
which
method
one?
that works though, Rakia. That's the point.
All
We
of
don't
them.
have one for a
We
flat
have some
plane
drivers tell you.
where we can get some sort of fix using whatever method you guys propose. We don't have one
So
of those.
you're saying if you assume you're on a flat plane, celestial navigation is off by 1,200 miles in any measurement that you do?
But that depends on which assumptions you're using. I'm saying one of the assumptions I
It's that.
use.
Oh, thanks for making my point. Now
That's
change
but
the
I
assumption.
said that specifically.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point there. So
Yeah, so if you have different assumptions on how a flat Earth would work, so I can try your assumptions instead of the ones I tried, that's okay too. I can try any assumptions anyone wants to bring me on
right,
how
I
things
agree.
would work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm not your guy on that. I mean, I don't even care how, as long as it works, I don't even care. But until we measure curved water, I don't really want to try and figure out how they manipulated or did this or assumed this or did that. I don't. That's not my deal. So I'm just pointing out that on a flat plane or a sphere as large as y'all say it is, there's not a huge difference when you're taking local elevations or local
Those aren't
distances or
local.
angle measurement. Yeah, I almost finished, man. I was getting to your fun part of your fantasy, but I started with other parts just to make my point even further, and you cut me off. So go ahead, man.
You could have just finished instead of complaining.
You could have not interrupted and just let me finish. See how this goes?
And I shut up, I allow you to go on. But instead
I'm
of
sure.
going on, you started to complain.
I'm sure I had a pause. Now, like I said, I don't want to argue it. I'm not your guy, so.
I'm
Good
sorry.
luck.
So when your argument breaks down, you start pointing towards somebody who interrupted you. Is that what you do?
Well, to be fair to them, I do the same thing, right? When I get excited or I want to make a quick point or I feel they're saying something wrong, I jump in. So I get it. I just don't want to do it.
No, but he's doing the exact. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Yeah, he might be, but I don't. Whatever.
I thought maybe you could have finished. Try to respond. I realized you're still speaking. Then I shut up and allow you to finish, and you did. You just started to complain and never got to your point. And if you instead of complaining, if you just have finished,
we heard you too. Yeah, we heard you. Yeah, we heard you.
So
you just did that.
Yeah, but I fully explained why I did it, and I was making a point about cutting people off, and now you're going to repeat what you said. It's just let's go on.
Because I couldn't finish when I tried to say that.
Oh my God!
We can go into space and see the picture, see the Earth.
Yep. Yep. You and I tomorrow are going into space, seeing the round Earth. Here we go. Where should I meet
This is the 21st century now. We fly into space all the time.
I'll let you buy the ticket. I flew this morning.
Do you
Sorry,
think
don't do the we thing? I don't go to space ever, so don't do the we thing.
Do you think rockets can work in space, Rakia?
I don't know. I don't know how they can go. I don't know why the plane I was flying on this morning can't go higher. I mean, we were at 40,000 feet, and this plane seemed pretty sturdy, and it wasn't shaking or nothing. So I wanted him to go up high.
It just means that there's less air. This means there's less air for combustion, less air for the plane to actually stay aloft to create lift. That's the only reason it can't go higher.
Hey, maybe they're lying to us about that. This plane seemed very strong.
When you study a topic like this, it's like me trying to school you on, types of cement and how to level things on local areas. I mean, these kind of things. So when you study aerodynamics, when you go to aeronautical engineering school, you learn about fluid dynamics, you learn about hydrodynamics, you learn about all the things that create the aerodynamics. All these things that you can actually validate yourself in a wind tunnel. you tend to understand certain things to a pretty high degree to be able to make assertions like the thing that we know why planes can only go 40,000 to 45,000 feet. We know why the U-2 flies at 70,000 feet. We know why jets or rockets can go off into space and why propulsion does work in space in vacuums. We learn these kind of things. If you didn't learn it, I guess it's normal to question it, but to assert that you know because you don't know, it's kind of ridiculous.
Just to respond to the claim that with Earth as big as it is, those ratings could still work because they're local. Well, they're not local. When you're taking those angles, you're taking angles to stars that are in other continents. The size of those circles we call to we're using are continental. So yeah, it's not a very local thing.
But so you call it continental, therefore it's continental. And now what?
Yeah, each degree is around 70 miles. Like you read 45 degrees. How far do you think that is? It's thousands of miles. Like I'm in South America, I can sight stars that are in Africa and in Australia. That's not local. Oh no, let me correct that. I don't think I can sight stars in Australia. But both people in Australia and here can sight the same stars at the same time. But I can't sight stars in Africa.
Okay, make your mind up.
Sounded like he did.
Where are you, Bacon?
Well, currently I'm 3 degrees below the equator in the north of Brazil. But I don't live here. I live in the south of Brazil, which is close to the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, okay.
Which is nice because this difference in latitude allow me to make that local gravity experiment.
I'll make a prediction right now. Y'all say we never can. Over a flat plane with the sun circling above the equator, going in and out, but spending most of its time around the equator, I would say you're in a warm climate. Is that true?
Sure.
Well, prediction.
Yeah, okay. Let me try to make one prediction. If the sun is making circles above the equator, when I look to the path in the sky, I would see a circle.
No. It's a real big circle. You know how you can't see the Earth curve because it's so big? Kind of
I
like
see
that.
half of the time.
I would say
I
it's
should
gonna
see
be
half of the circle. There should be
Okay.
180 degrees of curve in the path of the sun in the sky, shouldn't it?
Okay,
Yep.
I would say due to perspective and other reasons, it would appear to be a straight line. Is it a straight line in your sky?
Can perspective make a 180 degree arc look like a straight line?
I said other things, but I'm just leaning on the fact that it is. Is it a straight line?
Yeah, the equator it is.
Okay. Cool. Now all we gotta do is figure out why. You probably got one figured out already, right?
Can I make a prediction first? If the sun is local and that's why it's warm where Bacon is, then on the top of mountains, which is even closer to the sun, it would be warmer. Bacon, is it warmer on top of mountains where you live?
Oh, there are mountains here, but I wouldn't guess so.
In that theory, because of the angle, is the way you say it, the tops of mountains, because they're going to get more sunlight, would be warmer than the further down with more angle base of the mountain?
The angle is the same. Like if you're in the same location, you go higher, don't get a different angle.
Same angle.
As the sun moves,
the angle's the same, right?
Yeah, but the angle of the sunlight changes, right? As it
What do you
moves
mean,
down
Rekia?
under you.
On a mountain versus on the ground, you saying the
Okay, well, maybe just settle down. I'm driving, so maybe I just spoke out of my ass a little bit.
Fair enough.
The answer is no.
It's the same angle.
Okay, same angle.
same angle to level?
Yeah, that's the reason why the bubble sextant is so useful, is because it is the same angle regardless of your altitude.
Could be.
I guess what he's saying maybe is the angle of the mountain. Let's say you have a mountain that has 45-degree sides, then that sunlight might be distributed a little differently than would be on the ground that's level. That's what he's maybe saying.
Yeah, that might work in Colorado, but that wouldn't work on the
Bullshit, bro.
So many questions, so many answers.
I know. I wish they had a place we could go and like iron it out. Like, give your opinions and the
Right
other
here.
side here and give their. Oh, here.
Right here. We know the actual power per square meter we get from the sun. The energy per square meter. We know this. And we know what happens as the seasons progress. Even though we're closer in the wintertime, we have less energy per square meter given to us by the sun.
Yet can't make a half a mile straight line segment that everyone agrees upon above static water. That's strange.
No, they can't. They can do it without even water. They can do it in free space,
Maybe one day.
like Slack and like LIGO. Slack is built perfectly straight, pointed exactly west. It's really. I just drove over it yesterday, and it was interesting because the shadows. We're close to the equinox right now, and you can see the shadows on the exhaust fixtures on top of the roof. They're all have shadows going right down the length of this 2-mile structure as the sun was setting. It was kind of cool. Should have taken a picture of it. And
So a local sun 100 miles or 500 miles will still have the same temperature whether you're on top of the mountain or on the ground. Because the mountain might be 2,000 feet, so it'd still be the same temperature. Someone asked the question, why, if it's a local sun, why is it not hotter on the mountain? It's the same distance. If a local sun was 100 miles or 500 miles, it's the same distance to the mountain, and if it's only 1,000 feet mountain, so no difference in temperature.
It wouldn't get colder then.
It does get colder in the atmosphere going up.
Why?
Yes, it does.
Oh, for the same reason.
The air is colder.
Why does it get colder when you go up?
Because it's closer.
Hold on, it gets colder because it's colder?
Why do you think it gets colder as you go up?
Because it's closer to
it's
the
not
sun.
it's not as dense.
Why would that make it colder?
Can't transfer heat, I guess. You can give me a science answer. I don't know for sure, but
maybe
that's probably
you can
it.
make it insulated. Maybe the heat that is absorbed wouldn't be able to be transferred to the air.
Talking about
Hold on, I'll tell you why. It's colder as it goes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, here's why it's colder as it goes up. The way sun transfers heat is it doesn't transfer it directly to the air. It transfers it to the ground, and then the ground transfers it to the air, except for when the globers need to have their gas escaping. Then they'll say when it's up really high, then
super hot.
That's when it transfers to the gas and gives it the energy it needs to escape.
So you're saying air cannot be heated by without being heated by the ground? Is that what you're saying?
He said the heat hits the ground. That makes sense.
Story? Is that not your story of why it's hotter on the ground and it gets colder as it goes up? Stop asking questions when we make points, dude. It's ridiculous. Every time somebody makes a point, you ask a question.
No, there's more.
He
There's more
does
air.
this on purpose to divert the conversation.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm following. I'm asking you simple questions, logical questions that are followed by those type of statements.
Jeremy made a good point. The sun heats the ground, then heat goes up. Makes sense.
If what Jeremy said is true, then somebody should call Las Vegas and tell them none of their neon lights work.
Yeah, we can actually heat air without the ground.
Do you guys think I made that up, or I heard it from
Is
you
Las
guys?
Vegas closer to the sun or what?
You guys have been telling me that
Closer to
story.
the sun than the ocean is.
You guys have been telling me that story of why it gets hot, why it's hotter at the ground, and colder when it gets
You're
up.
breaking up, man.
The temperature decreases about 3 degrees per 1,000 as you go up, and there's reasons for that. You're saying it's
You're
because
wrong,
of.
Vanek.
Oh, really? Well, if you're an
Yeah.
aviator, you have charts, and those charts based on this general idea that the air temperature will change about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet.
No, you're wrong.
In order to figure, hey, if you're ever going to tell me wrong, and Witsit and other people made a mistake yesterday, you have to tell me why I'm wrong. Napalm made this. He said, "No, you're wrong." Then I was muted. Oh, I made a statement. He said it's wrong. Didn't know why. He started saying, "Well, maybe he didn't take those values. Maybe he didn't do this. Maybe he didn't do that."
You're
Hold
wrong.
on. If you're going to tell me why I'm wrong,
You're
hold on.
wrong.
You're wrong.
Hold on.
Okay,
If you're telling me why I'm wrong,
okay.
you must tell
Why
me
do you
why
think
I'm wrong.
Why do you think you're wrong, Zanuck?
Zanuck, why do you think you're wrong?
Explain to us why you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
He's
You
Hold
are
on.
wrong.
He's not
I'm the
wrong.
citation,
Hold on.
Zanuck.
I'm
I'm
not
the
right. I don't need a
citation.
citation for it either.
I'm the citation, Zanuck. You're wrong.
No, you're not the citation. I'm the citation.
I'm the
You know that.
citation.
You don't have a meme that has you being the
No, you're
citation.
wrong, Zanuck. I'm the citation.
If you had a meme with you saying you're the citation, I might.
No, you should be fired, Zanuck.
Okay, then fire me like Trump.
You're wrong, Zanuck.
Okay.
I'm
So
the
anyway,
citation.
we wouldn't know what density altitude is for aviators to know about how temperature affects the density altitude as you go up based on temperature. And the temperature change is roughly degrees per 1,000 feet. General,
Yeah,
there can
it's
be inversion.
very, very important information there too. That's pretty serious information.
Yeah, if you're taking off out of Denver and you have a temperature of about 95 degrees at 5,000 feet, are you going to be concerned that you might not be able to clear the mountains, the local mountains, as you ascend and try to make your trip? Or no, you just think,
Okay,
oh, well,
that's great. Why does the air get colder? I thought you were done. My bad.
it's okay.
Are you
I
done?
may have made a small pause.
Okay. Why does the air get colder as you go up?
Air density.
Because there's less of it.
Because there's less of it. That has
Correct.
nothing to do with the sun's heating the ground up, and that's how the energy gets transferred to the air, mostly.
Not mostly.
That is mostly the reason I've heard from you guys every time I've asked why it cold. That's
Why
been my question.
Why do you have temperature
for a
inversion
long
at
time. Why does
10,000
it
feet?
get colder as we go up?
Why do you have 10,000 foot temperatures that are the same as the surface then? Sorry, say that again. Why do you have 10,000 foot air temperatures that are the same as the?
Okay, let's see the readings. If that's what you're
My
claiming, let's see the
question-
readings.
My question
Hold
would
on,
be
man.
if
Hold on. Do you have like measurements for that, Zanuck, or no? Because that shit's just going to get lost.
I've witnessed it hundreds of times.
10,000 feet. It gets hotter than the bottom.
Same temperature.
Same temperature as the
No
bottom at
difference in
10,000
temperature, yeah.
feet.
Yes.
Altitude, or you talking altitude or elevation?
10,000 feet altitude.
Okay, that's not elevation.
Your point is, if it depended on the ground, then further away from the ground would be. It's not. So obviously something else is going on.
well, it must have to do with the air, because I bet if you fly at 20,000 feet and the sun is hitting your black cockpit, for example, the pilots will feel the heat of the sun almost exactly the same as on the ground.
Yeah, it's exactly good point. Exactly. You can bake inside your airplane if you don't have a facing the sun. Yeah.
So why is it
in a pressurized cabin?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So why is it gets hotter because of it's colder as it goes up because of less density, but sometimes it's not colder when it goes up. So is it not less dense as you're going? Is it not less dense as you're going up?
Of course it is.
You got a serious contradiction going on. You just told me.
No, I don't.
You guys just told me it's not as hot because of because it's less dense. Then you're telling me at 10,000 feet altitude, it is just as hot. So is it
For
just as?
for
It
other
must be
reasons,
just as.
yes.
It must be just as dense, right? If that was
Yeah,
your reason.
this inversion is caused by reasons.
Reasons. That's your reason. Reasons.
Reasons. There are reasons
I
why.
can't. I can't.
Well, isn't the reason just because the sun is slowly heating up the ground, and that radiation is going to heat up the air, and because the ground is far away, the further you go up, the more it will get cold, for example.
I just got done
I
telling
mean,
you can have the same temperature at 10,000 feet as ground level sometimes.
well, 10,000 feet is not very high, right?
So is it
So
the same density
Correct.
at
If you
that
went higher,
point?
you would
You told me a
definitely
minute
cool
ago
down.
that it was because of the density. So it must be the same density at that 10,000 foot altitude as
But
the
it's
ground,
not.
right?
But it's not.
Okay, so then that can't be the reason.
Okay. There are conditions where you will have the same temperature at 10,000 feet as you do at ground level, and it's called inversion.
well, is the claim within the globe paradigm that because of air density, it's more warm on the ground and less air, it's colder?
No, it's because it's because the way heat transfers. They just don't want to admit I was right for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird.
Oh yeah, it's pretty simple, right? Heat is just about the transferring of heat, right? So that's why it's also can be hot at 30,000 feet in a cockpit if the sun is directly shining into the cockpit. It's just about the object or the material that is absorbing the heat or reflecting it.
Well, how is
within the
heat
room.
transferred? There's three ways heat is transferred. Do you know?
Dude, stop with the pop quizzes. Why can't you just admit I was right? Otherwise, why
What were you
at
right about?
10,000 feet? Why at 10,000 feet altitude? About why it's colder at the bottom and hotter at top.
It can be the same time. It can be the same temperature, though.
Hotter at the bottom and then colder
Not
at the top.
always.
Your reason was density. Your reason was because of the density. So that means it must, if it's the same temperature, it must have been the same density, 10,000 feet up.
That's false, fallacious logic.
So your reason doesn't work. Your reason in
reason
that
does
example
work.
you gave, and the example you gave, your reason does not work, sir.
That's
Bro,
not
I don't
the
know why
reason.
I even do this. I tell myself
It's still
every morning, don't
you
do
can
this.
so
Don't.
the question really is from you is why you can have a less
It's an
dense
excuse.
atmosphere.
It's an excuse.
Why you have a less dense atmosphere and it can still be the same temperature. That's the question, really.
Yeah, because probably it's in a very hot region and there's so much heat that is going up on that hot summer day, for example, that at 10,000 feet, it will be almost exactly as on the ground. But if you go just a little bit higher, you will, there's always going to be a change of heat. Like you can't be at 15,000 feet and you will have the exact same feet as when you took
Sure you
off with
can.
the airplane.
Absolutely.
No.
It'll be a lot less dense too. Quite often you can just go to lakes in the mountains that are 85 degrees. Hold
I'm
on.
just
Can I
curious.
finish? Can I finish the sentence?
Yeah, sure.
85 degrees in the summertime, and you're at 6,000, 7,000 feet, and you can go down to sea level, and it's the same. Sometimes it's even cooler at the at sea level.
Yeah, I understand. I believe that to be true, right? I'm just saying at least 15,000 feet, you will have a minimal difference. I can't believe that you have the same temperature within the same region on the ground. I'm just saying from directly ground and directly above that ground. I'm not saying you're 20 kilometers away, different mountain,
Yeah,
a
both
different part
can
of
be
the
true.
city.
Both can be true. The inversion is a little rarer, but it's still possible to have the same right above the same line. You can fly your plane above an airport, and the temperature will be the same from when you take off to when you get to 10,000 feet. It still be the same.
I mean, it has also to do with how wind is generated, right? Wind
It
generation.
could be on a calm day too.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes you can have very nice summer days with a lot of sun, but there can also be a cold wind coming from, for example, in Germany, it would be from the north. Sometimes you get cold wind, and then a nice day can turn into being more less nice. You know what I mean? because of the
Yo,
cold wind.
keep playing games with me, bro. I'm cleaning the science section now. I'm about to start asking teachers and calling you out. You're about to get called out by actual people that teach stuff.
Ask them what shape the Earth is, Jeremy.
That's not relevant for this why it gets colder as you go up conversation.
Oh, okay.
That's
but
all or nothing. It's all or nothing fallacy.
Do we trust teachers, Jeremy?
It's all or nothing fallacy.
Do we trust teachers, Jeremy?
I don't. You do, because people that are teaching this are your guys, same guys that are teaching the globe. This is
We don't
mainstream
trust.
stuff.
I don't know your teachers.
Science doesn't involve
Science
trust.
teacher. The science teacher in a high school.
My wife is a math and science teacher.
Okay, cool. Why don't you ask her why it's colder as you go up? See what she says.
I don't know that she would know that, but I certainly could ask her if the Earth is a globe, and she would say.
Dude, that's all or nothing fallacy. How many times you're going to use the same fallacy in a row?
Yeah,
No,
Chucky.
that's not an all or nothing fallacy.
People have a wide range of knowledge in various different subjects, Chucky. They can be wrong in something, maybe right in something else. I think the way I live is to run it all. I run it all through myself ultimately. So I don't just take any one thing. Like if somebody's a really good car mechanic and they're excellent at it, and I've seen them do that really great work, then yeah, I'll trust I'm going to trust them. I'm going to go give them my car, and in that way. But that doesn't mean that they're just because they're an excellent car mechanic doesn't mean that they also have expert knowledge in some other category. They might be. I might disagree with them, or totally off on something different. So
You can't trust
that would
his
be
wife
all or
if she
nothing
hasn't been red pilled.
you're breaking up, Chucky. But I was going to say about it is interesting. Like Jeremy, what do you think it is? You think it has to do with pressure in terms of the difference in temperature? Because it is interesting. Like I live up at altitude, and I've been in different high altitude places. I've even been down in the Andes Mountains in South America, which are very high altitude. And so I've experienced, not like Mount Everest level altitudes, but I've been in, fairly high level altitudes throughout my life in different times. And it is interesting the temperature differences, but it's also like the sun, you can get like sunburn more readily as well. So it's like at the higher altitude, you get sunburn more readily. So it's almost like being closer to the sun has that effect, but then it doesn't seem to just correlate with getting hotter necessarily. It's not always hotter. It's the opposite. It's like cold at high temperatures. Like you down in Los Angeles, it'll be like 80 degrees and sunny down in LA. And all you do is drive 45 minutes up to like Big Bear or Lake Arrowhead or up there. And it's, 5 feet of snow. It's like unbelievable.
Yeah, I actually wanted to run that back with Vanek because he said something about solar panels and the same amount of energy or something when it's closer. That's something that's testable. But anyways, I think it's because of exactly what they say. The heat transfers mostly to the ground.
Yep.
And then you have cold fronts that can come in and winds and stuff. Yes, that could change the temperatures. However, for the most part, on the whole, it's because of how heat transfers.
Well, yeah, that's why I said there's three ways of the heat being transferred. And you're right. Just to give you some of the answer here, most of it's coming from the ground. It's radiating from the ground. But there's radiation, there's convection, there's conduction, right? We know those three ways of heat being transferred. But the air density is the main reason why it's hot near the ground.
Hey, that whole
incorrect.
That whole solar panel argument, I already debunked that last time when I called the guy that owns his own solar company, and he comes to the house like to check on the batteries and stuff that we have at the house, and it's his own company. And I asked him, hey, by the way, this one guy said this thing, and he's like, no, it draws the same amperage. It doesn't matter.
The same amperage. What do you mean?
Okay, so the claim last time was that when it's a certain angle over the sky, that it's going to like be able to produce more heat or more energy because it's something like that. Some stupid claim one you guys had, but he said the only thing. No, he's like, no, that's not the way it works, because he said the only thing that changes depends on the weather. So if you have a lot of clouds in the sky, then your solar panels aren't going to be able to get all that heat from the sun. So they're not going to be able to generate that energy.
What do you think?
That's very wrong.
Yeah. What do you
mean that's very wrong?
Well, I'll answer you. Let me give you the answer. Hold on. Let me give you the answer. I listened to you talk. I listened to you talk. Can I have the answer?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just saying.
It's very
see how easy it
simple.
was? Just say someone's wrong.
Look, another area in the field I used to work in the day. They
Oh,
have
you're a
these
solar
things.
panel guy. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Well, yeah, I help support companies that
Yeah,
have
you
these
installed
parabolic
them.
mirrors. Can I finish
Here's a
without you interrupting me?
citation.
I'll give you the
You're welcome
citation
a
as well too.
citation.
I will give you that.
Sure.
I'll give you everything you want.
Can you
I
put
have
on
no
a voice
voice
to be the citation?
Can I finish?
Hello, is anyone
Can I
in there?
finish?
Yeah, I'm
Can
gonna
I
mute
finish?
this. I'm gonna moderate this. Hold on. Guys, don't interrupt, man. But Zanuck, try to keep it concise, but let Zanuck say his thing before.
It would have been very concise. So the answer to your misunderstanding is this: there wouldn't be a need to have these.
All right, I'm just gonna mute you, dude. If you're just gonna gaslight, forget it.
I know, dude.
Forget
My
it.
misunderstanding. I
Yeah,
talked to
forget
the
it.
owner. Listen, look at. Just hear me out, Gio. I talked to the owner of a solar panel company who knows how they have to be positioned. They calculate it like where the angle of the house is, and it's better to put them on a certain degree as opposed to another degree, and where to position them for throughout the day. And they they analyze your property, and this guy knows what he's doing. He's been doing it for 20 years now, solar panels. So then when I asked him, because someone made a fraudulent claim or this fictitious claim that, oh, it depends on, no, he's like, no, that's not what matters is the weather. Like, that's what's going to allow you to have more energy stored in the batteries or not. Just because it's hotter in the day doesn't mean that your batteries are going to be like, you're going to have more juice in the batteries. No, that's not the way it works. Like these
Hold on,
guys,
but what
dude.
was the claim though? What was the claim though about being closer to
That
solar
yeah.
panel when the
Yeah,
sun in
yeah.
the summer? Hold on, man. When the sun in the summer, the solar panel gets the same amount of energy as the summer months to the north months. I'm wondering if that's with it angled the same, like 90 degrees to the sun, or what's
Yeah,
like, I don't
so the
understand that
claim the claim was that during the winter, when we're closer to the I guess you're close to the sun in that time, then but it generates more energy. But they said, well, but it's angled, so it's going to generate less energy. But it's all fraudulent. From winter to summer, it's going to still have the same amount of energy that is going to be able to grab. It depends on the weather,
That's
if
actually
there's clouds in the sky or not.
this is actually a way
tried to.
Go ahead, Chucky.
Yeah, let me respond real quick.
I did work in this industry as well. So you try to position the solar panel.
I just got unmuted. Can I just, because I was unmuted for no reason. Let me just try to respond real quick. It will not be insulting. I'll just be to the point. They have these parabolic mirrors that will follow the sun. The reason they follow these solar cells, so they have direct light to these cells. If you're on the surface and the sun is at an angle, you'll have less energy per square meter. That's just basic logic. So what happens in the wintertime, you have more of an angle, less energy per square meter. So your guy is wrong. They have these mirrors that follow.
Oh my God, bro.
Hold on. Can I finish?
Solar panels on the roof don't follow the sun, bro.
You're right. You're right. But if they want to optimize it, they will have them follow the sun.
Get out of here, Zach.
Hold
Get
on.
out of here, bro.
Now,
Get out of
for
here.
the same reason they do that,
If they want to.
For this, thank you for talking over me continually. The same reason they follow the sun and get more energy per square meter, they have less energy in the wintertime where there's more of an angle than in the summertime where it's more of a direct angle.
False.
For the same solar panel. Let me finish the sentence.
I'm just calling
angle.
you bullshit when I hear bullshit.
I'm not. It's not. I just got to. Why do you think they have these
Zanuck,
mirrors?
I want to go over this with you, and if you spaz out, I'm not going to be able to. So keep it cool, because I want to go over with this when
that's great, but he won't let me.
All right,
He won't
hold
even
on.
let me finish the sentence.
Yeah, don't interrupt him, Apocryphon. Just let him finish. You got to wrap it up, man. You got to.
I would, Gio. You not see what's happening? Every 5 words he was interrupting me. I mean, come on. So the simple answer is this: they wouldn't have those mirrors being moved by motors that followed the sun, so they get direct sunlight on the panels, if it wasn't for the fact that they get more energy per square meter by doing so. Now, on your roof, yeah, we don't have mirrors or panels that rotate on your roof because they're on your roof. So you get less energy in the wintertime for that same exact reason. That's all I have to say about that. It's common sense.
Okay. With that being said, no. Okay, you are completely wrong, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not that you produce less energy from the solar panels because it's winter time and you're angled away from the sun and all that nonsense. No, it's because during the winter time you have clouds. That's why it's usually raining and snowing in the wintertime, because there's clouds in the sky, which make your winters are usually colder because you're blocking out the sun, which is in the sky. Zanuck, you are so wrong about this, but you speak as if you are absolutely right. even
I
your
am
sense
right.
it's illogical, bro. But go
I
ahead.
am
I'll
right.
shut up.
And it's not about how cold it is. It's when the sun is shining, whether it's cloudy, cold or not. Cold doesn't make it less. When it's
No,
shining,
you don't.
when the
No,
sun.
that's not
Let
the
me
argument.
finish. I let
That's
you
not what I
speak. I
said.
let you speak. If it's
Yeah, but you're
shining,
misspeaking. But you're
I'm
misspeaking.
not misspeaking.
Talk
If it's
upon-
shining,
hold on. I don't want to temporarily mute people, so you got to just let him speak, man. If you
Yeah,
disagree,
that's
you got to
fair.
wait till he's done. You know.
I will. I will.
You
I'll
can go
call him
next.
out on his. You're right. You're right. I'll call him out on his bullshit
God,
when
just
he's
stop
done.
talking.
That's fair. That's fair.
If
Go
it-
ahead, Zanuck.
But you got to
Stop
wrap it up,
saying-
though, Xanik, because when you say 9 points, it makes it hard for
But
anyone to respond.
it's hard because he keeps on doing this, Gio. Why don't you
Well,
mute him?
I mean, all this boils down to the output of a
Well,
solar
hold on.
panel
I was going to
is
respond.
directly
Let me-
Xanik,
proportional
we got to
to
move
its
on to
angle
someone
to the
else for a
sun.
second, man. Go ahead, Left Lane.
That's all it is. That's all it is. The output of a solar panel is directly proportional to its angle to the sun. Nothing else.
Okay, but could we test? Could we not test this so that in the wintertime and the summertime we just have a solar panel, we face it 90 degrees to the sun, and see how much energy it produces?
Okay, can
So
I respond?
Jeremy, wait,
I
hang
think it
on.
was my
I'll
turn.
answer him directly. Jeremy, you can go to a website called PV Watts, photovoltaic watt, and you can give it your angle of the panels and see how it, and the location, and it'll tell you how it differs from the different angles with production. So
I'm
Xanik is
talking about the
100%
same
right.
angle.
The point is,
Hold on,
whether
I'm
it's
talking about we
shining.
do the
I think
same
I was
angle.
next, actually. I'll make it quick.
Well,
Just
the
don't
solar
interrupt me.
panels are going to be at the same angle, but the sun's going to be at a
As-
different angle.
Okay, listen. He said cold.
God.
Jeremy, to answer you, that's what the owner was saying. He was saying it doesn't matter on this angle. It doesn't matter from the winter to the summer. They don't automatically start producing way more energy just because now the sun is directly over them or was further away at the angle. He said that's not how it go, that's not how he said that's not how it works. They're gonna capture the same amount of energy. It depends on the conditions of the weather. So like if there's clouds over sky, then you're not going to get that same energy. If it's a clear day in winter and a clear day in summer, those cells are going to produce the same amount of amperage from them regardless because they're taking in the sun and yes. Oh, dude, come on, dude. Because you've had a company for 20 years. Because you work on them for 20 years. Get out of here, bro. It's ridiculous.
But there's a difference between like microcrystalline and maximum power point tracking panels.
Yeah.
There's
Gio, can I make the one point I was trying to make quickly?
No.
Without being muted.
Yeah, Chucky was also clipping a little, but he wanted to, I think he was trying to respond. But yeah, go ahead, Zanuck. But you
I'm
gotta
next.
go
Make a list.
Zanuck, everyone's going like 20, 30 seconds. So it doesn't make
I'm
sense.
going to go 10.
5 minutes.
Promise.
Yeah, all right, go. 30 seconds.
10. So, yeah, it
Make
doesn't
a
matter if
list.
it's
I wanna
cold.
get in.
Fuck. It doesn't matter whether it's cold, cloudy in the winter. It's about the angle. Strictly about the angle. If you have less angle, you will get more energy. If you have more angle, you have less energy. That's the way they work. It's the way so why they have these mirrors in Nevada, in Southern California that follow the sun by being directly in line with the sun, so they maximize the energy per square meter. That's why they do that. So you're wrong. Your guy's wrong. I am correct, and nobody will dispute that ever.
Well, he's right for this reason. What they do for an off-grid system like that is they put in more panels than is necessary, so that when the sun isn't as strong, the panels still produce the maximum amount. Okay, so
Correct.
there is a maximum they could produce, and this is true also for microinverter systems. They put in maybe 700 watts of panels for 500 watt microinverter. Okay, you do want to get it close, but they usually go higher so they can go to the max quicker.
But we're talking about energy per
Hold on, Zanuck. Mad people
area.
bro. It's not going to be just Zanuck. Mad people want to get in, dude. It's not going to just be you talking every time somebody else talks, please. So
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say like
to easily test. Go ahead, APOC.
Yeah, I was just gonna to piggyback on what he just said. And when they do that, they're trying to alleviate the, you don't have to worry if it's summer or winter because they don't even care about that. They just know that during certain times of the year, because of the weather, because not cold, Zanuck. I only said it because I'm talking about winter, but it had nothing to do with the cold. So I'm just going to strike that down real quick. But going back to what I'm saying, my point, during the winter, the solar companies understand that that's either a rainy season or a snowing season for the communities of which these solar panels are being built, but not necessarily for everywhere. If you're in an environment where you still get the sun because it's not cloudy all the time or overcast, then they know though that if they put enough panels, that it'll be able to generate enough to handle what your bill is going to give you, for a monthly. They look at your usage and they go, okay, with this usage you're going to need 12 panels or 8 panels. Maybe you don't use it a lot, but it has nothing to do. None of them are like, okay, don't forget guys, the earth is curved and the sun is coming around, so we're closer, 3 million miles away. None of that's going on. That's not even a thought in their mind when they do this calculation or formula.
Okay, there is an energy density per square meter on the earth, depending on your latitude, depending on the position of the sun. That's a fact. They do that. I agree with you. And I think it was already mentioned that will oversubscribe these cells or give you a larger number of power cells so that they can make up for any deficiency in wintertime, or also due to the angle of the sun because it is lesser in winter. So they want to be able to keep that energy power up to 1,000 watts when maybe you need 1,000 watts worth of cells when you're only going to get 700 watts worth of power out of them. So you're wrong. Absolutely. I get what you're saying, but you have to understand that the angle is important. It's very important. And that's why they have these mirrors in Southern California and Nevada that follow the sun. They wouldn't follow the sun if it didn't matter. Can you understand that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying about that.
Okay, that's the reason. So you do get less. You can make up for it by more panels, but that's true. But that's not the reason we're talking about.
Okay, well see, there's two different arguments then, because when we originally started arguing, what they were arguing is that because that the Earth is a ball and it's tilted away from the sun, that we're generating less power in.
Doesn't matter if Earth or flat.
Hold on. Or they're gonna have a less amperage. That's what was key, and that's why I text him.
Amperage is power. Voltage times amperage is power.
Yes. So they're saying that this was the claim, that because the Earth is a ball, and during this certain time of the year, we're tilted away because of the. Hold on, Zanuck. Because of the tilting of the Earth away from the sun, that these energy solar panels are going to have less amperage. That is completely false. It's not that they're going to have less amperage. They're still going to produce the same amount, regardless whether it's winter or summer. And that was the whole argument. That was the argument originally. Now, if you wanted to kind of change it a little bit, that's fair. That's fine. But I'm telling you that they still produce the same amount of amperage. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm done.
No, yeah, please, bro. I don't know why we're even talking about angle or whatever. We can have the same angle. You don't even have to move the thing. You get a day with no clouds. You're in one spot. Zanuck, in your mind, would the solar panel get more energy if it was closer to the sun? Just real quick, because then I got something else I want. Zanuck, did you mute him, Gio? I would have muted him like 5 minutes ago, honestly.
Yeah, because he was interrupting Apocrypha.
Chucky,
I can
anyone else left lane?
I'll answer you.
Of course, I know.
Yeah. If you're closer, you should theoretically have more energy.
And your guys' model, we get wild closer, right? We should be able to check this.
But there's so little gain by being closer versus the angle. The angle is the most dominant factor. The more the direct angle, the more energy there is.
Okay, but we can have it the same angle all the time. We don't have to have it permanently mounted into the ground. We can move these things, right? We got bolts, nuts, wrenches.
They do that. That's I did got to tell them. They're motorized and they follow the sun all year long.
Okay, so you do it for an hour. Can you not think of any controlled way to test this?
Yeah, you point the solar cell to the sun and then you angle it at 45 degrees and watch the difference in power.
Yeah, and then you wait for the summer. You wait for the summer and the winter. You do it both times, and then you see which one has more power.
Yeah, you always will have less power when it's angled away from the sun. Always.
We're not worried, dude. The angle, we're keeping it 90 degrees, but we're gonna have it perpendicular to the sun.
Oh, I see
dude.
what you're
Stop
saying. So
talking about the angle,
distance-wise,
bro.
yeah, I agree with you. It's because the distance is not mattering. It's the angle.
Okay, so in the summer, is there any test to this or anything, or do you guys make? Is that actually happening?
I don't know. The distance of 3 million miles difference
3%.
throughout the year. I don't think they can determine whether there's more energy 3 million miles closer than.
It's
probably
3%, bro.
That's what I was saying.
I know. I don't know
3%.
whether they can measure that or not.
Hold on,
I don't know that. I
Epoch.
don't have that information.
You don't know. I thought you used to work with solar panels, and your uncle invented the solar panel.
No, he didn't invent the solar panel. He sent the Pioneer 10 and 11 up into space.
He built a solar panel for NASA. Yeah, I know. So
They use solar panels, yes, and that's why they face the sun.
Okay, let's see if in the summertime when we got this controlled thing going on and we got it tilted 90 degrees, we're getting more power, or whenever we're supposed to be getting, whenever we're closer to the sun in your model. Like let's see what happens.
Jeremy, like I said, Jeremy, I already went over that with the owner of the company, and he said, no, that's not just because it's in summertime. They're not going to generate more power. That's not the way it works. It's just oh my god.
It's because the angle. If they're fixed, the angle's better.
I know, because they're saying there's an angle thing. We can eliminate that though by doing some controlled thing, which
that's what I put in my response to you.
We could eliminate that. We could eliminate that. What's up, Chunky?
No, go ahead.
We can eliminate the whole angle thing by doing a controlled thing and keeping the solar panel 90 perpendicular to the sun. Like it doesn't have to be different angles. We can move the solar panels anywhere we want.
That's not going to change the amount of energy that gets to them.
Danik just said the closer we are, the more energy we're going to get.
So
I didn't say that. I said the more direct angle, the more energy you're going to get.
So not if we get closer, if we got it. Okay, so maybe there was a miscommunication error. You told me that.
I think it was pretty clear.
You told me the closer that they get, the more energy they would get. So that's
But
not true. It doesn't
technically-
matter. It doesn't matter how far away or closer you get. You're going to get the same amount of energy. That's what we're saying. Going with.
Within a range, yes, but generally, for our situation, with the only difference is the 10% of distance to the sun. Most of almost 99.9% of all the energy we get optimized will be due to the angle directly to the sun, not to the distance to the sun.
And your
Angle.
Danik, guys, in your model, you got a solar panel face the same angle to the sun. If I keep it 90 degrees to the sun the whole time, is it going to get less energy the farther away I get?
How are you moving it?
We're just keeping it we're going backwards. We're going away from the light source at a 90 degree. We're keeping the solar panel perpendicular the whole time.
So like it's on a train or something, or a platform that's moving?
Dude, this is an easy question. How are you guys not like jumping up to raise your hands to answer it?
Because it's a stupid question.
This shit was rhetorical at first.
From summer to winter. I think that's
This
why.
was rhetorical at first. I don't know how you guys don't know it.
Hey,
The
Jeremy,
angle
can you hear me?
changes summer to winter, right?
If I get a solar panel farther away, does it get more or less energy?
That depends less on the angle. It depends less on the angle to the sun.
Jeremy, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hey, okay, look, I'm in my doctor's appointment real quick, but I'm going to say this real quick. Okay, the solar panels, they produce a certain energy. Doesn't matter if they're closer, farther, whatever. That's just what they do. They're built.
I don't think so.
Okay, look at. It's like saying this. Like,
well, he's going with what your Glober friend just said a minute ago, that it does distance doesn't matter.
It's like saying this. My car goes faster when I'm at a higher elevation. What does the closeness to the sun, how is that going to affect the engine produces only what the engine's made to produce. The solar panels will produce only what they've been made to produce. They don't increase or decrease. They have a maximum and a minimum of what they produce. And it's not affected. Okay, I'll shut up now.
No,
the minimum is 0.
That's he's going with what your guy just said. I don't know who it was. I forgot his name, but the Glober guy just said it doesn't matter how far away we get. It gets the same energy. Which are you guys going to stand with that, or are you going to go with the closer?
Yes, because the distance away from the sun that you're talking about is 1,000 or a couple of thousand kilometers at best. It's the angle that matters far more.
So distance. We're not worried about the angle. Go ahead.
What I'm going to say is, if you're at summer in the southern hemisphere, and you are, I guess summer in the southern hemisphere is actually closer to the sun. 91 92.5 million miles or whatever it is, 92 million. And then summer in the northern hemisphere is actually a little further from the sun, 94 million miles. The base, if your angle is the same in both hemispheres, if you're on the same latitude, 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south, but you're measuring the energy production in the summer, at June 24th or what, actually, I guess it'd be December versus whatever. Anyway, you're measuring them 6 months apart. Then the energy production is very close to the same because the distance is not that far. They're not that much further in terms of the distance from the sun.
I'm just going to ask it one more time, and then I promise I won't ask it again. If you have a solar panel the same angle to the sun the whole way, and you get farther away, does it decrease in the amount of power it's going to output?
No, he just answered your question in detail, Jeremy. Were you listening?
So I can go
Actually, he
as far
said-
away as I want. So I can go as far away as I want with a solar panel, and as long as it's angled the same, I'm going to be getting the same amount of energy.
Extremity said Extremity said it would be close to the same. Yeah, there would be a difference, but I think the point is that
But the
it's
way
much
that
less.
solar panels are produced is they're going to get your 350 watts or whatever at almost a direct angle. Like it's not exactly 90 degrees that are perpendicular that it's going to be ideal. There's a range there, so that distance is going to be
I understand
negligible.
that. Not relevant.
So negligible.
Now,
okay, so I can go as far. So I can go as far away as I want, and I get the same amount of energy.
On Earth,
yeah.
If you move your solar panel to Mars, then you're going to get less energy.
Okay, Earth is in space in your mind, so we're in space with the solar panel. We're going to get 3% farther away from the light source.
Yeah, no measurable difference.
Technically, a little
how much
more,
of it? How much of a difference?
No, not measurable.
So Zanuck, it will
You
be
won't measure
measurable.
Not
No,
measurable.
it won't
yes.
be measurable.
Yes
we can
or no?
prove this. We can prove this by the summertime in the same latitude in the southern hemisphere, which is actually closer in the summertime, and we're far away in the northern hemisphere. And those solar cells are still measurably receive the same amount of energy per square meter.
That's what I said. I said that in case anybody was keeping score.
Did you
So
say
when
that?
NASA sends something to space,
you get credit.
Okay, so the
We'll add
probe.
it to your file.
What's that probe? Your guys' files are thick as fuck. I need a new hard drive or file cabinet or
Genesis
something.
1, Jeremy 0.
Okay, listen. When you guys send a spacecraft on, let's call it the Voyager, and we send it out of the whole solar system, that solar panel is generating the same amount of electricity from when it was inside Earth's when we sent it out.
No,
Okay,
there you go.
That is not negligible.
Now you're on to something.
Yeah.
Okay, so the farther away. Okay, what's the math for how much less energy we would get with a 3% distance from a light source?
5%. 5%.
The cube of the distance.
5% less energy in a solar panel is not measurable. You're telling me it's negligible.
You're not. No, yes, because that max has a wide range. Like I said, you're not just getting 350 watts of production when the sun's directly above. You're getting it from several angles. Okay.
We're gonna
You're
have
still-
controlled. We're gonna have controlled angles in this whole thing. What are you talking about,
Jeremy?
Oh, what Jeremy's saying is valid.
At different distances.
I don't know why
and
they're
different
arguing with it. Because you know why? Because they like to do pseudoscience, and this almost sounds like actual science. Because we're actually going to check something.
Why don't you call Hanwha or Canadian Solar, one of the big solar panel? I think Hanwha's the biggest solar panel companies, or AP Systems, who sell microinverters. They're going to tell you pretty much exactly what we told you here, but you won't believe them because they're
Okay. You think I'm going to call Canada? I've been trying to get rid of SE for like a year now. All right. I'm not about to start talking to more Canadians.
AP Microsystems, I don't think is Canadian, and neither is Enphase, ENPHASE. That is almost definitely an American company. Call them.
Okay.
Call Hanwha and ask them.
So Bacon, what I'm saying is absolutely reasonable, and do you think 5% difference?
So on Mars,
you think 5% difference?
Oh, sorry,
Zanuck, I know you. I
thought you said me, Zanuck.
No, I would never say Zanuck. Maybe once in a while. Bacon. Bacon, you're telling me we would see a 5% difference in the input of energy, and would that be measurable?
Yeah, if there's
Bacon,
not like if
Bacon,
yeah.
with respect, you're answering on a scientific thing, not on a solar engineering thing, are you?
Dude,
Wait, what?
don't shut him down. Mute Chuck. I can't mute anyone. I'm
I
on a
am.
school Wi-Fi.
Yeah, let him
I'm on a school Wi-Fi.
Just let him respond, Chucky.
Yeah. I'm going with purely the inverse square law. If you're 3% further, you get a little bit more than 5% less energy. So if you have like opposing latitudes, the same panels, the same angle, pointing to some opposing sides of the orbit, that you could get at most to 5% difference in the amount of output energy.
Does that
That's
okay? Let
saying
me
how
ask.
much.
Go ahead, Chucky. Go ahead.
That's saying how much solar energy the panel is getting, and it doesn't need the maximum amount of solar energy. It needs less than it. Okay, so again, you're
Sorry?
answering from a scientific point of view and not a solar panel engineering point of view.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know about all the factors that impact on it. I'm saying purely based on the inverse square law. That's what I got.
Right.
Well,
So
we
the
know
solar
that
panels.
Mars is 30 million miles further
Hold
away,
on,
and it's
Santa.
about half the power per square meter than the Earth. There's your answer, Jeremy.
Okay, so Bacon did the math. We're going to get about 5% less energy when we're on different sides of the orbit in your model. Okay. Now, are you telling me we can't notice a 5% reduction in the power that the solar panel is getting?
You're not going to get 5% less. Even when you're solar,
You're roboting hard.
on them.
Is it him or me?
It's him. Even if it's rated for 300 watts, then it does 300 watts, I think.
Yes, and it does that at even with light shading on it, like if there's some leaves on it or a bird land on it, it's still going to be doing 300 watts.
You're breaking up, bro.
All the efficiency factors are built in. How dirty the glass is, how much atmosphere we have, smog, everything, smoke in the air.
We can control. We can get everything as controlled as possible. Dude, I realize we can't control the whole atmosphere, but we can do them on similar days with similar ratings, at the same angle, at the same location, at different times in the orbit. Dude, this doesn't sound difficult.
You're going to lose. You're going to lose more with shitty copper than you will with.
We're using the same solar panel. We'll get a dope solar panel, bro.
I know that.
Can we get a dope solar panel? There's no solar panel where we would be able to measure this. You're telling me 5% difference in the input.
Because they're engineered to give you the 350 watts at a variety of conditions, not at exactly 90 degrees perpendicular. Go
I think you
to
can.
hand watt.
I think there might be better tools to measure.
Okay,
that.
I have a question. Solar panel
Hold on.
guys.
What, Bacon? Hold on. Godric, you're next, bro. How do we measure it, Bacon?
No, I don't know. I mean, probably asking an engineer would help here. But I'm pretty sure a solar panel isn't the best tool to measure how bright something is or how much energy is coming out of it. There's probably more precise tools for that, which could then get to the 5%.
Is it cheap? Because we're working with a budget here. How much does that cost?
Probably not much. I played with light sensors before, and they do oscillate based on how bright the light is.
We're working on a
and they're quite cheap, but
we need something cheap.
I don't know why we couldn't just use a solar panel. I mean, if it gets 5% less energy, why would that not be apparent? I know if your cells
because that's not the goal.
Yeah, but if they can measure when your cells degrade 5% over the course of a couple of years or something.
They can measure what? Sorry.
They can measure like, oh, your cells have degraded 5% over the last 7 years or something, whatever the nerd numbers are.
Yeah, it can go down to 85% over 25 years.
Yeah,
Or
so
80%.
if we know our panels degraded by 5% because they're getting less energy, and you can just see it.
Are they
No, they're not getting less energy. They are producing less.
They're getting less
that's
energy.
the thing.
No,
It's
hold
easy
on.
to measure. Sorry, go ahead.
They're getting less energy because they get 40 or 50% less energy in the wintertime. That's just facts.
Yeah, and they know because
That's
it's outputting
because the
5%.
clouds.
No, not because
We're
of the
not
clouds.
worried about clouds, dude.
On
This
any
sun's
sunny
not
day,
out as long.
on any sunny day, that you keep on talking cloud, cold, this, that. No, any sunny day, the angle is the most predominantly important factor of a solar panel. Why is it so hard to understand?
What?
It's not
You guys
even
can all
relevant
just
for
go.
my thing. Because we're gonna. It's not even relevant for my thing because we're gonna have it controlled and be at the same angle. So
How can you
Guys,
do
there's
that when you
tons
have
of
a greater angle better angle in the summertime?
You do opposite
you
hemispheres. It's
realize
simple.
you realize solar panels are movable and you can move them to any angle you want. I don't know.
Correct.
You know
But
that?
you can't create angles that angles don't exist.
We're not gonna.
I can explain, Zanuck.
Hold on, Bacon. Yes, we can absolutely create an angle. We can create a
Really?
90-degree angle. Yeah, we can make the solar panel be perpendicular in the summer, and then on a day that's similar, when you guys say we're 3% farther, we can make it be the same angle to the sun.
No, if
Same angle.
I'm at 90 degrees at the equator, looking straight up at the sun, how? Well, that's a bad example. If you're in North America and you have a maximum angle of, let's say, 80 degrees, let's make up a number. It's 60 degrees or 50 degrees in the wintertime. How are you ever going to get 80 degrees in the wintertime?
Bro, it's really this simple. It's really this simple.
Well, no,
It's
answer that
wintertime.
question for me.
Yeah, I'm going to explain
Answer
to you
that question for
how
me.
we do it. I'm going to. It's wintertime. We face the solar panel 90 degrees of the sun for a couple hours, couple days, get an average. You guys love averages. Okay? Now it's the other season. Now we take the solar panel, make it perpendicular to the sun, and do some more measurements on similar days with the same conditions.
I see
You're
what
going to
you're
get
saying.
max. You're going to get max output for both.
Yeah. The problem is you're going through more atmosphere, lower sun, even though it's 90 degrees to that
Wait,
sun.
that's not a problem.
More atmosphere.
No,
it's not.
That's
It's not
also
really
going
a
to be
problem.
negligible.
Yeah,
Okay,
if
hold
you're,
on. I
if
figured
you're,
it out. Go ahead, Bacon. My bad. Go ahead, Bacon.
I was just gonna mention if you're opposing, let's say you're opposing latitudes, and you do both things in the summer, both things in the winter, then the angle of the sun will be the same. You're getting the same amount of atmosphere.
Yeah, but
Go ahead,
again, we're talking about.
So this is
We're talking two
testable,
different things,
Bacon.
Bacon. We're
Yeah,
talking
that
about
sounds doable, but solar panels themselves might not be the most precise way to measure how much light is coming from the sun.
That's right. That's because that's not what they're designed for. They're designed to just give you maximum power.
Yeah, but we could put them in a position where they're not giving us maximum power, and then
Yes,
it
we
might
can.
register. I said we can put them in a position where it's not giving us maximum power. We can make the angle crazy. Remember, we can control the angle, guys. So you make the
Yes, and
angle
I'm saying,
crazy.
Jeremy, go to PV Watts and do it yourself.
Well, why not just use like a tool that measures how bright something is, like the amount of light that is reaching the center or something like that. That's probably cheaper than a solar panel and more precise. I don't know why.
Solar panel's only a couple $100, and that instrument's going to be a couple thousand.
No.
Hold on.
To
So what do
get-
we
to-
say?
Okay, who
Let's work
goes?
out these. Go ahead, Bacon.
Okay, yeah.
I'm next. I'm next.
If you want to just get a 5% difference, then I think a cheap sensor will do it. Like you have Arduino chips that can detect how much light something is shining on the sensor. That's just a couple dollars.
I'm still waiting to ask my question.
A better question would be: you think
Jace is here? I heard the poker chips.
if you think that the solar cell will produce equal or more energy at noontime with a 90-degree opposition to the sun or near sunset, I think you're mistaken. They'll produce less energy at sunset than at noon.
Yeah, and in fact, with microinverters, they're going to turn on. They need a certain amount of sun to turn on. So if when the sun gets up, they don't start producing. The sun has to be at a certain angle for them to start producing. It's not
Okay,
a
so if you change the angle, to where they're not producing their maximum, but then one of them's closer, wouldn't it produce more than the other one that's farther away?
No.
No.
The
so
angle.
They're not, so yeah,
It's
so
the
we have
angle,
them
as I
angled.
said since the very beginning of
We
all
have
this.
them
It's the
angled.
angle.
Okay, we have them angled. We have them angled. They're angled at whatever degree, X. We have it angled, so we got an angle. So it's a 350 watt panel, but it's only producing 200 watts the way we got it angled. if you make sure it's angled that way in the summer in the north, the one that's closer should get more, right? Because it's closer, or no?
No, they're going to do 350. So, but again, so go to AP Microsystems. They actually map out your array and they tell you what each microinverter is producing, not each panel. Usually two panels to 500 watt inverter or 3 panels to a 1,000 watt inverter. It might have changed now in the last 7 years.
Okay, so no matter how I angle these things, they're going to produce 350 watts if the sun's hitting them. That's how solar panels work?
Yes, but the microinverter is going to be capped at 1,000 or 500. Again, it's been 7 years since I've been doing this.
I don't know. What you're saying doesn't even sound close to right. I got to admit.
Why do you say that?
I just find it hard to believe that if my solar panels are facing the sun and then, at noon, they're not going to produce more power than when the sun's setting or it's almost set.
Right. They are. I'm specifically talking about a grid tie system with a microinverter. So you got 350 watt panels. That equals 1,050 tied to a 1,000 watt microinverter. Maximum 350. You're not going to get 1050 ever. You're going to get maximum 1,000. You're going to get that on a sunny day between, let's say, 11 and 1:30, depending on a number of factors. Go to PV Watts, check it out, call Hanwha, go to Hanwha's website. You'll see all this information. They have tons of information because this isn't common knowledge yet.
Okay, so if we have a voltmeter, forget about whatever it sends out. If I have a voltmeter or amp meter, whatever those little electrical things are, it's going to be just registering. It's going to be registering the same from when it's noon to when it's 4 p.m. just all day, same amount of.
No.
Well, you're going to measure 600 volts the entire time.
Is it going to produce the same amount of energy all day as
No,
dude, we're not.
You need to just go right off the panel. Right off the panel, you're measuring amperage at noon is how you would test it.
Yeah, your amperage will change because your watts
You measure
are
amperage at noon in summer and in the winter.
Oof, that was tough. Snacks, nice work. So if I get closer to the sun, hold on. If I keep the angle and I get closer or farther away to the sun, will it give more or less amperages or will it stay the same?
It will stay the same.
So no matter how far away I get from the sun, as long as I keep it at that angle, it's going to give me the same amount of amps.
On Earth?
Anywhere. In your outer space fan, anywhere.
No.
So the farther away I get, it'll give me less energy.
Yes, when we're talking about the solar system, of course.
Okay, and that we've met Bacon did the math on that energy, right? And we got 5% less.
Yep.
So is it going to give us 5% less amps?
No.
Bacon, how would we measure that energy? That you said it was going to give 5% less energy? We talking volts, amps, watts?
The volts are always going to be 600 because that's what solar panels operate on.
Okay, so what's going to be less, Bacon? What kind of energy are we going to measure that's less here? Is it going to be the amps? What are we doing here?
That's out of my field, but
It's the how fast it heats the metal up that it will burn your skin. That factor changes.
There'll be the amount of light. So, like, I don't know how you convert it into watts or amps. But,
volts times amps is the power, and the voltage will go down. The amount of voltage it produces will go down if the sun is further away or if it's going through our atmosphere and it's not getting the same amount of photon.
Well, Chucky,
Mars has about half the power as the surface of the Earth because of its distance to the sun.
Hold on, Chucky just said the opposite thing you said. He said no matter how far away you get, it's going to get the same amount of volts.
On Earth.
So as if I understood correctly, if I understood correctly what he's saying.
The voltage thing's got an inverter that's keeping the voltage constant. It's different.
But the voltage is determined by the amount of cells in the panel.
The voltage is always going to be 600. The amperage is going to change. And your microinverter puts it down to 120.
Because they have a voltage regulator that keeps the voltage high.
Right, but if you don't do that and you go directly into a car battery, that's the deadest, most simplest way to test.
We can measure Can't we measure this straight up from the solar panel? No, not have it go through a battery or anything, like right from the panel?
You have to find a way to measure the flow, current,
you have
charge,
to,
and stuff like that.
well, you have to put voltage through the panel. Oh, sorry, no, you're right. You're right. No, yes, you can.
Okay, so we can erase the last 20 minutes. That was a huge waste of time. And
No,
we're right back
no.
to square one.
Jeremy, listen to me. You can measure the amperage, but your amperage is going to be the same for a number of different angles, for the same angle at different distances from the sun on Earth. Not when you go to Pluto, which I don't suggest you do.
Okay. Bacon did the math. This isn't for you, Chucky. You don't know. Bacon did the math. He said we're gonna get 5% less energy. That's how much less energy is gonna hit the solar panel. Where, Chucky, this ain't for you.
Right.
Right. So Bacon said we're gonna get 5% less energy from the sun on different sides of the orbit. How would we measure that amount of energy compared to what the solar panel is outputting?
You're not.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
You
you're
can't?
not
You said
gonna
you
measure it
can't?
with the solar panel.
If your solar panel is giving you 5%
It's like
less
I've
energy,
answered the same fucking question 100 times, and you're not listening, dude. Go to
I don't
Hanwha,
believe you.
HANWA, and talk to them. For fuck's sake.
Can I try to understand Chucky's point? So, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that like I can drop the amount of light that is reaching to the solar panel until a certain point without? Oh, it left. Never mind.
Yeah. It's really like light amount of light per day is going to change a lot, and that's why they build a whole system to function on whatever the minimum needed at the minimum time of year, or you got to have some other kind of backup power system because you'll crash like if you don't. It's like you need like three times as many panels like for winter as you would for summer in like California, like near LA. Anyway.
All right, Bacon. What's the other thing? They're saying we can't do it with a solar panel. Fine, whatever. What's your other thing?
Some light
this gonna
sensor.
just see if we're getting less light though? I'm trying to get the energy.
Yeah.
The energy. Where? How do we measure that 5% energy?
You can do a light meter. They have a light meter.
And that would register the farther you're getting away from a light source.
Yeah, and I believe it would follow the inverse square law.
And we got math for that. That holds true. Where do we do this on Earth? Where do we do this on Earth, Bacon? Where it's the same? You said there wasn't a problem with this different amount of atmosphere.
Yeah, you just need to take the measurement when the sun is at the same elevation, so the amount of atmosphere is the same.
Oh, so you can do it anywhere on Earth, just as long as you have it be the same elevation.
Yeah, so ideally, like the closer you are to the equator, the easier that gets, because at the equator you have the sun in almost any elevation you want, at any point in the year. So you can wait until it's farther and closer, and you always have that angle to measure through the same amount of atmosphere.
And on average, this should read that you're getting more in the, like if we did it for a whole year at the equator, on average, this would read more energy. Wait.
Yeah.
It would read more energy in the southern winter. That's when they were closest.
Yeah, in January, yeah.
Which doesn't make sense because look at Antarctica. But anyways,
doesn't make
no
sense
doubt.
Because of what?
Let's get on this. Hold on, my boss just came in.
Ask him what the shape of the Earth is.
If you're on the equator, you'd have like really ideal coverage for some.
Yeah, put your boss on. We'll straighten shit out down.
Jeremy's working right now.
Yeah, put your boss on right now. We'll talk. We'll get shit straight out.
I'm working right now too.
Jeremy, how about you have your people call my people? We'll get this straightened out.
What is the actual question? I've already forgotten what you guys were asking. What is the problem?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Yeah, you forget things, bro.
Yeah, there's not a problem. Jeremy just wants to set up a way to measure the the difference in how much sunlight reaches the Earth, given the different positions in the orbit. Like if the Earth is closer and further, then that should impact the amount of light and that could be measurable. But yeah, that's all. That's all we're talking about.
Orbit.
Yeah, and for certain types of panels, like they'll just have higher efficiency if they're hot. You know, so if they're cold, they do need to kind of warm up for a minute before they're like putting out their like peak efficiency.
I'll tell you what I was told. The angle does matter, but once it reaches its peak capacity of intake, you know, and that's what it's going to absorb. You know, that's what it's going to collect. Only thing that distracts from that is like cloud cover or whatever, but it reaches a minimum and maximum, and temperature is definitely a thing. Some of the more high tech are actually cooled down to their maximum potential. Like if they operate best at 80 degrees, they'll cool them or warm them up to that 80 degrees where they can collect the most energy, you know, at the maximum input, and then they output the same way.
So yeah, but like the solar charge controller that the panels are going to plug into, that's the mediary between that and the battery. That's got like some kind of DC step up and step down converters in it, so it's like trying to always equalize. Even if it's like low voltage, it'll try to jack it out. You know, if it's too high, it'll
Well,
try
as
to step
far
it
as
down.
distance from the sun, they said it's so, like, you can't even measure that. Like, you can put the sun as far away because you're collecting just a minuscule of energy from a huge energy source. You know, you can move that energy source way closer or way further away. You're still collecting basically the same amount of energy.
Nah, 5%, bro. Bacon just did the math. Opposite sides of the orbit, we're getting a 5% swing right there.
I'm not doubting that it's 5% less energy, but you can't really, like, you're collecting 100% of that 95% that you're actually getting. Like, you're collecting as much as you can at that time, and they can't tell whether it's distance or whatever else. You know, they're just trying to maximize what they're collecting. That's just what the guy I talked to said.
If it puts out, and we said it earlier, if it puts out 300 watts or whatever it is, 100, 300, whatever, then it's going to put out 300 watts in the summer and 300 watts in the winter.
Okay, we gave up on that. Bacon said there's another way with some nerdy light sensors or something.
Right. You can use a light sensor. If it's sensitive enough, it will tell the difference in the power or whatever you want to call it.
They know these cells can be more. They're definitely stronger in Australia, which is 5 or 10% higher, just like Bacon said.
What do you think, Gio?
You already have the numbers. We already have the values.
Oh, you guys already measured this?
Yeah, Australia's about 5, just like Bacon said, about 5% more energy, more power.
Oh, Bacon did the math off some nerd laws. You're saying we actually got a measurement?
Well, yeah, I can give some citations on Australia's solar.
You're the citation. Why are you citating Bacon?
So they did it in Australia.
I have the citation. I don't have the citation.
Oh, well then in this case, you're not the citation.
Not here. No, not this one. Not this topic.
So they did it in Australia, just like I said, in the summer and the winter. Had it the same angle for a couple hours a day or at noon or whatever.
Yes, the solar cells are 5 or 10% more.
Dude, you guys just got done arguing with me for like 30 minutes about how we can't do this with solar panels. Solar cells? What? Not solar panel, but a different type of solar cell?
Okay, Zenik, well, what is the data you're seeing? You've seen? In Australia,
Dude, is this with a solar panel or a different? Is a solar cell not a solar panel? I don't know.
No, I've heard that it's definitely stronger, but it's not very much. It's
stronger than what?
Then Northern California, same latitude, but just being closer to the sun.
Like, I don't know. The desert sun's pretty fucking strong, I'd say, because like the IR and UV index off the chain, dude. Like off the scale, like in the red, past the red. You know what I mean?
We get very dry air.
It was above 14, which isn't measurable.
The point is, you have a solar panel that's only collecting so much energy. No matter if it's 1,000, whatever, it's only collecting 100 per hour, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
no,
it could be way over that or just barely over that. It's still going to collect only that amount. per hour.
Yeah, if you have a solar panel that cannot do 1,400 watts per square meter, then you're right. It'll have a maximum, and it won't, anything more will not affect it. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, this could test the models right here because we say it's closer. We say it's closer in the north in our summer, right? Does everyone think that or no?
Oh,
No,
I-
our
our
winter. Winter
I
it's
hear
closer.
I hear where you're going.
Australia is closer in their summer, further away in our summer.
So take like where Edwards Air Force Base is, and then like exactly that far away from the equator in the south, in those two positions, and just run a test.
Well, I mean,
Do
this is a testable. This sounds like a testable. At least, even if we didn't make any claims, you could at least test the globe with this and see if we really legit are farther away or what's going on.
Like at the same elevations.
Same spot, bro. You don't even move spots.
Hey,
In the
Jeremy.
winter and then one spot in the summer, or you do it throughout the course of the year and see what your average. They love averages, whatever.
Well, if you just pick, I'm just saying, if you pick two equidistant spots away from the equator, right, at the equal elevations, and you just measured like the solar output from the panel, like directly without modulation through a charge controller.
There's all kinds of parameters and shit. Bacon's got you need the same angles and shit.
Well, why change angles?
They have to. It has to be at the same angle.
We're trying to measure the difference. You could run another setup where you try to follow the sun and see if like it does better, but just have one that doesn't change.
Or you got to have this just as controlled as possible.
That is the control though.
Even at the same angle, right?
Well, it's revealing the number as different from what optimum in the summer would be.
No, but these
So
guys are saying the sun. Hold on, these guys are saying the sun has to be at the same elevation angle when you do your measurements because of it's going through more atmosphere or something. So they got to be at the same. The sun has to be at the same elevation angle. Is that what you're talking about?
Becomes like the kind of a cloud horizon, sort of that can block light from, just at a certain time of day, and especially like where in the winter months there's like not nearly as much sun, you know what I mean, and it's going through that layer, and if you're at high elevation, it's gonna cap it out. So, but if you're higher elevation, like during the summer, you've got less atmosphere above you, so you get higher UV and higher infrared.
I think the argument has changed at this point, to be honest. Like what it originally started from, the where we were originally talking about it, it's changed. Yeah. And I think that ballers classically do that. They slowly transition into something where you're finally getting into real science, and it gets away from their claims. But just once again,
You guys have any measurements of this, Bacon? Because this is definitely a test of your claim right here of if we're farther away or not.
Okay.
I don't have any measurements for that.
And
I'm
Bacon,
not sure if there are, but it doesn't sound that difficult.
Bacon, just to let you know, also Jeremy, just to let you know. So I asked him, I said, does the input change from winter to summer? Like do you have the data? Like historically, do you have the statistics? And I was texting him this whole time while I was up at the doctor's office right now. And he said, yes, it does change, but that's due to weather. He goes, but states like Arizona and Texas, they stay consistent. Doesn't matter, winter to summer. So that, he goes, it doesn't matter if you're trying to say that the sun is farther away. It depends on the angle that it is in the sky. He said, I think 25 to 34 degrees or 28 to 34 degrees is like what they try to fixate it on, because that's that's going to give you the maximum I guess gathering of the sunlight, if you will, throughout the day from sunrise to sunset. But he said it doesn't matter on distance. That's something that's being calculated, that the distance from the sun. It has to do with the angle of the sun. So this actually, by the way, Jeremy, this perfectly works on a plane that we believe we're on, because when the sun is further away, yes, the light will be coming in at let's say at a different angle and not as direct, because it's coming because it's further away. We get that, right? We're all like, we all grasp that, right? But when he said that, like, states like Arizona and Texas, that they stay the same from winter and summer, then clearly there's no like, oh, we're 3 million miles closer in the tilt of the world and all that other bullshit they want to talk about. That's all. I just want to jump in. All right.
I don't know. I feel like if you're 3 million miles farther, you should get less energy.
Well, that's because we're not 3 million miles away, Jeremy. And I agree with you. But because we're not 3 million miles away, and the data shows that it doesn't matter from winter to summer, because they're still going to get the same amount of energy that it creates.
Yeah, but this guy has angle involved though. Now it's changed angles and shit. Or are these solar panels that track the sun?
No. They're fixed solar panels, and they are
So
generally.
now we're dealing with a different angle, and the Glober's having it out for what you're saying.
No.
You know.
But here's the thing, though, Jeremy. The angle of that when the sun is further away, okay, they have to calculate how many panels they have to put that's going to be able to gather the sunlight to produce the output to carry the power that's being consumed and used throughout the household, right? So let's say you could only you don't need 8 of them. Let's say you can use 4, but because in wintertime, when that angle is going to be different, then yes, they're going to not produce the same amount. But when the sun is right above them, it doesn't make them all of a sudden like produce more. Like, no, they're going to produce what they're made to produce regardless. If they have a maximum output, then that's what it is. That's the argument earlier. That was a whole nother argument, by the way. This is why I'm saying Zanuck changed it. I was saying just because the sun's right directly above you doesn't mean the solar panel now becomes fucking Superman solar panel. Now it has like a supercharge. No, it's going to have the same amount of output whether the sun was directly above it or at an angle. It's just a matter of how much it's going to gather, how much power can it produce. That's what's important, because obviously that power can be transferred and stored into a battery, and your batteries will either charge quicker or take longer to charge. And I think that's what they're missing. But it has nothing
Bro, I
to
don't
do.
even know what argument you're making at this point.
Okay,
I'm lost too.
Okay, so the argument is that it's not based upon the angle of which the Earth is tilting away from the sun. It's not based upon the distance that it is away, because if they want to say there's a difference when you're 3 million miles closer, I agree, Jeremy. If I'm 2 steps closer towards the fire, I'm going to feel it hotter, right? It makes sense. It would be more intense. But the fact that the solar panel guy, he said that houses in Arizona and Texas and states like that, to where they have sun all around, right? They're not typically cloudy, like let's say Seattle or Washington. I'm sorry, it's Washington or Oregon. Then if they have the same amount of energy being produced from winter to summer, then that means that we're not this 3 million mile closer nonsense that they try to put on us. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you this, Apocryphon. If you were, say, you were standing next to a fire, you were getting a certain amount of heat. But if you moved the 1/8 of an inch closer to the fire, would you be able to tell the difference?
Probably over time, yeah, probably.
Okay.
If I had a measurement, because obviously my back might be feeling the cold wind, so like I wouldn't be able to, maybe I wouldn't be able to like justify or be able to pinpoint it. But if I had a device on me that can calculate how much radiant heat it's receiving, I would say a 1/16 of an inch would make a difference, because
I do hear what Howard's saying with that. However, you could say the other thing though, Howard, if you're in front of a fire and it's 80 degrees or whatever, and you tilt your body 23 degrees, is it going to be freezing cold, -10 degree winter and then you tilt your body 23 degrees, and now it's burning hot, blazing summer? Because that's what you guys are saying in the heliocentric model, which is just pseudo.
I believe you could tell the difference, though. I think you could tell the difference if you were standing at an angle away from it versus facing directly at it. I think you could tell that difference.
What? You tilt your body 23 degrees? Are you kidding me? You think that's going to make it freezing cold winter? Come on. Dude.
Yeah. Like let's say.
I mean freezing. No, not freezing cold winter. I just think I could feel the difference in the amount of heat that I get off the fire.
If you were to take a marble or a basketball or whatever ball you want to use, put it, at a certain distance to the fire to where it would be like, 80 degrees, hot summer day, tilt it 23 degrees and find any way to get it to be freezing cold winter on one side of that, any part of the ball. You couldn't even have freezing cold winter on the back of the ball. The side not even facing the fire would be 80 degrees as well.
Well, that's the thing.
Scale matters.
I mean, you couldn't take it to that extreme because you've got the weather, you got the environment that you're in that would prevent you from getting that.
No, but
all I can tell you is from my testing with a black surface at different angles to the sun, same day, same time frame, there is a many degree change in temperature depending on the angle. I used a tire in this case, and the tire was sitting in the sun. And as I went around the tire on the sun side of the tire, I went from like 121 degrees to like 95, I think. In the same sunlight.
And scale matters in this case. Like, if your body's facing a source of light and your back isn't, your back is not gonna get freezing cold because it's getting no light. I mean, the temperature of your body.
Instagram.
What was it? I think it was hot, Mikey. Yeah, your body's too small for you to get that difference in temperature. And most of the temperature of your body isn't coming from the light. It's coming from your body itself, right?
It's just a ridiculous argument. Like, let's say I put myself on a dolly, and my buddy tilts me backwards, and then he rolls me closer to a fire. Now, my toes would be hotter than my head. Yes, that's a given, because my head is further away from the fire. But what Gio's saying is, well, then how can my head have a position that's super freezing and my toes be also super freezing, but my belly would be hot? Because you have North Pole and the South Pole in your guys' model, and it's tilting away from the sun. Regardless of whatever stupidity you guys want to try to throw out there, the South Pole should be melting then at this point. It should have tropical heat at this point because it's closest, or not even, it should have African summer heat because it's closest to the sun. In your model, it is even closer to the sun.
You sound like Cam, bro. Holy shit, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if you made your points a little shorter.
Yeah, sorry.
Fewer words. Yes, fewer words.
Yeah, fewer words. Here's a few words. South Pole closer than North Pole, yet they're both frozen.
You don't need to repeat, dude.
Yeah, go work it out.
How high does the sun get in the sky in the North Pole or the South Pole?
Well, it doesn't matter. In your world, the sun is 93 million miles away. No, it doesn't though. No, it doesn't.
It does.
Not, in
it
your
matters.
World,
it has everything. It has everything to do with it.
You guys are so full of it, dude.
It
has.
What you hear them, bro?
I'm sorry. What?
What's the elevation of the South Pole?
You guys are full of it. I'm out later.
Full of what, sir?
That matters too, you know.
Full of shit. I don't understand what you meant there. What were we full of?
Full of love.
You ever look at the Janus bracket theorem, Extremism?
You ever notice Zanuck does this a way lot?
You're not hearing me ask somebody a direct question?
Sorry.
I chose not to answer.
What's
Your mic's
that?
a little low.
Yeah, you're mumbling.
Hey, is Kool-Aid here?
Well,
that,
it
Extremistus?
sounds it's a bit hot.
Is there any way to replicate
All
it
right.
in a scale model with the relevant heat source of the sun as and the relevant distance between the sun and the earth? Is there any way to scale model it and to see if that heat source would even reach the earth?
I guess just get back to me, Extremistus. Too many people wanting to get in on different stuff.
Yeah, I'll get back to you. Sure.
Right on.
I'm mad. This is not the first time I've seen Santa Goose. When people put him in a corner, he go, fuck you guys, I'm out.
Dude, that was a microphone, bro. That
Like,
wasn't
sounds-
Zanuck. Yeah, that wasn't Zanuck.
I mean, Zanuck hasn't even.
It was yours, Zanuck.
Oh, wasn't?
Zanuck is not
involved in my name. I haven't said anything in a long time.
I think Extremistus is trying to get in, guys. You kind of talk.
Oh, my
low,
bad.
but
Sorry.
What are you
Sorry,
saying?
Zanuck.
What are you saying, Stremmy?
I was saying Zanuck has not been involved in the conversation for a little while.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fix your mic, bro.
Yeah, your
Let me know when you come out of the closet.
Take your mask off before you talk. Just kidding. I'm not trying to call you a masker. It sounded like you had a mask on, kind of, because you all muffled.
You know we love you, Extremistus. You're all good, man.
I don't know if you could scale model it per se, but you might be able to show that the tendencies of the way temperature would work on a surface. Oops, we got something in the office. Oh no.
Robo and Jeremy.
Masks.
Yeah, because first you'd have to try and get like a vacuum chamber big enough, and then you'd have to think what type of heat source are you going to use? Is it going to be radiant heat source inside a vacuum? Plasma ball inside a vacuum? What's it going to be?
You just have to, I mean, you don't have to do a plasma ball. You need a heat source, really.
I'm just wondering if you'd leave an object suspended inside of a vacuum chamber in a completely dark room, how cold could it get?
It's the room.
Hmm?
Just as cold as the room.
Wouldn't it get colder?
Where is the room?
Like it would be radiating heat as infrared. But I guess the room is also doing that. Right? The infrared could still get to the object inside of the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, as cold as your heart. Thought that was pretty good.
That was a good one. How cold is it?
Oh, my heart? I'd guess 37 degrees.
You don't think
Celsius.
it's not? You don't think it's concerning, Bacon, that like none of these things with the heliocentric model can be actually modeled on a small scale?
Well, things don't scale down the same, so it's sort of expected.
Yeah, but none of it can be scaled. Not,
Oh,
like,
positions can be
we can
scaled.
scale like a planar Earth type system. You can do in a bunch of ways. You can have a heat lamp above in a terrarium. We can recreate all that with electrostatics, and that can all be modeled. Water can be held in a container, and all the rest of it, like the oceans. But on the globe, you can't model any of it. We can model it theoretically or conceptually, but none of it can actually be physically demonstrated.
I'm not so sure if you can model all that with a flat Earth either, but I'd say the positions you can definitely make a smaller scale version of it. Like if you position the sun and the Earth at the distances we claim, going at the speeds we claim, That can be modeled in small
I'll
scales.
try to explain this to you slowly. If a model exists, if something is real, you could easily model it
Yeah.
on an experiment.
That's a good point. Unless
Oh,
the laws of
his
physics
point or my
permit,
point?
you know, like
Yo, can you hear me?
like showing an orbit on the Earth, you can't do that.
We'll hear you,
Gas
Jeremy.
pressure next to a vacuum, you can't do that.
Right, but isn't that
Different things that you can't do.
Right, but isn't that concerning that to you? Is it concerning at all that you believe in a model that just happens to be outside of the realm of physics? Like the whole thing, it's like this pseudo physics thing that you have to believe that's on this large scale that these NASA and these people are claiming is out there, but none of it can be demonstrated to you, and you just have to believe. This is a big belief.
No. If you could demonstrate an orbit on the surface of the Earth, that would be concerning to me. That would be, holy shit, what the hell is going on there? You know, I mean, I personally, you know, the way things
it
are
doesn't
modeled
exist.
and demonstrated, it doesn't, I don't have any conflict
It's not
with
part
the
of
way
physics.
things work.
That's why it
What
can't
do
be
you mean?
modeled. It's not part of actual real. Like there's real physics, like physics, and then there's pseudo physics, like fake physics. Now I understand that you guys are believing the NASA, the space agencies, the people out there claiming they're probing balls in space or whatever. So I get that you're like believing that to go with it to then be able to sort of say, well, I'm going to make the little bit of the leap of faith and just trust that that other type of physics is out there in the great beyond, and you just have to trust those people. But in reality, here, right here, it's not real physics.
Oh, actually, it's not a different type of physics. The same physics we use here is the same we use to model what's out there. So it's actually the same physics.
Then you should be able to model it. Then you should be able to demonstrate it.
No, because that same physics dictates how it works at any given scale. Like for example, the inverse square law. If you double the size of everything, the forces are not gonna get just half half weaker. It's gonna be a fourth of the strength. So if you just try to scale up or scale down things, they won't work the same. Precise because of how those laws work. We're not using different laws. We're using those same laws, and according to them, those laws themselves, different scales would work differently.
I'm not sure I really follow that. How does the inverse square law? How is that problematic being scaled? That can be scaled on large scale, less.
No, like that's the thing. If you want to create a scale version of a model, like that is twice or half the size of the actual model, so the distance become half the same. Now the forces or the whatever follows the inverse square law is going to be 4 times bigger than it would in the original scale. So as you're scaling down things, things are not going to change proportionally. You have all sorts of laws that don't change proportionally to the scale. So it's not that we're using different laws for here and there. We're using the same laws, but as we scale them, the behavior of the things change. Following the same laws, it's just a matter of scale. Okay, take for example.
What's the law that makes things orbit things that you can validate here that you're then claiming is on a large scale? Because just because things fall to the ground and you can like ad hoc use that factor, the fact that things fall to the ground, to then use it as an assumption and then a reification and assuming that
Cavendish.
consequent, that doesn't really mean that that is actually relating to that other theory that you're saying happens on a level of physics that you can't validate or verify.
Right, yeah. As Moyak mentioned, sorry, I forgot to do the beginning of your question. Remember how you started that?
I don't know. Moya kind of interrupted a little bit. I mean, I think I was saying, scaling orbits. Yeah. If you're saying that orbits exist, but they can't be scaled on a small level, if you're saying that things fall to the ground, and therefore, because things fall to the ground, you're going to then use that as an ad hoc thing to now say it's clinging to a sphere, and then to then claim that now things are orbiting spheres. But the clinging to a sphere or the orbiting sphere, you don't have any validation for. So it's like using an ad hoc. It's like using the fact that things fall to the ground as just a factor to then add assumptions to that and then create this whole other type of pseudophysics that doesn't actually exist, is what I'm saying.
I would like to
Right.
say
It
that
would be
that's where I came in with the Cavendish statement, and basically
Yeah,
what
you
you
can
have is
reinterrupt.
you have a scalable force, which and when you test it, it does scale. So you go and you take a little object, a little mass, you see how much force it has. You take a bigger mass, it has a bigger force. Bigger mass, it has a bigger force. And we keep on doing that. And then there's an assumption that that keeps on going up to the size of planet.
Yeah, assumption. That's my point.
That's true of everything, dude.
yeah.
You
Well,
can't
the
just
whole point
blow
is that
you can't just eliminate assumption from the world.
Or extrapolation is a better word.
I don't think real
Extrapolation.
science uses assumptions at all.
That's horseshit.
Extrapolation is used.
Extrapolation. That's better.
Dude, that's
I
so
mean,
funny, bro.
excuses are used.
It's just that's such a crazy synchronicity. I was just like messing with my Van de Graaff generator, and I was like, "Yo, I can't believe people can't simply put together this is what they're calling gravity." And I jump in, and you're talking about masses and gravity getting stronger. Pretty funny.
Right, but it doesn't scale the same way, and it doesn't react to all materials the same. In the case of gravity, it works completely different than what you're seeing on your Van de Graaff generator.
No. I just now did
You're wrong.
styrofoam. I just did tissue paper. I just did a hair. I just did iron filings.
Yeah,
And
I think
what was
clearly wrong.
the exact force on each one of those?
Moyuk,
Were they all the same?
Well, I only have 250,000 volts in a little Van de Graaff generator. So, the point is that like on the scale of the Earth, that little bitty piece of styrofoam that I was just lifting up is like taller than the biggest mountain in the world. So.
Yes, you have a huge potential difference that you don't see in the environment.
We literally do. We have millions of volts above us.
Hey, whoever
Millions
thinks
of
that Moyuk
volts.
is wrong, raise your hand.
Okay, let's take a BB then. You got millions of volts. Well, you've only got millions of volts. You've got 250,000. So you're a quarter of that. Hold a fucking BB up.
No, many, many millions. And you'd have to be able to flip the polarity of the. Do you even know what the demonstration is? Okay, so I'll help you out. So we're going to put two different plates on top of each other to represent two different surfaces. Seemingly one seems to be above, right? Yeah. So then we're going to connect the positive at the bottom, the negative at the top. We're going to spin the wheel of the Van de Graaff generator. It's going to flip the polarity of the field once I do that, and then it causes the object to go up once I stop spinning the wheel, and then the charges reside going back to the original polarity. The object goes back down. I can also make an object levitate. Right now, that is a little trickier with the small Van de Graaff generator. It depends on like the shape that's going to retain the charge. So this is showing that things are going up and down based on the polarity of the field between the plates. Well, we know we have one of these on the Earth, and it goes down to the surface measurably.
I understand all, or I shouldn't say I understand all that, but I kind of get what you're saying there. But how are you now expanding this? Because you can hold your styrofoam up, perhaps like 3 inches, 5 inches, I don't know, something like that between these plates. And now you can't do that same thing with your setup even close with 1,000,000 volts at 10, 15 feet.
Yeah, because you don't seem to understand the scale that would be required. Like when people say like, "Hey, why don't you make the phone float then?" Do you know how many volts would be required? Again, that little piece of styrofoam is equivalent to something bigger than Mount Everest. It's taller than Mount Everest.
But demonstrate that voltage has that kind of a relationship that could exist at
I'm sorry.
100 miles like the sky.
No, I'm sorry. What? Voltage equals what? Curvature? A flat Earth or what?
No, just stay out, dude. You're way out of the conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Witsit, but Witsit, I mean, are you claiming that electrostatic that's being pulled with the Van de Graaff generator is the cause of gravity, or are you saying that it's a factor and that it's correlative and related, and that there could be a part of the spectrum that overlaps or connects with it?
Okay, well, that's a deeper question. Yeah. So, like, really the question would be what causes the downward electric current we have on the Earth that we measure and quantify as electrostatics? And yeah, I would say that's not the full cause, but then you would have to get into the actual background medium itself and what's causing this downward current we have on the Earth, which would be a primary energy source, and it would actually be what creates all matter, etc. So,
and you should be able to take your setup and like set up some kind of a pivot and start measuring how much force, torsion, the equivalent of a torsion balance, and then see if there's any kind of correlation to the what we see in the environment, the real world, and the setup that you have.
yeah, of course there is, because the bias is incredibly weak. The bias on the Earth is incredibly weak. This is why butterflies can fly. This is why bumblebees can float when they're not aerodynamic, because the bias is super weak.
It's because they have muscles, and they're able to use those muscles to lift themselves off, and they weigh next to nothing. So the power to weight ratio is just about exactly right on a butterfly. A bumblebee, there are some bees that are a little bit. There are some bees that are a little questionable.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking the other day with. Sorry,
push off the air.
Can I go, or are you going?
I was just going to say, aerodynamically, these bees and butterflies use wings just to move the air out of them. The momentum is exchanged, and therefore they actually are able to fly upward.
That's not how bumblebees work.
Yes, bumblebees absolutely work that way.
No.
I heard that there's some weird fluid dynamics with bumblebees.
Yeah, there is, but primarily it is it ends up a lift over mass weight ratio.
No, this is the same reason. Like when a bumblebee flies over certain flowers, they have what's called non-contact pollen detachment, and the pollen will actually flip. The pollen will actually.
Static electricity is still a problem. That's not the reason they fly, though. We've simulated the way the bees fly and dragonflies fly in wind tunnels. We can actually understand the forces involved. They're complicated. It's not like a bird, which still flies, by the way, and it still is heavier than air, but it still flies because of lift over weight ratios.
No one said that doesn't exist, though. So what a weird way to bring this. Like, no one said that lift doesn't exist.
Take the bumblebee.
And why are you citing bumblebees as being an unusual thing?
They are.
Well, because aerodynamic.
Their wings are.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
I can answer that one, my young man, because bumblebees aren't birds. Bumblebees were the example, and birds weren't. So conflating the two is stupid.
That's useless. That's useless.
Yeah, exactly. It was useless to bring up birds. I agree.
Yeah, it was, because listen, the bird is made with heavy wings a different way than a bee's made. The bee has very light wings and couldn't fly using that weight ratio. Sorry.
That's correct. So, and they've actually shown. Well, I'm just saying.
This is one of the few.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I apologize. I've got a delay on my end. I'm sorry. I'll go on mute after this because this is obviously it's my delay is messing everything up. But it's just another one of these examples of basically claiming phenomena as globe phenomena and then just saying that we don't get to use the same phenomena.
Well, that's like you guys saying it's amazing that birds can fly and bees can fly. It has nothing to do with anything. And then we're just going to come and say, well, gravity doesn't exist because birds and bees can fly.
Straw man fallacy. So no one said anything about no one said anything about birds. First of all, I said butterflies and bees. And the only reason butterflies
doodah. What a waste of voice you just.
The only reason butterflies were even brought up was I was pointing out that the bias on the Earth is extremely weak. Okay, it's extremely weak, and this is just a fact. It's actually a measurable thing. We don't have to make up fairy tales and equations where we can't find the magical space-time that I promised does. We don't do any of that. We can measure the downward electric current on the Earth. We know that it's very weak. Okay, that was the point. And they've actually done a test where they've tested if bumblebees fly and navigate based on electrostatic relationship, and they've proven they do, in fact, by putting the sweeter water on different types of flowers with less charge, and then putting the more bitter water that they would not prefer, or more so the bitter food, on the flowers the flowers that had more charge, and they would go to the flowers that had the bitter water when they objectively preferred the sweeter because of the charge alone. They would actually navigate based on this. They are able to levitate longer times over top of the flowers with the conductive charge. And then they were able to also show that they have non-contact pollen detachment, which is where they levitate over the flower and the pollen comes up to them.
Yes, because they're positively charged and the flowers are negatively charged. Big.
And they're
deal.
disturbing
That's
the
not why
air,
they
shaking
fly.
the pollen loose.
Hey, why are the
Yes,
no?
they're
It's not
not-
shaking. No, it's not that it shakes the pollen loose. It
Indirectly.
lifts it up. It lifts the pollen up.
Yes,
It
does.
levitates and then clings to their body. It has nothing to do with shaking it loose.
So bees don't disturb the air?
It's not about. That's not why they have
That's
non-contact
part of
pollen
it. The
detachment.
reason they stick.
It's
Listen, the
part of
reason
it.
they
You
stick.
loosen it up from the surface, and then it
That's right. And
becomes
then
small
they're
floating particles that
attracted,
can attach.
and
Yeah.
then they're attracted with static electricity. It's very simple.
It actually pulls
Yep.
them off the flower with this. And by the way, why are flowers negatively charged, Zanuck?
I'd have to look and see whether the ground is negatively charged, but
There you go. The
Well, 'cause
flowers
they're
are
part of
connected
the
to the
ground.
ground. Yeah.
then that would make sense. They're connected to ground. They're going to carry that potential. Wow.
Yeah,
that was,
obviously.
sorry,
And
that was
why is
fun.
and why is the
Why is that
and
I
significant?
love how Moyle.
Why is the
he's
bee
commenting
positively
about
charged?
how stupid. Sorry, go on.
Can you answer that, Moyak?
What?
Why the bee is positively charged?
I don't know.
Do you think friction has a part to do with it?
Has to do with moving
Potentially.
air rapidly.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they could build up the
so if the
static
Earth,
electricity by flapping their wings.
so if the
You
Earth was
guys don't know.
rotating and flying through space at 1,000,000, whatever it is, miles per hour, right? And the atmosphere was experiencing some sort of a friction, right? Wouldn't that transmit to the ground?
I don't know.
Lightning
Depends on what the friction is. I mean, I guess so. I mean, there's on the global scale, there's lots of forces that act on us.
Where there's a
Lots
contact
of
with the
fields
air.
generated.
There's a contact with the air. The air will impart this charge to the wings and to the body of the bee, so it becomes positively charged. The
you miss
flowers
my
are
question,
negatively
Zanuck?
charged. But it's
Are
got
you
them
just
telling you.
Googling it? We just
Not
heard
good.
you
I'm
He's-
not
Googling
asking
it.
about the bees and the flower. I'm pointing this at the Earth itself. Why the Earth would be negatively grounded or negatively charged, as you guys like to say, right? When it's experiencing all sorts of friction.
Why does
already.
It's
friction?
experiencing all sorts
Why
of
you say-
friction. Very little.
What kind of friction is the Earth experiencing? Yeah.
Geez, I mean, wind across the surface, like you already said. I mean, that's
It's a type of friction.
something
Okay.
there.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
no, we
so-
agree with that exists.
Yeah, so we got one. How about the waves perpetually crashing onto the shoreline? Isn't that gonna have some
I
results?
thought we were in space a minute ago and kind of jumping around on us. It's hard
No,
to keep up.
we're talking about the Earth. Why is the Earth, quote unquote, negatively charged when it's experiencing the same stuff the bee is, and you say the bee is positively charged?
Dun
I don't
dun
know.
dun.
Did I just hear that
Dun, dun,
we don't know
dun.
what friction a bee is experiencing, but we also think that a bee is kept up by its wings? Are we really
Yep.
gonna
It
hold
is.
both those
It is.
frictions?
Aerodynamically, it is.
Yeah,
Just because the
Yeah, of
methodology
course
when
it
you
is.
move the air around.
you don't
That's
understand
what the
why holding
wings.
those two positions is stupid.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
it's
bees
the-
don't
that's
fly
why the
because
bee
of their
has
wings.
wings.
Wait. I got a slam dunk on you guys. I'm sorry. You guys alley
I'm sure you don't.
Sucks.
Pull the
Sucks
wings
to
off,
suck.
see if it floats.
So you guys claim that a bumblebee is flying because of the aerodynamic nature of their wings and the relationship with the air creating lift. But what's actually been proven is, for one, the bumblebees are not aerodynamic, but two, they can fly through crosswinds of up to 60 miles per hour.
You're saying they're not aerodynamic. Yes, they're not aerodynamic as far as aeronautical engineering. Can it fly if we use some of those laws?
Settle down, calm down. The
That's
damage
not,
control
not the
doesn't make
reason.
it come out
The
that
reason
fast.
Shut
they
up.
fly. The reason that they fly is because they are moving the air in such a way that it does produce lift. They bring air in, low pressure to high pressure. Bernoulli's principle is still involved here, and they thrust the air out as a net result of these
So why
actions.
can they fly through crosswinds up to 60 miles per hour?
Because they can produce the thrust in order to do that.
With those tiny little wings, you're a fucking moron.
They're moving at 250 kilohertz or 250 hertz.
Sorry.
So what would the maximum speed be of a bumblebee with your understanding of it?
And by the way, I just Googled why the Earth is negative. It's pretty, people know this. Negatively charged because it has more protons than electrons. These protons are positively charged, and the electrons are negatively charged. They're more of this type of charge than another. The overall charge of an object is the difference between the two.
Yeah.
That's why.
No wonder they're
the Earth is
Globers.
negatively charged.
Yeah,
Who
amazing how
counted
these
the
people just
protons?
interrupt like everything.
Well, guys, so what Zanuck always does is he makes sure he doesn't truly address what was said, right? So then you want to pretend he's teaching, and then you want to shift over.
I Googled.
Can you stop interrupting me? The reason you got interrupted was because you always do this. It makes people impatient. When someone makes a specific point, you monologue about a different point, and then you shift the whole conversation over to act like you're teaching us a different point, so that the main thing you can address never gets addressed. Okay? They're flying through crosswinds up to 60 miles per hour.
Okay. So what speed should they be able to attain? With what we know of bumblebees, what speed should they be able to attain?
Well,
with
you
the
tell me.
aerodynamics and the power of the wings. No, you're the one who's saying that it can't be done.
Well, no, actually, I read the studies about the bumblebees, and they admit they have no idea why they're able to. They barely even can try to explain why they're able to get up off the ground and fly in the first place, much less establish flight through 60-mile-per-hour crosswind unaffected.
The weight ratio doesn't make sense. The wings to body, it makes zero sense.
They literally admit they don't know the answer.
They understand it now. They've had slow motion photography. They understand.
Yeah, I was under the impression they had solved it, but
no, not the crosswind problem. No, they have no idea.
I don't know about the crosswind, but the at least supporting their own weight, definitely.
Why does the crosswind issue? Why does that become a problem for?
Well, it is difficult to believe that you could beat those wings hard enough, move that fucking marble-sized thing through the air at 60 miles an hour.
All it has to do
common sense that I hear is that common sense.
Common sense is not so common with you.
All it has to do is
that was pretty. Hold on, Zanuck. That was a pretty good point that you made, Moyak, and I just want to give you some credit for being humble and honest enough to make that point.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I go and I agree that it's because I have no fucking clue how it does it.
That's fine.
I'm not going to go and assert that it's some magic electric force that somehow is working horizontally in a wind.
The point is you were humble and honest enough to give an opinion that contradicts against supporting, the mainstream narrative, and I can respect that, and I appreciate that.
I'm always honest.
But wait, why did you have to add this weird qualifying adjective of magic? How is provable physics magic?
You have no provable physics that says electricity is what makes the bees move through the air at 60 miles. That is kind of like, I don't know, you'll call it a straw man, but it's like the way you beat around the bush and stuff, it sometimes seems like you're trying to say more than you are.
First of all, you said magical electric force. There is no magical electric force. It's provable physics. The magic comes when you say concepts bend and warp in a dimension that we cannot actually access, but I promise it's there, and if you don't believe it, you're crazy. That would be the magic. Okay?
No, I say that a 25-pound lead ball next 3 inches away from a 4-pound lead ball will move this fast.
So you don't know the cause. Okay, good. You don't know the cause. That's what's up. So the point is that no one's saying they're flying 60 miles per hour. They can fly straight, and the wind can blow perpendicular to them 60 miles per hour, and they continue on their perfectly straight line trajectory unaffected. And admittedly, people don't know how it works. And when Zanuck says, it's so obvious how it works.
It's not to say it's obvious. Their wings are very flexible. They can actually distort them as they're flying to give them a sideward thrust to counteract usually they'll point themselves in a direction to tack across that crosswind, but some of it's due to the thrust laterally that allows them to traverse across.
Side it.
Can you cite that? Yeah, can you cite that? Because it was like you just made it up.
He did.
I didn't make it up. I did not make it up.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Hold on. So I have a
I'll
question.
give you a
Question
citation.
real quick.
I don't
for,
think
Nick.
I'll tell you, honestly, I've never heard they can go 60 miles an hour, but I've heard 20. But that's just me. Okay,
All
I
right.
could be
So
wrong
listen. Can gravity and
That's
aerodynamics?
nice, but you started
Hey guys, someone's trying to get in. Let him get his point out.
Zanuck, thank you. It's quick. Zanuck, so do you think gravity and the aerodynamicy of the flying object are the only things contributing to like a bumblebee's ability to fly against the laws of physics?
What laws of physics is it flying against?
Its body
Gravity.
weighs so much more than its wings. How do you explain that?
No, its body weight weighs so much more than its wings. No, the wings do produce their actions produce a thrust greater than their body weight.
Okay, then cite that, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
And actually, I want you to, first of all, you guys keep on saying that they go 60 miles per hour. It's like you don't even understand what's being
miles an
said.
hour.
No one said they're
that.
going 60 miles per hour. No one
If they
said
fly
that.
in a okay, so obviously you don't have any. Okay, I'm not going to go there. Right? Look, if they're flying in a crosswind straight, they are flying 60 miles an hour into that crosswind, even if they're not pointing into the wind. No, see, people always mock again what they don't understand.
True.
You realize I went to school for this shit. With it, you don't know
be-
anything about aerodynamics. Zero.
First of all, buddy.
Bro,
Zanuck, chill out.
I'm amazed you're so wrong. If
If
I'm
you want
driving
to know
30
the
miles an
answer,
hour
I will get it
straight,
for you, or I will
and
answer it from my
dude,
knowledge.
I'm amazed that you don't
What do you
understand.
want to
So
know?
if I'm
What do
driving
you
30
want to know?
miles, I'm still talking, dude. So if I'm driving 30 miles an hour and there's a 60 mile an hour crosswind, it doesn't mean that I'm driving 60 miles an hour.
Oh, that's completely a complete non sequitur and a straw man.
No, it's not.
Exactly.
Yes, it is.
thing is,
You're on a road. You're on a road, and you've
Here-
created a force against. I can handle this, Leflin. Thank you, though. You're on a road. You have created a sideward force. That sideward force is now transferred to the tires laterally on the road. So you're not flying 60 miles an hour. But if you're in an airplane and you're flying at a straight line in a 60 mile an hour crosswind, you are actually going 60 miles an hour into that crosswind and across the ground. You have to be, because the crosswind's going 60 miles an hour and you're going straight. So you have to be going 60 miles an hour. That's how aerodynamics works. That's how physically objects move through the air. You're flying in an air mass. If that air mass is moving, you have to make an angle such that your actual net direction and velocity has to be going 60 miles an hour in that direction. This is basic shit here, guys. Don't argue with me about this.
It's a red herring.
It's not a red herring.
It's a red herring.
You said if I'm driving 60 miles an hour, am I going 60 miles an hour into the... No, I said those are forces, and it's counteracted by the tires on the road. We're talking about flying. You go to a road car. That's completely unrelated. We're talking about an
When you
airplane.
say it's basic
A
stuff,
glider.
when you say it's basic stuff, it doesn't add emphasis to what you were wrong about. Does that make sense?
I'm not wrong about any of this.
I wasn't asking.
No. Let me add this. If you've got a bee that is that's maintaining a position in a 60 mile an hour wind, that should mean that if the wind is not blowing, the wind is still, that bee should be able to fly at 60 mile an hour across the ground.
Correct, Mundo.
That doesn't address what was said.
Yes, it does. Specifically, it does.
No, it doesn't. Then you don't understand what was said.
I do understand what he said. He thinks that I said that the bees are going 60 miles an hour if they can fly straight in a 60 mile an hour crosswind. Just to Left Lane's point, that's exactly what it means. If you're flying straight,
he didn't say that.
If you're flying straight on the ground with reference to a 60 mile an hour, 90-degree crosswind, and you are flying straight, you are effectively flying 60 miles an hour to the left or right along that path. That's what I said, and I am correct.
We heard say that first time. It was a red herring the first time.
Not a red herring.
Left lane. Yes, it still is. Left lane.
Isn't.
If there's a 60, you can keep talking over me. Left lane. Just because a bee can fly in a direction and there's a 60 mile an hour crosswind doesn't mean the bee can fly sideways 60 miles an hour. This is obvious as well. Thirdly, no, it doesn't.
How is it possible? How is it possible? You're wildest imagination.
You're about to get muted.
All right, sorry.
Okay. So third of all, what Whitsitt was talking about, he never talked about how quickly the bee was flying at all. He just talked about it keeping its direction. He never mentioned how quick the bee was going. So I don't know why we're talking about it.
By implication, that means it's going 60 miles an hour.
They don't
Okay,
get it. I
admittedly,
don't
you
think I ever
guys
get it.
don't know about it. Zanuck made stuff up. It's all good. This is the point. Okay, the bees shouldn't be able to arguably even fly. Okay, now they've come up with a theory. There's actually two competing primary theories as to how their bodies and their wings could even result in flight. Okay, it's not just we just do the math of the wings and it works perfect. Wrong. It's actually based on the vortices they're presupposing that must happen with the body diaphragm of the bumblebee. That's the primary theory. Okay, they just you just pretending that it's like this
I
perfect
said
mathematical.
that. I
Stop
said
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
All right, well, you're
So
making claims I didn't make.
stop. Every time you think that everyone is just here to talk to you or something. You don't have to talk every time someone's speaking, man.
Why do you
Okay.
misrepresent? Okay, go
Shut
ahead.
up, dude. So it's not even well understood as to still to this day exactly how the bumblebees fly. There are competing theories and they require speculation. Secondly, where it gets much more complicated is with the crosswinds. Okay, now with your little narrative, sure, they would have to fly extremely fast in the opposing direction and also maintain forward momentum. But they don't do that. They have some type of flight mechanism. This is the more logical and viable explanation as opposed to I don't know with all the world's scientists. It is that there's some type of electric mechanism that allows them to not be affected by the crosswinds and to continue their forward momentum unaffected. So now we're waiting on your citation.
Okay,
because
I got
you made this
citation here.
basis claim.
I'll read it here. They've actually videotaped. Hold on. Let me respond. First of all, you misrepresented what I said. I actually specifically said it's not just a laminar flow like a wing or an airplane. Aerodynamically, it doesn't follow many of the aviation law or the aeronautical engineering laws that I've studied, but it still has this fundamental principle that the motion of those wings, vibrating at 250 hertz, is going to create these vortices, this tunnel of air, mass flow. And this mass flow change, what gives it thrust, this thrust that's coming out of this resulting motion of the wings will cause it to levitate, will work against its body weight. That is known. Everyone agrees. Every physicist, every aerodynamicist agrees to that. Now, the motions and how the coordination is what's really in play here. Now, for it to fly in a crosswind, it has to fly into that crosswind. Even if the body's facing straight, where it's going 10 miles an hour, let's say, going straight. If it's facing a 60-mile-an-hour crosswind and it's not moving 60 miles an hour in the opposite direction, it is in fact flying 60 miles an hour with respect to the ground in that direction. And probably a lot of the energy, instead of going forward, is used up for flying laterally, and it does that by distorting its wings. That's another article I can post for you.
No, I want you to cite where it explains how they fly to the 60-mile-per-hour crosswind. And also,
first of all, like I said, I don't know whether they've ever flown.
Man. You notice how I always let you finish, and you never let anyone finish?
That's not true. You cut me off all the time.
Only because it's retaliation, or no one can talk, and you
Well, that's what you're doing
conversation
right now,
rape everyone. Okay, so the point is, everyone can just use basic logic here. If you have, say, you think of a magnet, right? So you have a toroid. Imagine that force just circling on both sides like a toroid. Okay, if you have a force coming from the center of the bumblebee, just say like a magnetic field. If you have a force that's really strong, then it's going to allow it to fly unaffected by the opposing force because there's a field of protection around it. Now, this actually makes sense in terms of physics. So if you want to provide an alternative where they can show the science, then it might. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I talk about that specifically? Do you know about the thorax of the bumblebee and that it's hollow? And there's a resonant frequency that's created due to the vibration of the bumblebee, which creates a field around the bumblebee. Have you heard about that?
A pressure field. It doesn't make it fly.
No. This has to do with the resonant frequency. It's a vibrational disparity created through the hollow thorax and something to do with the frequency of the beating of the wings.
250 hertz, and it is a resonant frequency of the thorax. Big deal. So it gets a little pressure wave that's around it. Doesn't give it any kind of means of flotation. Speakers don't float when they vibrate.
Well, technically, there's spiders that have a similar concept where they create this positive and negative charge on the web, and they shoot it up, and they're able to take flight and travel to different continents, actually.
That's different than the bee.
Well, no, it's actually a similar concept, Zenik.
Not really.
This dude just said that speakers don't float, as if that's analogous to this little light bumblebee being able to float because of vibration. We can, of course, make things float with vibration a million different ways, though.
Yeah, it's
Have you
called
ever
wings.
seen a?
Wings
Have
can,
you ever seen
wings
a?
can, vibrating wings can make you fly. Oh, there's a bee. Okay.
This
good.
dude doesn't even know what
ever seen-
acoustic levitation is.
Have you ever seen a bumblebee's wing levitate on its own, just a single wing?
Wing
A single
levitating.
wing.
You float in the
Yeah.
air?
Yeah, a single wing.
Yeah, I see feathers float in the air too. Big deal.
No, I'm not talking about feathers floating. I'm talking about levitating. I didn't use floating. Let's not strawman me and be rude, please. I
Yeah,
said a
there's
single wing.
electrostatics. The reason that these spiders can actually travel is due to electrostatics. I agree.
Hey, Zanik, we already moved away from the spiders. I'm talking about a single wing. Why is it that a single wing is capable of levitating?
I don't know. You better tell me because I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, there you go, bro.
What is it? You tell me. You have made the claim. Why does it float? A single wing.
Yeah, well, these
Same
are
reason as a
things
spider floats.
Okay, so these are
I'd like to
things
know
that
when
we
that
need.
happened.
They're scared of die slow.
Die slow. When does that happen? I've never seen a bee wing sitting on my table just take off. Unless
Yeah,
there's
so
a
you
wing.
can take a single wing from a bumblebee, and I think there's a few other insects. Another one would be a Japanese beetle. Another one would be a scarab beetle. But for whatever reason, their wings are able to levitate without flapping, without even being attached to the body itself.
Never seen it.
So
Yeah, the scarab beetle does that. That's how they fly.
Okay.
You guys got to look into this stuff. There's plenty.
Well, you wanted a citation.
All this shit.
I gave you more than you probably bargained for. So you got a citation about analyzation, statistics, and experimentation on how these bees fly in headwinds, crosswinds, tailwinds, etc., with obstacles in the way under high speed photography. So there are some things you can chew on that for a bit. I'll find something a little more brief for you. But yes, this has all been understood and done. And if you ever have anything flying in a crosswind, it is actually flying in the crosswind if it's not moving with respect to the ground. Sorry,
Cool.
that's just the way it works.
Cool fake confidence, bro. Cool fake confidence.
Okay, so Zanik says that bumblebees can fly 60 miles per hour to the side while simultaneously maintaining angular momentum forward. So, I mean, forward momentum.
Well, first off, that's
angular momentum. I never said
that's yet to be
I just
demonstrated.
corrected myself, dude.
I didn't
Yet to
say
be demonstrated.
Wait. He said 60 miles an hour. I'm saying if they are flying in a 60 mile hour, I never heard of that, by the way. But if they are flying in a crosswind, no matter what the speed, whatever that crosswind is, if they're flying in a straight path, they are flying in that direction of the crosswind.
And it's not like I can hand the guy.
Hey, quiet. God, who is that?
That was me. I had a loud lady next to me.
Oh, sorry. You're excused. Sorry. Thought someone chimed in. No, if you're flying in any crosswind whatsoever, aviation on an airplane or a bee, if you're flying in a crosswind on a straight path, you are flying in that direction at the exact same velocity. It has to be. That's the way aviation works.
I'm glad that you're conceding now. Thank you. Because that's the whole point, that there has to be something else that's at play here. And so what you guys don't seem to understand is, see if you guys can answer this since you're so smart. So if the bumblebee is getting positive charge via electrostatic induction in the air, admittedly, right? You guys already admitted that.
I'm not going to give you the reason, but yes.
You guys already admitted that. And,
yes, it's positively charged. I agree.
It's called electrostatic induction or transference.
It transfers polarity to the bee. Yes.
Yeah, it's called electrostatic induction.
Whatever you want to call it, I'm not going to argue.
No, that's what it's called. So anyway, so we have electrostatic induction from the Atmos to the bee, and it's accumulating quote unquote positive charge, which actually means it's charging up. It's the process of charging. So higher potential. So if we now have also established that that the flower is negative because it's connected to the ground, okay, so that's why, of course, the pollen detaches, floats up, and then sticks to the bee.
Yes.
And we've also shown that bees will actually migrate to the flowers more effectively, levitating over the ones that have opposing charges with a verified experiment that's been done a dozen times. So how is it that you guys can claim that their ability to fly, that them going off the ground into the air would have nothing to do with the fact that they have opposing charges than the ground? How would it have no effect on it?
Because if that was the case, they would be sucked down to the ground and have to fight that with aerodynamics. They're not. So that makes little or no sense. If they're positively charged and the ground's negatively charged, they'd have to fight that magnetic or that electrostatic force as well. They do not have to. They use it to get pollen.
Forces attract. Have you ever heard that, Richard?
Yeah, I've definitely heard that.
He doesn't seem to understand it, though. He's heard it.
Well, first of all, there's no actual attraction. There's acceleration, right? So
okay,
whatever.
They attract towards the ground.
Mean? What does that mean? This acceleration with the things that come out of your
It
mouth.
means that it attracts towards the ground. So the bee would have a harder time flying because it was positively charged.
There's only acceleration when it's a change of velocity.
Magnetic attraction doesn't actually exist, Zanuck.
Okay,
no?
That's cute.
Now you're getting even further off the
yeah,
reservation.
it's called dielectric acceleration. So if
that's what you call it.
Okay, do you agree that when the bee's over the flower, right, that the pollen comes up to the bee because they have opposing charges?
Yes.
Okay, so do you
That's
agree?
showing attraction.
Okay. So if the bumblebee, when the bumblebee begins to lift off, is it building positive charges? It gets up higher or in the air longer?
In the air longer, yes. Not infinitely, just to a certain extent.
Okay, what kind of charge does it have before it gets in the air?
You probably have less of a positive charge because it's probably at some point flying. Unless it's releases charge by grounding itself, and they would have zero net charge.
It would have. There's no such thing as zero net charge, dude.
Yeah, if you ground something, you don't have a charge. You have a balance charge.
No.
Yes,
no,
you do.
You're constantly dissipating. You're constantly
you have the same potential.
Same potential.
You're constantly dissipating the charge into the ground, but it's in constant flux. That's why the second you remove it from the ground, it starts to charge up because it's in constant flux. There's no such thing as actually attaining zero. There's no such thing.
If I just lift a bee off, I'm not going to charge it by just lifting a bee off the ground. It'll charge because it's going to be wiggling its wings in the air and taking the charge from the molecules of the air, which are positively charged as well. There's so many things that you don't understand. You just make things up.
No, you're not answering. Dude, listen carefully. If surface charge...
You can't hang with me.
Hey, listen carefully, man. If there's surface charge on an object and I ground it, and then it's dissipating the charge into the ground,
you have a balance
do
of
you
charge.
agree that it's in a constant state of flux?
You have a balance of charge at that point.
No, it's constantly flux. Okay, wait, here. So if there's static charge on an object, is it static?
If you have a balloon attached to the wall through static electricity, is it constant? Is it moving? Are those charges moving?
Is the object surface charge in flux?
It's not moving at that point.
Okay, so the truth is that the actual surface charge on an object is constantly in fluctuation. That's just objective. This is why we ground objects, and it's constantly dissipating the charge into the ground. Constantly.
If you remove it, it doesn't build back up again. That's
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It gets the charge via wiggling its wings in presence of air and takes the charge from the air molecule. It builds up. That's why airplanes, when they come down from flying, they have to have grounding wires. If they didn't,
I
there'd be
know.
huge...
I used to do it.
I know you worked at a baggage. You're a baggage handler. I get it, dude.
No, I used to have to ground the planes
to
fuel them.
I studied aeronautic engineering. You didn't. You were a baggage handler, right? Come on, get real.
No, I didn't have anything to do with baggage.
You're so disgusting to listen to, man.
Go ahead.
Okay,
so anyway,
so
just because you remove
you're unbearable.
Just because you remove the grounding wire doesn't mean it suddenly builds up the charge. Just because you remove the grounding wire builds up that charge that it had when it was flying in the air. Do you agree?
Can you
I know why you're singing it, man.
Okay, so here's the don't interrupt me, please. Okay, so if there's an object that's grounded, it's constantly dissipating the charge into the ground. That's why if we accidentally weren't paying attention and then the plane was no longer grounded, then we were in quote unquote danger. We were never really worried about it because it starts to build its charge back. This is why you have to keep something grounded to make sure it doesn't start to accumulate surface charge again, because it's constantly in a state of flux. Everything is intrinsically vibrational at the smallest scale. There's no such thing as perfectly still zero net charge. That doesn't exist. A neutral net charge is a construct we come up with based on the smallest forms of units to try to get as close to neutral in theory as possible. But that's why as soon as you remove the ground, it begins to charge up. Now, here's the main point.
Why does it charge up? Why does it charge up?
Here's the main point.
No, why does it charge up? You made the claim. Why does it charge up? Give me the answer.
Oh, because it's constantly going to be receiving electrostatic induction via the atmos.
Okay, that's
or the environment.
That's true.
Even
Yes,
in a vacuum. Yeah,
but
so
it's
you're
not
wrong.
nowhere near. But it's nowhere near what it got while I was flying. You built up a
See,
huge
now
charge.
you went back to the bumblebee once you were proven wrong, right? So
No.
now we can go back to the bumblebee.
Oh God.
Yeah, you were wrong. You said that it,
No,
it
I'm
doesn't
not
start
wrong.
to charge
It
back up once you
flies.
remove the ground.
The reason, so if you took a bumblebee that was on the ground and suddenly just placed it above some pollen to see if they would be able to extract the pollen, it would not. It'd only be able to get that charge, not by just sitting there, but by wiggling its wings to get the most amount of contact with the air as possible to exchange those charges into its body, into its wings. That's what gives us a charge. Yes,
no,
it
that's
is.
what. It
my
accelerates the accumulation of charge, but
You're
that doesn't
making
mean
things
that
up
there's
again.
no electrostatic induction until it starts to move. I just debunked you. This is why we ground objects because it's
air moving around.
constantly Why are
air-
you always
Because
interrupting?
air is constantly moving around it. We agree. The reason it gets charged to the level it does is because it's flapping its wings. That's
You
how it
breeze
gets
right
charged.
through the fact you interrupted and then just start talking. It's like a superpower or something. Like, you've got to stop. It requires everyone to get super worked up just to engage with you. Okay, so the object has to constantly be grounded because it's constantly dissipating and discharging the energy, the charge, into the ground. As soon as you remove it, it begins to accumulate charge again. This is why we ground objects. It's constantly sending the charge back into the earth, and the earth allows it to dissipate. Okay, so as soon as you remove it, it starts to accumulate it again. There's no such thing as an entirely neutral object because it's constantly pulling the charge back to the ground, which means there's still something there. We just set up a mechanism to try to discharge it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So for intents and purposes, we call it neutral because it's close enough. There's no such thing as net zero charge. That doesn't exist. It's just a construct. It's an idea people say to teach 5-year-olds what neutral means in theory. Now, if the air is positively charged and the bee is positively charged, what's going to happen? Okay.
You asking me?
Yeah.
If the bee is charged positively and the ground. What? Come on, you heard me.
I didn't hear you. You went out.
If the bee is charged positively and the ground is negative, there will be an attraction.
That's not what I asked.
You said what happened if the bee is
asked.
Yeah,
What's
even though
that
that actually
again?
also proves my point anyway, which you're basically claiming
doesn't.
that always in nature there's a slight attraction between stuff above the ground and on the ground or the ground itself, because so you're literally admitting that there is a force that's way stronger than gravity that creates the downward bias. But I asked you,
Wow,
if
what a
the
straw man,
bumblebee-
non sequitur, and a host of logical fallacies right there.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yes,
not. I
it
asked you if the bumblebee is positively charged and the air is positively charged, what's going to happen?
The air is positively charged and the ground is negatively charged or positively charged?
The air is positively charged.
Ground.
And the bee is positively
He didn't
charged.
mention the ground
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
Then the bee with winging its wings will absorb some of those charges.
And what's going to happen?
It'll become positively charged.
What's the relationship between the bee and the air going to result in?
If you're trying to say it's attracted to the air, no.
What?
No, he's not. Jesus Christ. Did you study this?
It's just going to change the part. It's just going to change the state of charge. In the amount
I mean, if it's a light charge, then they'll be repelling, but not in any prevailing direction.
Okay, now thank you. We got there. Okay. So there's going to be a repulsion, right? Which is actually dielectric acceleration away from each other.
Now you're
But
making up shit again.
doesn't matter. We won't get into that. You guys aren't ready for that. So the point is that he wouldn't answer it because it's obvious the implications, right? Like, there's a repulsion between the light charges. Now you brought up the good follow-up, which is like, well, what would create the directional bias? There's a downward current on the Earth. There you go. Thanks for playing. So it's going to repel against the air that has a downward current due to its light charges. Its flight is intrinsically tied to electrostatics. There's no way in terms of physics it couldn't be related. Now, as to whether or not it's the primary cause or the sole cause, that's a good question. It'd be cool to figure it out. But the point is that you guys in your own paradigm admit electrostatics is way stronger than gravity even claims to be. So if this bumblebee is able to fly, right, and it actually has a positive charge, the environment has a positive charge with a downward electric current going through that air back down to the ground, it's going to allow it to repel up.
Well, that's a deafening silence right there.
It's just bullshit, like utter nonsense is what it is. Measure the downward current, come what the value is. With that current through resistance, we get a power, R squared R lasts. That power will tell you the potential for which you can move something per unit time, because power is the rate of change of kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is what you're going to need to move something. So I'm sorry, Whitsitt, everything you say is completely wrong. Ass backward, incorrect, and completely confused.
So you didn't respond at all with any specificity.
You bastardize physics to make your point, and you make no sense. And the silence is just like, are you kidding me? So all of us going, what? That's what we're doing. We're all going.
Well, I don't dispute that you guys are probably lost or something, but the point is that there's a downward electric current.
Whitsitt.
Answer my questions like concisely and straight to the point. Don't give me a lecture, okay? Is there a downward electric current on the Earth? Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no question, but there's a slight downward.
So how's it not a yes or no
very
question?
slight? Because if it was a yes question, then all of it would eventually neutralize, right? If you had current flowing downward, where would it come from? Where would it come from? The sun charging up these particles of air, which has a potential that flows downward infinitely fast with an infinite circular dielectric acceleration. I mean, dude, everything you say is complete utter nonsense. It's right. It's like out of the Michael Brenner play.
That was fucking brilliant. It's not a yes or no question, Whitsitt, but yes.
Wow.
Exactly.
I wonder who taught him those tactics, like which class he had to take or which briefing he had to go through to constantly interrupt with emotion like that and get the audience all riled up against Whitsitt and not address the points. It's so crazy.
Dude, if I asked you like, hey, just answer yes or no, does this door exist? And then you're like, it's not a yes or no question, but it does exist.
It depends on what the definition of is.
No, you're constantly trying to pigeonhole the conversation into some kind of a gotcha when there's more complexity and nuance to answer.
No, there's no complexity here. He said it's not a yes or no question because where does it come from? The sun? Oh my God. Talk about a red herring fallacy. So the point is that there's a measurable downward electric current on the Earth. Okay, so Zach, see if you failed the first one, see if you can pass the next couple. Is the bumblebee positively charged when it's in the air?
When it's flapping and swinging, it's considered positively charged, yes.
Is the air positively charged?
Yes, that's where it gets its positive charge from.
What do light charges do?
Light charges will repel each other.
Okay, what would be the opposite of down?
Up.
Okay. So can you put the pieces together?
Left and right.
Left and right. Yep.
The opposite of down is left and right.
No, you're again trying to pigeonhole it into a stupid thing. You're going to have an equal direction of that repulsion.
No, because there's a downward electric current.
Oh, there's a bias.
What does electric current? How does electric current produce motion?
Yes.
Why is you saying that you got a Yes. You're saying current is producing motion.
Right. Now, if
magnetism, not anything. You're saying that just a mere of a current is making motion.
Does the air have resistance with it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there I squared R losses if any current flows through a resistance?
Oh, I don't believe in your R nonsense.
You don't believe in resistivity?
Oh, I thought okay. Yep. So what did you say? What was your question?
Impedance.
Maybe you shouldn't be answering like that.
So I thought he was invoking like
does the air have resistance? If I put an ohm meter and try to get the resistance some object a few fractions of an inch away from me, will there be a resistance of in air?
How is this relevant?
I'm going to tell you. Just play along.
Maybe find out.
No.
So if current is flowing,
I'll be happy to answer all your questions.
Current is flowing through the If current is flowing through the air and there's resistance, there will be I squared R losses. That is actually power. That means there'll be heat released. Where is that power going?
Okay, down to the ground. So this is what.
Nice try,
No,
dude.
the
You're so
current,
lost. It's
buddy,
unbelievable.
the current goes down to the ground. Like, this is what's
Danny.
so funny, though. First of all, if there's energy released, yeah, the current would go down to the earth, and then technically we do have heat that comes from the earth once it's released. But
It's not current. It's heat,
buddy.
It's
This
heat.
is the more. I just said heat, but this
No,
is the
you
more
said
important.
you said current.
I said current goes down to the earth, and then heat's released from the earth. But this is the more important part. This is the more important part that you're desperately to run away from. You're trying so desperately to run away from it. So if there's a downward electric current in the air going down to the earth, he said, how does current produce motion? Can you have current without motion?
Can you have current without motion? What do you mean?
Yes or no? What do you mean? What do I mean? What's the definition of current?
In units of amperage?
No, what's the definition of current?
Oh, no, he's talking about the motion of electrons.
Electron flow.
Or whatever you want to
call it. Oh, so movement. Oh, okay. Movement of charge.
Well, it's not really moving. Things aren't really physically moving. For example, I can get current flow out of a photocell, but there's nothing moving in it.
Hey, does flow mean movement?
Is the solar cell moving? Is the sunlight moving?
Hey, does flow mean movement?
Photons.
Does flow mean movement? Does flow mean movement?
In a dictionary. In a dictionary, I know, right? Dude, come on. Flow.
Okay, you guys
in electronics does not mean move.
Really?
Yes. Electrons aren't actually moving.
Well, I get that. That supports my position where you think they're little physical particles of matter, but there is actually a physical effect that we quantify as motion. You tried to avoid it by bringing up units. Wow, you tried to bring up units when I brought up the definition, but here's the point. So we have the downward electric current, right? And this creates a slight bias in the air. This creates a slight bias in the air, okay? And now what we're going to have is like charges interacting on the bee in the air who has a downward bias. So if the air has a downward bias and the bumblebee has the same charge as the air, what would be the opposite of the downward bias? This is the Glober tactic. Every time it gets to the conclusion, just don't respond.
I mean, can you blame them? What are they going to say?
Thinking of how stupid you're getting dirty. This is such a messy argument. You have no knowledge of the field. You're making up shit as you go.
Yeah, and then just add on.
The current is going downward. This is a downward bias, and your net result is easy to pick out. You say things flow because of this repulsion.
Hey. Let's leave our feelings out of this.
Listen to you on
Let's
this
leave our feelings out of this and address the points. Yeah, address the points, guys. Leave your feelings out of it.
It's not embarrassing. It's embarrassing for Witsit because he thinks he knows.
Hey, what would be the opposite?
He's cobbling together ideas that he thinks in his mind are true and relevant, and they're just not. He can't quantify the downward current. He can't quantify what resistance is. He can't quantify what his accelerated dielectric field is. None of these things make any sense to anybody but him.
Zanuck, you're spiraling.
Those two people could go grab a room, you two. Have fun.
Zanuck, you're spiraling, bro.
You sound like you're the one spiraling.
I'll listen in for a little bit.
I'm trying to keep the peace here, guys. All right, I'm not even in the argument.
Spiraling.
I'm hearing the commotion, and I'm not liking it. So let's just keep one mic and keep our feelings aside.
Yeah. So he just wanted to find a way out. It's okay.
No, you say there's 100 volts per meter in the atmosphere, and you're saying there's.
That's not what I say.
You said that.
It's not just what I say. It's just your own paradigm acknowledges this.
And so that's the potential. So why isn't there a current flow of X for whatever the resistivity of air is? And we know what that is per inch, per fraction of inch, per millimeter. We know what the value of generally what resistance of air is. And if that is true, then we would see current flow through that resistance and an I square R loss, which would be the heat or energy released through that motion. And then what replaces it? What creates the loop?
So wait, are we back to denying the downward current again?
There's some, but you're making it sound like it is some amazingly high value that can actually create a polarity of this substance, molecules of air, that can actually put pressure on certain objects to keep them aloft, which they do not. Just because you have a Van de Graaff generator that levitates dust doesn't mean you can lift up a person with your Van de Graaff generator.
Just flooding the chat
Okay,
with
it's just
it's
getting
like aggressive.
just between you and me, man to man,
Stop.
you're being just really silly. Okay,
Everything you
You
said was
really
a straw man. You said I claimed it was really strong, and from the very beginning, I said the exact opposite. What started the whole conversation was how I said it's super weak. You literally straw man me. Then you said
are. You
that
couldn't
there's
understand
no
why a bee would have to go
stop.
60 miles an hour in a crosswind.
Stop. So you're desperately trying to discredit me in an
I'm not
attempt to
desperate.
avoid
Make a mistake.
the conclusion being that you're wrong. It's
There's no
okay.
conclusion. You've made no claims. You've made no sense. Don't you
Okay.
understand?
So why are you
We're
so
talking to people that have
Why
a brain.
you
You're
made
not.
no
You're
claims and
talking
no
about things.
Are you
You're in
so
fantasy land. You're making things up from Michael Ken Wheeler's book of nonsense.
This is Richard Feynman.
This incredibly weak force. This incredibly weak force
I
that you
take
speak
that.
about, which it
I
is
take that as a
creating
direct attack.
197 pounds for me. Makes me weigh 197 pounds.
Okay,
So
see,
an
now
incredibly weak
this is
force.
the problem. You guys are asking questions that require like a good amount of truly understanding it, but then you always make sure that it can't be explained thoroughly. And then you pretend that means that you're right. So this is like someone not wanting to hear the critique against the Bible. Like I can pretend the Bible's real if every time he goes to explain my questions, I don't let him finish. That's what you're doing. Okay, you said that you couldn't be quantified, and you said it doesn't exist, it can't be quantified, it's made up. Then you turned around and said, oh, some does exist, which means it can be quantified. I just dropped Richard Feynman lecture showing the quantification. Secondly, you said I claimed it was super strong. Straw man. I said it specifically it's super weak. Okay? And then you couldn't answer the question of what would be the opposite of the downward bias.
And I told you, and there's no downward current unless you're talking about electric, like discharges of lightning. Generally, there's no current flow. It's just randomly going downward, not being replaced by any mechanism that you can even dream up. And that's what's causing a repulsive force or an attractive force where things can float or sink. You're just making shit up, Witsit. And it's so obvious to everybody but you, I guess.
I literally just now dropped it in the chat, right? And it's consistently going down to the ground. It's a measurable electric current. It's not extremely strong, but that doesn't actually matter at all.
It's very weak. It's very little. Very little.
I agree. Yes,
because
that's
air is
my
an
entire
insulator.
argument. That's my entire argument.
Okay, what is the electromotive force there? How much force does that bias cause?
Not very much, but it doesn't matter because
How much? I mean, like it doesn't matter. How much of
I can't
a
remember off the top of
quarter
my
is
head.
that electromotive force?
It's very small, like microamps. It's like something small, but it doesn't matter. Like it's just that the downward bias is there, right? That's the point. And so then when you get into your question of like how much you weigh, that's a totally different part of the conversation, which would be we need to properly define weight. And the way that we currently define weight, which of course that's what gravitas is, right? Heavy, how heavy something is, weight. See, you're not even, you don't want to know. It's just like the Bible analogy.
No, I don't want to hear you talk about your little dictionary games.
Wow. Okay.
The history of the word gravitas was in ancient Greek.
Well, I do want to mention there are several globe servers out there, and you are currently in something where we talk about the possibilities of different things. So if you're not capable of entertaining the open possibilities, then Gem Pandas is always there.
So another thing that can be measured, in addition to the potential gradient, which is 100 volts per meter, is the current in the atmos. The current density is small, about 10 microamps, crosses each square meter parallel to the Earth. The air is evidently not a perfect insulator, and because of this conductivity, a small current caused by the electric field we have just been describing passes from the sky down to the Earth. Richard Feynman lectures.
Yeah, I think this might be a little too much for these guys. We gotta keep it to the simple stuff here.
Well, if they're not going to straw man you, I feel like I should. Does that mean that you can levitate humans with it?
Well, technically you could, but you'd have to kill them.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I was bringing up the Van de Graaff generator. This little bitty piece of styrofoam is like Mount Everest with 250,000 volts. But I'm about to go eat with the wifey. I'll catch up with you guys in a bit.
Later, man.
And by the way, the max speed of a bee is 20 miles an hour, not 60.
Yeah, no one said it was 60.
He said he could fly in a straight line in a 60-mile crosswind, which means he could fly 60 miles. You still haven't figured that one out yet, have you? It's like one of those riddles that you just can't figure out. They're like the little kid in the back of the room that just can't figure it out. Everyone else gets it. You can't.
You're actually talking about the stupidity of your own red herring that no one cares about.
It's not my red herring. He brought it up. You can't understand it, and that's okay. You're going to latch on to the incomprehension of how things work in the physical world. You talk over me the entire time.
I know that you don't get it, Anik. It's not a problem. It's your red herring is the stupid thing that no one cares about.
All right, fellas. We're all gentlemen here.
Oh, Kosho's in the room. I thought you were grounded, dude.
I am. I don't know what I'm walking into, but let's all play nice. You guys are the closest people I know, so I want to make sure we're all getting along.
Can't we all just get along?
Actually, to be honest, you guys don't have to get along, but let's keep it to the subject. What is the subject, anyways? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, fuck. They were talking about bumblebees and electromagnetic fucking stuff.
Oh, right. Like bumblebees flying? Yeah. Hey, a lot of people claim that bumblebees fly because of electromagnetism, but it's just not the case. Don't they fly because they're in a dense medium in comparison to their size? It's kind of like a fish in water. Yeah, that's how they move through the air.
Oh, like buoyancy?
Buoyant. Yeah, we went over that already, Quetzal. We talked about the motion of these wings, this 250 hertz frequency that they flap, but it's the way they flap, which is very unique compared to anything else. It creates these vortices. It creates this tunnel of air just thrust out in the downward direction to give it lift, and it can actually.
I didn't mean.
It can flex its wings in such a way where it can actually fly in crosswinds and this type of thing. But then we went on to like why is it flying and how it picks up pollen from a flower and how it's positively charged and the ground is negatively charged, and that's why the pollen is negatively charged and it gets sucked up without having to contact bee. And it went into crosswinds, and then no one can understand how a crosswind works, about how the bees fly. I mean, it went all over. And then of course Whitsitt said, oh, it's because down in the atmosphere, 120 million per square meter per meter, and that's a downward current, and that's positively charged, and that's why things fall downward. It just went into shit show mode. So there it is in 2 hours in a nutshell there.
You know why that current's not useful? It's because it's not even constant. That's like ideal. That's like an ideal situation. Like it's like with no weather or anything.
You got it backwards.
No, those conditions are only existent, like claimed only when the atmosphere is completely still and there's no wind or weather or anything.
Hey, you want to keep your mom on the low, dude? She's yelling in the background.
My bad.
All right. Well, as Whitsitt put it, that it is constant, but it's just so low and it's nearly negligible.
It's not constant.
All right.
When
Well,
you
maybe I got
realize
it wrong.
Whitsitt's conclusions about almost everything is always incorrect. That's the statement of the day.
Let's not talk about Whitsitt right now. He's not here to defend himself.
Let's talk about the current then. Let's talk about the current. The current is not constant. Any citation, I can't say any citation, you show me, but every citation I've seen has discussed it as 100 volts per meter, but that's only when the atmosphere is completely calm and there's no weather.
I think your mom's getting mad, bro.
His dog just wants a bone.
Almost sounded like a cat there for a second.
He's a small dog.
Kosho doesn't feed his pets, so they beg for food all the time. It's pathetic. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's not my pet anyway. I think this dog is addicted to drugs. To be honest with you,
Oh shit.
yeah, my friend does drugs. Actually, they're gone now. So let's not talk about that. But their dogs are here, and I think their dogs might have gotten into their drugs. I don't know what.
Hey man, a lot of people, they let their dogs partake. Cats too.
Nah, but my friend did that when we were younger. Like, we smoke weed and they blow it in his dog's ear or whatever, and his dog would get fucking loopy. Like, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that doesn't work, bro.
Yeah, it does?
Absolutely. No, it absolutely
I've watched it.
does not work.
I've seen it happen.
Oh god, that's such a misconception, bro. I think
3 minutes the dog
Mythbusters
was
did
back.
something on that.
He was on his back eating grass, fucking from behind his head. It was weird.
Well, the last part was a joke, but no, I think it's a huge misconception, bro. Yeah.
Anyways, back to the subject. So bees, right? And by the way, when I was saying the lift, I wasn't talking about lift when I was talking about the viscosity. I was talking about the way they move through the air.
Well, I think there was a claim of 60 miles an hour, or no, it was it 20 miles an hour through a 60-mile-hour headwind, or what was the claim, Zanuck? I think you remember best.
60 miles an hour through a 60-mile-an-hour. Yep.
Okay.
I can't believe
that wouldn't make sense because then it would be stationary. If it was flying 60 miles an hour through a 60-mile-hour headwind, it wouldn't be moving, right?
It would go. So, yeah, everyone knows that. This is the thing. It's stupid. What said is that they're capable of keeping a course through 60 miles. Not a course straight ahead, just a course, right? Of course, when you're adding crosswinds, they're going to have to maybe aim, let's say they're trying to go north, right? And they analyze the crosswinds and they would maybe aim west-northwest or something. I don't know how exactly they do it, but this is why what Zanuck said is red herring, right? Because the bee isn't required to travel 60 miles an hour. I don't know what's so hard about this.
I don't want to take it back to these dogs.
I think it was proven that if the bee is positively charged and the air is positively charged, they would repel each other and the bee would just go through it like it wasn't there.
Now you're getting Zanuck all charged.
Yeah, but you guys talk about the current in the atmosphere again? Or are you talking about something else when you say the air?
We started off with how the bee or the bumblebee, whatever, collects pollen, and the claim was that the pollen lifts up from the flower to the bee due to the indifference between the charges on both the grounding of the flower and the positively charged, as you guys would put it, of the bee, and through that it's almost like powder coating, right? Where there's like this what you guys would call an attraction.
The problem if you have a repulsion of these air molecules and it has it pushes the air in all directions equally. Why will it have any preference which way it can go?
Yeah, like the only way that you can connect those two areas. This dog outside, dude. But yeah. Anytime you can connect those two charges. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
Maybe you need water, dude. Put a water bowl out for the dog, bro.
Yeah, Coach, I'll just set that out, but I might be slightly delayed as well. So maybe.
Oh no, I'm just saying that, and the connection between the current, like between the between the two areas in the atmosphere, where this current is expressed, it has to be connected by, like a wire or something, some conductive wire, and then there has to be like a reason for it to, there has to be an action to cause it to flow.
What you just said was dog water, but did you actually give the dog water? And furthermore, what do you mean by flow? Is there movement in this flow?
Well, the current. Whole point of a
Current
current
movement?
the current is flow of the charge, right?
So there's movement. Can you say yay or nay, or
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by movement. What's
when you say
moving?
current, or the flow of the charge, is there a movement from one Cartesian location to the next, whether it be in meters or picometers?
Yeah, but I mean that's not it's not like a material. It's not like a material flow. What's this dog sneezing?
Nobody said material flow. I'm just asking if there's movement involved in current.
Like I said, just the flow of the charge. Like I wouldn't say that anything other than the electric field.
I don't know, bro.
So it's not an actual material. It's not an actual material flowing.
It's just a yes or no thing. It didn't require all this dance around, bro. Like, is there
I'm
movement
dealing with
involved?
something.
I'm not
But
talking about
wouldn't you
material flow.
consider
Question at the same time.
right? But wouldn't you
Is there
consider
physical
current
movement?
an energy, a form of energy?
No,
So
we've gone down
energy
there.
moves. So
Yeah. So, is there a physical movement?
we're not asking if there's a physical movement.
I'm asking Kosho, please. Thank you. Sorry.
I'd say so.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
I know your game dice slow.
You know I got game, bro.
Yeah. I know what you're at, man. You trying to trap me, huh?
I'm not trying to trap you, dude. This was
okay.
Witzit's argument prior to you coming in, and Moyak nor Zanuck would offer up a valuable answer. Just a bunch of.
I thought you were trying to trap me in saying that is there a physical flow? If I said no, and I also said that it was energy.
Oh yeah, no, that was a trap for sure.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was lucky I caught on to that one.
Traps aren't dishonest when it leads you to the truth, my friend.
No. Yeah, it's exactly. And how Kosho defines physical is where I had him by the short hairs. So.
Yeah, you had me by the short hairs. I caught you.
Yeah, but you still gave me what I wanted. You still gave it up.
I didn't give it up. I told you there is a physical flow. Yeah.
Wham bam, thank you, man.
However, I'm not going to say anything to you specifically about this, but I think it, in general, because it comes up a lot, but it's important to make sure that we understand there's distinctions between. God damn it, dude! What is it with these fucking dogs? There's a distinction between physical.
Water,
no, but they never do this, dude. I don't know what the hell's. I get some
Just
bones.
take it to the pound,
water, bro.
Just take it to the pound.
Horrible.
Anyway, so yeah. So there's a difference between material, physical, tangible. Yeah, I guess it's those three. And I think those get conflated a lot. But material, physical, and tangible have three different meanings and are actually they're not mutually exclusive, but so something that's physical can be material and tangible, but something that's tangible, but it doesn't have to be. That's what I'm saying. So something that's tangible has to be material, has to be physical. And something that's material has to be physical. But something that's physical doesn't have to be tangible and material.
Hold on. Back up. What was the last thing?
Something that is physical is not required to be tangible or material.
Okay. So exactly. That's your escape route between the three. Like everything else adds up except for the physical, right? That's the only one that doesn't fit within the rest of the light group.
Well, I'm trying to think of something that's material but not tangible, or vice versa. I can't think. So let's just say physical is different than tangible and material. Now that's what you're getting at.
Get physical.
The bees, that's it, huh?
Birds and the bees.
What? You guys aren't talking about your new model, Walter Bislin, and all this other stuff? That was actually kind of interesting to listen to that yesterday.
I don't know. Fill me in. Is this celestial stuff? If so, let's just not.
No. It's actually an attempt to completely negate all celestial observations That seems to be the attempt, is to invalidate all celestial observations and render them meaningless because, or not meaningless, but not in relationship to the actual shape of the Earth because of the fact that we see in this this hyperbolic vision or spherical vision, whichever kind of vision, it's non-Euclidean.
Spherical
So
geometry.
that's yeah, spherical or even hyperbolic, but non-Euclidean regardless. And because of this, the things that we see and the spherical nature of them don't have any relationship to the actual shape of the Earth. That's the argument,
Right.
as I understand it.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah, this always boils down to the long distance observation, which I said I try to skew away from due to the fact that there's obvious limitations of the eye which haven't really been heavily agreed on, and the fact that you're dealing with optical effects, like a whole slew of variables to contend with when trying to decipher reality from apparent
Well,
observation.
if that's what's holding us back, then I think we're in good luck because I was watching this thing on Neuralink today, and I know Jeremy is interested in it. My friend with one eye, she's interested in it, and yeah, they're going to update your eyes for people who have working eyes and no eyes at all. So whatever limitations we have of our eyes, I think will soon be surpassed. All right, so just wait tight.
Talking
What
about
are the
the
limitations?
mechanical eye?
Well, no, the actual your physical eye on your face. You're right, has limitations, just like any lens or camera does. But like most cameras, you can buy upgraded parts and stuff like that. So turns out we're going to be able to do that with our eyes too. Regardless, what are the limitations though of the eye? You said there's limitations, so we can't really do long distance observations. What are the limitations?
Well, if you heard me, I said I don't really like getting into these discussions because it's heavily unagreed upon and always leads to argumentation and subjectivity rather than objective facts. So, what you say is beautiful might not be beautiful to me. Thus, everything's in the eye of the beholder. So, unless we can accurately define those limitations and variables, then it's, futile argument. And I don't really want to dive into that.
Well, I feel you, and I have to respect your desires or lack of desire. But I will say that I think that you might have it a little bit backwards though, because subjectivity and opinions aren't necessary when you're talking about limitations of a mechanism or mechanical or biological device.
When I can have somebody telling me they can see the curve, right?
Okay.
Then it's like, what's the point, man?
Well, I mean, they could give you more than just that. Like they could tell you what they're talking about. But regardless, I mean, I'll just tell you what I think. What I think people claim are the limitations of the eyes, or what I think they are. I think that they are the range, the wavelength. So we have a range in the frequencies that we can actually see. It's a very short range. What else? We have a limited amount, so we require a certain amount of photons before we can see it. Yeah, what's going on?
Do you even hear yourself? Neuralink?
No, I can't hear myself, but
you listen back. You sound ridiculous, bro.
I do that sometimes, and I do realize that. Fair enough, P-Mac. I said that about 5 minutes ago, though.
I know. I'm just catching up now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know when you get to this part.
Yeah, this part. What part? Where you drill 6 inches into the skull and put a Neuralink in there? Like it's totally acceptable. Like you sound like you obviously love that. You can't wait for.
I mean,
you can wait.
I can wait. I'll be an old man, most likely. An older man, most likely, before I do that type of
No,
stuff.
no, it's
But
happening now, bro.
yeah, no, but I'll be older because I'm not gonna do it yet. Wait until stuff starts failing.
Do you think when you're older you sound more sensible, or
I think when I'm older, I'm gonna be clinging to life much much harder. So
like for dear life, like the rest of us, huh?
anyway, the point is though that we're talking about the limitations of the eye. Some people claim, actually, very recently, people are claiming that there's a range, like a spherical range or hemispherical range, uh, that will get like that's the range of where you can see, and you can see things outside that range, but something happens with
Binocular
magic
eyes.
or something.
You were trying to explain to us how great it would be if we could put binocular eyes in human beings. That's basically.
I think we did that already. I think God did that a while ago.
No, but that's what you were trying to get at. How beautiful it would be, how great it would be. Binocular visions in human eyes.
I mean, you might need to catch up, but
Hey,
I think most people have binocular vision.
Bro, I seen it coming.
So, Kosha, how do you think we see? You think we see off into light years, or what do you think's going on?
That's exactly how I think we see. It's a great question. It's a great question, and please, please don't be offended. It's not even an offensive statement, so I don't know why I'm warning you not to be offended. But just don't be offended by what the comparison I'm going to make is, and that's with a computer or microchip. So I've had microchips where I've taken the microchip and I've added a camera and a speaker or microphone, like a sensor, like this type of stuff, and it will compute the information, and I can upload it to my computer and do all this other type of stuff. So the camera is very similar to, or it's analogous to, any kind of antenna, because they're both just reading the light. They're both just receiving a electromagnetic radiation, right? And the wavelength. Different cameras and different antennas can pick up different wavelengths, and our eyes are no different. You can compare it to a camera, like a CCD sensor that's in a camera. That your retina is fairly analogous to that, or you can think of it as a dish, like a dish to pick up a satellite TV, right? Because it's just receiving the signal and processing.
Yeah, so
And
it's all just a
that's what we
receiving,
see.
right? Which is kind of the materialistic, a little bit the mainstream view. Like it's all just coming to your eye. You're just receiving it and then, processing it in your brain, basically.
It makes sense to me, and I gotta say that is fair. My assessment is fair, even if it is mainstream. It correlates with the way that we make other things receive light. So.
Okay, so if that's the case, then it's not that you're seeing light years; it's that light years are coming to you, and then they're coming into your eyeball or whatever from light years away, from ancient time or whatever, from 8,000 years ago or whatever the stories are.
Yes, photons that are not impeded by anything and are allowed to continue to travel will continue to travel, and sometimes it takes them very far, and it takes them time to get there. And so I know it seems crazy to think, oh, that happened, 10 million years ago, or when we see Polaris, we're seeing 400 years in the past. But the truth is, this is the case when you see anything. Everything you see, in my opinion, is it has the what do you call that? Like the delay of the time it takes to ping off the object and into your eye. I know that's in contention. If I have 5 seconds more, I'll just tell you my thing about the fireworks, because I brought that up from the experience I had on New Year's. I was watching the fireworks. I could see my neighbor's fireworks. a couple blocks away, the ones also that were right in front of me, and the ones that are right in front of you, you see the flash and the bang at the same time, and it's cool. The ones that are a few streets down, you see the flash, and then there's a delay in the bang. And it's kind of eerie at first. You think maybe that's like how that firework works, but it's actually just a delay in when the signal got to you, when the light got to you, and then when the sound got to you. And so that tells you that there's a time for one of them to get to you, and probably both of them.
You sure that just wasn't the headboard from the neighboring room? Maybe your mom's room or something?
Well, I was not at my mom's in Australia, so.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, I grew up in Michigan, so there was a lot of those thunderstorms and lightning storms. Like Michigan's kind of known because of the Great Lakes and the way the storm patterns are I think a bit unique because of the Great Lakes. And I remember the incredible levels of delay between the light flash of the lightning and the thunder, and some ripping, roaring thunder, like just shake your whole house kind of thing. So yeah, there's definitely that difference between the light flash and then the sound, which comes, after, quite a bit after.
And I was bored out there in the driveway with me and my girlfriend were kind of, I don't remember what the whole thing was that night, but she was a little acting weird, and so I was kind of bored sitting out there. And I was kind of person that I am. I get bored and I start doing math in my head, and I was actually doing the math of like the difference in the speeds of each, and then the difference in the time that it was taking, and trying to estimate if I could determine how far away it was. And depending on my estimations, there's a little a margin of error, but I think it was fairly close.
So
my understanding of thunderstorms is, I've experimented with this myself. Like if you see the flash of lightning and you just count 1001, 1002 till you hear the thunder, that's how many miles away it is. And it actually works.
What was
I'm
that
not
again?
sure if it would work with fireworks.
Hold on. What was that again? You do what?
You time.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you time the flashes of lightning, and you just start counting 1001, 1002, 1003, and if it strikes at 1005, it would be 5 miles away.
No,
actually,
that's not how it works.
No, it works.
No, it doesn't work. I'll tell you why.
It works.
Hold on.
Just stop arguing with me, and I'll tell you why it doesn't work. So we know the speed of sound is what? You know how
Danik,
fast
you're arguing with yourself, dude.
I'm really not. She thinks that every second is going to.
Well, just say your point.
This only works with lightning and thunder. That's it. I never said it works with everything.
Everything it does. It really does.
What did Blue say? Blue, you said it was 1 mile per second, Blue, or what?
1 mile for 5 seconds.
No, 1 mile per 5 seconds. Light travels at about 1,100 feet per second. I mean, sound travels at.
Okay,
so you're saying around 1,100 feet per second. So 5 seconds.
Oh, you're going to have to experiment with it yourself.
We have.
Or you just rule out everything I said.
I've seen things hit wider towers and explode, and I counted the seconds: 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. And it's about a mile away, and about 5 seconds go by. You said for every second, that was how far? A mile. No, it's not 5 miles away for every second.
Xanix's cousin knows the guy that made lightning. Okay.
Yes. Zeus. Yes, he must know him. Yep.
If you say things around here, people might want to help you understand them a little better than you think you do.
Xanix's grandfather invented lightning.
Yeah, but it's obvious that things that happen in the sky are way different than what happens down here.
How?
They're not the same. We don't even know how far away the lightning is.
We do.
No, we don't.
We do. We hear the lightning strike because that's what the sound. That's what when that lightning, you see the flash. That's what's making the sound. And if you count how long it takes for that, from the time you see the light to when you hear the thunder, that's exactly how far away that lightning bolt is.
Yeah, I just Googled it, and yeah, it is saying like 5 seconds is 1 mile. So what Blue is saying, about a fifth of a second.
Well, a lot of that's dependent upon the temperature and air pressure of the medium to begin with.
Sound moves by virtue of the temperature of it's a temperature calculation.
Also, altitude plays another factor. So you got three variables that could throw that either way. You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean this is National Weather Service weather.gov, and it says 5 seconds for 1 mile is the difference between thunder and the lightning. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you that I had that memorized wrong. Like when I did the fireworks thing, I actually converted it. I did all this because I was really bored. So I was converting the numbers and stuff. So I got that right. But yeah, whenever I do the lightning thing, I always did that rule, and I think I had the rule memorized like she had it, like one.
You sure you're not doing the
mile per
drugs?
second.
I'm trying to blame it on the dog, dude.
Well, like we said, we know lightning moves at about 1,000 feet a second, as mentioned. 1,000
Seems to me
feet
like
is
a
only-
long time. For
we
only
know
a
that
mile.
1,000 feet is only less than a quarter mile. So we have to have 5,280 feet is a mile. So roughly 5 seconds gives you a mile. So if you ever hear a sound, and you ever see something happen, and then it takes 5 seconds to get to you, it's a mile away.
Oh, okay. This was my understanding doing this experiment, and this was based on even what my grandmother told, whatever. The storm would be 5 miles away.
For 5 seconds?
Yep.
Again.
And it actually
sound-
works. So you can
No,
you
it
can
doesn't
do
work.
that. It has
Your
nothing.
grandmother did not get a degree in physics, obviously.
Oh my God! It's always about science. Nobody can ever,
Hold
discover
on,
anything
math,
on their
risky
own,
math.
right?
Don't confuse me with the facts my mind's made up. My grandmother told me this. Come on.
Be nice, Janet. Come on.
I'm not nice. I'm the I'm the citation here, and I have to act like it.
Kosho,
You said
real
it the other
quick, while
day.
we got someone reasonable. Hold on, real quick, Kosho, while someone reasonable is in here. Why is it
Well,
hotter?
I just want you to test it yourself, and it's the storm, not the lightning itself or the
The
thunder.
lightning you see, yes, it's the lightning you see. It's just part happens in the
No, the
storm.
lightning you count from when you see it to the time of the thunder, and that tells you how many miles the storm is away from.
No,
All
wrong.
right, no, Zanik, it's just fine. She's saying something different than you think she's saying, but it's fine. I think Jeremy's trying to say something. But let's
Even the storm.
Did you want to keep
if you
going with
count
this
to
lightning
5,
thing? Go ahead, carry on.
How big is a storm typically? How big is a storm? If a storm is happening somewhere, if there's lightning happening somewhere, what do you think is like an average radius of a storm? I'll give you a quick way to shut the whole thing down. If you say that it's less than 5 miles, like if it's less than a 5 mile radius of the storm, radius, then she'd be fine then.
I don't know
Zanik,
why
your
you
mic
said
is
radius.
feeding back.
Yeah. I don't know why you
Mine?
said radius. Yeah.
Xanax was.
I don't know why you say radius. You mean distance, right?
No one's assuming anything.
Well, we
Yeah, I
assume
was
everything.
assuming distance 5 miles away.
You
That's
see
all.
the lightning.
I was trying to back
see the
you up.
flash. Don't do that. You're just encouraging her. You got a lightning strike. You see the flash. You count. If you get 5 seconds and then you hear it, that light, which created the sound, took 5 seconds to get to you. Since it's 1,000 feet a second, that'd be 5,000 feet. That's about a mile. So it's a mile away. It's that
So it works.
simple. Don't make it more
Yeah,
complicated
but
than
you're
it is.
talking about the lightning. I'm talking about the storm. The storm can get to you before all the lightning does.
Oh yeah, storm. You could be in the storm.
You could have
You could be right
rain.
in- You could have it rain. It'd be raining, and you're in the storm right now. The whole,
That's
center of the
all
storm.
I was saying.
It doesn't
You're
matter. You're
arguing
wrong,
stuff
no matter
that.
how you look at it. It's not. Just
All right,
stop quoting
whatever.
your
You can be
grandmother.
the storm.
Quote us, and you.
Sonic, you're a dick, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Let's how about this? How about this? I actually. I'll say this. I was wrong. I was wrong. Go ahead, Jeremy. I was wrong because
You're
I
always
thought
wrong, bro.
I was doing it backwards. I was doing it backwards and trying to claim that the storm might be bigger, and so her claim that that might be where the lightning is, but the storm could be here. Doofus kind of like always corrected me, and I see now the light that obviously that's backwards. And if you it would be further it would be further away even than that. So not closer.
She thinks the storm is farther away than the lightning.
By the way, I said poor Linda. I didn't mean that like in a negative way. I just meant like she was just being calm and peaceful and sharing information. Xanax just you screaming at her. So that's all I meant by that.
Process, like it was very sweet. The way
Okay, do you think the storm is lower than the lightning?
No, the way you've got it, if the lightning is the first thing you start timing from, and the thunder is what you start or you finish your time at, you think the storm is 5 miles away. The lightning can only be 1 mile away, so the storm has to be farther away from you than the lightning, which doesn't make any sense.
No, but the sky is huge. So this all gets back to perception of where the lightning actually is. That was my point.
Regardless
because
of
the
how
storm
large,
clouds are lower than the lightning.
okay, regardless of how large you think the sky is, and it's great, yes, it definitely is large, you have the storm being farther away from you than the lightning you saw, which doesn't make any sense.
No, it wasn't farther away.
What?
If you say that the sound you heard.
Okay, I'm looking at
farther
lightning
away-
in the distance. Okay, I'm seeing lightning come in, and I hear the thunder rumbling, and I'm counting. I'm saying the storm is 5 miles away.
Okay, I'll try this again, hopefully without interruption.
It's
If you
not
say-
over top of
you're-
me
if
when
you
I'm
say-
looking at the lightning. If you're
for fuck's-
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Okay, we'll try this again, hopefully without interruption. If you're saying that 5 seconds later you hear the sound from the moment you saw lightning, you're saying that thing that caused the sound is 5 miles away. However, we know the lightning, when it struck, and between the time it struck and you heard a sound, the lightning can only be 1 mile away. So you're saying the storm is farther away than the lightning. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you know what doesn't make
I'm-
any sense?
I'm not
Listen-
getting what you're saying. I
you're
don't
sitting
see
there
how
trying to-
you see that the storm or the lightning is 1 mile away. I'm looking at it in the distance. I like to watch storms roll in. That's a hobby of mine.
You're sitting there talking about storms and lightnings and whatever, right? But the shape of the Earth, no, never mind. Like, what does the
point.
That's
a good point, man.
Thank you, Bojo.
Well, I think it
No,
got
my-
brought up originally
My
because it was
point was that lightning itself falls into the perception thing.
It's light.
Just because it's night, it's whatever. It falls into the perception thing because you don't know how far away it is.
We're talking about storms, and that's acceptable. But Doofus and Zanuck, they start talking to you like this is like a great debate about storms and shit. But it's got nothing to do with the shape of Earth. A storm doesn't prove a shape of Earth. Like,
Well, this got brought up because I was talking to Coach about how we see, and then he was saying he thinks everything's traveling to his eye and then being received in the eye, and then that led to the idea of the difference with the lightning and the thunder sounds and how he was relating that. I don't know where we're going in the conversation next, but back linked to that, I was going to ask Coach, like, is there anything about that viewpoint of vision that you think would be problematic if the Earth being just a planar stationary surface? Like, is there anything about that idea that light is traveling to your eye that is problematic? Just in general, I'm not talking about all the subtleties of the stars and celestial navigation. I'm just talking about in general.
Okay. Well, at first, my first initial response until you said the thing with the stars, I was immediately gonna say no because I can isolate all that stuff. Like, it's an isolated thing what's happening in your eyes. But then you start bringing up the stars and stuff, and of course, those observations would, if those distances were correct, then that would be sort of. But I guess, no. If the Earth was flat and I found that out, that doesn't really change that the universe could be as old as it is and all that other kind of stuff. So,
But you talk about spectroscopy. Like, what I'm saying is this: let's just say flat planar surface, stars above, whatever the ceiling of the universe, this realm is, whether it's a dome or flat. It doesn't. I'm just saying stars above, ground below, just as we experience it. Is there any problem in general with just whatever those lights are up there, just like lights on the ceiling of your, room or house or whatever? That, and then in that way, I'm not saying it is or isn't this way. I'm just trying to go with what you were saying. That all that light is traveling to your eye and being received, and that's it. Like the stars don't have to be light years away or whatever, however far they are. That just the light is emitting from a medium that you're receiving it, in that viewpoint of how we see that you're saying.
Okay, well, actually, that now I have more time to think about it too. There's actually a lot of problems. Yeah, so yeah, if the Earth were a flat plane, all that stuff would have to be rethought because this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. But yeah, so the celestial navigation, for example, like the fact that the fact that the lights are where they are, and the Earth is that only works in a Earth the shape it is. So if we're on a flat plane and the lights are somehow getting to us differently, kind of like in a way you were expressing yesterday, you guys were expressing yesterday, then yeah, but I mean, it would just have to work completely differently. Although, like I said, I don't agree with y'all's assessment. So maybe you guys will come up with an answer for that kind of stuff, but it doesn't seem like having a spherical dome of vision where everything outside of that gets warped or whatever. Yeah, this doesn't really.
We're not asking you to come to terms with our assessment. We're asking you to make an assessment for yourself.
Right. That's what I'm saying to you. In my assessment, based on the way that I view the way that this stuff works, the way that the Earth is, it would kind of have to. You would have to change the way that light is thought of, or how light is received by sensors on Earth or your eyes or anything like that.
God damn, motherfucker!
We've come. Yes, because we've come to the conclusions. There are other observations though too, outside of just lights. I just want to say that. So it's not just lights. But go ahead.
True, but the reason why I say that though, even to say that, is because there are things that have been deemed, as fact, but only to support one argument. Because then when you point out, that same, illusion or optical illusion, when you point that out for another reason, then all of a sudden you don't want to apply that. I'm not saying you specifically, but somebody else. So like when you want to say refraction for one reason, but not for another, then that's just you're picking and choosing, only to fit your narrative. Because obviously there are some things that you even on here admitted that, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But if you were to say, okay, well, I agree with that, then that would kind of destroy your argument or your belief. And I think that's at least trying to be fair with you. Like, at least sometimes you try to be fair and honest and genuine about it, and not just saying, just because it went against your belief. And
sometimes.
And I appreciate that when you do that. Not always, but every now and then a blue moon comes around, and here's Kosho admitting that, oh wait, yeah, that doesn't that we have a point one way or another.
I see. How often does a blue moon come around, by the way?
Every night, actually.
I think it's once every 3 years.
I would say only when I got an orange peel.
Well, I have blue tint on my windows, so every night is blue. Kidding.
Well, blue moon, just by the way, it's the second full moon in the same month.
Yeah. So also, I believe the Native Americans even called it something different. I forgot. I've heard that a long time ago. Yeah.
They didn't even speak English.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not important. But yeah, okay. So, what's your point though? You said I'm a dishonest guy, and sometimes I can be honest on every blue moon.
Well, in regards to the effects that, when we view light, whether we're looking at the lights in the sky or when we're trying to explain how light works, here on the ground, I think there's a lot of things that light does through the different mediums all together, that it doesn't allow us to, concretely say that this is this or this is that, because there are optical illusions. So like if you took all your measurements at a time when the light was fully distorting what you're looking at, then it's almost like, look at it like a court case, like, oh, excuse me, the evidence is smeared. It's not even valid here because it's been tampered with. There's some invariables here that we can't bring to the table. So then you just kind of just like throw that out. Like you can't even use that evidence because it's not
inconclusive. Yeah.
correct. So like when we had the Xanax of the room, like, no, it's refraction. We can calculate it. We have this angle, and we have a minus and plus. Okay, but that means you're allowing wiggle room, and in the court of law, you don't have that. You can't have wiggle room. It's because then
it goes like this.
If you're wrong, you're making yourself right, or
it goes like this.
Or the opposite. If you're right,
Let's
but
say
the evidence against you is making yourself wrong because there's this plus and minus error. It's not safe to do in any argument that we have in here, but we've had that for how many years now? Kind of.
Let's say that you have.
Yes.
Let's say you have a beer.
Yeah,
okay?
actually.
And you don't know what it is. Hold on.
Optics.
You don't know. Hold on. You don't know what beer it is, though.
Trying to bring.
You're still going.
Optics, like the way we understand it, but then you mix it with pseudoscience. Now you like try to invoke these things that aren't even measurable.
Yeah,
but optically,
the
light in the sky. But then you say, "Oh, we know the distance to it." Pseudoscience, because you don't know the distance to it. But optically, you can try to drum up some nonsense, crazy theory, retard. Can't say that word. Some nonsense theories. Now, optical.
If you don't respond to us in 5 seconds, we're gonna have to wait for you to get that you can't hear us.
Of them.
I'm gonna count it in my head.
All right. Hot mic.
Fair enough. I had a great analogy, but it was specific for him. Well, I'll just tell you guys.
Bro, stop lying. Your analogy sucked.
I had a great analogy the other night. Yeah, I did. I had a great analogy the other night.
I don't believe
it.
Hey,
can
you hear us? Apocryphon? You able to hear us?
My bad. Can you hear me? My bad.
We can hear you.
But Kosho was trying to respond to you, and it was like you couldn't hear us or something.
No, I couldn't hear anything, to be honest. I looked and I actually dropped out of the thing. I was like, figured one of you guys just kicked me. Oh no.
All you could hear was the sound of your own voice.
I think someone moved you to the hot mic room because you couldn't hear us.
Well, it's all good now, Apocryphon. I have an analogy for you, though, Apocryphon. Okay? And some people say my analogies suck. And those people have one eye. Okay? So let's forget about that. Yeah. But regardless, my analogy for you is this. Imagine there's like beer on the table. There's beer in these cups. And we don't know what kind of beer it is. And we were tasting it, but we still can't tell. But we do know that like Budweiser or whatever that has like 4%, 5%. And Earthquake, as a malt liquor, has 10%. Right? So if we have a device that can pick up and we get in there and it'll tell us the alcohol content, but it's not very accurate, right? So it's not extremely accurate, but it'll tell us within 2%, right? It'll tell us, plus or minus 2%. So would you say that would be a decent tool to use to determine whether it was Earthquake or Budweiser? A 4% beer versus a 10% beer? Because it's outside, the error margin, being only 2%, the measurement we're looking for is outside of that. So it kind of renders it's a perfectly reasonable, test to do when we're trying to determine whether it's this or that, when the difference is greater than the error margin. Does that make sense?
No, I get what you're saying, but there's math involved, and this math is pretty like accurate. Like it's not plus or minus. There is a definitive distance that we can use, but because things aren't making sense optically in your model, you have to then add these variables plus or minus. And that's the problem. Because then what that allows you to do is have wiggle room. So then when like you're seeing something that mathematically you shouldn't be seeing, but all of a sudden we're seeing it, then all you do is just use your little wiggle room, little get out of jail card free. Like, oh no, but wait, it's this. And with this, we have a plus or minus, so it fits in our tolerances. But you're not getting it then. You're not getting what I'm saying, at least. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. So the atmosphere, this margin of error, has limits. So it's not going to happen, or at least it'd be extremely unlikely. So unlikely you can just say it's never going to happen. It's not going to happen that you can see, the what's it called, Eiffel Tower from USA, right? You're not going to see Eiffel Tower, Big Ben, anything like that from the USA, just because of refraction, right? So there's limits to the distance that refraction will bring back, and also there's standard refraction, which you can use, which you more and more have the ability to use the higher up you go. But even when you're low on the horizon, and refraction can be pretty extreme, and even in those extreme cases, it still has limitations to what can be expected. So, you can certainly draw a line somewhere and say this is where your error margin could be. You can't just rule, like if you showed up to ballers like the Burj Khalifa taken from New York City, or Eiffel, or the Mount Everest taken from sea level in Australia or something like that. If you showed this to somebody, they wouldn't be able to come up with some refractive claim and say that the refraction did that. You know what I mean? It'd be pretty damning.
This is all I'm saying, though, Kosho, is you guys sometimes like kind of like will declare a fact and then like just kind of look over it when that fact is now debunked. Like, okay, it can't be that fact if this is what's going on over here. Now you guys will kind of like not even try to touch that like a smooth politician. You'll just dodge what's going on and then try to invoke this, phenomenon happening over here. But you're using that as proof as to why you're able to see this at a certain distance at a certain time. But you're not addressing the fundamental, like the basis of that argument is that no, you shouldn't, no matter what you want to invoke, no matter what you want to throw onto it, you shouldn't be able to see this, blah, 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 right? Just that conversation goes on in that direction. But once you start saying, well, there is this standard refraction and this that we calculated, and there's plus and minus, and then we have this, and this is how we know it to be. I'm saying that all that mumble jumble is you're just justifying something that you shouldn't be able to do, regardless of all your mumble jumble.
The only person who made those restrictions on that you can't do it are people like Eric Dubay and Quantum Eraser and Robotham, right? These guys made those restrictions and verbalized them, and so now other people treat them like they're restrictions when they're not restrictions. Like it's known that those aren't hard limits. There's obviously atmospheric effects that allow you to see further than other times. So
but Kosho, but hold on though, man. Okay, you're right that no one was really even like discussing that before these people started discussing it, but it was brought to the attention, and then it made people started realizing like, yeah, wait, how do we see through 5 miles of drop of curved water? Like, how are we looking through the ball at this point? Like, technically, how are we looking through that dirt hill that, like, my buddy's supposed to be behind, like, a mile down, but I'm picking him up in my view? Now, with that being said, here comes the crafty ballers, and you didn't come up with it. Someone else came up with it for you. You could at least admit that too, right? Like you didn't used to argue this. You probably even never thought of that before. So somebody had to give you guys these arguments somewhere. Like, no, don't worry, guys. This is what it is. Just tell them this. You didn't come up with it. Someone told you to come up with it. Or I'm sorry, someone came up with it and told you about it. But
yeah, well, you said something about a mile down. When have we seen something that should be hidden by a mile down?
Okay, so I mean, do we want to go down the long list of
5
things?
miles.
Yeah, some things are even 5 miles
five.
like of drop. You want?
Yeah,
I mean, do you understand that when you can see something 50 miles away, do you understand how much drop of curvature that is? 50
Drop
miles
of
away.
curvature.
I understand
What's
the
your
drop.
what's your elevation?
Elevation and hidden values. There's a lot more to it than just drop.
Okay, here you go again. Okay, look, you guys want to walk me down and jerk me off while you do it. I don't care to go down that road. Here's the facts of it, though.
Why? That'd be nice. If you guys want to do that to me, let me know.
Oh, wow. Wow. So here's the point, though. Here's the point I'm trying to make.
Only on the weekends, Kosho.
Yeah, I know. It's
I'll
too early
wait.
for that. It's a Tuesday. God, come on. Like, for Christ's sake. But listen, when we the Chicago skyline, right? That came out. What was it, like 49 miles? It is away, right? And
55
then
maybe.
55. Okay, whatever it is. Okay, let's just do that math. Okay, let's say I'll give it to you. Take the distance of the camera and whatever, and it was there fucking was it a Tuesday? I don't know. Like, take all your data you need to help you get through this, but then think of it logically. Like, okay, if I'm technically 3 miles, 4 miles away, it should be curving away from me because we're on a ball. Okay. Now, to see 10 miles would be like, wow, that's pretty interesting. Like, that's crazy that we could see that far. Because technically, we should have been able to see like only 6 miles because of our height, right? Because you go higher, you can see farther. I get it. But when you're seeing 55 miles, maybe whatever you said it is, 49 to 55 miles, this is no long, like you to realize how far of a drop in that distance it is to make a ball, because you have a 25,000 circumference ball or 24,970, whatever it is accurately. If for you guys to ignore that is pretty like it's comical to me, because then
ignore it though, because he's standing on an elevated position.
okay, so you're saying if you stand high enough, you should be able to see Africa from America if you stand high enough, because that ball that apparently light just keeps curving and curving and curving and curving and curving all the way around the ball if you fucking stand high enough.
I say so, yeah.
All right, dude. And
Dude,
eventually you
they're
can see the back of your own ass. Eventually. You're right.
No.
If you go high enough, you're gonna see your asshole.
I don't
That's
think
great.
so. No.
Hey, I don't want to divert you guys. Go right back. I just want to. Apparently, they're officially like actually censoring flat Earth with the same way they censored like everything else of the pandemic, where they actually hide the posts, say false information, and you have to go through it to find the post, and you can see why. I took a screenshot right there. They're literally now updating the censorship to flat Earth on IG, where they actually block out the posts.
On Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're not banning it. I mean, I thought when you said it's like the pandemic or whatever, I thought you were saying, because I mean that actually is pretty bad. Where it's like you'll get kicked off for talking about it.
Well, no, this is just one more step. Don't minimize it, brother.
Well, no, I'm not trying to minimize.
That was quick, though.
Just saying.
Tactics.
I
No,
was,
but listen, so the problem with that is just another tiny little, inch of water in the eventually boiling pot, right? For the frog, we can't immediately be dumped into the world they want just yet. They gotta slowly bring us into it. And of course, if it's going to be truthful, boy, it's going to be censored. But they can't censor it all at once, So this is how they do it.
Well, yeah, but what they've normally been doing is they just shadow ban flat Earth, or they'll put a little thing down below it. Like even with a lot of the pandemic stuff, right? They'll do this. They'll cover the screen. Yeah, they kicked a lot of it off, but they backed off on that whenever like everything that people posted turned out to be true. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that's crazy. They're now like, normally they were like letting flat Earth go, and then like on YouTube they'd put that little thing below, and they just shadow banned it. But now they're straight up blocking out the post. Like,
They don't like you, Witsit. They don't like us, do they?
What? Instagram is lame though, because I know there's like women, like whores basically, who do that thing where they don't do anything sexual, but they like just talk to people on Instagram or take pictures doing whatever, and it's like they'll just be in their bathing suits or whatever. But if they can tell that they're like not just have a regular account and they're those kind of people, like even if they're taking the same kind of pictures, then they'll take down their posts.
Dude, Instagram is flooded with half naked women, dude. It suggests me every day. I see, like, I go to my search bar and there's like women with their nipples showing on my Instagram.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Is like if it's a regular girl, then they don't do anything. But if it's somebody who they think is like literally just kind of like a, what do you call that? I forget what they call them. But the girls who like ask for money to you know, do stuff or whatever. Like they ask for money just to take pictures.
You mean a hooker?
What?
No, I mean I don't know what they call them, but they're not really hookers. They don't do very much.
Yeah, like a cam girl.
Yeah, cam girl. There you go.
Well, they like to be called influencers, but they're not influencing anything other than a horny teenager to like.
Well, with
rob
this
his
one
money.
you posted, dude, I was just looking. You sent the screenshots of the, it says false information. The same false information was reviewed in another post by fact checkers. It says here, fact checker, science feedback. So that's the name of the fact checker. Conclusion, false. More information. This is what it says. The Earth is a sphere that rotates on its axis and revolves around the sun, contrary to flat Earth video. So,
To be honest, that is pretty lame, dude.
That's terrible.
I would stop using Instagram.
Wow. Whoever this science feedback fact checker.
Well, did you guys see what they added to TikTok? There's something called STEM now, to where now it's like only the true science can be on that stream. So like if you find the flat earth thing on there, you're probably not. You're only going to find like, oh, cool. So today NASA discovered another planet that like is raining like elephants. Like it's just all this nonsense on there, but it's respected science. It's called STEM on TikTok. Look it up. Check it out. Yeah, I've been checking it out just to see the videos that are like on it. I haven't seen one flat earth video on it. Maybe it's just my algorithm's thrown off. I don't know, but maybe you guys could, if you have TikTok, check it out and let me know. But I haven't seen
That's lame
one.
as hell, though.
They're just censoring the hell out of it, and they're like pushing. Now they're pushing again this mod. So with the STEM on TikTok, they're pushing the pseudoscience, the I guess mainstream science at this point. But yeah, check it out.
I mean, at some point, I don't know. It's kind of I'm like it's like a weird gray area because I understand that they're a private company. It's a platform. It's also like an open forum thing though too. But at the same time, science in general, whether so if you decide that something is a fact and any other claims have to be now silenced or whatever, that's a dangerous precedent to set because then they could choose anything to to be the scientific fact and everything else is is banished or whatever. But at the same time, like I said, it'd be different. I would be more outraged if it was something like the government or something like that, where it's like a private company and they might just be protecting themselves.
Yeah, well, they had like a cover story with the whole like pandemic. They're like, oh, people's lives. Now they just don't even care. Like they've been censoring flat Earth since the beginning. Like my channel was censored from the beginning. I was getting like a lot of different subs that would pop up in my analytics, and then I'd realize that my sub count didn't update. So I go back to check the analytics the next day, and all those subs just disappeared. Like it would literally register in the analytics and then just disappear. So they shadow ban and do weird behind the scenes stuff, but to just point blank start blacking it out, I don't know. That's kind of there must be something that they know, right? They must know that a lot more people are starting to hear about it or something.
Well, I do know
Try to
that
post.
I do know that they deleted my TikTok account that had like millions of views and like 80,000 likes, whatever, and I think like 8 million views it had, and they deleted it. But then when I went to create a new TikTok, I can't even like follow anybody or like I can't even like I don't know. It's weird, bro. Like I hit follow, then I go back to my homepage and it'll be like I'm following nobody. I'm like, what the hell? I hit follow on like 3 people. Like they're like totally shutting me out from even like having like even friends I personally know. I can't even like follow them anymore. It's really weird. They censor the fuck out of me though.
You might just not know how to use it, man. Yeah, but hey, do you mind posting? Do you mind posting the whatever got? 'Cause I'm just curious, like what it was that their
Yeah,
discretion was.
that's what I was gonna say. Actually, I'm not like really like enraged or anything because I think it's just gonna make people want to like know what it says. So,
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, I don't know how you feel, but I guess you want to be as many platforms as possible, and in some ways, like things, I don't know. So I feel like things like this sort of move people away from platforms that do that, but then also kind of not once they're big enough. Like once they're big enough, then it's like they're just the place that everyone's going to go. So it doesn't matter what they do. But I say that just drives me away from Instagram. Just tells me that that's kind of like a lame kind of place.
dude, it's like trying to like even warn me from sharing it.
Yeah, they're probably gonna delete your account if you like try to go around. Like if you post it, that maybe that's why I got deleted because like they deleted like 6 of my videos and said like or and so I just reposted them again and then like fucking they blocked me, like they canceled my account, like completely banned me. So
Dude,
if you don't want your account
I'd
banned, don't do it.
already put like C post anyway, and then I go to share it and it pops back up. Like, yo, get off me, bro.
It says share anyway, so that it'll still let you share it.
Yeah, but it's like it tells you again after you've already had to see it to see the post. It makes you see it again to share it because it's like you're sharing false information. And they're talking about they took the true shape of the earth and balled it up. Is what the video is about.
Don't you think that this is a way to herd people on different platforms?
Herd?
Yeah, herd.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I feel like
I mean, I saw this coming, like, back in the pandemic days or whatever. They were, like Trump was promoting his own social platform, and everybody went to, certain things or whatever if they believed in Trump, and then on the left they went to certain things. They're just like honing in to get
Well,
everybody.
this is the thing, right? Yeah, but this is the thing, right? So I have like a lot of people, like Shane's one of them. He's like, screw these other platforms. Let's move to the other ones. And I'm like, yeah, we should branch out to the other ones, but we should not like cower away. Like we still have to
hell
like,
no, use them all.
yeah,
Use
that's
them
what I'm saying.
all.
And we
Yeah.
still have to stay. So they're like, dude, the fact that like Shane pointed out, my channel only has like 1.3 million views total. Like, dude, go look at some of the freaking stuff that has tons of views. Like, I have really raw, not great content, sure, but like, I don't know. It's just very obvious that we're being censored. But the answer is not to like just avoid YouTube and Instagram or Facebook, right? Like, that's where everyone is, like it or not. And what's so funny is you can tell how much we're shadow banned by going and posting on Rumble. And you'll see, like, my video I did with
Right, but
SGP got a
I don't know
250,000
if you've
views, and
ever
like,
used Restream. If you use Restream, you can restream. Like if you're on YouTube or whatever, you can restream to all other platforms all at once. So
Yeah, don't
everybody
let him
gets
do
to see
this.
it.
Don't let him scare you away from
Yeah.
platforms that help us get out there. Don't let him do that. So just keep it up. Work up.
I'm pointing out that, like, yeah, Restream is cool, yeah, but like when I did the SGT interview on Rumble, it had like 250,000 views in like 5 days. So if you go to like Gab or Truth Social or Rumble or BitChute or Odysee, Flat Earth is taking over. If you go to Gab, Flat Earth is everywhere. You can't avoid it. And that just shows you how fake these other numbers are. Whether that be that they're not saying the real numbers or they're just preventing people from seeing it. Like, this whole narrative that Flat Earth is dying is a joke. Just go look at Rumble. Go look at Gab and Truth Social. Even Trump's platform is just Flat Earth heavy, right? So it's not. It's quite the opposite, right? Like, it is 100% gaining traction when it comes to public interest. And I would say that this is almost like a cherry on top of that, because now they're.
I have my theories about how flat Earth, round Earth, all the other things, whatever. But it's like, you can read back in ancient days, everybody thought the Earth was flat, right? And then they came out with the globe Earth or whatever. I think they don't know what it is, so just
Well, yeah, that's a false. It's a false dichotomy actually, because flat and globe are
right
not.
because
It's not a
I
dichotomy.
mean, there's no way science knows what this place is if they haven't ever reached the moon
Well,
or
flat's not a
been
shape,
up high
right?
enough
So,
to. Yeah, they can't apply a shape to it at all because
well,
they've
flat's
never
not a
been high
shape.
enough
The
to apply
fact
a
that they
shape.
say they say globe or sphere versus flat, versus flat, is a joke. It's a false dichotomy. Flat's not a shape. That's dumb, right? I mean, yeah, there is a
Right.
plane, like measurably and provably so. But Justin Trudeau just came
Right.
out, and the fact that Justin Trudeau has been going around talking about flat Earth, saying that no one in the history of mankind ever thought the Earth was flat, not the Mayans, not the Incans. It's just patently false. But the fact that he's saying that, and the fact that Instagram is now blacking out the screens, the common sense will tell you that means that they know that a lot of people are starting to gain interest. And I know that. And the next 2 years is going to be very interesting.
Right, but I think the biggest thing that I mean, questioning the science of the globe is where it's at. It's not to pick a shape or flatness or curveness or whatever. It's question the science itself and NASA. I think that's where you start with all these people is just to put information out there to make them question. Like, is the science actually true?
Love it. Love it. Down to the nitty gritty. Does light actually travel? What is light?
Yeah.
Where it go? You remember, Kosho? What
Well,
you said?
it's a good point that you made, Linda, because like once you place yourself in this like flat Earth category, like obviously, it's an uphill battle. So instead of like just trying to come out with that label, like yeah, maybe just come out as someone who's questioning science overall. That sounds like
Yeah,
a
and
pretty
that's
decent
kind of
one.
where I'm at on it. And I think it works.
There may not be a flat globe dichotomy, but there is a curved, non-curved dichotomy. So flat and curved, that's a dichotomy right there. Well, yeah, I mean that could be part of no third like option. part of the info within a specific channel, but to just like automatically label your channel a flat Earth channel, just like I said, automatically puts you in in a bad position.
Right, and I don't think anybody should do that. I think you should question the science. That's it.
Well,
And I think there's enough proof out there to do away with some of the science.
Well, wait a minute. I'm not saying the flat Earth argument's a bad argument. I'm just saying
No,
to
I'm not either. I'm just
okay.
saying that if you label your flat earther, you're pretty much putting yourself in a box that they're going to censor.
Well, like the video, the last video one of the last videos that I had posted on my account that pretty much got me banned was one that I already got a warning on, but they didn't give it a warning until it went viral and it took off. Maybe I don't know, maybe it fell through the cracks or something, and it got like 1.4 million views, and then all of a sudden they're like, shut it down, and there's just ban me. And there's other videos that I had posted that got even more views than that, but right away they pulled them and said, you're violating community guidelines, you're getting to get a strike. So I think I got they gave me like 4 or 5 strikes before they actually finally banned my whole account. But even before they banned me though, I towards the end of it, I was posting videos and I would get like 12 views, and I had like only 4,000 like followers, which isn't a lot, but when you have followers and you look at your phone, like if you're following someone, their videos are going to come up first, like on your thing. So the fact that only 12 people like saw it, like that means they're only like they specifically went to my account to check a video, but it didn't come up on their like feed, like For You page or whatever, and it shows your friends that you're following, shows all that stuff. But it was just very, very like, what a dick move. Like they just totally shadow banned a lot of the videos I'd post. It was all about Artemis, by the way. Like I was posting all the bullshit about Artemis and like where's the live videos and all that stuff. Anyways, I guess that's another story. I don't think they liked the fact that I was pointing out all of the Artemis nonsense.
Yeah, but Walt Disney was involved in the movie, so they don't want you to point that out either.
Yeah, there's certain topics that when you post about it, like it gets shadow banned. Like how do you get one video? And I even tested it out. I posted I reposted a stupid funny video that is like nothing. Boom, jumps up 300,000 views, and I'm like, but that's like nonsense. But that's what they want. They want the nonsense to be in front of people's faces. They don't want the truths. They don't like when you post truths. I was posting truths about the government. I was posting things about the election. I was posting about like things that were coming up that mainstream media wouldn't cover then. I was posting things about, the pandemic stuff. And yeah, all that stuff just gets shut down. They don't like that. They don't like when you're posting. It's not, you're not posting things that are false, because all I would do was like show exactly what their websites are displaying for us. It's common knowledge. It's their information. They don't even want to post their information. Like that's what's crazy. That's what I found
Oh
really, really.
no, I'm with you on that because back when the pandemic started or whatever, I was on Facebook with my family and friends and all that stuff, and I just went after everybody, telling them or making them question or everything. And there was quite a few people that basically came back and basically said that they would jump off a bridge if it would save lives. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I was
Yeah.
like shocked. I mean, that put my reality exactly where it needed to be. Was like, oh my gosh, there's so many followers in this world, including globers, flat earthers, whatever, because they want to believe something can be
Right.
explained when it can't. There's some things in this world that can't be explained because we're not supposed to know. Because if we would know, we would destroy it. Guaranteed.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, the censorship on social media is crazy. But like I think that was Witz that or someone else was saying, like there's all these other platforms now you can go on, and the truth is running rampant. Like just like it's going to be very interesting, like next year, if they were to like do a poll or something and find out like how many people, or even just by the data of like searches and stuff. It'd be very interesting to see how much the truth has gone out and how much more it's grown. I've seen videos of even in classrooms.
Yeah, but I mean, they could come
students-
out in like, say, 35 years or whatever with kids and just recreate the earth and say, oh, we're living on a flat plane. And they would all believe it because all of us would be old.
Right. Right.
You know what I
it
mean?
can
And I
change.
think this is how they've done it from the beginning.
Well,
They
me
just
personally,
change the curriculum and just reintroduce ideas.
right.
And it's like the swinging of the pendulum
Well,
or whatever.
me personally, I just feel like this truth of the creation that we're living upon is spreading like wildfire, because we are in an age to where the truth is being revealed, and those that aren't given a strong delusion because they love the lies that they've been told, wait, I don't know if I worded it right. The ones that are given the strong delusion because they love the lies that they've been told, they're never going to see the truth or hear it and accept it. They're just going to because of the strong delusion they've been given. But I do think we're just in a time where it's spreading, and a lot of people are waking up to the truth because we are in a time where we're all gonna, see
Yeah, but I
what has been
think
prophesied.
that's sort of a deception in itself because what is truth? I mean, we've talked about it on here before. I mean, what can somebody say is pure truth in this
Well,
realm?
well, I mean, the truth is the truth. It doesn't care about our feelings or opinion. The truth is going to be the truth. So, like, I think we get caught up in arguing what the truth is, but there's just some things you can't argue. Like if I took you to my backyard and I said, "This is a tree," you're not going to argue with me. I'm like, "No,
No,
I
no,
think that's a
I'm not going to
car."
argue with
Like,
that. I'm not
right,
going to.
right, right.
No, you're right. I was just feeling out where you were because
Yeah,
I mean, like also like if you see, a cat capture a rabbit and kill it, that's also truth, right?
right, right.
Even though it's not positive truth, but it's truth, right? There's
Yeah,
lots
no,
of truth
exactly.
in this place, but all this
Yeah,
imaginary truth is where all
yeah, and that's what's
the
being found out.
imaginary truth, yeah, it's what I have a problem with.
Right. It's that pseudosciences that are being passed as truth, and that's what I'm talking about. Like I'm tired, and I've said it many times. I'm tired of them using real science and then mixing it with that pseudoscience, and then that is today's science. Like that's why you have people, like Tashaki or whatever his name is, and he has such a weird Japanese name. The physicist, and him or Tyson, Neil Tyson, DeGrasse, whatever the hell his name is.
Oh,
These characters,
Mishukaku? Yeah,
yeah,
Mishukaku?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Mishikaku, yeah, that's his name, Mishikaku. But uh, you have people like them going out and they are teaching the next generation like the fantasies, the pseudosciences, but they are claiming it as fact. They are claiming it as this is how we know it to be, and this is what is, and this is why it is. So you have kids growing up like, oh, it's just as true as when I see a car that's called a car, when I see a mountain that's called a mountain. When you equivalate those two things, that's when it becomes dangerous. It's dangerous at that point because then you can tell them anything and they're going to believe anything. And then you have grown men and grown women in here talking about how these same pseudosciences are facts. And here we are arguing the same thing. Just get stuck in it, I
Right.
guess.
Right. And yeah. Yep. I mean, they argue in here imaginary science,
Right.
theoretical science.
Right.
So I have an
And
issue with that.
the guy, Madish Kaku, whatever his name is, he himself said like the field that he's in is like 97% wrong, but it's theories. And they have this huge discrepancy, but that's just what's accepted in that field.
Yeah,
That is rough.
Neil deGrasse Tyson also came out and said Earth was an oblate spheroid or pear-shaped, basically. I mean, he basically said it was pear-shaped, but it's still a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yeah,
So
It's a little bit fat in the middle. It's a
whatever
little,
you want to. Yeah, it's a little fat in the middle. Whatever you want to, I mean, whatever like pseudoscience they want to bring out, that's fine. They can do it all day, every day. The dangerous part is when grown adults, they're not letting go of Santa Claus, and that's dangerous because then you have these arguments that we get into every day, and it's just all false information. But it's right that we're living in a time where it's going to all come out.
yeah, I'm me personally, I'm okay with not knowing what this place is, other than what I can judge for myself, experience for myself, and say that's real.
That's a great philosophy. It's the same. I hold the same one. I'm okay with not knowing what it is, but I know what it's not.
I don't think this realm lies to us. It tells us the truth all over the place, even if it's brutal truth. But that's just me.
Right. Hey, just real quick. Also, Doofus, like, I hope you're not being arrogant by the statement you made in there, as if you're above everybody, at least us, because you could be humbled real quick. Real quick, you could be humbled, bro.
Hey, he's a glober. Of course, he's above us. He's orbiting us.
Is there more to that, or?
Bro, that's like an ant telling a tree that it's taller than the fucking tree. Bruh.
I do have
Shit's weak.
fields of sense that you guys don't agree with, which is
What's
amazing.
that?
So what you have is a mind filled with falsehoods, and you come here and you project and regurgitate them all day, every day. That's what you have. You don't bring anything to the community of advancing to learn something new. You don't tell us anything new ever. We took all the classes, we took all the courses. That's what you don't understand, bro. We understand what you're trying to say, but we're trying to tell you those are lies. And then that's where the disconnect is. Because you think that you can re-talk us back into believing the lies. In other words, it's insanity, bro, for you.
Okay. In
Such projection.
Okay. You said that I have experience with lies. Unfortunately, that's incorrect, because when I use the knowledge that I have in order to do useful work, get that work done using that knowledge, I've confirmed that that knowledge is accurate, right?
Yes, but does that apply to NASA? Does that apply to science of the globe? I mean, that's where it comes down to.
NASA does not control what shape the Earth is. NASA has no say in what measurements I can independently make.
Thank God for that.
So you've proved the globe and you're here on Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am an Earthling. I'm here on Earth. Oh my God.
We're all Earthlings.
What's oh my God about it? It was a perfectly normal question.
I mean, yes, I have confirmed that the Earth is indeed spherical, and I do live on it, yes.
Okay, now your proof, please.
I mean, I got to interject a little personal opinion of the current conversation. Like when we talk about things and we discuss them, and I think it's this way or that way, it produces good convo. But when somebody is sitting there saying you just tell lies, all you do is lie, and you like drink the Kool-Aid, and that's offensive, and it pisses me the fuck off, and I have to keep my mouth shut, or I'm going to be ugly to somebody. So I stay back out of the conversation. Maybe we could just talk about things in particular and discuss those things and get on a better plane of conversation.
Yeah, you have a point. But you shouldn't have thrown of lies.
Hold on a second. It would help your side a lot, though, if you guys were on the right side of truth. That's kind of why it gets frustrating.
That's what I'm talking about. You guys are on the right side of truth, like
Yeah.
we're in the fucking ditch or something.
Kinda, yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't include me in that.
Yeah, she's not. I
I've
am.
never said
I'll
that.
say it all day.
Right, your position is correct because you say so.
She's an independent thinker. I am an independent thinker. I don't believe everything that anybody shoves down my throat. I logically think. I use